Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the International Wildcard Invitational. I'm, of course, Max Atlas Anderson, joined by Jake Spawn Tiberi, and we're here to kick it all off. This is going to be a very, very exciting international event where most of these teams not actually facing international rivals just yet.
Yeah, they certainly haven't. These are the guys that qualified from the wildcard regions. 7 of them are coming through, and as you said, we're kicking it off. Turkey is where the tournament is being held, and I cannot wait to get into this. This is for a spot at the mid-season invitational in America.
Yeah, and let's get straight into it. Let's have a look at our team lineups, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, hailing from Turkey, our first team on the roster here is Besiktas, and these guys really blew it through there.
Yeah, it certainly did. Then from the Oceanic region, we have the Chiefs, and Hard Random is coming through from the CIS region.
Yeah, and then Chaos Gaming from Latin America, and Detonation Focus Me from Japan. Of course, a very new region here for Riot.
Yeah, and to round us out, we have Bangkok Titans coming through from the CRA region, and arguably the favorites in INTZ coming through from Brazil.
Yeah, Brazil, very, very frightening heading into this one. Of course, everyone remembers Kaboom Esports taking out Alliance in our most recent international event where our wildcard players were at, and man, that was frightening.
Yeah, it certainly was. Kaboom came through strong. We're actually not able to make it through this time, so it's taking their place. Looking forward to what those guys have in store. I actually think we have some reasonably strong teams throughout the entirety of the tournament. Can't ever, I guess, go past an upset in a match like these.
Well, this is the thing. A lot of these teams are untested on the international shores, and we've got metas clashing here as well. A lot of these teams having servers that are away from each other. You have no idea what to expect when they come up head-to-head.
Yeah, exactly right. You have certainly heavies into the AD carry regions.
Yeah.
Then you have something like the Oceanic region that play a very team fight heavy meta. So we'll have to see exactly how these regions stack up against each other. And the meta clash, as you said, is going to be awesome.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome. We're going to have a whole lot of different things. And I'm willing to bet that a lot of these teams are going to have very, very different ideologies on how the game is supposed to be played, and we're going to have a bit of an idea of exactly which works the best as well coming through here. A lot of this is actually going to be very, very new.
Yeah, it certainly is, and you know we're on a new patch as well now, 5.7. Very similar to the 5.6 patch. Victor is still disabled, but teams are going to have to get it together very quickly. The Leagues of Tanks definitely still around, but certain metas haven't really adapted to that.
Yeah, and a lot of these teams are actually still playing a lot of Assassins there in the mid lane as well. There's Rumble players coming through in the top lane. There's all sorts of stuff that sort of has seen a fallout of the sort of grand scale of the meta across the world. So we'll see exactly what's going to come through when we look to that one. But, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at what we said we were looking at when we were coming through here. The caster power rankings, of course, most of us putting Brazil there on top, and Besiktas as well, also looking fantastic from Turkey.
Yeah, Chiefs are the other ones that crept up there. They had a fantastic season, and I guess the other 4 teams, no one really knows where they're going to land. Chaos, 5th, of course, coming through there for most people, so we'll get to see
all of us,
that.
in fact.
But yeah, Detonation Focus Me, no one really knows what to make of them. Bangkok Titans, I personally put very low, but other people, such as Papa Smithy, are rating them pretty high up in the 4th position. So have to see exactly how these teams stack up against each other. It's meta versus meta. Playstyle versus playstyle.
Yeah.
And all we have really is a couple of days of scrim results and then some tournaments that these guys didn't face each other in. So it's going to be very interesting to try and figure it all out.
It's severely speculative information, ladies and gentlemen, and I have Detonation Focus Me up there very, very high just because I really like their name and a lot of their players' names.
Yeah, exactly right. So coming through, they also have some flashy players, which you, of course, like to go in on. The AD carry player in particular.
Udapon, pretty cool.
Yeah, Udapon, he's a fantastic guy to at least watch play the game, and I'll have to see how that transfers through to results. But there are some awesome players throughout the entirety of this tournament. I think Swiffer in the mid lane for the Chiefs is another player that people are going to have to watch out for.
Yep.
He's a little bit more control-orientated, but still pretty fun to watch play the game.
Yeah, well, and we'll have to see how they stack up. Of course, our first game of the night, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be Latin America taking on Oceania, where, in fact, the Chiefs going to be representing.
Yeah, it certainly is. And you know you have a control mid laner like Swiffer coming up against Reggie, and he plays a lot of the old school mages as well. The Vladimir, Xerath comes through as well every now and again, so pretty similar playstyles.
Yes, sort of back to the control mages, but having the LeBlanc and Zed there, definitely very similar for both of these players. But, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to get involved, hop over onto Twitter. Use that hashtag IWCI. And if you're Oceanic viewer, hop over there and use that hashtag IMOCE as well. Of course, a lot of these regions having their own hashtags, and Oceania, they're going to have theirs too.
Yeah, it certainly is. So get on there. Tell us what you think. Who's going to win this one? Which team are you going for in the entirety? Give us your power rankings, because honestly, we want to hear from you guys and when you stack these teams up.
Yeah, and whether you're going to put Detonation Focus Me up there randomly high as well.
Yeah, exactly right. And also let us know how you are watching, guys, at home with on Twitter with the hashtag IWCI still. Yeah. And send us some pictures in. Show us if you guys are having any parties, any crazy stuff going on, or whether you're just chilling in Sydney, Australia, and I guess watch it in your lounge room.
Yeah, or maybe even doing extreme IWCI. Up a mountain, are you off on a cliff, something like that? Underwater, perhaps, ladies and gentlemen? I'd be very excited. If you guys have got mental pictures of where you're watching the IWCI, I'd be very excited to see them.
Yeah, I certainly would as well. But as you mentioned, Latin America taking on Oceania in the first game. It is KLG coming up against the Chiefs Esports Club. And this game, I think, is going to be largely dictated by their bottom lane. If KLG, any part of the map, really did it for me coming into this one, it was Bear and Zycro down in that bottom lane. They really were good at repelling ganks. I remember one of the first games I watched coming into this against Lion Gaming. They were getting 4 or 5 members thrown at them and able to repel it without any assistance from their jungler. Jungler kind of focused on farming up to the late game, and Zycro especially, he's their AD carry player, plays a lot of mid-game carries, but boy is he scary when he gets going. I want to see how he goes up against Radier.
Yeah, well, this is the thing. Radier and Rosie definitely a strong lane, but it's not exactly where the Chiefs really play their style of League of Legends. And having this Latin American team, KLG, playing with their bottom lane being the focus and the strength is really sort of going to counteract how these teams play together. It's sort of like that, you know, puzzle piece that fits together a little bit oddly there.
Yeah, it certainly is. So coming through, we have to see, as you mentioned, Radier and Rosie, if you guys only watch Chiefs internationally, this is the same bottom lane. I think Rosie played under the tag Venom when they went through to the last wild card, and they played extremely well. Different mid laner coming through there. It's now Swiffer in the mid lanes, not Heaven's Curse. And yeah, if there's one thing you do have to say about the Chiefs, it's that they have swapped that playstyle. Radier is still a star player, but they play a lot more around Swiffer. Spooks is kind of his shadow there in the mid lane, the jungler, and they really do team up and then kind of unlock Swiffer to roam around the rest of the map.
Yeah, and this is the crazy thing as well. They often leave their bottom lane on an island, and is that going to let that be preyed upon here by KLG? But we are, of course, into champion select, ladies and gentlemen. Kalista, Morgana, and Jan are going to be banned away here from KLG, and Zed, Rek'Sai, and Thresh being taken away on the other side, on the side of the Chiefs. And Helior, he's got Rumble open.
Yeah, he certainly does, and that seems to be the big pick that comes through for KLG. Yeah. They like to get this mid-game composition rolling, and in fact, they pride themselves on being able to shot call around objectives. Their AD carry, Zycro, once again, he's their shot caller. He's the cool head on the team, and he likes to, I guess, farm up to the point that he's comfortable, but then shot call extremely well. But Sejuani, the power pick on 5.7 has gone through and has been picked up first.
And this is ridiculous. The insta-lock coming through of Swiper's Hecarim there in the top side of the map. Going for that smart teleport play we've seen a lot over in China and a lot of these other regions coming down now. Of course, Cinderhulk on that Hecarim. Pretty ridiculous, especially with the Skirmisher's Saber probably being the main influence of that one. And Spooks thinking about Gragas.
Yeah, he's having a hard look at it. I don't know whether they need to lock it in straight away. Spooks is a good jungler, plays a lot of different things. Gragas is something that he's recently picked up, but with Sejuani already showing, there are different priority picks. Something like Sivir that they ran so much throughout the entirety of the OPL. As we take a look at Spooks on our screen, not really doing much there, but Swiper, there's the man. He's picked up more and more carry top lane. He was happy to play the tanks throughout the season, like the Sion, like the Maokai. But ever since the carries have come back into the meta, you have to think that no one better than Swiper is going to suit that, because he is a very good diver, even solo, and Hecarim is kind of the anti-carry from the top laner.
Yeah, well, this is the thing. He's also very, very good at these Triforce users on the top side of the map as well. Loves the Aurelias at the same time. But KLG taking some time with their pickups here. But Reggie, I don't know why it took so long to pick that one up. LeBlanc has seen almost permaban over there in their region. And man, he's going to pick it up straight away. And we'll see what Swiffer can do to it. Of course, he knows a lot about LeBlanc, of course, one of his favorite champions, but not entirely sure. But Bear locking away the Nami here, sticking to his disengaged playstyle.
Yeah, so happy to try and peel there for Zycro in the bottom lane. And that's a good pickup. Against someone like Hecarim, you do have to be able to get them off. It gives them movement speed, which is fantastic against Hecarim. and will be able to give a little bit of peel. But if anything, Sivir Ultimate Hecarim, they're going to probably need more than just the Nami. I'm expecting something like a Maokai to come through in the top lane. Maybe even a Kennen from Helior who plays it a little bit. But wow, Chiefs, they're not wasting any time. Gragas as well as Nautilus, very 5.7 champions coming through here. And they're a very tanky lineup. I like this because LeBlanc going to struggle blowing anyone up.
Well, the ridiculous thing as well is the On the Hunt is going to be fantastic for almost all of these champions at the same time. It does give Hecarim a damage buff, which is very exciting, but getting a Nautilus into melee range for that stun that he can spread across the whole team is just terrifying.
Yeah, it certainly is. And we mentioned how they now play around Swiffer. I think this is a team comp that personifies it because it gives nothing away so far. They've got disengage, they've got engage, they've also left him for the last pick, allowing him to counter-pick the entirety of the team. And it is Maokai that's locked in, like that pickup coming through from KLG, because if they need anything right now, it's someone to keep their AD carry safe. He's gone Lucian, very mobile throughout the mid-game, early power spike, can go Bloodthirster as well. But Maokai, Nami, as well as Sejuani, they're going to have to use the entirety of the kit to keep the Lucian safe. Because you feel if Lucian lives while Swiper dies, then they're going to win nearly every single team fight.
Yeah, well, that's exactly right. And making sure that they can peel as effectively as possible is fantastic. But I also like that bottom lane duo of Nami and Lucian. The Tidecaller's Blessing being fantastic with the Light Slinger passive as well, able to proc that one off. But it is going to be Swiffer's Orianna there in the mid lane. And this is frightening. I mean, of course, Control Mage against Assassin, it can go a little bit wobbly there pre-6 for Swiffer, but we'll see how he negotiates the lane.
Orianna handles this lane easily. It is actually one of the best LeBlanc lanes at the moment because you're able to shield out a lot of the damage early on, and you trade so effectively with your passive coming through there, the Clockwork Wind-Up. Also CS very well. You push out lanes and keep yourself very safe in the lane, and your ultimate in team fights just is much more impactful than Orianna late game. Look how tanky the Chiefs lineup is. And then LeBlanc, she's going to have to look for an opening somewhere. Probably only Radier or Spooks are the two that you think are susceptible to that.
Yeah.
Over on the other side, you can't really say the same thing. It's really only Maokai and Sejuani that are going to become incredibly tanky. Everyone else very prone to getting blown up from this Orianna Hecarim combo.
Yeah, and the thing that's ridiculous as well is the fact that we haven't seen a whole lot of Nami support. We've been seeing a lot of these tanky supports there on the bottom side of the map coming through just recently, and it's almost like you've got a pseudo third tank coming down. And how do you think Nami's going to really fit into the comp, especially now on 5.7?
Well, that's why we haven't seen it, because she actually gets zoned relatively effectively unless you do miracle things level 1 and 2. Nautilus, at about level 5, is just going to be able to pop that W and be able to walk directly at Nami, and not really much is going to go down from the trade. Burns a lot of mana early trying to sustain and doesn't really add anything to the push out. A lot of the times when we do see the peel support, something like Morgana that can throw the puddle out and be able to push the lane early, get the early level 2. But Nami doesn't really add that. She just adds some zone level 1 and 2. So it's all about the zone. If you can get ahead in that way, it will do good things. If it doesn't, give it over to Nautilus. I actually probably expect Chiefs to lane swap. They do it a lot in the Oceanic region. They're a very good lane swapping team, and they will try and throw Chaos Gaming away from this one.
Yeah, well, we'll see if they do as we hop onto the Rift, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, it is going to be KLG taking on the Chiefs. The Chiefs already stacked up, but KLG waiting for them here as Helior's throwing some saplings around, and oh my goodness, Swiper actually made face check this one. The horse straight in, immediately getting blown up as Swiper, sorry, he's going to die for first blood. Helior picks up that one. The ward's going down, but KLG, they'll take their first blood and run with it.
That is a fantastic piece of scouting coming through from KLG, because if there's anything Chiefs pride themselves on, it's their level 1 play, and they weren't able to get anything in there. They had a ball to be able to check the brushes with. They had a barrel, but instead they chose to face check with their tankiest member, and they give up first blood already to Helior in the top lane. So now Maokai going to be even more self-sufficient in the top lane.
Yeah, and this is ridiculous. He's actually gone for that Ruby Crystal as well. So I actually quite like that. He could have picked up the Doran's Ring, but instead wants to get to that Catalyst a little bit faster.
Yeah, I think that he thinks that he's going to get the standard 2v2 lanes right now, although you can see that they're sending their duo up the top as well. They might be looking for a late invade coming through here.
Oh, very nice ward coming down from Bear as they spot that there's no one in that Tri-Brush. Julius Ditto is actually going to find Rosie here, who stuns him up. Riptide going to be there as Radiant throws in a boomerang. A lot of harass. Not afraid of 4 people.
Good return damage coming through from Radiant as we see standard lanes coming through. Teleport straight away from the Maokai. Not electing to try and take a camp, so he's going to be in lane early, probably pushing that one out. Swiper, however, on Hecarim elects to take away the Wraith camps, but he'd already picked up some potions, so not really going to be able to go back and affect a huge buy. Maybe something like a cloth armor couldn't come through, so it's just going to be consumables. And we will see the standard lanes looking to bully out the Sivir early.
Yeah, and Radiant might struggle here in this lane. Of course, we did mention the fact that Baron Zycro, one of the strongest parts here of the KLG lineup. We'll see how the Chiefs stack up against them here as Swiper is going to head into this lane. Maybe a little bit sheepishly after that first blood went down, but Rosie still playing up very aggressively. Hasn't taken too much harass, and they're trying to get things down. But level 2 hit first here by KLG, and the zoning begins. Probably not too many creeps going to be lost here as a cute boomerang is going to take a little bit of farm here for Radiant. But we'll see how this one shapes up. Not too many creeps lost.
Yeah, actually no CS was lost there for the Chiefs coming through. And we'll see that it's just a little bit standard across the entirety of the map. Maokai going to deal with the Hecarim very well.
Yeah, and that's Steve. That's how he's watching the IWCI here. Probably from his office by the looks of things. Nicely done.
Yeah, it certainly did look like an office space. And he didn't look like he was too happy for a second there, Steve. You got to get a smile in.
Oh, no, if you've met Steve, though, he's generally a pretty happy guy.
Generally a happy guy. Good to know coming through there. As Wave pushed in top lane, some wards coming out. Bottom lane, that's where the solo laners are, we'll call them for now, just so I don't confuse myself even further. They're actually farming relatively even though first blood went across to Helior. Wave is pushing in, see if Spooks or Swiffer get down there to try and help Swiper out.
So many S's, ladies and gentlemen.
So many S's coming through, and Helior, wow, he's tanky already.
That's what a First Blood Ruby Crystal is going to net you.
Yeah, it certainly is. So coming through, he's extremely difficult to kill. In the mid lane, LeBlanc's getting the push in. This is something that Swiffer does very well, is control his wave. Trying to keep it off the turret, but open up the map for ganks.
That being said, of course, LeBlanc not generally that easy to gank there in the mid lane, as Radiant going to pick up some free mana from that bubble coming through. Rosie going to help him.
Bet you he would have liked it to block the Q coming through there instead, but doesn't have it anymore.
A little bit unfortunate, ebbing and flowing. Of course, that is something that Nami is fantastic at, is harassing you down when you're underneath that turret. But we'll see whether it's going to continue working, as Swiper's actually going to take a CS advantage here on the bottom side of the map, as Maokai did go back and get that early catalyst.
Yeah, that's questionable coming through from Maokai. You would think that he would do a little bit more work early game with the first blood. He had that health advantage, probably could have at least harassed if he was going to go back. Instead, he just takes the free shop, which I guess it gets you a catalyst. Now the lane is very hard to win if you're Hecarim, but going even if you're a Hecarim that gave up first blood is still going to be a fantastic thing as wow. Spooks.
He is so far ahead.
Julio Stitto coming through there.
Yeah, Julio Stitto hasn't actually gone back to pick up his jungle item just yet. Spooks with his Trailblazer is able to get something happen, but he also has a level advantage.
He's looking for a steal of the Gromp. That is absolutely huge if he gets this. He's waiting for his smite to come back up. That's why he's kind of sticking around. But he needs to be careful because Nami has also joined. Bear is there. Wow, as well as Zycro, they've brought everyone across.
Yeah, 4 members now as Rosie's going to come down as well. They're actually going to try and turn onto Reggie here as the heals pop. That's going to be another kill going down. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, one comes through. It's Reggie. He's going to get flashed on by Radiant, who blows the heal, picks up a kill for himself. As Rosie's taking a whole lot of damage. Radiant not going to be able to spell shield death as Julio Stitto almost falls down. Rosie gets bubbled at the same time. Things going horribly wrong here for the Chiefs as Rosie riptides as he flashes over the wall. And Helior with that extra kill in the bottom lane while everything was going on. KLG having a dream first game.
Yeah, they certainly are. 4-1 coming through on the Chiefs. They're already 1,400 gold down. They've got a good scaling comp, but they need to make sure that they don't get away with it. No, it's just an over-aggressive play in the bottom lane. Swiper stuck around. Helior blew flash, and in the end, he just was taken out.
Yeah, Skirmisher's Saber has been completed, but that item discrepancy is ridiculous on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, it's going to be a rush Righteous Glory coming through. They're that confident now that they're sending Maokai back top lane. Their bottom lane is, of course, ahead because they were able to pick up the couple assists coming through. And that is just huge for the whole of KLG.
Yeah, Vegit actually going to be watching with his cup there underneath. Hasn't realized that it's not quite Easter yet. I mean, not quite Easter anymore. But does have some eggs there, so sitting ready to eat some chocolate in this one. KLG now going to try and get this lane swap happening. You have to think probably for some dragon control. Is Julio Stito going to be able to take down this Rift Scuttler? And Reggie's hanging around at the same time. KLG really utilizing this early advantage.
They're looking to dive Swiper. Swiper is getting bullied on Hecarim, and I love the tactic coming out of KLG, understanding that they need to take the top laner of Chiefs out. And really, with how fed Maokai is currently, they can't even dive that guy. He'll probably live through a lot of it. So instead, Chiefs are just giving up a turret.
Yeah, Bear going to tank this one up as Zycro is going to finish it off. And first turret going down. The objective snowball beginning here for KLG. 2,000 gold in the lead. Not able to quite get a dragon just yet as Reggie's making his way back to the lane. 1, 1, and 2 though now on this LeBlanc. So much kill participation for a whole lot of these players as Radiant with a nice spell shield there. Going to try and stop the engage coming through from this Maokai.
And already the early movement coming up through River. Nami as well as Lucian heading into Swiffer's lane. And this is something that is very dangerous. Swiffer going relatively even, actually up in CS. Doesn't have that kill that LeBlanc has, but if you lose one lane heavily, like the Chiefs have their bottom lane with the Hecarim, then it starts spilling over into other lanes. And you see already the Orianna completely zoned away from farm.
Yeah, not able to do anything here as Rosie's going to clear out that ward as it gets put in the brush.
And Swiper's freezing. I disagree with this. Swiper, you got to push out that lane. At least be able to go help other lanes. Otherwise, if they take another turret, if they take a dragon, KLG are in complete control of this game. Even blue buff, because Swiper isn't pushed out, is now open objective for anyone on the map.
Yeah, actually, Reggie going to get caught by that dredge line there as the stun's coming through. There's the shockwave coming down as he's only got 150 health, but man, he's going to burn down the ignite. One last tick, doesn't do it. The ebb and flow going to save Reggie's life. And man, Swiffer thought that he could easily get that one. The culling going to come through. Swiffer going to try and dodge it out, but he's now caught on an interesting position.
And that was a bad call coming through from Swiffer. They didn't push you into the brush because they thought he was going to die to the ignite. Nami was closer, however, and they gave up a free kill that they should have had. Fantastic hook came through from Rosie. They might even lose a turret for it.
Yeah, this is ridiculous. Julio Stito now here with the bottom lane of KLG.
Got ultimate available as well. Able to go in there in a moment's notice and dive. Swiffer very low.
Yeah, we'll see whether they can survive this one as Relic Shield going to help clear out a lot of these caster creeps, and KLG are going to back off in the end. Radio a little bit overextended there on the bottom side of the map without too much vision. Going to be able to get a ward in this brush and spot the fact that he does have visitors.
And it just seems that more even heads are prevailing here, Atlas. Chiefs, known to be a very emotional team coming in. They had a great season and they really rode that through to the International Wildcard Invitational, but if they're at all phased at the moment, they don't rebound well. We saw them last year. They lost both majors towards the end of the year. And if a team is going to, I guess, go on tilt, it will be the Chiefs.
Yeah, well, it's still early days, 10 minutes into this one. They do have an opportunity to get back through. And, of course, the scaling advantage of having an Orianna and, of course, a Hecarim on a team is something that you can't really underestimate. But Spooks coming through here to the mid lane as Reggie taking some auto attacks. There's the ignite down as the heal comes through. Spooks trying to protect his mid laner. Swiffer, he's going to fall down. Eventually does pick up the kills. Explosive cast comes through. Bear going to flash over the wall as Helios is just so tanky in this one on the Hunt Spin Pop. Radiant looking to pick up a kill as Helios completely out of mana. Julio Stito's pretty squishy at the moment on this Sejuani. He's going to get the focus and flash away as Radiant gets exhausted. Flashes after him. Beautiful dredge line and Rosie's going to net himself a kill. Bear a little bit low on mana, but Zekro, he's come through here as Helios gets healed up by the passive by so much as the devastating charge comes through. Radiant picks up a kill but dies for it. And Rosie and Spooks trying to escape. The horse is going to die. I don't even know who came out on top in that engage.
3 for 3 in the end coming through. So an even trade and probably the best the Chiefs could have hoped for. Because in the end, it's Maokai. He's going to get incredibly tanky getting all the kills. But he was already pretty far ahead. At the end of the day, picking up 2 kills onto Radiant, probably beneficial because he is the only one that at the moment can chop down that tree. Helios is an absolute beast. And if we take a look at it again, props coming through for Spooks because he saved Swiffer for so long with a good body slam in there. But then it was an overcommit. They didn't have to commit that hard to the fight. They could have taken the 1-for-1. Instead, they chose to fight a very tanky Maokai. And look, he's just taking no damage. Their prioritization of targets wasn't the best. Swiper was still hitting Maokai. They could have collapsed onto Sejuani. They blew so many summoner spells getting in there. And in the end, they just got flanked by Zycro and Helios. He wasn't going anywhere. So strong.
Yeah, and that is going to mean first Dragon going down for KLG here at 12 minutes. So a bit of a late Dragon as Zycro is going to get the Tidecaller's Blessing and try and relentlessly pursue Radia, but doesn't manage to.
Wasn't very relentless. He gave up pretty quick.
Yeah, it was just the name of the skill. Yeah. That's how that one works. As Reggie's going to get shockwaved here. Forster flashes, the explosive cast comes through, saves his life as the passive comes down, but he did flash.
Yeah, but very Chiefs-esque. You notice the CS advantage coming through now in the mid lane.
Yeah.
They've just defaulted to Chiefs' game plan. Ignore all other lanes, let them farm, and get Swiffer ahead. Spooks will not go anywhere that is mid lane right now. He's just going to ward the heck out of the lane, continue to sweep, and just repetitively gank the LeBlanc player. So Reggie, if he's playing anything, probably going to be happy that he's on the LeBlanc because that's pretty safe.
Yeah, exactly. You can actually escape from things as Swiper. He's actually caught up in farm here. Not going to be able to exactly do battle with Helio as he tries to challenging smite him, but in the end, not really going to do too much as Helios' passive is just ridiculous. Of course, Maokai in 5.7 has been nerfed.
Yeah, he certainly has with his, what's it called? The something sap. It's his passive that comes through and gives him health back that got nerfed away there. So scales up with levels now. Isn't that flat amount at all ranks? But this is kind of cute coming through from Swiper. All he has to do is every creep wave because he'll have 2 charges of smite coming into lane. Walk up, smite Helios. Won't be able to do any damage to him. Farm out the wave, then leave. Take a jungle camp. Go somewhere else on the map. But what it means is he's going to be able to free farm and not really get bullied around, although he does lose out on his turret now, hoping that he wasn't going to get dived.
Didn't lose the cannon creep, though. And that is the most important part, as Reggie, he's actually going to split push this one as the culling comes through. Rosie going to use his Titan's Wrath in order to tank that one up, and Swiffer going to continue last hitting under this turret. Rosie going to help him out with that one. Of course, Nautilus trying to feel useful.
Yeah, no, he's certainly useful.
Managing
able to pick up every CS in that lane. And I like what they did there. They recognized that all of a sudden that we're getting dove and, I guess, gank repetitively in the mid lane. Take your strongest care, your AD and your support at this stage. Yep. Throw the mid, continue to wave clear, get the farm going on those 2 guys, and just send LeBlanc to split push. Orianna probably not going to follow because she is your wave clear champion and you need to keep that mid turret up. So all of a sudden, the one game plan the Chiefs have, now very ineffective.
But the thing is, the Chiefs have actually defensively warded fantastically well. They know that they're behind, and they're playing according to that. So
yeah, they certainly
that can be said for them.
Yeah, they equalized at about the 2,000 mark, but now all the members converging on the mid lane. Teleport just not available for Maokai. You feel that is the next thing they're waiting on for. As soon as that one's up, they're going to look to get aggressive. As they're going for some deep wards here, Bear able to sweep out Vision. But Radia, he needs to be so careful.
Oh, he's in a lot of trouble. He's going to have to run away now as Radia going to get scrying orbed. In fact, his ward is going to get scrying orbed. He's going to be fine as he backs in this little brush and not able to quite find it here. And KLG have taken their foot off the gas just a little at this stage of the game.
Yeah, they certainly have. It's very hard to siege up if you have only Illusion really to siege turrets. He's not the best turret sieger. Gragas can push you off turrets really well, and there's always the threat of a flank coming through from a Hecarim. So I like what they've done. All they're doing, stalling out for the next Dragon, keeping the lead at 2,000 gold, making sure that they're going to be ahead by that margin, which is pretty big deal at only 15 minutes into the game. And then force Chiefs to fight out in the open, not around turrets where they can get collapsed on easily. Set up good vision around the Dragon area and just force an objective fight.
Yeah, and they're looking for this outer turret here in the mid lane as well. That will open up a lot of the map here. Does go down to about half health as Spooks comes through. He's going to body slam through the turret in order to avoid the damage, but you can see Swiffer, now with a needlessly large rod and that Athene's on Holy Grail, can destroy these creep waves with the attack dissonance combo.
Yeah, he certainly can. So it really is only the mid lane that's ahead for the Chiefs. Maybe their jungle as well. Actually, Spooks ahead by 2 levels. That's
and the
a
same
huge
score
deal.
here too.
That's a massive deal coming through for the jungler. He's 15 CS up, which is about 3-4 camps as well. As we see a little bit of an exchange still going in Helior's way in the top lane.
Oh, bet not quite going to find the Aqua Prison as Swiper runs a long way away. It's a very scary sapling, as there was a piggy up there in the top lane as well.
Yeah, well, there's only 2 members showing in mid, and now they're actually sending a 4th up into the top lane, so they're trying to collapse here. As Spooks, he's not really going to take much damage, but he's caught.
Yeah, there's the Aqua Prison to come through here as well. He's going to flash out of the way, but Twisted Advance is going to follow him, and Spooks most definitely dead. Takes almost every ultimate on KLG's lineup.
Yeah, he does, but they're probably going to lose another turret here in the top lane, because without a jungler, without the disengage that Spooks provides, all of a sudden it's a much easier siege, and Chiefs, they might have to give up a tier 2 turret only 17 minutes into the game.
Yeah, they might, but they do have that Orianna with all of the wave clear coming through, and look at that. Radiant just destroys creep waves.
Yeah, and now all of a sudden the rotation is coming through from KLG back to mid. They need to make sure they don't get caught out here, because Swiffer, he's pretty strong.
He is, and he avoids the Aqua Prison there as well. It takes a lot of damage, though, from that Light Slinger passive from Zycro as he gets a piercing light across there at the same time. And KLG trying to get a positional advantage, but they just can't find it.
Yeah, they certainly can't. So Spooks, one of the tankier members, blown up, but not much else gained coming through here from KLG. It's only about a 2,500 gold lead. Dragon is up in 9 seconds. So we'll have to see whether they can get positional control over that area. And it really is currently Swiper who is very far behind. The rest of his team kind of equalized there. The turret gold, of course, going to put them slightly ahead. But Swiper versus Helior, Helior is so much more useful currently.
Yeah, can you see what they're planning, though, here? Swiper sitting in base with the home guard boots, does have the teleport available at the same time. They're looking for an engagement as KLG are posturing around.
They're going
Reggie's going to get ulted. There's the depth charge, and the teleport's coming through. The horse just launches himself onto LeBlanc and gets her out of the fight. But Lucian, he's going to take down Spook. KLG taking so much damage. Shockwave gets Arctic Assaulted out of as Helior does go down low. Julius Tito low as well. Reggie at half health. The Chiefs now with a positional advantage as the 1-for-1 did come through. And man, these fights are going so even when KLG had a dream start.
Yeah, it certainly did. And that was with a missed Shockwave. That should have been the Chiefs' fight. Instead, they don't get it. They might be able to pick up the Dragon. Julius Tito will die if he goes for it, but he
picks it up and flashes out. Beautiful play, and they keep the monopoly on the Dragon. That was ridiculous.
And Swiper had his smite available as the highest level on the map, and didn't use it. Spook, same level, didn't get to use his either, and it was all because of Reggie. Julius Detour, he got the smite away, but it was all about LeBlanc coming in, using the combination there to take it down low enough, and they weren't expecting that burst damage to come through.
Yeah, just weren't able to get their fingers on the trigger, but let's have a look at this fight again.
Yeah, so you see the teleport on the back lane from Swiper, it's a kind of split targets. If he had kept zoning out there, might have done a little bit better and picked up another kill, but Julius Tito, he was able to get away from the Shockwave, which really swung it back in KLG's favor. Picking up the Dragon afterwards really just cemented the fact that even though that was an even trade, still went in the favor of KLG.
Yeah, well, of course, picking up the Dragon and more importantly, denying the first Dragon from the Chiefs means that KLG still have that flat 6% statistical advantage.
Yeah, it certainly does, but we can see now the Chiefs trying to get busy in this middle lane. Reggie, he's actually pretty far behind right now. You can see that Swiffer does a lot of damage to him, and with only a Blasting Wand and a Morellonomicon, not even the Sork Boots coming through. They're being forced into double Doran Ring. Not having a fantastic game on the LeBlanc, so we'll have to see whether that hurts out his team. However, just going back to it, that Maokai, he's not dying anytime soon.
Big.
He is huge.
Yeah, Frozen Heart completed as well as the Righteous Glory with, you know, some Merc Treads just to round it all out. And he is behind in farm, but 4-0-2 and a whole lot of global gold that the Chiefs don't have is going to mean that Maokai is very, very difficult to deal with.
Yeah, the one thing I will say is that they're committing very hard to this mid game, because they've even got a Ghost Blade coming through for Lucian, and past the 30-minute mark, Radiant are just going to do so much more damage than that Lucian with a Ghost Blade. Yeah,
well, it's true. So I guess the overcommitment is coming through. Andy Ryan is going to thumbs up his laptop viewing opportunity, hopefully in bed, but I think that's actually on a couch, so it doesn't have the optimal comfort, but not too bad.
Hey, you might have a real comfy couch coming through there. I know my couch. sleep on a futon. It's like rock hard. My couch.
I've seen that
That's
couch, man. That is not that comfortable. Oh, Zycro actually going to flash out here as Swiffer takes so much damage from that culling. Man, gets tanked up by the tankier members of the team, but there's the explosive cast. Zycro actually going to get altered here as the Shockwave not available, but the last auto attack from the turret going to pick it up. Beautiful play from the Chiefs. There's the Shockwave now as Reggie falls down. Chiefs, what an amazing play, and that's why Swiffer held on to it.
Yeah, it certainly is, and now all of a sudden they've got bottom and mid heavy under fire. 3 people collapsing coming through, probably not going to be enough. They'll pick up 2 objectives, and Chiefs turn the whole map on its head. They've got a gold advantage.
By 100 gold. Which is based
on another turret.
Yep, not too bad. So that's an 1,000 gold advantage here for the Chiefs somehow. And don't you make those rude gestures at me, Jake. My goodness. Swiper is going to head back to the top lane now and farm that one out. But the Chiefs, big turnaround there with that mid lane skirmish. And, geez, Swiffer's play with holding on to the Shockwave there was just beautiful.
Yeah.
It's actually got my tongue sort of stuck in my mouth just a little bit. Can't say the words right.
I will say it again, Atlas. This team plays around their mid laner so well. You can just see why they put so much of their late game scaling in the mid lane and allow Radier to play these mid game carries now, because Swiffer has just got a really good understanding of when he can win fights. And straight away, even though he was chunked out, they pulled the trigger. He's 54 CS ahead. And a lot of that, you go, all right, the Orianna matchup, it's pretty good. But with how far behind the Chiefs were, that's just a testament to Swiffer and Spooks playing this lane really well.
Yeah, and now has a death cap as well. And we've spoken at length on the Athene's Unholy Grail plus Rabbidan's death cap power spike, which is huge. But Bear, he's going to get exploded. He's going to die. But Swiffer gets exhausted and taken out as well. Zycro picks up that kill. That's a whole lot of the Chiefs' power removed as Explosive Cast going to get Zycro out of it. But Rosie's going to die. And a double kill comes through for the Lucian. 4-2-4. Has got the Infinity Edge as well as a cheeky Brutalizer and Zeal. And man, he's ripping through people.
And what is his build coming through here? Zycro, he's going for
everything.
I have no idea what he's going for.
Neither do I. As Raider actually going to spell shield this one out. Julius Tito does get feared, but Zycro, he's safe on the backside as the boomerang comes through. Does dodge out one bit of it, but Swiper very, very healthy. Looking to try and collapse on this one. Reggie's going low, but oh my goodness, just explosions across this map as Zycro just does so much damage. Raider, he was there for a second, then he was gone as Swiper. Now caught in no man's land.
Here.
Yeah, that's actually the Skirmisher Saber coming through, but it doesn't look like it's reducing too much damage. But there's the Orianna. Shutdown comes through as Helior gets exploded as well. Another shutdown as Spooks gets sped up. Bear, he might be in trouble here as Explosive Cask. 1 second. No, it doesn't go for it. Not happening.
Not happening, but another one team fight coming through for the Chiefs. After everything went really wrong, an overcommit from KLG.
Yeah.
Especially Zycro. You said that he was untouchable on that back line. Never put yourself in that position where you have to walk through a whole forest to get back to safety because it's only 24 minutes into the game. It's just not worth it. The respawn's just so low. In the end, they were able to get in there, restart up the fight, and just completely swing it in their favor. All of a sudden, the Chiefs, 2 shutdowns coming through onto Swiffer. He's an absolute monster now if you compare him to LeBlanc, a full blasting one to head, 36 CS. Even Radier, he's gone a much more cost-efficient build, so he's kind of the same power as Zycro right now because he has a little bit more attack speed to augment the crit that comes through. Of course, crit scales off more crit, but also scales off attack speed because the more you attack, the more your crit chances, all that good stuff.
Yep.
So the Brutalizer actually kind of hurting Zycro here, has to weave his passive very well, and then kind of has a downtime in between spells.
Does actually help him weaving his passive very well because, of course, the Brutalizer going to affect his spell damage.
He has this really good burst of damage and then has to wait for his spells to come up to re-attack, whereas if he was just flat attack speed, would have a little bit more of that. I also think that it delays the last Whisper, which, if anyone gets any armor in this game, is really going to hurt him. So, look, it's peaking early, and we said this about the entirety of their team comp. They're going to get outscaled by the Chiefs, so I understand why they're doing it. But that's a huge commitment to the mid-game coming through from KLG. And talking about commitment, Swiper's been in base for a good 20 seconds now, waiting for that perfect teleport.
And he's going for it now. Has a Banshee's Veil coming through into the backline as Swiper just going to try and zone them out here. Another steal not going to come through as Spooks picks that one up. Rosie going to get chained, but not stunned as Julius Tito trying to come through. Did throw out the ult, but didn't quite find it. As a beautiful Aqua Prison comes down. Helior, he's taking up everyone, but Psycho gets exploded by Swiper through the exhaust. Reggie now taking a lot of damage, but they take down the Orianna. Spooks as well trying to do some work, but he is going low. Swiper's just cleaning up in the back line as now it's a 3 for 2. Julius Tito being the focus as Spooks somehow survives. Reggie now on nothing. These KLG members do end up falling down as Swiper picks it up with I have no idea what. And that is going to be Reggie tanking up some creeps. There's a ward in that brush, and he's got 110 health.
Spooks, don't do it. There's no point going in there. Swiper's going to get the kill, although he'll just go back to his clone here.
Oh, Spooks gets picked up. Reggie with the outplay.
Yeah, and Spooks, I have no idea what you're doing there. You're in complete no man's land. You're on no health. You give a free kill over and secure the exit, but all of a sudden, Swiper, we were talking about their Swiffer train starting up. This is a guy that gave up first blood, died in lane, made an absolute monster out of the Maokai, and is now 5-3-5.
Yep, and has a full Banshee's Veil, and the Cinderhulk, and as well as a Phage. Going towards that Trinity Force at some stage in this game, I'd expect. And I was actually wanting to talk to you before all of that erupted. Why the Banshee's Veil instead of a Spirit Visage? But let's go into a replay.
Yeah, so we'll take a look at the replay. Helios overcommits here because Reggie had actually gone back over the wall. And as you see, has to walk the entire way around. So Helios, he's taking a lot of damage. And then they commit onto Rosie, which is a weird move coming through. As Swiper, continually on the back line, is just cleaning up priority target after priority target. You see Bear, he goes down. Zycro had gone down before that. Julius Tito, he's next to followed by a cheeky red buff that went over to Swiper during that. So he just burns alive. But then it was really, Reggie came up with a huge outplay to kind of equalize that fight.
Yeah, and I like how you call it an outplay because it got him out at the same time. It's beautifully done. Pause is going to come through, ladies and gentlemen. The Chiefs now with a very clean 2,000 gold lead and have the Dragon as well.
Yeah, they certainly do. So the Chiefs moving into the mid-game looking much stronger, but props to KLG. They got their team comp ahead, and all of a sudden, because of where they're at in the game, Maokai very successful as a solo tank in the mid-game. You can't underestimate Sejuani's CC. And then they have a lot of burst coming through from Zycro and Reggie. So even though they're 2,000 gold behind, on very equal footing because of when their composition spikes. If this game goes for another 10 minutes, though, wow, do the Chiefs get scary, especially with their gold value sitting on their top laner and their mid laner. Radiant, unfortunately, you're just a click R bot at this point and get Hecarim onto the back line because Hecarim, he's going for a Trinity Force. He has that Banshee's Veil. You want to know why it was completed? Because the only person that can delete him is the LeBlanc. So as long as he survives that, he can actually smite the AD carry, get rid of all that damage, and then he's just worried about the LeBlanc bursting him down. So if that's not the case, he's going to be able to fly onto Zycro, challenge him to a duel, and then destroy him.
Yeah. Pretty much, and we saw that in the last fight as well. Swiper was just massive. Of course, that W just giving him so much healing in the middle of those fights as well. He came into the end of the fight after killing Bear and Zycro and looked like he was at full health.
Yeah, exactly right. And he did it because he isolated priority targets. So you saw straight away he and Rosie collapsed onto the AD carry player.
Yeah.
Then he chased out the support player, and then he turned around and chased out the jungler. So it's not like he's fighting a 5v5 team fight, which Hecarim during the mid-game, not fantastic at. He's good when he's got 4 items at team fighting, but until then, he really is an assassin. But he just did it by isolating target, taking him down, picking your next guy. Good target prioritization coming through there from Swiper. Because realistically, if he's peeling and he's hitting the big tree, he's not doing his job.
Yeah, well, this is the thing. One thing I'd like to mention is KLG's incredible sort of wombo combo that they do have. Of course, the Glacial Prison into an Aqua Prison. Sort of the double prison maneuver coming through is so much CC.
Would you say it locks you up forever there, Atlas, coming through? But yeah, it certainly is a very good chain CC effect. And not to mention the fact that LeBlanc can quite safely distort onto that, which is a lot of damage. As we jump back into the game, guys. So I agree. I like what they're bringing to team fights. I like the fact that they've got the culling to come across. But it is a very high-risk maneuver to pull off.
It is, but we do have Radio almost with that last whisper completed. There's Master Merkin and, of course, the Oceanic Country Manager watching on his laptop.
Relegated to a laptop, Mirko.
I know.
Where's the big TV?
This is ridiculous. We've seen one of those already, Mirko. You had better standards before. But well done. Well done. 50CR still the advantage here for Swiffer in the mid lane. Does have the Sorcerer's Shoes completed, going for that Void Staff second, you have to think. Swiper has himself a Sheen, so only about 1,200 gold away from that Trinity Force. But Helior on the other side of the Rift does have almost a Randuin's as well as the Frozen Heart. There is no way physical damage is getting to this Maokai at all in a team fight.
Yeah, he certainly is very strong at the moment, and I'm waiting for after that Void Staff to see whether Swiffer goes for the Leandri's Torment to try and just get some damage onto the Sejuani and onto the Maokai. You expect that to be a Locket of the Iron Solari picked up by Julius Tito as well.
Yep.
So hopefully when that is the case, all of a sudden they're starting to nullify exactly what Swiffer is bringing to these team fights. However, on the other side of the Rift, Spooks has already got his over, not going for the selfish items first. He's got a Sightstone, and he's got a Locket. So he's very much a team-fighting supportive jungler right now. Also gives him some cooldown reduction. Once he finishes up that Frozen Heart, he's going to have 30 cooldown reduction, as well as everything from his runes and masteries. You have to think he's running at nearly max. And then good luck getting away from a Gragas. Yep. One of my favorite things about Gragas is if he lands his body slam, it resets some of the cooldown, and all of a sudden, he just sticks to you like glue. If you fight him in a choke point, he's got his barrel, he's got his body slam. It's like nearly impossible to walk past him. He's like this big fat bouncer that just won't let you anywhere.
Yeah, well, exactly right. And it's pretty hard to walk through a big fat bouncer if anyone's been out partying. So it makes a whole lot of sense to me as well there. Spawn and Swiffer, he has completed the Void Staff. So he's got that trifecta of mid lane items that they really want here in the mid game. Also with the boots, just as the icing on that cake. So of course the Chiefs probably looking for a little bit of a team fight at this stage, but we'll see whether they can still take it, because Randuin's Omen now completed by Helior. He's a monster. Of course, Hecarim now heading back to base is going to have a Trinity Force, so that's a decent spike at the same time. But is sort of a third item Trinity Force still the power spike that you're looking for with that item?
Yeah, it certainly is. He's real strong now, and he's not going to be hitting Helior, so you don't ever compare them head-to-head. Helior, unless he's really peeling, is never going to be Swiper's priority target in these team fights. It's really about how quickly he can kill that Lucian right now, and when you look at his items, you think pretty quick.
Yeah, pretty damn quick. One thing that we haven't really mentioned here is the fact that Rosie's 3-1-9 has escaped a whole lot of death that has been going on this map and has really looked fantastic. Actually managed to lock down the kill onto Zycro in the last team fight there around the Dragon really beautifully. Set that one up for Swiper to take down. This Nautilus support has really been going well.
Yeah, and he's got the Righteous Glory for his team, so he's like the second speed up. They can use Radier, then he can wait until Swiper and he can team up and jump onto the AD carry. So I like what he's done with his itemization. He actually, I'm not going to say stole, but wow, Engage coming through.
Yeah, they're looking for something. Julius Tito's going to miss the ult as the tidal wave comes through, but Spooks, he's going to get caught. Reggie gets exploded as the Mikhails come through. Swiffer so fast trying to escape this one. Helior getting the focus from Radier, who has the last whisper. Now Rosie going to get blown up, but Helior's going to fall down as well. Julius Tito melting like butter as the Gragas picks up the kill. Spooks gets caught by an Aqua Prison, and KLG, they're on the run because Radier's at full health, flashing forward. That auto reset was insane onto Bear, and the Chiefs tore apart that fight.
They certainly did. 3 dead. All of a sudden, no teleport. Baron a real objective at 32 minutes in. Chiefs taking over this late game. And Radier, the evolution of his game. A year ago, he would have never flashed for that kill. This time, going on the solo mission, securing the 3rd death, picking up the Baron for his team. And this is now in very big danger zone for KLG.
And I believe you actually mentioned about 10 minutes ago that if this goes another 10 minutes, the Chiefs are definitely going to be ahead. So I think you've done well.
Yeah, exactly right. It's just all about the Orianna as well as Swiper. You saw how long it took to kill him. He's probably, because of his W, just as tanky as Maokai at this point in the game because of the fact that Last Whisper was, I guess, on its way, finished up for Radier in that team fight.
Yeah.
Only just finished up now for Zycro. So the Brutalizer in the end did come back to hurt you, Zycro. Didn't like the pickup then, still don't like it now. And this was just an overcommit. We mentioned how tanky Spooks is. The Shockwave deleted Reggie. All of a sudden, all the healing items that Bear wants to be using on Zycro aren't there. And they're fighting on mismatched terrain. Wall between KLG's lineup. There wasn't a wall between the Chiefs, so they could just free hit. Swiper dove in, took the up damage, and from there, Radiant was just powered into a fight and completely take over.
And the Chiefs had a complete monopoly of the vision in that little banana brush as well, and it meant that Swiper could just walk in there. No one was attacking from it, and he was hidden away from Zycro, had to face check it if he wanted to finish off the horse, and there was not a whole lot that KLG could do apart from run away and then get flashed on by Radiant.
Yeah, exactly right. So they had to back away. Their front line went down.
Yeah.
And we said that they weren't going to be the priority target. So if they ever do go down, you know that their positioning is wrong because the Chiefs don't want to be hitting them. They just happened to be the most enticing target at that point in time. They peeled Backley beautifully through the lack of vision. We mentioned the wall really cutting off the rest of the team. And in the end, that meant the Baron and now Chiefs, they're just starting to siege up.
Well, not necessarily siege up. They're starting to take turrets across this map. You can see KLG were defending the mid lane, but Chiefs 5 members strong here on the top side of the map. KLG actually defending behind their inhibitor turrets. They are giving so much respect to this Oceanic team coming through.
All of a sudden, Atlet is a 7,000 gold advantage.
Goodness.
So not only do they have the better team composition late game, Swift has just got another needlessly large rod. All of a sudden, there's a BF sword sitting on top of Radiant after that last fight. Rosie's a monster with the face of the mountain, so tanky, although he gets taken a half health there.
That was a full combo from LeBlanc, though.
Yeah, and that's probably not who you want to be using it on as they go in again, trying to repel this invade.
I think Swiper took a spell. Not entirely sure. Although just a cheeky Q, probably not going to do a whole lot anyway, but the Chiefs are going to continue to wait around here. Another Siege minion going to come through, powered up by this Baron, of course, non-attackable by the turret. And this inner turret's going to fall down here in the mid lane as well. The bottom lane probably going to be the next option here as the Chiefs going for a bit of a textbook play.
Yeah, they're just moving around the map. There's a huge minion wave bottom lane. They don't want to be caught out, although it looks like they're on their way to being caught out. As Spooks, he's trying to steal the red buff. Although there's a mid laner, nah, they are able to pick it up. So, I don't know, a little bit unnecessary. They're just trying to take everything they can before they pick up the rest of the farm. Good use of the Baron buff. They pick up 3 turrets with it. Now very much 8,000 gold in the lead. And Swiper, that is a top laner's dream there. Being able to gallop into a minion wave, pull the AD carry obviously didn't scream loud enough for you to leave alone.
The red dot syndrome of an AD carry coming through there. But Swiper happy to parade into it. He's going to head back to base. Does have 2.2 thousand gold, so I'd probably want to go back too, as Swiffer is waiting for the extra 18 gold for the, I believe, Sonny's Hourglass.
Yep.
There it is. Beautiful. See, I can do my maths.
You certainly can. 90 CS now ahead is a mid laner for the Chiefs. 3-3-11, having a very good supportive game. Rosie's scoreline looks so much better because Swiffer was kind enough to give him a couple of kills in the mid-game. As Spook's now prepping the blue buff. And you think from here, Chiefs just head bottom lane, try and push that one out, take out the last outer turret of the game, and really make KLG play the measured, controlled style that Chiefs want. KLG from here, they're looking for a flank. They're looking to get Maokai on top of Radier, get a perfect Sejuani ult into people. Maybe even a turret dive to come through, a little bit of a misplaced turret dive. Layer their CC that we've already talked about. Nami, she's got the ultimate, she's got the bubbles. Sejuani, she's got everything in her kit that just screams CC. And try and hope that the Chiefs make a slip up, because honestly, without a misplay, Chiefs win this game pretty textbook.
Yeah, well, that's what it's looking like so far as Spooks.
A zoning barrel.
A zoning barrel. That was an interesting one. Yeah, that was definitely an interesting one. He's going to throw another one there into that bush and spot out the fact that there is a pink ward. Chief's going to clear out some more. It is some great defensive vision coming through from KLG. They do know exactly what's going on around that Baron pit. As Spook's not going to quite get Aqua Prison, but Julius Tito coming around the side as well. Swiper split pushing with that teleport available.
So they back off until someone shows in Swiper's lane. Very good slow play coming out here from the Chiefs. You see, as soon as they see Helios in that lane, they're like, okay, now we can group once again as 4. I'm waiting for Spooks to just walk up to the turret and throw Gragas Barrel at someone. It's the easiest way to get people away from turret. As soon as this minion wave creeps into it, you just pick up your barrel, you throw it at someone, all of a sudden they can't stand on the turret anymore, and Radier can get free shots. Without that barrel, Radier is way too short range to hit the turret.
Yeah, and Helio actually can't do anything to Swiper anymore. Swiper went back and got a Thornmail.
Yeah, so not going for the Frozen Heart. Wow. So he's going for Frozen Heart last. Actually like the pickup coming through there, because no lifesteal yet built on Lucian means that hitting Swiper now, really bad option.
especially if Swipe is in your face as well. I mean, you're taking Cinderhulk damage, Rampages, devastating charges, and Sheen procs, and man, it's just a horrible time attacking that horse.
Yeah, it certainly is. So now finally after LeBlanc distorts in, maybe they can get some work done on the turret. No, they still can't commit to it, so maybe they have to wait for the... Wow.
That was not a good trade, Reggie. As I believe that was, in fact, a Mimic distortion onto Swiffer that he shielded up.
Yeah, he certainly did, and in the end, just the attack command and then Dissonance coming through it. That was half the health, so I was going to say maybe they abandoned it. All of a sudden, everyone's like, we can take that turret. We can one-shot the LeBlanc.
Yeah, well, LeBlanc is actually going back. So Reggie going to be back in base for the next few seconds. That's only going to be 3 people underneath that turret, and that's all of the burst damage available. And you'd think Swiper could even teleport in if they really wanted to fight something.
Yeah, they don't want to dive. This is the thing. The Chiefs are in a position to win the game. Why would you force that hard? The Baron's up in like
I've seen
minute.
them play before.
All of a sudden, yeah, but you've seen them play locally, domestically. There's a hell of a lot more on the line right now.
Yeah, I know. I know. Don't worry.
This isn't 4-0. Throw a 13,000 gold lead Atlas. This is the international wildcard invitational.
That is rude. Okay, that was just good play.
It was very good play. Nidalee players are really annoying when they get to late game, apparently.
Exactly.
So, but right now, all they do is they slow play the game. They make sure that they're securing objectives. There's only 1 outer turret left. They can take that with the next Baron. I think they're up to their 3rd Dragon. Movement speed, always a good thing, especially when you're running a heavy engage comp like the Chiefs are. Hecarim, double dipping with that passive comes through as a little bit of attack damage as well. But yeah, they're in no rush right now. Yeah. They can just play it slow.
Yeah, and also the Baron is going to be up in another minute as well, ladies and gentlemen, so the Chiefs probably looking to go and pick that one up. Head over to the Dragon, pick that one up. Just head around this map, make sure that they have everything in their back pocket before they go for these sieges that they want to pick up. And, of course, we saw last time they grabbed the Baron, they picked up a whole lot of turrets, and you have to think that's going to give them that opportunity to get into the base, because breaking the base is still very, very important.
Well, the thing about these compositions and the really tanky comps that are augmented by Sivir is all of a sudden you can't hit turrets. Because Sivir, no range as an AD carry. She's still relatively squishy. They don't have great... If someone dives onto Radiant, they really do need to layer the shields on there, and it only really is the Orianna shield right now. I mean, you can get Face to the Mountain if you really are picky for it, but they don't have that many options to keep the AD carry up, so it's still extremely hard.
Yeah, and it is 3v4 now around this turret, of course. Wow, Radiant does a whole lot of damage when he does have access to that. 4 items now.
Oh, Reggie missed both chains there. A little bit of a misplay coming through from the mid laner from KLG. He's had the game dictated to him. The rest of the map held up very well, especially their bottom lane. Zyko looks brilliant. He's kept up in CS. Questionable item build coming through, but he was trying to get his team into a position to win the game. But overall, their bottom lane for KLG really has looked promising.
Oh, most certainly. Reggie actually coming through does manage to chain up the Dragon. As Julius Tito looking for the steal, doesn't quite find it, is going to get locked up. There's a beautiful barrel to get him back into the team, but he's getting healed, is going to survive as Helior now comes through. Swiper with an escape helps pick up a kill, and Helior now finds himself in the back of the pit, forced to flash out. Rosie flashes over on a one-man mission as Helior gets double killed by Swiffer. Julius Tito does manage to make his way out, and Rosie just zoned 2 people.
Yeah, he certainly did. A no-health jungler and a support. So
okay, I'm not going to give him too much credit, but still, it was pretty cool to watch.
So he did something, but in the end, there's 2 priority targets on KLG's lineup. Stop diving, start peeling, because Zyko had no peel whatsoever and got deleted. And Reggie, he was trying to weave in and out of that fight. All of a sudden, Chiefs decided they wanted to poke him a little bit, and he exploded his build. No death cap coming through there. He hasn't got...
No Zhonya's?
No Zhonya's coming through there. Thank you very much. No Abyssal Scepter, something like that, to get rid of a lot of the magic damage. And he's a sitting duck.
He most certainly was. And if he does manage to get caught in that distortion, can't get back in time, then he's just going to die. 13,000 gold now, the lead for the Chiefs, as Swiper's just bounding around this Baron. Spook's coming through now, and so much Baron damage means this is going to fall down almost immediately. Swiffer has to be sitting on a whole chunk of change, as they're going to empowered recall back to base. 2,500 for the mid laner. 27 now as he purchases some items. Picks up the Haunting Guys here, so going for the last item, Leandru's Torment, and I know you like that one, and I certainly do too.
Yeah, I certainly do, because if they're going to go for any kind of turret dive, that's when you have to hit the tanks. The Leandru's really augment that, but it's a 6-item top laner, 6-item jungler, pretty much a 6-item AD carry. Nothing to improve on from Chiefs here, so they need to win the game relatively soon.
They do. Otherwise, this gold is going to be completely irrelevant. Quick shot. He's going to watch it over some feet. I assume his own. Nicely done, quick shot.
Yeah, very nice picture there. Sad I don't get to see his hair to compare whose is better today. So hey, next one you said
he gets to relax, okay? He doesn't have to worry about it. Hair battle not happening today.
But they've gone back to the split push. Of course, teleport was used this time from Helio, so all of a sudden, Swiper in that bottom lane, heck of a lot safer to start split pushing through there. He's got his teleport available. So any fight they start right now, it's a 5v4 in the Chiefs' favor.
Yeah, and I think that KLG also have to go for the risky plays now. Of course, it's looking like sort of as time goes on, it's just the Chiefs slowly and methodically winning the game. And KLG, if they're going to get back into this one, they have to surprise the Chiefs. They have to catch them out with some sort of play.
See, I kind of disagree. I think that if that's the way you're going to play the game, you do it 10 minutes ago. So the first time that they're sieging near the bottom turret, maybe not 10, but maybe like when they were sieging that bottom turret, that's when you pull the trigger and you go, okay, we're going to make a risky play. We're going to leave Hecarim up top, and we're going to try and force and engage and get you out of position. All of a sudden, giving up like 6 items on every major carrier on the opposition team and then going, well, we need to make a miracle play.
Idea. I just
we
said
need to do it now. They've kind of committed to, we hope we don't lose this game until gold becomes irrelevant. So I think they actually just stick to wave clear. I don't think they're going to win because of it, unless the Chiefs like single file turret dive, and even then I still think Swiper can kill a couple of people as they do it. But yeah, if that was how Chaos Latin Gamer wanted to actually play this game, they needed to pull the trigger 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, well, we're sort of looking for opportunities here in a place that's a little bit dark and dangerous, Spawn, because KLG in a whole lot of trouble. Of course, when you're down 15,000 gold at this stage of the game and you've got the likes of Hecarim and Orianna sitting there on almost 6 items, and there's not a whole lot of good news stories.
This is a 5.7 thing. This is why we're seeing tanky supports and even tankier mid laners coming through, because all of a sudden, the game is about control. And if you control the majority of the map for the majority of the game, you win a lot of these things. It's about long, drawn-out team fights, prioritizing objectives. A lot of the top laners right now don't take Baron damage, so you just sit on Baron and make teams come to you. It's how the Chiefs are forcing fights everywhere through objectives.
Oh, we saw that. Hecarim just sitting there on his own.
Yeah, exactly right. So all of a sudden, the Chiefs have a team that does that very well. They've got 3 tanky members and an Orianna with a huge shield and a very self-sufficient AD carry. On the side of KLG, they don't have a team that does that very well. They've got Sejuani and Maokai as their 2 tanks. Nami is kind of a misfit in the whole composition because she's not enough peel by herself. And LeBlanc, I think, is the main one for me. They blind picked it, and there's just not very many lanes that LeBlanc currently wins. I think that she actually does relatively poorly in a lot of the lanes that she used to do well. Even things like Ahri currently beat her because of the introduction of Luden's Echo.
Yeah, well, this is the crazy thing. We still have seen across regions being picked high priority, of course, often banned away here as well. But you're exactly right. We have seen sort of illustrated exactly what the weaknesses are.
Yeah, exactly right. And when you take something like an Orianna, that past level 4, you're just not going to burst down. It's extremely hard to do LeBlanc's job efficiently.
Oh, the culling going to come through. Spook's just going to happily tank that one up as he uses the rest of it on the turret. Meanwhile, Swiper is just ignoring Helio on this bottom side. Breaks the base as Swift is going to Zhonya's. There's the tidal wave to come down. Doesn't quite do too much as Spooks takes a lot of damage. Command Protect in there to help out. Meanwhile, Swiper continuing the pressure. And the Chiefs, they're just hanging on to this siege minion. Another wave comes through. They're going to lose another turret, KLG. The inhibitor now under fire. Reed doing so much work. Another inhib falls down as Zychro's going to get ulted up and exploded. The Chiefs now on a rampage into this base. Swiper sort of wanted to find something. Instead, just decides to take a consolation turret as the Nexus is soon going to be the focus. Super creeps here. A hula hoop to come down, but Reggie still takes a whole ton of damage. The Nexus falls, and the Chiefs, after a difficult early phase of the game, win that one with an 18,000 gold lead.
Yeah, an impressive mid-late game coming through from the Chiefs. A disastrous early game, though, especially for their top laner, but he finishes in style. He just tanked that turret up, even through the Cinderhulk burning him down. But in the end, KLG, they put together some good parts of the composition, played the early game phenomenally. The laning phase especially was impressed by their early map movements, but just couldn't translate it into any meaningful mid-game outcome.
Yeah, and there are a few mid-game team fights there that just went almost luckily in the advantage of the Chiefs. You have to think that if it had have gone slightly the other way. KLG really could have ran over that game.
But the one thing you will say is that the Chiefs stuck with the fights.
Yeah, they did.
And this is a very 5.7 thing. We keep coming back to it, but they've got tanky members all of a sudden fighting for prolonged amount of time. When you have things like Gragas that gets health back, things like Hecarim that gets health back. These fights, they look lucky, but your kit supports long extended trades.
Yeah,
the kit on the side of KLG, LeBlanc, Lucian, they're all around fighting around their combo, blowing one member up, transferring that into an objective. So when the team fights started going longer, it was only natural for the Chiefs to start picking up early advantages.
Yeah, and that's sort of just what is involved with an Orianna and a Hecarim, I guess. I was just sort of talking about the fact that there were some really slim moments there when the Chiefs limped away.
They were coming down to the wire. That team fight in the mid lane, especially where the Chiefs stuck at it and nearly overcommitted when they blew a couple of flashes for a dive and Zycro committed late. That was a team fight that, definitely it could have gone one of two ways. And in the end, trading evenly for the Chiefs was definitely good because the later the game went, the more their team comp was going to come into fruition. But I think it's just more of a point. You have to understand what you're fighting with and what the objectives of your team is. KLG, they were hoping to get a big wombo combo across, use their combination of spells, then move into something early, and they weren't able to do that.
No, not quite, but we'll see whether it pays off in their next one. Ladies and gentlemen, we do have a replay coming through from that game, and let's just see exactly how this one happened. It was, of course, the last Dragon fight that the Chiefs did manage to take.
Yeah, so the Chiefs start this one up, and Spook takes a combo. So when we roll this one out on the bottom of your screen, you're going to see LeBlanc pop over the wall and the teleport come in. And this is where they actually prioritize Julius Dito, but he's not the priority target. All of a sudden, he runs away. No one's peeling for Reggie. No one's peeling for Zycro. Nami's in the wrong position to start that fight. She's got both her summoner spells available and somehow lives. In the end, they tried to engage from a split pincer movement behind. Always a bad thing. Don't send your squishy members towards the bottom of the map because if they go in together, they just get prioritized and exploded. And once again, it was just the Chiefs. There was nothing wrong with how KLG played the early game. It was about the execution through the mid-late.
Yeah, and it didn't really work out. Of course, they also committed very, very heavily, like you mentioned, picking up things like that Brutalizer to come through very early on and making sure that they could augment the fact that they have these mid-game power spikes. Do you think that's an overcommit that you never want to do, or do you think it works out in some situations?
No, I think the Brutalizer was a outright bad purchase.
Okay.
He's against two tanks. He's really not going to get that much burst damage in. Realistically, he's trying to fight a Hecarim. If anything, Blade of the Wrong King was a better item to pick up in that situation, just because of the fact Lucian scales really well with
when there's two Cinderhulks as well.
Yeah, two Cinderhulks coming through. You know there's going to be some HP stacking. You need lifesteal. Kiting is a huge thing, so the active is a better pickup there. I just think that the item build, it really didn't make sense. The only way it would have made sense to me is if he went something like IE, Yomu's into Last Whisper, and just spammed like pots the entire mid game and just tried to go as cost effective as possible and get to an earlier spike than what Radier did. But in the end, that's not how the build worked out at all. So it really was caught between two ends. He tried to go late game with a Phantom Dancer and mid game with a Brutalizer. It was just not great.
Yeah, it just doesn't work out. But ladies and gentlemen, the night is still young. There is a whole lot more IWCI coming up. We do have, of course, Japan taking on Russia right after this very short break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the International Wildcard Invitational. What a massive first game. The Chiefs coming out victorious for the Oceanic region. Our Latin American friends not quite managing to answer the late game power.
Yeah, but what a good early game that came out of the Latin American team. KLG really did put together an impressive level 1 and turned it into good lanes. They looked for the 2v2 and were able to secure them, but in the end, the Chiefs' pick ban phase was just a little bit more impressive. They kept relatively cool heads, which honestly surprised me, and were able to turn it into some mid and late game power, so props to those guys picking up the first win of the tournament.
Yeah, really nicely done. Of course, we are going to move into Russia taking on Japan here with Detonation Focus Me against Hard Random, of course, not respectively. That's the other way around. Of course, Detonation Focus Me from Japan and Hard Random from the CIS. And this is going to be huge. Of course, these regions both pretty young.
Yeah, they certainly are young regions. Japan as well. I'm sorry, I was going to say the Japanese team. Japan bursting onto this with their first season coming through. It's only 5 teams in their season at the moment, so it's a little bit shorter than the other regions. But Detonation Focus Me, boy, do they look impressive already. The org is committed to these guys really hard. That's Detonation. The team name is Focus Me. They've got a gaming house. They brag one of the younger, more superstarish roster coming through there. They've got the MVP Utapon on their team. Kazu is a, I guess, shot caller, coach, analyst, all rolled into a support position. Their top laner, Bonzin, very hyped coming out. One of the highest KDAs coming through from the league.
Which is weird for a top laner.
Yeah, weird for a top laner. Really huge kill participation for his team. So I'm looking forward to seeing whether Japan lives up to the hype. Because this team, we've heard about the boot camp in America. There's been publicity everywhere about them. We had mayors going out to towns to beg players to be able to play. But now it's time to really perform in the tournament.
Yeah, well, let's see if they can up against Hard Random here from CIS. And, of course, there has been a lot of teams coming through here. I say a lot, of course. I'm thinking back to Moscow 5, of course, now Gambit with a whole lot of different team members, but coming from a similar area. But these guys definitely looking strong coming through. They do have regional champions here on the top side of the map with some very, very strong players coming through just recently. They picked up, in fact, Pentakills coming in with their last championship performance. So things looking good here for our CIS members.
Yeah, and when we ask for information about these guys, it's like they're the CIS super team. These guys are coming across. They're from a couple of different orgs now together. Smurf in the top lane. He's really more of a tank player, but he also picks up things like Morgana, just randomly, and throws them into the top lane. And these guys, if they're anything, they're a pick-to-win lane team and then transition that into powerful objectives. So expect to see longer laning phase coming out of these guys, a lot of 1v1 outplay potential. Yeah. Once again, when we asked for their star players, we got a list of 5 players, so everyone's a star in their team. But you got to look for these guys to, once again, really secure a solid foundation and try and go from a strong laning phase.
Yeah, and we'll see whether that is allowed to be extended or whether the Japanese play style is going to be a little bit different here, whether there's going to be a clash. But, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to cross to a quick interview.
なったばっかりの時は、知名度もなくてみんな何をやってるんだって感じだったんですけども、最近はメディアとかに取り上げられだしてもう理解がすごい得られてると思います。アメリカでのブートキャンプを通じて、大きな経験を得られたので、準備としてはすごくいい準備ができたと思っています。
これだけ大きな舞台でやるっていうのは初めてのことなのでちょっと緊張してます。やっぱり個人で強いプレイヤーもいると思うんですけど、団結力の方が強いと思っています。
今日本では e スポーツのプロゲーマーという職業がすごい注目され始めていて、僕たちがもし IWCI で結果を残すことができればその流れがすごい加速すると思っているので、日本の e スポーツの発展のためにも僕たちは勝ちたいと思って、僕たちのチームの強みは ADC のユタポンの強さだと思っているので、そのチーム全体でユタポンがどれだけダメージを出せるかを意識してみんなで動いています。
そうですね、初めての、海外のオフラインということで、でもオフライン経験はたくさんあるので海外に来ても実力を発揮して勝つことはできると思っています。
初の海外での大会で緊張はしているんですけど、それよりも勝ちたい気持ちでいっぱいです。今回の一番の強敵は、ホームで戦っているトルコだと思います。
大会で世界のチームと戦うのは初めてなので、日本の実力がどこまで通用するか楽しみですね。
一勝でも多く勝ち星を挙げて、決勝に残ることです。
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and of course, that was, of course, Focus Me, and definitely giving a lot of fear to the Besiktas team. And we are going to go to an interview with Swiper, the top laner of the Chiefs.
Tell us about the breaking point of the game.
I think Latin America got a really good lead, and they capitalized on that. And as the game went on, I feel they sort of let us farm a lot, and we're good at turning them games around. So yeah, we bring it back. It was good.
So you guys gave the first blood before the minions were spawned. How did you manage to get back the game?
Well, I had to start the tournament with face check in a bush, just like in Germany. But yeah, it was it was a good thing because it woke us up a lot, and we sort of realized, wow, we can actually like lose this game. So let's not get like ahead of ourselves and really dig in and try really hard. And we did. It was really good.
Thank you for the interview. Now it's up to Regarner.
Thank you very much. And Swiper there just saying, yeah, we'd like to start with a face check. And look, he's done it before. Let's just do it again.
Yeah, exactly right. And, you know, maybe it did wake them up. Maybe this is what the Oceanic team needed to be able to get through that, because it was an outright face check, a very interesting maneuver.
Well, it was sort of like a half face check, as he walked into the brush, went, oh dear, and then just wandered sideways.
Yeah, took a right-hand turn, which was probably actually good, because Nami Bubble level 1, if you walk back into your team, it's just going to do all kinds of horrible things. So
it's true.
Maybe the right turn to make, but in the end it did put them a little bit behind.
Yeah, a little bit behind is an understatement, but they did manage to claw their way back. And let's bring the focus back here, of course. We did hear from the Japanese team, Focus Me. They did put a lot of fear into Besiktas. Of course, the Turkish team, playing on their home turf is going to give them an advantage, but we've looked at Brazil to be very, very strong coming into this one at the same time. But we'll see exactly whether that one's going to come through. They do start with sort of some unknown rivals here in Hard Random.
Yeah, they certainly do. But the thing that interested me most about that piece on Focus Me was the fact that they don't feel that they need to perform well as a team. They need to perform well as a support team around their AD carry. And we already talked about Yudapon coming through here. He definitely is their star player.
Yeah.
Comparison we've got for those at home is like Imp, Uzi, flashy 1v1 outplays, like to even pick up weird summoner spells like Exhaust over heal to go for the 1v1 outplay in the mid game. And something that is going to be interesting coming through here from the Japanese region is whether their Raise the Puppy composition, they're very AD carry focused, is going to weigh up on a world stage. Because the way to play League of Legends currently, and the way most analysts see the game, is that it's about these tanky front lines being able to get some form of, I guess, heavy engage or heavy disengage, depending on how you're playing, and then be able to win these long extended team fights. If they go towards too much of a split pushing threat with their AD carry, they're going to lose a lot of their damage.
Yeah, well, this is the thing, and we'll see whether they actually manage to come through that, because yeah, what is the real counter here to that sort of play style, though? Like, to the having these multiple tanks, having a massive front line, is there a way that you can use this Raise the Puppy comp and actually still manage to dent that?
Yeah, you certainly can. So you pick up a hyper carry, something like a Jinx, something like a Callista, you continue to try and extend the laning phase. You get to 2 items, and then you just kill the tanks before they're tanky, which is like kind of the way that we see it performed extremely well in the LPL regions like that, where it's also a similar playstyle. To a certain extent, that's certainly changed a lot this season. I'm not going to say LPL is limited to playing to AD carry focus League of Legends anymore, with all the good junglers especially that came across. But it's about, protecting your AD carry, doing what KLG weren't able to do last game, and really peel for the star player on the team, this time Yudapon coming through, and making sure that he's set up for success. So if that's the way they want to play, look for Maokai, look for Orianna, look for kind of a Chiefs-esque comp to come through, but a lot more backwards movement than forwards.
Yeah, and the interesting thing is, if you have a look over the other side of the rift, Hard Random actually play with a very peel-orientated top laner. Of course, Smurf, he has played a whole lot of different roles, has I believe played a mid and support as well, I believe. And he plays the Morgana in the top lane. He plays a whole lot of these more sort of peel-orientated top laners, and that might be sort of a clash of a fairly similar playstyle.
Yeah, he certainly does. So he has a Maokai, he has a Morgana, as you said. He also plays some Hecarim, so he goes carry-oriented when he wants to. But I agree. I think the other thing that coming through here is that the support position is a heck of a lot to do to the peeling as well. So if you pick up something like Kennen, this is why I love Kennen. People say don't even run it into a Janna comp, but I think Kennen is the best peeling support in the game right now because you literally stand on your AD carry and you press your R button, and then as soon as the threat walks on top of you, you hit W, and all of a sudden they can't get near your AD carry anymore because you've got an insta-stun waiting for them. Also, the fact that you can line up another stun, because if they're diving on your AD carry, there's a lot of chance that you can line the Shuriken up, Lightning Rush through them. You have multiple stuns coming through there. So if in the bottom lane, Demonko is able to pick up a peeling support, they will have a very good chance. On the other side, Kazu, he likes to play a lot of Janna and Thresh, and they're more, I guess, historic peeling supports, but they do a very similar thing to Kennen.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. But Lex and Demonko, they have actually played a lot together. They've got massive synergy. You talk about this being a CIS super team, but Lex and Demonko actually came over together from another team previously to that. So they still do have a lot of that synergy. But, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have the players setting up. We're going to go to a short break, but we will be back with our second game very, very soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the International Wildcard Invitational. I'm Atlas. This is Spawn, of course. Players still getting ready to get into our next game, and this is going to be an exciting one, of course. Hard Random coming over from the CIS region against Detonation Focus Me. And we haven't really talked on the mid laners just yet. Of course, Kari there against Syros in the mid lanes. And they've got different champion pools, maybe with a little bit of crossover there, but a lot of control mages coming through from Syros, whereas a lot of assassin play, in fact, some Diana play coming through there from Kari.
Yeah, so he's able to get in there and mix it up a little bit more Syros, because he does have some control mages in there, but he plays a heck of a lot of assassins as well, I think, in the mid lane. He is the second threat that comes through from Detonation Focus Me. Kira on the other side of the rift, he plays a lot of LeBlanc, but he also plays the Ezreal, so they do play some double AD coming into that mid lane as well. So I think they are a mixed bag. I don't think you can really say one's assassin and one's control. I think that if anything, I would give the advantage a little bit to Syros coming through there, because he does get a little bit more attention than what Kira does in the mid lane.
Yeah, and of course Azir has been going off as well. That is one of his champions that he manages to mix up in there. But we are going to go over and have a look at Hard Random. We do have a video for you, ladies and gentlemen, so let's get that one going right away.
It's kind of great feeling when you can just travel to another country, another language, another situation. It's cool to travel, so it's really good. I like it.
We have a really good communication. We have we are friendly with each other, so we have a lot of success with this roster. So I think it's gonna be, at least for now, it's ideal roster for Hard Random.
Соревноваться за границей, безусловно, это что-то, нечто другое по сравнению со своим собственным регионом, потому что игроки с других регионов, ты абсолютно не знаешь, как они будут играть и что будут из себя представлять, и это новый уровень для СНГ игроков. Это очень большой опыт, как для меня, так и для команды в целом, и надеюсь, мы можем очень хорошо показать себя.
The strongest opponent would be every team. Everyone playing different, everyone playing good. That's why they're champions of their region, so I think...
Ну, мы сюда приехали, естественно, только за первым местом, потому что зачем ехать, если ты не хочешь побеждать, если ты уверен, что ты проиграешь, зачем тогда участвовать вообще в соревнованиях. Прогнозы всех наших знакомых, аналитиков и тому подобное, что мы займем не выше 4-го места, но я думаю, что мы разубедим их в этом, покажем хорошую игру. В этом турнире мы больше всего боимся, наверное, турков, потому что у них очень сильный регион, мы очень часто их встречаем на европейском сервере, довольно часто против них играем, в командной игре в тимранкедах попадались против несколько, плюс у них будет преимущество на своей, так сказать, территории. Еще мы немножко боимся бразильцев, потому что у них тоже там...
Наша сцена специфична, и каждый игрок считает себя хорошим в отдельности от команды. Сейчас у нас нет такой проблемы, мы держимся друг за друга, и думаю, мы сможем повторить успех. We always want to win. Still, we don't think that we are better than any other team. Just when you came to the tournament, you want to win. What is the reason that you came here?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. And Hard Random there with a lot of respect to everyone else coming through into the International Wildcard Invitational. And bit of a nothing to lose atmosphere there.
Yeah, it certainly looked like that was their attitude coming into this, and I think there is some benefit to recognizing you're an underdog team, throwing caution to the wind and playing your style of League of Legends. The thing that interests me about both those videos now is that everyone is hyping up Turkey. All of a sudden, Turkey's got a big target on their back. I haven't got to see them play yet, but INTZ's got to have got hold of these videos somewhere. Of course, that's a Brazilian team, and being like, what the heck happened to us? We were supposed to be the hype team coming in, and now Turkey's stealing all the fame. So,
hey, man, we might have been living under a rock. We may not actually understand quite how powerful this lineup actually is.
Yeah, apparently coming through. So Turkey, the home team, getting a lot of love. But back to Hard Random. the individualist approach, and we kind of saw that coming through from the Japanese video as well, saying that they play very individualized around their AD carry, really try and bring that up. They've gone towards the opposite. They've gone to completely, we are a team, we have to play as a unit. So I want to see how quickly they have adjusted as a team to the 5.7 meta, because I feel that out of all the metas we've had so far in League of Legends, this is the most heavy team play meta.
Yeah, well, this is the thing. So we'll see whether that actually does benefit Hard Ran and whether they can pick up a first victory. And when they're coming through with such a sort of, we don't actually really mind what's going on, if they manage to pick up momentum at this stage, it can really have a flow-on effect.
Yeah, it certainly can. Being a team that really is here to just experience a tournament, pick up wins when they can, and then try and charge through with some victories is just going to mean that if that snowball starts rolling for Hard Ran, and watch out, because teams can do some crazy things in League of Legends, and I want to see how it works out.
Yeah, I'm having like Mineski flying around my head now just a little bit. But ladies and gentlemen, remember, you need to hop over to Twitter. Use that hashtag IWCI and let us know exactly what you're doing, how you're enjoying the games, and let us know exactly what you think is going to happen.
Yeah, exactly. So, and tell us how you're watching the games as well. Throw out to that hashtag how you're watching. Send us a picture. Get us involved. But I'm really interested to see what your guys' thoughts are on this game. Of course, Japan, it's been hyped up. Detonation Focus Me are an absolute huge threat coming into this tournament. Probably expectations a little bit higher than even the players thought they would be. And as you saw from the CIS team, Hard Random, they're just here to experience the tournament. They want to pick up wins where they can. That's what they said. Of course, everyone comes to win. We're playing as a team. We're playing together. So, yeah, I want to know, do you guys think Brazil's the strongest? Do you think Turkey's the strongest? Because now I'm honestly confused. And where do these teams stack up? Because I want to know.
Well, that's the thing. That's what's so fantastic about a tournament like this, is the fact that a whole lot of these teams, without any international exposure at all, and a whole lot of them as well with only very, very limited exposure. So you can't necessarily tell exactly how everyone's going to stack up on an international scale like this. And even heading through, when we do have our winners heading over to MSI, you don't know whether they might even be able to take that one. Who knows?
The sneaky MSI
I've got
coming
massive
up there.
like underdog syndrome though. I'm like a massive fan of that.
Yeah, I certainly do as well. And seeing teams enter into the major tournaments like MSI, I think the IWCI tournament that we're running right now is a good way to send a team in there, because if it is someone like Hard Random or Detonation Focus Me, all of a sudden scouting becomes a real big deal, because there's a heck of a lot of footage out there of, say, maybe in TSM, because they play on a very popularized stage, but good luck digging up tapes of these guys.
Although we did manage to find them, so they are there, ladies and gentlemen. It's just hard to find them in English a lot of the time.
Yeah, it certainly is. But Hard Random, they come through. I like that you mentioned Kira. We talked about Lex and Domenico in the bottom lane as well. Let's hit on the junglers just before we get in there, because Symphony, he plays a lot of Rek'Sai, and this is a champion we've seen mixed success with coming through. Rek'Sai actually adapted to the Cinderhulk patch a lot better than the other aggressive junglers coming through there, because she has a knock-up. And something that you can never undervalue on a jungler is the ability to have a knock-up on non-ultimate. So it's going to be really interesting to see whether these junglers' champion pools affect the way it's played. Of course, we mentioned Symphony. He's a jungler for Hard Random. You see a couple of knockups coming through there with Zac as well as Rek'Sai, whereas Astatori, he prefers to go more of the snowball champions, the Lee Sin, the Jarvan, throw a literal snowball in there with Nunu. And that's kind of a very clashing jungle style.
Yeah, and he's got sort of a pocket Udyr in there as well that you can't actually see. Of course, Ince, you can see him there. Revolta, massive star player for the Brazilian team. And you saw Julius Tito and Spooks in our last game sharing a little bit of the champion pool. We haven't seen Spooks as Elise, of course. Pretty unique there on that lineup. And Theocles and 007X coming through for our last two teams. This is going to be an exciting sort of jungle matchup across the board, but there's a lot of Sejuanis here.
Yeah, it certainly is. In 5.7, there's always going to be a lot of Sejuanis.
Yeah.
Gragas is the other massive one. It's the, I guess, curveball.
Because he's fat. Sorry.
Wow, weight sensitive, Atlas. Weight sensitive. But
the
the other one that is interesting to me is like the fact that Zac is not shared here. Zac is something that's a little bit interesting. We see him, if you ban away Gragas and Sejuani, he's kind of the next tanky pick, as well as the fact that there are still Rek'Sais floating around. So I think they're the two big picks coming into this game. Will Zac or Rek'Sai be picked up? Or will there be something like an Udyr running around the rift from Detonation Focus Me?
Yeah, running around very, very fast. And of course, Nunu as well is a big power pick there in the jungle. Sort of a niche on his own, though.
Well, the reason that you bring Nunu up is because Detonation Focus Me, the Japanese team, we've mentioned that they play around
a lot of AD.
their around their AD carry. So the fact that they've got the Nunu pick up their sleeve that just got banned away, by the way, as we do jump into Champion Select. So Detonation Focus Me, I like that first one. Means that you can really get Yatapon built up and into the back line. And wow, there's a lot of bans focused at that bottom lane right now. Kalista also taken away. Nautilus for Detonation Focus Me.
In fact, every single ban seems to be revolving around that bottom lane here as well. Nautilus and Morgana, of course, wouldn't normally, I guess, well, Morgana most definitely has been. Oh, well, actually, that's true. But theoretically, bottom lane ban.
Not theoretical at all. That is a ban at Smurf in the top lane there, of course. He is a Morgana player coming through for a hard random.
My little point really did not go through there at all.
More of the Janna Lulu coming through. No Morgana for him.
And Astaroth not going to be seeing his Gragas here at the same time as hard random are going to ban that one away. Sejuani in response. And Symphony has been the one prioritizing that. Astaroth not really worried about the Sejuani pick too much. Does still love the Jarvan, but Smurf just going to lock away that Rek'Sai straight away for Symphony.
Yeah, and Rek'Sai being picked up. We mentioned that this isn't a shared jungle pool, so prioritizing Rek'Sai, that blows my mind because Astaroth doesn't really go for something like that. As we said, more interested in the Nunu. I think that now that's been taken away, he'll go something like an Udyr or at least Sin on the current patch.
Do you think Jarvan still fits in the meta?
No, not at all.
Wow, okay. Not
really
even a little bit.
No, really don't think Jarvan's a good pick anymore. He lost a lot of his team-based focus. His ultimate doesn't really add much with Kalista running around on the map because she just jumps out of it. Even though it's banned away at the moment, you got things that just have too many gap closers, and I just don't think that the Wombo is there. I like the fact that they've gone for a Thresh, though, because that doesn't give anything away. You can run Pick, you can run Peel, it's engaged at certain points. So the fact that they've coupled that up with probably the best Peel tank in the top laner in Maokai is good. However, what it has meant for hard random is that Hecarim is still available. And Hecarim Kalista, Hecarim Rek'Sai, real scary.
Hecarim, Rek'Sai, and potentially a Lulu coming through here as hard random are hovering that one. We don't know whether that's necessarily going into the top, mid, or support here at this stage. But we will see. Demonko actually known to play that Lulu.
Yeah, exactly. So expect that to go into the bottom lane. I like the fact that they've got the Lulu once again away from Detonation Focus Me, because even though Seros isn't known to play it, Lulu, as well as a good AD carry on the current patch, is real scary.
Yeah.
So being able to get that away from the middle laner from Detonation Focus Me means that they won't be able to get the AD carry position going as quickly. So far, we've got kind of two team comps that haven't given much away. Solo lanes haven't been picked up for hard random as of yet, as Jarvan is locked in.
Yeah.
And you called it. We know that Astaroth plays it, but I don't know whether it has a place on the current patch.
Well, we'll see whether it works out as we move into this one. It is looking like
you're going to be a real happy man if that Ezreal is locked in. Because Yatapon plays a very interesting Ezreal build.
Oh, I just cannot wait.
Yeah, it has an Essence Reaver in there. For those playing at home,
we could have let it be a surprise.
No surprises coming through here. So Essence
Reaver. He's got an ability called Essence Flux as well. Why hadn't anyone else decided to build that item?
Because it's not a fantastic item coming through there, Alice. Although it does.
Reduction,
yeah, it's got everything Ezreal needs on a piece of paper. But then you look at the other BF items that give you a heck of a lot more, and it loses some of its attractiveness.
I don't know what you're talking about. Lex considering a Hecarim here. The top lane is Demonko hovering the Diana here, and we were talking about Kira's Diana earlier on. Does like to play those assassins there in the mid lane, but blind picking a Diana into Seros, is that smart?
Yeah, it's kind of strange coming through because Diana, she is a little bit risky being melee, but then again, she doesn't really have that many hard counters outside of maybe something like an Orianna that I actually haven't seen Seros play. So I don't mind the blind pick into it too much. We'll have to be careful with some of the lane matchups. However, that Hecarim is going to be really scary again. We mentioned how good Hecarim is at zoning out an AD carry solo. We saw it firsthand in the last game. The fact that it was able to go through third rounds of picks is mind-boggling for me.
Yeah, it's completely ridiculous. And actually having a look over at the hard random lineup here, you've got Diana diving in with her big shield, which actually stacks up a little bit faster now. You've also got that wild growth on top of it, and the fact that you're not going to be kited as heavily because you have the On the Hunt. there's a lot of augmentation for this Diana to really get work done.
Yeah, there certainly is. So I like what you mentioned there, because realistically, Siva is a hit R and go bot again in this team comp. There are 3 huge divers and a Lulu on the lineup, which is going to mean nothing but good things for Hard Random. Like the comp they've put together, Diana surprisingly tanky in that mid lane as well, so fits the MO that we're going for here. On the other side of the rift, Zeros has picked up Azir, and we were speaking about control mages really countering out Diana. In lane, going to be a good matchup coming through for Azir. However, out of lane, they're not really going to bump heads, because Diana, she wants to go do a split push thing, try and assassinate people from the flanks. Azir is all about that team fighting and setting up siege potential for his team.
Yeah.
You put a turret behind you, you put your wall in front of you, all of a sudden you got 15 sand soldiers, people are going crazy everywhere, and you take turrets ridiculously quickly. So they're going for 2 kind of different team comps here, and I want to see how it works out head to head. We mentioned the fact that CIS coming into this much more team orientated. They've set up kind of a 1-3-1 split push comp here.
Yeah.
On the other side of the map, you can see where the protect the AD carry focus is coming through. You got some peel and thresh. You got a Jarvan. You got Maokai for his ultimate coming through. You got Azir to push everyone away. A lot of pressure now on Syros and Utapon to carry this game.
Yeah, and a lot of area control coming through here from Focus Me as well. They've got Ezreal, who's super safe, and then everyone who can really ruin these fights.
Yeah, there certainly is. So people that can shove you around, create walls. We've seen Azirs do crazy things with their ultimate, people getting bounced in and out of that thing. But the other thing I want to touch on quickly is in the top lane, Smurf didn't take Smite.
No, he's still got the Ignite.
He took Ignite, which is a little bit different. Means he doesn't have the clean item build. The reason I like Smite so much on Hecarim is it cleans his item build up a lot. No longer do you have to choose, am I going aggressive or defensive? Because you get a reasonably good laning item because of the aura that comes out of Cinderhulk.
Yeah.
You get some nice scaling for late game, but it's actually a ridiculously good duelist item. So it gives you kind of the offensive flair without having to commit to a Trinity Force, which is just so expensive. So he's gone instead for a little bit more laning power with the Ignite. Before you pick up the Skirmishing Saber, of course, Ignite's just so good. Yeah. Maybe that means they like to dive top lane and they're going to concentrate on getting bonds in behind, but it's just a little bit different on this patch.
Yeah, it is, and they're going in with a double teleport here at the same time, so Diana picking that one up in the mid lane as well. We are going to hop onto the Rift, ladies and gentlemen, but we'll see whether Hard Random are going to go for any exciting shenanigans early on with this double teleport as we are onto the Rift. Hard Random on the blue side. And, of course, Detonation Focus Me on the red heading down this one. And we're not going to have any level 1 face checks this time around, I do not think.
No, we're definitely not. We're just going to have everyone spreading out. Kira actually taking Q first. That's kind of, I guess, yeah, I don't know about taking Q against an Azir. The reason for it is because he does a heck of a lot of harass level 1. And generally, it's good to be able to walk up to the minion wave with your W on, get the 3 auto attacks off, use your passive to push it out, and then make the wave shove into him. So you get level 2 first.
Yep.
And then you can take the Q and start trying to harass. Instead, what that means is probably going to be zoned from level 1 is Kira if Syros plays this lane well. So we'll have to see exactly how that one works out. Take a look at Kazu in the bottom lane. He's just hanging out his Thresh, chilling. Real tanky at the moment.
Yeah, definitely tanky. Actually, I looked at his health bar and thought, okay, that could potentially be a Doran Shield. Looked down, not a Doran Shield, still just a Relic. So looks to me like Detonation Focus Me thinking about taking away the little Sentinels here from the blue buff, trying to get to an early level 2.
Yeah, so that's what they'll do. They'll take away at least one blue Sentinel there and be able to get some of their work done. As we see Syros as well as Bonzen, they prepped the Wraith camp there. They're able to get all of the CS across onto the mid laner, I believe.
Probably not all of them. The big Raptor may not be taken down. Is actually Lex and Demonco going to be taking down the Krugs here? We'll see whether they just take a little one. No, they're going for both. So heading to lane a little bit less healthy, but definitely going to be able to grab that level 2 early, considering the fact that they are going to be sharing that experience, not giving instant level 2 over to either one of them. As Smurf almost actually dying to those Raptors, but is going to be able to head back to base, maybe grab a few more potions and then teleport up to that lane as Bonzen's shoving that one in. Of course, Detonation Focus Me are going to know exactly what happened here from Hard Random, seeing the fact that they lost a whole bunch of their health. But as far as laning phase goes, we are going to have 2v2s and 1v1s. And how does Sivalulu do against Thresh Ezreal?
Yeah, so Civilulu is a little bit of a weird lane. They shove out really well level 1 because they have the Glitter Lance as well as the auto attack reset coming through from Civa's W. However, not going to lane straight away means that they lose some of that advantage, and Ezreal can also just sit there and queue minions, and he pushes the wave relatively well as well. So we'll have to see how it works out. However, Ezreal versus Civa's always been a really good matchup for Civa because you tank the first queue, you get some of your mana back, and then all of a sudden you just unload with a really good burst combo coming through. As you saw, level 1, Kira got absolutely smashed by Seros. It was because he took the Q. Once again, mentioned that pre-game. Got punished for it. He's lost both of his potions. He's down 7 CS and is completely zoned.
Yeah, and what do you think about the fact that he hasn't taken a flask here as well as Manasseh watching the international... Oh my goodness. Are they your hands? That's gloves on his feet. Oh my goodness. He's trolling me as Astro actually heading towards that bottom side. Demonko getting ignited up here as well as Detonation Focus Me losing a bunch of health in this bottom side. Lex staying healthy, but there's Symphony flashing forward with the knock-up, but he might actually die for it as Unipon goes so aggressive. First blood for Astro as he goes down very low. Demonko picks up the double buffs, but Unipon, he's got him now as Lex. He's trying to fight back. Kazoo, my goodness, is he low. But Ezreal locks down the double buffs, hits level 3, 1-0-1, and man, for a team that plays around their AD carry, it's a pretty good start.
Yeah, it certainly is. Kazu came up huge in that trade, actually took a lot of the brunt of the damage as Kira going down very low in the mid lane, able to equalize CS, but needs to go back and get a quick shot. And as you mentioned, Detonation Focus Me, they love playing around Unipon in the bottom lane. Kazu is that support that they like to use for Peel. All of a sudden, double buff Ezreal going to have no problem with this lane. Picks up an early kill, picks up the early advantage in CS, and all of a sudden, Ez looking real pretty.
He's looking real strong there on the bottom side of the map. Bonzen actually falling behind Smurf as well, which is a little bit frightening considering Hecarim's scaling potential. Astro actually thinking of going aggressive onto Kira here, who uses that Pale Cascade in order to trade a little bit more effectively, but Symphony coming round here now. It is going to be 2v2 here, but nice knock-up. Gonna stop that one, but Symphony, he's paying for it. Saros is gonna take him down. He's very, very low. Flashes over the top as Kira's gonna flash to follow. Picks up the kill as Demonko comes round as well. Nice whimsy for a shield, but Flag and Drag's gonna get Astaroth out of trouble. Smurf was even coming down. Man, there are parties in these lanes.
Yeah, so Smurf was able to push out and then roam down. He's got a lot of potions, so he's just been recklessly shoving into Bonzen in the top lane. The roam coming through from Demonko probably sealed the early aggressive coming through there. So once again, a 1-for-1 trade. This time, mid laner fell, however, so you would say in the favor of the CIS team. Hard Random getting the better of that one. But the action early game, what an explosive game as a hook just misses wide there. They're not really looking to trade with this Ezreal anymore. Kazu trying to zone though.
Udapon just preying upon this bottom lane, and he's not going to get punished for the early tier pickup as well. Has picked up an extra Doran's Blade at the same time, so going for early power plus a tier. A little bit strange.
Yeah, it certainly is a little bit strange coming through there, but the early tier means it's going to be stacking very quickly. Not to mention the fact that he gets some sustain through the Doran's Blade, so maybe just looking to cover up for a power spike. Dorans are actually the most cost-effective items to build in the game. They're just not slot effective because they don't turn into anything. As we see Symphony sneaking in on Bonzen.
Yeah, there's the ultimate to come through here from Smurf as well, who gets ignited up. Chilling Smite to come down. Cute little twisted advance into the flash is going to mean that Bonzen is going to survive.
Yeah, but he uses a flash, and that's going to be a return gank coming through whenever you want. As Kira, he's now hit level 6, and you see the zone potential already coming through from the Diana player. The one thing that we didn't mention to do with the double teleport whilst we mentioned it is the fact that Syros has an exhaust, which means that if he gets it through before the first ultimate hits, he negates a heck of a lot of damage coming through a burst assassin like Kira. So I like the pickup there. It means a 2v2 skirmish all of a sudden coming through from the Jarvan Azir. Really effective against something like the Diana Rek'Sai.
Yeah, and Symphony so far has been super aggressive this game. Of course, went for that gank in the top lane, but has been almost suiciding into the lanes before that. Astaroth does notice the fact that that blue buff has gone down yet again. Of course, on the clock here for Symphony as he's able to head around that map very, very quickly. Of course, doesn't quite have Void Rush just yet, but he's going to have it soon. Ooh, Symphony almost there in Smite range. Does try to Prey Seek it out, but doesn't get there. As Detonation focused me with a slight advantage early on to almost the tune of 1,000 gold, but nothing too much to write home about. But Smurf, he's actually behind in levels, although Bonzen actually had to go back.
Yeah, he had the bigger creep wave there, so he was able to equal that one out. He's picked up the cannon creep as well at the end. Bonzen had already killed his cannon creep. Cannon creep's OP, give you lots of experience and gold. Never miss those one, guys. As now the blue buff's picked up for Kira in the top lane, in the mid lane, so he's going to be able to go back, spam out some more Qs, kill some more minions, and this is what we're expecting out of these two teams. Some early aggression, but really strong laning phases coming through. I don't expect the laning phase to end anytime soon.
Wow, that Crescent Strike just missing onto Seros there. He's going to go back yet again, though, because Kira just feels like it. Not entirely sure. Actually, just faking that one out. He's going to head back into this mid lane, clear out that last wave. Actually going to equalize the CS as Seros is going to head over and pick up the blue buff, handed over there by Astro. Quite timely. Demonko and Lex finding their way back into this lane. Yutapon still with a slight advantage, but of course, not exactly pressuring that lead that he could have possibly gained a little bit more out of based on the double buffs.
But the thing about Ezreal lanes is that they just shouldn't win in the AD carry position. So if you're up in CS, you're doing a really good job. And he hits a nicer spike coming through there with the Muramana than what Lex will. So the ability to be able to shove around the Sivir early is definitely in Yutapon's advantage. So whilst he's not killing his lane opponent, the fact that he's anywhere remotely in control of the lane, he's forced Sivir into double Doran's a longsword as well. So you can probably expect another Brutalizer to come out. Seems to be flavor of the month, and I missed the memo somewhere. But yeah, it's definitely in the advantage of the Detonation Focus Me bottom lane.
Yeah, we've seen a decent amount of sort of Infinity Edge and Ghostblade Sivers to come through as well, so we'll see whether that is going to be a thing. As Symphony looking for another gank here in the mid lane. Not going to find any joy, though, as Seros able to play back quite fast. Now with a 16 CS lead, Fiendish Codex sitting on and double Doran's ring, so wanting to really put the pressure down early on here. Another Crescent Strike not quite going to find the mark as Kira hanging out there. Astro is going to look for the top side of the map, but not find anything either. So a lot of explosive action very early on in this game, but it's slowed down just slightly now. We'll see whether there's going to be any sort of dragon action as there's a teleport in the mid lane, and I spoke too soon. Beautiful Emperor's Divide. May not quite get Seros to safety as he ignites, sticking down last stick, doesn't find it. Beautifully played by Seros in the mid.
Yeah, so he's able to get away, uses all of his summoner spells, but that might mean the first objective goes down. All of a sudden, hard random, they have to take a look at Dragon. It's about that 10-minute mark. They've forced the mid laner back. Actually, they don't go for it, so instead, just continuing the laning phase out here. They're not able to pick up a kill, so they're just going to continue to roam around the map, see if Symphony can get anything done in the bottom lane.
Yeah, not quite able to capitalize too much on that as another ult comes through here from Smurf, looking for the 1v1 as Bonzen does put down the Vengeful Maelstrom, but he's getting rampaged on. Smurf running out of mana here just a little bit, but Bonzen, again, just going to be fine there on the top side.
Yeah, and I think that the Maokai at this point a little bit too hard to 1v1 out, so that's a confusing use of the ultimate. Didn't use it in the initial gank. In the end, doesn't get anything in the top lane either. Bonzen, he's got the Catalyst of the Protector already. He's got his passive, just going to be able to heal up on the next creep wave. He'll be completely fine. Even has the teleport advantage. So not much going to happen in the top lane. That was a little bit hopeful, blindly optimistic, probably the word I would use, or a couple of words. In that, and really a huge lull around the map. We've seen spurts of aggression, as you mentioned. Now we're seeing some pushing coming through, but everyone looks like they just want to...
Oh, Symphony looking for it as well. Seros really the focus here as there's the Moonfall, the knock-up from the Umburrow as well, and lock down the kill, of course. Emperor's Divide almost off cooldown, but not quite there.
That was a huge commit coming through there onto the mid lane, and they're able to pull it off for the fact that he used all of his summoner spells last time to get away. They knew the ultimate wasn't available early, just came back off cooldown, so they're able to go for the repeat game, expend a lot to get there, but in the end, definitely worthwhile because they're going to pick up the first dragon.
Yeah, grabbing the first dragon, of course, hard random, only behind by about 6. Oh my goodness! Almost the True Shot Barrage steal. It was down below a quarter health, Spawn. It was an exciting moment. Don't take this away.
As we see, just even more farming coming through in the mid lane, and Yutapon, he went for it. He wasn't able to nail it. A little bit of dueling potential now gone from the bottom lane, and we're starting to see Lex and Demonko push out this lane. This is what Sivir likes to do. She finally went for the BF sword, able to get that one, so it was delayed a little bit, but now they're in firm control, at least wave control-wise. because no ultimate coming through from Ezreal means that there is zero pushback.
Yeah, and I guess Lex probably on the first back there, of course, after that trade went sort of horribly wrong, wanted to make sure that they had as many combat stats as they possibly could. You can use that longsword later, of course, for a whole lot of different things, so having it sit around there in your inventory, not too much of a big deal. So I actually quite like it now thinking back.
Yeah, so the thing about AD carry at the moment, as there's another game.
Oh my goodness, beautiful death sentence into the delivery system as Demonco's going to fall down, flag and drag onto Lex, but On the Hunt is going to allow him to stay safe, but man, Detonation focused me with a beautifully orchestrated gank.
Yeah, so Astaroth able to get in there, uses the ultimate after the flash to make sure it locks down the support player in Demonco. He falls off the Rift, and once again, another kill over to Utapon. So they're starting to get their AD carry fed and really going. He's working on the Muramana transformation as we speak, so yeah, really can't fault what the Detonation Focus Me jungler just was able to do.
Yeah, and Lex a little bit slow on the fingers there with the spell shield as Utapon trying to get some extra damage down. Actually goes for an aggressive arcane shift. Interestingly done, but not going to net him anything.
Blue buff being handed over to the mid laner. I wonder if they go in on Syros again. They know that his flash isn't up for about another, I'm going to say about 30 seconds now. So if they can get another gank in after they pick up red buff, they might be able to take him down one more time. Although Exhaust is available as well as Ultimate. And you feel Diana will deal handedly with Ezreal late game. So currently, probably advantage hard random, even though the gold says advantage Detonation Focus Me. And I want to see how this one works out.
Yeah, Utapon actually looking for a Mystic Shot over the wall there as Demonco heads back into this lane.
Actually gives away the position of the ward there, so not worth it. They were actually setting up for a Rek'Sai gank. Symphony was in there, so the fact that he was willing to Q past the wall means that he's not wasting any of the Rek'Sai's time. So a little bit of they're tiny things, but things like that mean that maybe Symphony sticks around for an extra 10 seconds looking for that gank. And then they can make a play elsewhere.
Speaking of which, actually now looking for Utapon now. Beautiful fake out on the maneuver, but man, that boomerang almost finishing him off. Another Moonfall to come through here as the Emperor's Divide only gets rid of the Diana. As Saros, man, that was lovely use of the E. Survives another one.
Yeah, but has to use Flash on cooldown again, Atlas, and all of a sudden, if Astaroth wasn't there, that would have been a kill because the Flash was still available, Ultimate was still available coming through from Kira. Would have been able to get in there and affect another gank, and they're starting to pick on Saros. He's staying extremely even in CS, so props to him for really being able to stick in this lane, even though he's starting to get focused pretty heavily. But not much coming through from Kira so far.
Yeah, Hard Random actually reading the MO there as that is going to be the Crescent Strike not going to land. Of course, Detonation Focus Me. I mean, they're going to focus someone, at least, although it doesn't necessarily work for everyone.
No, so in the end, they're going to be able to make that one work out. And in the top lane, Smurfy's still doing reasonably well, farming up extremely well, actually, on Hecarim. Maokai wins that lane quite handily as they're going aggressive in the bottom lane. Wow!
Yeah, box used, but Lex not going to take any damage from it, just wanders out of the way casually.
Yeah, so in the end, not really much advantage there. Wow.
Oh, yeah, teleport to come through from Smurf here. He's looking for something. Now feels like he's in the wrong place as Bonzing going to teleport in as well. And again, another stalemate, but another teleport. Let's get as many teleports down here as we possibly can as there's the Crescent, but beautiful use of a flash onto the Dark Passage. Not quite enough as Kira's going to get speed boosted. They do manage to get one pick. Dragon not up for another minute and a half. But Hard Random, they use so many summoner spells.
Yeah, they certainly did, and we were kind of warned about there's nothing up to fight over, but for some reason they just pick to start up the little bit of a brawl. Smurf, as well as Kira, able to get into that bottom lane, so they win out in the end. Now they're chasing over the whole map to try and catch Kazu, who has Moby Boots. So he's not in much trouble, able to just wander away.
Yeah, a little bit of cute stuff coming through there for these guys as Lex down the bottom side of the map is going to use all of his mana to farm this one up. Utapon now is easily going to continue stacking up this Manamune. As just checking it out. Nice little smile there coming through. Lots of people with
glorious
so
beard.
many monitors, man. It's beautiful. Beautiful to see this many monitors.
I couldn't see past the beard. I'm sorry. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, I think there was a monitor there. And I just have to ignore the beards because I just can't grow one to save my life.
As we see, actually, a rod of ages Maokai coming through in the top lane for Bonzin. So committing a little bit further into the late game build. We sort of saw that fall away in popularity as Righteous Glory became the standard pickup. But with laning phases going for as long as it is in this game, can't really blame Bonzin. He's going to have that stacked up and going to be more of a late game damage threat than we expected out of the top lane.
Yeah, already has that Glacial Shroud completed as well, so obviously going towards that Frozen Heart as his next option. Symphony looking for something else here in the mid lane as he is spotted by a ward. Pale Cascade going to give Kira a bit of a shield for not really too much gain. Symphony now going to start up the Dragon straight away, and Hard Random looking to try and make this 2 for nothing.
Yeah, but in the top lane, Detonation Focus Me, they've gone towards the turret, so they're looking to just push another lane, give away the Dragon, try and go for another snipe, but once again, not really that successful. So Yutapon is 0 for 2.
Yep, and I didn't get quite as excited for that one, of course. Not quite through to the quarter mark as Kira now going to put a whole lot of pressure here on the turret. That passive just doing so much work.
Yeah, Syros, he was looking to be dove again. The pressure in the mid lane has just been out of control coming out of Hard Random, and they've picked up the second Dragon. They're 800 gold behind, but that's about the turret worth in the top lane. Is now Kazu looking for an engage.
Yeah, Descents. Oh, wow. That was actually onto Smurf there. A bit of a fake-out play to come through from Kazu. Doesn't pay off.
Faked out everyone, kind of threw the field goal in between
Maybe
both of them.
himself more than anyone else. Symphony now looking for something over the wall here. Preyseeker not going to find the blue buff as Yutapon had started that one up but decides to give up on it. Now heading towards this bottom side and is just going to farm out this wave, maybe push up towards that turret. Kira now with a sneaky lead. Of course, with so much focus from Hard Random there in the mid lane, you would expect this, but now has a needlessly large rod as well as those boots too and the Abyssal Scepter.
Yeah, I like that you call it sneaky because that was kind of like a smack you in the face lead. They just sat every resource on the map in mid lane and let him accrue a CS advantage. So I'm not sure if I call that stealth, the kind of the Shen approach to being a ninja coming through there from Hard Random, but they definitely did get their mid laner in a real good position.
Yeah, they got there. 13 CS in the lead, 3-0-0, definitely looking very good. But we were mentioning before, and it was difficult in the beginning of the laning phase for this Diana.
Oh, it was so difficult. Gave up advantage level 1 by taking the Q and just walking into lane with the Dorian's Ring, not going for a flask or anything to give any kind of advantage over to the Diana player. We said the control mages would be fine early game. Now that wow.
Oh my goodness, Kira actually taken down there by Syros. 1v1 Emperor's Divide doing a whole lot of work, and Azir, we know that he scales beautifully into the late game, and Syros is definitely demonstrating it.
Yeah, well, we were mentioning, we were doing an exercise before the cast, as Syros, now being a little bit dove from Smurf, decides against it, of what gets through Emperor's Divide.
Yeah.
And the thing is that Diana doesn't. She headbutts it. So once you get the first one, if you can't 100% the Azir on the first full combination, you can't re-dive through with the ultimate, which puts you in a very awkward situation because if you don't have flash available, which Kira didn't, you have to walk around the wall or get out. And it's very hard to move away from an Azir as well with the slows coming through, with the fact that you get bounced around a little bit. So in the end, lost the straight up 1v1 because 100-to-1 potential wasn't there. Now gone for the distortion enchant, not only for the teleport, but for more chances to flash through that wall and kill Azir.
Yeah, we'll see whether it is going to work out. Detonation Focus Me. A whole lot of vision around here. Matthew Crosby just showing his flair with the Teemo hat. This is how he's going to watch IWCI. Actually on the feet. On the feet. Couldn't see it too well, but man, there are so many feet in these shots.
Yeah, there certainly is. The feet coming through with a passion.
Quick shot just starting things up here.
All of a sudden, Kira roaming up, trying to take out Bonzin.
Yeah, Bonzin looking to be taken down here as there's the Crescent Slash, and man, Kira doing some damage.
Yeah, and Smurf picked up the Trinity Force all of a sudden. He's doing relevant damage as well. Trinity Force is the rush coming through here for the Ignite Hecarim as now all 4 members remaining for Detonation Focus Me. They move into the mid lane, and Kira's been caught.
Yeah, there's the Death Sentence coming through as well. Empress Divide underneath the Sun Turret. Beautifully timed as Symphony's going to flash out of the Cataclysm. Lex looking for something. Smurf with a beautiful teleport through the backside, but he is not very tanky at this stage as, man, that was a big ride Syros went on. Yutapon is going to fall as Kira's back in the fight, and look at the snowballing coming through from this Diana. Seros is there with a beautiful use of the Zhonya's, but not that beautiful as Kira's just going to take him down for the triple.
Yeah, so what Hard Random didn't notice was the fact that they were like, hey, that's our turret. But all of a sudden, Azir puts a turret up, and that was effectively a turret dive that got them a triple kill coming out for only one member. That Diana, all of a sudden, went from being really not much of a problem to a huge problem that we have to think about as we go in. We take another look at it. Actually bounced them under the turret, but to relative safety. So a little bit of a misplay coming through from Siroth. Good flank came through from Smurf, but from here it looked like it was going to go all in Detonation Focus's favor. But Udapon, he got deleted. All of a sudden, Kazu's by himself. They're able to get back over the wall and take out Siros as well here. And the kill goes over to Kira as well. So to make it matter even worse, not only did they lose a fight, they lost a fight and gave all the gold to the split pusher.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, an assassin can take out Udapon, who is the star carry coming through for Detonation Focus Me. So the Japanese team has actually been its own worst enemy. They've given the... wow.
Oh, Bonzen. Beautiful use of that twisted advance to get out of the way of that Crescent Strikers. Kira is going to moonfall him back in. There's the Lunar Rush. Doesn't get the reset, though. Well, actually did, as it's just going to fall down.
Yeah, so they take out Bonzen again. And this is what I'm talking about. All of a sudden, the playmaker, as Demonko a little bit caught, is super fed coming through. 8-1-0, 208 CS at only 24 minutes. They're losing turrets for it. But this is eventually going to set the CIS team up for huge success.
Well, Kira actually heading through for a flank teleport as well. Pale Cascade healing him up, and man, is he trying to get over there as Lex gets it with a beautiful use of the ricochet.
Thank you, Kira. I love when players just show exactly what I was talking about. So Kira tried twice unsuccessfully to dive through the wall.
Yep.
Got bounced twice. So as
I was doing my best to ignore it.
If it's not a blink, you can't get through.
Well, it is going to mean third dragon here for Hard Random. Detonation Focus Me forced to head back. Oh, another one! No, a little bit late this time. He'll get it next time, surely. Udapon now knows exactly which way to go.
Yeah, he's just warming up, getting his eye in. It's only game one for Detonation Focus Me, but Hard Random, they're in a huge position to be able to take over this game now. They haven't taken any turrets apart from the bottom. And if they set Diana up in a lane, she's going to be able to really... Wow. Oh, I thought that was an enemy. Wasn't.
Well,
it
is. It's an enemy blue buff.
It was a pink ward. Tricked me. But going to be able to move the Diana into free lanes and be able to pick up a lot of farm, but more importantly, some turrets with that passive.
Yeah, precisely. He's going to be able to grab a Rift Scuttler as well, which is also very important.
Give it to you, jungler.
Only one turret down, though, for Hard Random. Detonation Focus Me have managed to take down 3 on this map. A bit of global gold now available for them, keeping them in this gold game, of course.
That's a little bit caught.
Yeah, Devastating Charge is going to allow him to gallop gloriously away from that one. No problem at all.
Second best Tech Room skin in the game.
What, the normal one?
That's not the normal.
Isn't it, or is that Reaper?
It's Reaper.
Ah, got it. Kira heading into this mid lane is just going to try and clear out these creeps. Of course, does have to get into melee range, and it is difficult against 4 members of Focus Me who are hanging around. Symphony, I don't know how you managed to pick that gap. That was beautiful. Prey Seeker finding everywhere that there isn't prey somehow. Astral heading through here as well as Lex is going to throw through a boomerang and is going to be able to pick up the farm. So a little bit of a calmed down moment.
Yeah, all they're waiting for is level 16 on their mid laner. So Kira, he's got all the gold, he's got all the kills, he's level 15. And it's a real awkward spot for every mid laner to be on level 15 because you know your power gets huge when you hit level 16. You really want the 3 points in that ultimate. And anytime you fight at level 15, you tend to lose. And then you're like, if I had a little bit of base damage on that ultimate, I probably would have won. But once again, top lane getting a lot of focus, Bonzen under attack. But they've moved all their members bot. The problem, 26 minutes into the game, Baron's been started up.
Yeah, there's 3 members in this bottom lane. A Sapling is going to spot out exactly what's going on. Bonzen is here, has teleport, but he's right next to the Baron pit. Not needed as Seros is there, but there's on the hunt pop. Seros uses that Sonya's Hourglass Empress Divide to get Demonko and Kira out of here, but Seros is just getting exploded. Cataclysm to come through. Kira's shield is gigantic as Udapon finally manages to find his way in, but Smurf able to fear him up. Bonzen going down so incredibly low. And Hard Random all grouped up. Kira's godlike. They're going to take down the mid turret. They've already got the Baron because they had so much damage. And Man, this team is looking so strong.
Yeah, it certainly is. And we talk about things that give AD carries headaches, and we put Hecarim on the top of the list. Scrap that one. 10-1 and 2 Diana. She takes the crown.
Oh,
there
yeah.
is no way Udapon can go anywhere near a team fight right now because Kira, even without hitting a Q, will probably one-shot the poor dude. He's sitting on a Cutlass, has next to no lifesteal, no attack speed coming through yet, has prioritized armor, doesn't even have magic resistance. He needs a Banshee's Veil yesterday if he's going to survive the damage.
And he needs about 4 charges on his flash and a far less cooldown on that Arcane Shift because Kira is just bouncing around these fights, resetting that Lunar Rush
and
left,
now
right,
has
and
a
center.
death cap. Wow, this Diana is all of a sudden massive. Let's take another look at it. Dumped over the wall before this and tried to get rid of Syros. They take down the Baron. Good objective control over the team fight. And then look at how Smurf just attacks the backline. All of a sudden, Udapon, he's not a threat at all. He's over the wall just throwing out random Qs. And they chase through the rest of the team. They pick up the double turrets, don't go chasing kills. And the focus through from Hard Random right now is really superior to what we're seeing from Detonation Focus Me. The Japanese team seems to be out of sorts, not prioritizing the right part of the objectives. And with the 4-1 split push, 10-1 Diana, all of a sudden, that ultimate not going to be very helpful because she'll just one-shot you, Syros.
My goodness. And what with all of these Cinderhawks coming through for Hecarims as well, we're just not used to seeing this burst of damage coming through at this stage of the game with the Trinity Force Hecarim, not to mention the fact that he now almost has the Spirit Visage and the Frozen Heart completed as well. It's just crazy seeing this coming through from Smurf as Kira continues the split push on the bottom side. Syros completely tied up trying to deal with that as Smurf is even going to clear out the
Probably
mid lane.
going to go for the dive on the bottom lane. Smurf going around behind Syros. This is big trouble.
Yeah, divide this one as he takes out Kira but gets destroyed by the horse.
Yeah, so able to get in behind. All of a sudden, top lane teleport.
Yeah, speaking of getting in from behind, Astro trying to get through here as, my God, Udapon just gets eliminated there by Kira. Bonzen now in so much trouble. He's supposed to be the tank. Doesn't look tanky at this stage as he gets destroyed by Kira as well. 12-1 and 4. That's the ace. Hard Random going to take down the first inhibitor of this game as well. 12,000 gold is the lead. And this CIS team, they're probably going to win off that.
Yeah, they certainly are looking to push in the base. Atlas, I was confused why they were prioritizing mid lane so high. Syros seems to be dealing with it. Now you see how Kira was able to take over the rest of the game with an advantage.
Oh, yeah.
What a composition coming through from Hard Random. They sacrificed top, they sacrificed bottom a little bit, turned them into farm lanes, but then absolutely destroyed the map through a mid lane tactic.
Yeah, it was really beautifully played, and they were timing the flashes so wonderfully as well. They made sure that they came back at the very last second of that flash cooldown to kill Syros, and that was a 3-0-0 Diana in a lane that he was getting bullied in.
Yeah, exactly right. And you know, Azir should win that lane, so throwing the attention there means that all of a sudden you can't push, you can't zone, you have to play a little bit more carefully. Azir known for being incredibly squishy, and it was just that one team fight around mid lane. They got Diana to a point that she was okay, she was still manageable, but the one with the Sun Turret where they pushed the team out, they actually chose to fight when Bonzen had died top lane, if you remember, so it looked like a 4v4, but really there was a 5th member that could join for Hard Random. And in the end, off the back of that, they just wiped the floor with Detonation Focus Me.
Yeah, and when you've got a Diana on, you know, what was it, 7-1 after that point, you said that things were going to go horribly wrong. I didn't quite understand the extent of which you were correct, but man, he just went completely ballistic.
And this is the thing, like, Detonation Focus Me, you saw their tactic. They were hoping to get the blue Ezreal to a point late game where just a kite monster wasn't able to be one-shot and could just throw out all the Qs, kite back consistently. And they had a very good team comp for it. But with the pace that Diana was accelerated, outside of the fact that there was a Hecarim who's a very good anti-carry, the fact that Diana just got so huge meant that in the end, Udapon could be one-shot.
Yeah, well, it was sort of 1 or 2, but the fact that you're Diana as well means that Lunar Rush keeps getting reset by that Crescent Slash, and you just constantly get dove on over and over again. Not to mention the Moonfall coming through, Pale Cascade making you so sort of pseudo-tanky at the same time. You can really get in amongst this one, and what with Wild Growth on top of it, man, and Symphony as well. I mean, he went a little bit unspoken there, made some super aggressive plays, which in the early game may have looked over-aggressive, but worked out exactly to be how Hard Random wanted it to work.
Yeah, and the thing is that Symphony was matched well early by Astaroth.
Yeah.
But then he kept up the aggressive plays, whereas Astaroth kind of retreated into the jungle. So whilst Astaroth was happy to camp bottom lane, and I think that Symphony recognized that, that's why he was going mid more often, going top more often, recognized that the camp was around bottom lane. And if he ganked there, they were going to get counter-ganked. In the end, he just took the pressure elsewhere. And Udapon, he was happy to farm, but the rest of the map just got crushed.
Yeah, and is this sort of the having a team that has a sort of focus the rest of the map?
Recognize the fact that that's how they wanted to play for that particular map. I think Detonation Focus Me can mix it up a lot more than people credit for off the bat performance. They definitely do concentrate around the AD carry, but their mid laner is Syros 1-1.
No, and we actually saw that demonstrated. And speaking of which, let's go to a replay and see exactly how fed Kira was.
Yeah, exactly right. So this is a Baron fight where, in the end, Detonation were caught way out of position. So Focus Me is heading up the map. The CIS team Hard Random, they've already started up the Baron. And when we roll this out, you're going to see Syros take a heck of a lot of damage and have to pop Zhonya's. And this is huge because all of a sudden, he's trapped between a rock and a hard place and can't retreat anywhere. But what really turned the fight is this moment here. Smurf dives onto the backline and all of a sudden, Udapon is over a wall firing Qs when really he should be in mid lane, hiding backwards with the rest of the team. He chose to go over a wall instead of going directly backwards, probably saved his life, but needed to make the higher risk play, kite back and try and deal with the Hecarim, because in the end, he just let two members of his team be collapsed on, and it was legitimately a meat grinder.
Yeah,
they just absolutely ground the rest of his team to a pulp, and then just ignored him. Ezreal's not going to do anything if it's 1 versus 5.
He wasn't going to come through the back.
He was going back. He wasn't going to fight anyone. He couldn't even pick up the minion wave, really. And they just tanked 2 turrets outright. Had Baron, took the 2 mid turrets, and was huge.
Yeah, absolutely gigantic. I think they got about an 8,000 gold lead off that stage. It was the game-winning play that came through, and it was all about a incredibly quick call to start off the Baron. They recognized 2 people bottom lane and instantly went to the pit. Yeah. And that's fantastic communication straight off the bat.
Yeah, and I like that you pointed that out because everything in this team from Hard Random pointed to the fact that they're a smart team and that they make good calls. Their mid lane camp, the Baron at the right time, the fact that they were willing to sack other parts of the map, they played that very intelligently.
Yeah, it was beautifully done. But ladies and gentlemen, there's still way more IWCI coming tonight. We are going to have a short break, but we'll be back very, very soon.
Hello and welcome back everyone to the International Wildcard Invitational. My name is Julian Pastry Time Card. Joining with me is Christopher Papa Smithy Smith. We have a great matchup here. Besiktas, the Turkish team, finally going to get a chance to play on home soil.
Yeah, double T's here. Just Turkey versus Thailand in this matchup. I mean, to me, the big story is the fact that the Bangkok Titans are actually going to be playing in this game, Pastry Time. Of course, previous to this series, they actually finished second in their region. We thought we would be seeing the Saigon Fantastic Five representing them, but it's kind of a fairy tale story for the members, you'd have to think, rising up to come to the IWCI.
Yeah, I mean, even for both the Southeast Asia representatives, you have to think, you know, been playing for so long of both those teams in the Garena Premier League, the GPL, have looked great for quite a while, and all of a sudden, SF5 get that victory in the finals, and unfortunately, due to visa troubles, can't manage to come to the tournament. Both teams probably looking for a big international stage, and it's Bangkok Titans that get it.
Yeah, the Garena Premier League really morphing in 2015. Now the LMS exists and the Taiwanese teams are split away. It opens up opportunities for the likes of the Saigon Fantastic Five, for the likes of the Bangkok Titans, to actually hit these international events and ply their wares at this higher stage, with the whole world audience seeing them. To be honest, I was been really impressed by them. I was looking over their VODs, their semi-finals in particular, heavy preference on disengage, really playing around their mid laner. That's the big thing for me, is really playing around their mid lane. Loves the Cassiopeia especially.
Yeah, and with that, we are going to have a look at the Turkish team. Let's take a look at Besiktas.
Çok kısa zamanda büyük başarılar elde ettik Beşiktaş olarak. Bunun bence birinci sebebi herkesin profesyonel olması, iyimser olması ve herkesin isteği kendi oyunumuzu her gün biraz daha geliştirmek. Bunun üzerine çok yoğunlaştık. Takım antrenmanlarımız çok yoğun. Bunların hepsini de karşılığımıza alıyoruz ve böyle devam edecek.
It's nice that the tournament is actually in Turkey because we were already here, so we don't have to travel that far.
Bu benim birinci uluslararası turnuvam ve benim için farklı bir anlamı var. Ama aynı zamanda Türkiye'de olması ve Türkiye'yi temsil etmenin nasıl gurur verdiğini anlatamam. Gerçekten bu konumda olduğum için ve Beşiktaş'ı temsil ettiğim için çok mutluyum.
Our goal at Wildcard is to win, obviously, to get more experience, to beat other regions, and possibly get to MIC, where we could play against teams like Fnatic or TSM. That's huge motivation for us.
Tabii ki de ev sahibi olmak ve arkamızda taraftar desteğinin bulunması bizim için bir avantaj. Çünkü oyun oynarken arkada taraftar desteğini duymak gerçekten moral verici bir şey ve de oyunun performansınızı arttırdığını söyleyebilirim.
So being the home team of this tournament is really exciting for us, but it also adds a lot more pressure onto our team because everyone from Turkey is rooting for us. Everyone from Turkey is gonna be here, and we do not want to disappoint our fans.
Önceki senelerde Dark Passage takımı Brezilya'ya yenilmişti. Biz bu sene Türkiye'yi daha iyi bir şekilde temsil edip rövanşı alacağımızı söyleyebilirim.
And you can see just so proud there to be representing Turkey, of course, playing in their home country in Besiktas. Pretty strong history there as well as an org.
I mean, just a very unique org in a couple of ways. Firstly, of course, you might have noticed during that video, we got people from multiple countries. Of course, 2 Norwegian players, Energy in particular, coming through from the lineup. So it's not just a pure Turkish lineup. And then Besiktas as an organization, specifically in football or soccer to some of your viewers, very well-known multi-sport org, stepping into League of Legends. It was a big news story in Turkey when they came in. That final against Dark Passage, of course, has seen international play as well. They're an interesting team to track. They come in as one of the favorites here, Pastry Time. Most analysts tipping them top 2, top 3. Understand lane swaps, understand kind of higher level League of Legends strategy, have good scrim partners around the EU Challenger scene in particular. They look really organized. So it's going to be an uphill battle, even though, we were mentioning a little bit of the Bangkok Titans. I mean, they've played 30 games. They're in a very difficult league as well. So they had actually the longest qualifying run. Besiktas, on the other hand, 16-2, which already sounds impressive. But those 2 losses weren't actually with their starting lineup. That was actually with substitutes. So this lineup that they're fielding here today, on home soil, 16-0, undefeated.
Yeah, been great. And we'd obviously love to hear your thoughts on Besiktas or any of the other teams competing as well. So if you're on Twitter, go ahead and use the hashtag IWCI and let us know who you're cheering for the International Wildcard Invitational.
And of course, how you're watching. We've been talking about it. We've seen some interesting pictures, some celebrities, both oceanic and international. So how you're watching, please tweet a picture to hashtag IWCI, and we'll try and incorporate them into the broadcast.
Yeah, whether it's team of hats on your feet or however you're watching at home, viewing party, whatever you happen to be doing, we'd love to see how you guys are tuning in and how you're enjoying the broadcast. But kind of moving back to the game at hand here, going to be a tough one here. And you mentioned the Turkish squad, Besiktas, do come in as one of the best-looking teams here, and it is that organization, the luster almost of a formal sports organization that's just made them look so strong. And we mentioned Dark Passage. That was their opponent in the finals. Clean swept them out of it and just looks so organized. And it's the strategic play that surprises me. But they've looked so good in so many different high-level situations.
And that might be the unique factor about Besiktas, is that they do play a smart rotational style. They're happy to opt into lane swaps. This is basically a tournament, and the one kind of through line from our research of these 7 regions is aggression. They're all super aggressive regions. It's not always about the objective that causes a fight. We saw the CIS team, of course, hard random, going for those teleport plays, multiple teleports just to get a kill. That's why the flexible thing about Besiktas is they do play around those objectives. They do kind of play that more higher level League of Legends that we see in other regions. So they come in favorites. But the team they're facing here, the Bangkok Titans, I think they definitely do err towards the aggressive, but they like those zoning comps that are kind of in the meta right now on patch 5.7. The likes of the Nunu Cassiopeia that we've seen come out. Also throw in the Maokai. Massive amounts of disengage, setting up a carry in the backline.
Yeah, I think in general the GPL, it's just so many regions sort of coming together under that banner competing. I mean, once upon a time it was even the Taiwanese teams in there as well, and lots of fierce competition. Sort of separating it out, left a very long league with just some great teams looking. Again, we had 2 very top teams going through. The second place team, actually the one that made it here to the event. And for me, the GPL is just full of interesting stuff. They've always had a lot of flair in that region as well. So, as we said, a big international tournament, almost anything can happen as far as mixing up the picks go. So far, it's actually been quite standard to start the day, but who knows what the GPL team or even the local team are going to pull out as well.
I mean, those champions I mentioned, the likes of Cassiopeia, are probably going to be hotly contested. It's definitely very different identities in the mid lane. For example, Energy on the side of Besiktas. No more for the wave clear, not necessarily the primary carry of his team, happy to take out the likes of the Lulu, maybe the Zerets, go for the wave clear. He's not necessarily the star of his team. Honestly, from what we saw, especially in that final of the Turkish Champions League, it was all about Dumbledore, the support. The Thresh roam players were just out of sight, and I expect him to go for similar sort of things. And that's, of course, what this lane swap meta opens up. You get the lane swap, suddenly the likes of Dumbledore can leave lane, can happily go and visit mid, can visit bottom, and it's actually the star mid laner G4 on the side of Bangkok Titans that might have to watch himself if the lane swap comes through, because that Dumbledore, whether it's the likes of Thresh or just moving up to the other kind of playmaking supports, I have to think he's been paying plenty of attention to the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, that might be also the case coming through for Bangkok Titans as well. G4, you mentioned, certainly the star player. They love to play around him as a team, so potential jungle pressure coming in there as well. He's played Diana. He's got a big, deep champion pool as well, so if Energy especially is going to play a bit more passive, wants to play these safe mid lanes, if G4 can find a foothold in that mid lane, look for him to move around the map, really open it up and start carrying for his team.
But with the likes of a roaming support on his case, I mean, the person that needs to step up for me is 007X. What a name that is, coming through. I mean, his jungle pool for the Bangkok Titans has kind of been a question mark. When he gets that Nunu, he's looked super impressive on that champion. But despite, moving into a tank meta, of course, Nunu, one of the prototypical tank junglers, loving that Cinderhulk, it feels like the gap between his Nunu and the likes of Jarvan, he's happy to play the Cinderhulk Jarvan. We saw a couple of times in that losing final against the Saigon Fantastic Five. Is a pretty big sheer drop. So has he picked up some new champions? The likes of Sejuani, of course, has been making it through picks and bans. If he can be there to make up for the fact that Dumbledore, Theocles, all going to be in this mid lane targeting down, I mean, that's the big question mark to me.
I mean, Gragas as well has to come into that jungle pool. We've already seen the Oceanic team pull it out today. Been such a strong pick on 5.6 and now 5.7. Curious to see if teams have started to pick it up, and I guess that's the thing for BKT as well. How much preparation did they get to do? They must have had barely any notification that they were coming to the tournament. That probably, it's a dream come true for them, a miracle almost that they're able to make it, but that might hurt them as far as general preparation goes.
It might do. I mean, they would have had a bit of time to reflect, obviously, after the loss, but then would have been jolted back into life with the news that they'd be playing in this tournament. I mean, it's going to be all about the Lulu Gragas and the early picks. Honestly, it's been such a premium on disengage on this meta. Even though it's not necessarily the rotational play in these scenes that are focusing for the disengage, it's just the option to reset. It's the option to overextend, to go for turret damage, to try and get aggressive at picks and objectives. Then you've got likes of the explosive cast to reset a fight. You've got the likes of the Lulu to disengage heavily with Glitterlance. Big premium on disengage. And then, of course, champions that can be both disengage and engage. Sejuani always has to be discussed there. Glacial Prison, we always talk about what the great hard engage it provides, but you can also split up a team or even stop a diver with the likes of that ultimate.
And you know what? I think it has to come from maybe the jungle or even the mid lane potentially as well. Just some other lane, because the supports, John has been notably absent today, I have to say, as far as games go. Lots of Thresh, lots of Nautilus, much more playmaking and opening up some of that roam potential. So going to be very curious to see if anyone especially has surprises. I think that's the exciting thing, because as I said, so far right now, the teams are just playing very normal looking League of Legends.
I mean, we've already typified Dumbledore as that aggressive support coming out from Besiktas. If there's going to be a Janna player, it's probably going to be Valen on the side of the Bangkok Titans. He's the person, their support player, definitely much more known for the likes of Janna and the disengage.
Well, we are into Champs League now as well, so Besiktas over on the blue side, Bangkok Titans, sorry, other way around, Bangkok Titans over on the blue side, Besiktas over on the red. Morgana the first ban there for the Titans, Zed going to be banned away from G4 as well, and again, starting to already target out that star mid laner.
Absolutely, we expect multiple mid lane bans to come through. They definitely play around building up the mid lane, not necessarily the AD carry, like of course the building up the puppy that you well know of, but building up G4 as much as possible.
Yeah, Lulu ban there as well, so smart stuff coming in. Nunu the ban away, so good homework being done here by the Turkish side, able to take away 007X's prime jungler. Be curious to see what else we see. What will the last ban be? I mean, is it going to be some of these junglers, especially as the tournament develops? Be curious to see what these teams learn from each other. They do play each other, but it's only once, so you don't get too many chances here to learn.
And 007X, it's important to respect his Nunu. Very good use of the Absolute Zero for zoning purposes. The likes of the Nunu Cassiopeia I described, it's all about the effective zones of the likes of the Petrifying Gaze, of the Absolute Zero. His Jarvan play, though, really struggle in that champion, definitely over-diving into the back line. See if he's added any more of these supportive tanks, the junglers, to his champion pool. Sejuani was the one I was speculating to. A lot of top junglers playing that, and also banned away by Besiktas.
Yeah, so it seems like has changed up the champion pool a bit with the Sejuani ban coming through. Lissandra also banned there as well as the last one from Bangkok Titans, and going to consider their first pick, and they lock in the Hecarim for the top side.
It's actually something really different from the Bangkok Titans. They're more known, Warlock in particular, for the tank play, playing a lot of Shen, for example, blind picking Shen, picking it into the likes of Rumble, into the likes of Hecarim, suddenly on a more carry-oriented top laner. We already saw Swiper from the Oceanic team, the Chiefs, play that earlier today. So much carry potential, so much anti-carry potential as well. Nadia, some massive performance on the likes of Lucian. Any short-range carry, any 500, 525 range carry, cowers in fear when they see the Hecarim coming through with a couple of items. We're still waiting to see. It could, I guess, be jungle. We're not sure if we're going to see the Smite picked up, which was in Smite Ignite and Smite Teleport Hecarim come through, but so far all we know, very strong champion picked up first pick by Bangkok Titans.
Yep, so Besiktas considering their first pick now as well. Had Warwick hovered there for a little while longer, but you have to think with some strong junglers open, they'll look to take one of them away. Not too much longer, though, to make these few picks here, considering till the very last second here are the Turkish side, and they are going to go in for Rek'Sai Ashe as their first two picks.
Because the Ashe one, we'll have to wait and see how that pans out, but I'm not surprised to see the Rek'Sai locked in for Theocles whatsoever, Pastry Time. Played this in their third game against Dark Passage in that Turkish Champions League final, and just completely wrecked Dark Passage in that game. Just his jungle pathing was so smart. He always seemed to find an overextended lane, got lots of early kill involvement. It was respect banned against him multiple times previously, finally slipping through in the adaptations at Game 3. Theocles is a playmaker specifically on Rek'Sai.
Yeah, Rek'Sai is just such a strong jungler still. Amazingly versatile, does almost anything you want to, and if you want to be aggressive, she'll certainly enable that. Graves is locked in by the Bangkok Titans, so Lloyd, the other big carry for his team, is going to get a very aggressive mid-game carry.
And of course, Graves into Ashe is a wonderful laning matchup for Graves. You can even think about just opting into the cleanse. You see the Enchanted Crystal Arrow come out, cleanse it and kill the Ashe. Very low base stats, where on the other side, of course, Graves, a massively strong laner, has that True Grit passive, is so powerful in the 2v2. Blind picking Ashe early, not sure what to say about that. It was at the last second. It's a potential that it was just I mean, a random lock-in as far as we know, but the Ashe first pick, very strange, and we might see a remake coming through. Not sure what to make of it.
Yeah, we'll have to see. We'll have a quick pause there in the champ select as we get everything realigned, but just looking at those first few picks, it seemed like maybe the Thresh was going to come through there as well. I like the change-up, honestly, from the Titans. Hecarim, you know, likes to scale very strong mid to late game if you can get him going in particular, but I kind of like supplementing that just with something a bit more aggressive from the bottom lane.
I mean, that makes a lot of sense. I mean, Hecarim does have that time when whatever build he goes, whether it's the Cinderhulk into the likes of Trinity Force and the Home Guard boots, or it's just going for the Trinity Force as a rush, whatever you go for, there's always that ramp-up time for Hecarim where he doesn't have flash, where he can't really overextend in lane, sometimes struggles in lane swap situations. So I feel like Hecarim, you kind of distract from the fact that you've got that scaling top lane in Hecarim by just picking power in other lanes, whether it's the likes of LeBlanc in the mid lane for a really one-sided mid lane matchup, whether it's the likes of an engaged support in the bottom lane like Thresh. Both of these really good calls. We do have a remake, and it looks like Thresh is occupying the spot that Ashe was in.
Yeah, it seems like maybe they weren't able to pick the champion they wanted. So not Ashe this time, at least so far. Thresh Rek'Sai, the first two picks.
But it's the excitement, though. This is Dumbledore on Thresh, the playmaker that took that final of the Turkish Champions League by storm. Suddenly, even the likes of G4 are going to have to worry that if they cannot make this Thresh accountable, he can take over games. He's done it before.
Yeah, but the Titans answer well with their second and third. Gragas Graves are their next two picks. That looks to be the jungle there for Gragas, and the nice aggressive Graves for Lloyd there as well. We are, of course, going to get a bit of a reset here for Besiktas as they consider their next round of picks here. Currently hovering, the Jinx could see that one coming through for Nadius, but we'll see what they want to consider here. What sort of comp are they building? Because Thresh Rek'Sai really gives nothing away.
Absolutely not. That's just a very flexible, pick-orientated mid-game champion. It's still a very relevant in the late game, so you're not giving anything away with the first round. Maokai, again, just a very standard meta pickup, deals very good with disengage, has very good peel, can engage. Maokai does everything you can opt. Jinx into Graves, not the ideal laning matchup, but we've already said Besiktas have that penchant for a lane swap. Get the lane swap in this game. Suddenly Dumbledore can be so relevant in other lanes. Suddenly you get the freeze going on in top. I feel like Besiktas already demanding the lane swap with the 4 champions they picked up.
Yeah, Maokai, Jinx are their selections there for their last viewers. We're going to see what the Southeast Asia side does want to take away for their last 2 in this draft. That, of course, will leave Besiktas with the last pick here. And bit of a funky hover there of the Udyr, but I'm sure they're mulling over their picks. They do seem to have to pick up a support and the mid laner as well. So what does G4 want to pick blinds? My big question.
He's blind picked Cassiopeia in the past, and it is available this game. So it wouldn't be out of the realm of possibility, but suddenly you see a Thresh could be roaming towards you. Suddenly you see a champion like Rek'Sai who has excellent uncleansable ganks at level 2 with the flash on Burrow, and it just becomes so much more risky for Cassiopeia because for such upside, such hyper damage scaling in the late game, she can get preyed upon in lane, so it might just be a bridge too far. They might have to go for something safer. They're hovering Ahri, it's locked in, makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, Ahri's super safe there, but Udyr is locked in there for Bangkok Titans, so someone is moving positions. That might be Gragas support, but stuff is going on here in this first game.
Look, let's just hope it's not Udyr's support. As amazing it would be, I'm sure there's the likes of Atlas off screen who are cheering for the Udyr support. Not a lot of lane presence coming through from the fiercely melee Udyr. We've seen Gragas support, I believe, in the LPL recently, so there are people that are trying to throw out the Gragas support. That was PYL, I believe, from LGD playing the Gragas support, but he played Bard, so maybe we can't think too much.
I don't know if we can trust PYL, unfortunately, but it's interesting. It's very ambiguous, of course, given that none of these champions look like standard supports. I mean, even Ahri could be a support at this stage of the game, but I mean, he's not going to be, but could. Gragas does make some sense to me. A lot of his jungle presence just comes from being strong with few items, so that does make sense, but he does benefit so much from Cinderhulk as well. We'll see what Besiktas want to do. They've certainly been thrown for a loop here with the Udyr being locked in for the Bangkok Titans, and again, sort of running out of time. Take Nidalee away for energy at the last second.
I think Nidalee is a big pickup for them. It's one of his comfort champions, not necessarily wave clear, but always poke orientated or the wave clear. Goes for a little bit of both with the likes of Nidalee. Melee range wave clear, but massive poke coming through. This is another champion that he played during the Turkish Champions League final. A lot of comfort coming through for Besiktas. Coming in the favorites, playing comfort champions. Things shape up for them really well, especially if they can get that lane swap that we've already driven the point into the ground about. Lane swap for Besiktas, and they have a huge advantage strategically coming into this game.
Yeah, but it is the Gragas support from Bangkok Titans we have to think here. We're going to get G4 on the Ahri and 007X. Well, oh yeah, picked up Gragas, got Sejuani banned against him. It's definitely changing up to the Cinderhulk standards. Nope, straight into Udyr. Which actually makes sense, because it's sort of like a really aggressive Nunu.
We wondered where he would go with this tank meta that he's so accustomed to. He was great on the Nunu, the Jarvan's falling out of the meta, and in general didn't look that impressive on the champion. Probably knew he had to pick up something other than Sejuani, because Sejuani is such a popular ban. Goes to the Udyr. We've seen other people dipping into the Udyr well. We know what he can do. He can be so annoying in the early game. You just worry about late game, just so prone to getting kited. The likes of Thresh, very strong with their Flayans, any sort of disengage. Not able to wade through the box either. You feel like Udyr is kind of a very risky bit. It feels a bit like LeBlanc on patches like 5.7. If you get a lot of work done early, get super tanky in the late game with already an objective advantage, Udyr can look like an excellent champion. But if Udyr falls behind as a fiercely melee champion, he just has those situations where he just doesn't really do anything.
I mean, for me, you definitely pick Udyr as a jungler just to basically pressure the other jungler. Your ganks are a little awkward given that it's bear stance only. But you do...
Sounds like Nunu.
Yeah, exactly. That was the thing. He's aggressive Nunu. You get in. Nunu kind of walks in the camps. He stays safe. He snowballs you. He eats your creep. And then he walks away and just keeps track of the jungle. Udyr does the same thing. But instead of walking in and snowballing you, he walks in and kills you.
Absolutely. I mean, we can all dream of the likes of Poacher's Knife, Udyr coming through, but that's the playstyle we're expecting, even if we don't see that particular jungle item picking up. A lot of appearances in the enemy jungle, as I believe we have another champion adjustment.
We do. It seems that players are having some trouble maybe selecting their champions, but it was actually Vladimir, not the Nidalee, that was the last pick coming through for Besiktas. So that does change things up quite a bit, actually, for the Turkish lineup.
I mean, it's just so much late game power coming through. Do they want to isolate this lane? I'd still say probably yes, even though Vladimir going to struggle in the early game against Ahri. It's always the Hextech Revolver and moving towards level 9 for a bit more lane presence. And in the late game, Jinx Vladimir, you don't need to say much more than that for damage. A bit of an assist coming through from the likes of Maokai and Rek'Sai, but it's definitely going to be two massive damage threats coming through for Besiktas.
Yeah, I mean, just take a step back there and think about that combination. Hemo Plague plus the Jinx ultimate's already enough, but the fact that in rocket launcher form, you get AoE as well, potentially AoE crits coming through.
With 12% more damage, of course.
Not too bad, as it sounds.
Yeah, I mean, Infinity Edge into Hemo Plague is a disgusting combination when the critical strikes come through. 250%, 12% bonus on top of that. Not exactly sure how that interacts, but we're talking about 280% crit damage. We're talking about a lot of damage from the Jinx. So the lane swap, that's the big question, though. I'm really going to be looking for that level 1. Suddenly, and it's worth noting, actually, that while it doesn't take the Smite in this case, you would feel that if they got into a lane swap, Smite would really help out the Hecarim so he could actually pick up those jungle camps easier, but going for the laning option in Ignite.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen this already, I think, as well. It was just Swiper, I think, from the Chiefs who took away that Smite, adapting that new Cinderhawk style that we've seen in the top side. But Ignite, it makes sense. These teams, we've kind of characterized them already. Aggression seems to be the name of the game for a lot of them. And with Hecarim, we talked about his early game can be a little bit awkward sometimes. Why not just get a little bit more kill pressure to help you out in the early stages?
And doing my research on these regions, some regions just don't pick up the Smite, whether they're not used to it. Of course, Flandre bringing it onto the scene in the LPL only about 2.5 weeks ago. It's a very new thing to adapt to. I just feel like having that challenging Smite opens up Hecarim to fulfill his role in teamfights so much earlier. Challenging Smite onto an AD carry doesn't matter if you don't have the burst damage from Trinity Force. You can still occupy all of their time.
Well, we'll have to see how it shakes out as we are onto the Rift here for Bangkok Titans versus Besiktas C versus Turkey here for the International Wildcard Invitational. And do not adjust your screens. That is a 007X Udyr.
We wondered where he would go in this meta, known for his tank junglers. Nunu taken away, Sejuani, the most obvious movement from there, taken away. And we zoom into definitely not Udyr on the Rift, happily dancing.
And of course, that does leave the early pick Gragas that might have thrown Besiktas for a bit of a loop. That's actually down in the bottom side for Moss on support. So Relic Shield Gragas going to be the mix-up. Besiktas looks very standard. This is a practice-looking, late-game-oriented comp, and Nadius is already in the top lane looking for that lane swap. But Bangkok Titans, they came to play, and they have mixed it up already.
Bangkok Titans haven't sniffed out the lane swap just yet. You can tell from the fact that the red team's bottom lane is on the top side of the map that it's definitely a lane swap initiated by Besiktas. Moss just throwing over a couple barrels to help out Udyr. He's going for a dance, maybe a little drink as well, before he gets to his first camp.
By the look of that bear stance Udyr dance, that was a very clever bit of flavor coming through there from the Bangkok Titans. As we are going to get the Phoenix leveled up first, 007X is going to wander down to the bottom side of the map, and it seems like Krug's into red is where he'll start.
Theocles, we already praised his Rek'Sai in Champions, that this guy finds ganking parts you wouldn't expect. And Rek'Sai, the unique thing about her is that she can do a bit of a Shaco impression, come over thick walls that you wouldn't expect with the unburrow, then even potentially flash instantly into position for the unburrow. So she's very flexible with her ganking pass, and a smart jungler like Theocles, suddenly, we mentioned this in Champions Select, if we do see the lane swap, you're going to have to be so much more accountable with G4, as Nadia's already starts the freeze. And we move into a pause.
Yeah, we do have a pause as Dumbledore seems to be having a slight connection issue, but we said it in the draft. We were looking for the lane swap coming through from the Turkish side, and lo and behold, that's exactly what we got. The freeze has even been started as well by Nadia. So you have to think, even with the pause here in just the first few minutes of the game, Turkey exactly where they want their early game to be.
And Besiktas, uniquely, they do have a lot of experience enacting the lane swaps. Some of these regions, you just don't see a lot of lane swaps. Oceania, for example, that we're most comfortable with. Chiefs, they can do the lane swap, but a lot of other teams don't opt into that lane swap situation. Besiktas very practiced on it and get a lot of advantages. Again, opens up that Dumbledore's roam that we're so excited to see this game. Even just on a simple level, the laning matchups, you actually do want to dodge, as weird as it sounds, the Graves Gragas lane, just because we're talking about intense burst damage coming out from that dude. The one thing you can say about support Gragas, just take a drink, the Drunken Rage, into just the body slam. It's instant CC. It's a big amount of burst damage. Graves all about the burst. It can be a difficult lane, and we're talking about Thresh, who can navigate a lot of lanes. Historically, one of his most difficult lanes was against the likes of Annie, who's known for her burst. Gragas is much the same story, and it's good to dodge out that lane if you're Besiktas.
I mean, it's so hard to poke out Graves Gragas as well. They're both fairly tanky. Graves passive helping him out there. Happy Hour Gragas' passive helping him as well, plus the Relic Shield. Even if you could afford to poke them out with some Flay Autos and maybe some Jinx Minigun or Rockets, they're always going to be topped up in that lane, it feels like.
And that's why it's a surprise that Bangkok Titans couldn't try to maybe group as 5, look for some of that aggressive vision, sniff out that lane swap, because suddenly, don't have to be as accountable as Dumbledore, can do that big roaming. Suddenly, Hecarim doesn't have Smite, so he'll pick up that first camp, but doesn't have the opportunity to just leave lane when the freeze comes. So that's the big thing you can say about taking Smite as a Hecarim, is that he's a champion that's so fiercely melee, even with that Rampage, only farming at 350 range. If he's in a freeze situation, he walks into lane, can't really get much experience, doesn't have flash if he overextends. The ability to pick up Smite, just go pick up some jungle camps elsewhere, then come back to lane when the lane starts to push up, is already another strategic thing that works in the advantage of Hecarim. So he's looking for a 1v1 with that Summoner Spell Ignite and doesn't get it.
Yeah, I mean, and that's common, I think, of a lot of the regions attending this event. Known for aggression, known for wanting to have more standard lanes and sort of play into their early game. Besiktas a team that can kind of dodge around that, and they've done well in the early stages to get there. I guess my question is, how much of an advantage can they get off the swap? Because they've enacted it correctly. They seem to have a very advantageous position, but they have to make it count here. And the Bangkok Titans, you know, just from the picks that they've selected with the Graves, with the likes of a jungle Udyr, that the way they win this game is by getting aggressive in the early stages.
So one thing that Bangkok Titans can do, so remember, this is a red side team lane swapping to the top lane. So the big thing to consider there is that they're going to be jungling on the top side of the map. That opens up the bottom side of the map. Udyr, very sustained jungler, very safe, can pick up that early dragon. They're going to have 4 members on the bottom side of the map. They need to start the objective snowball by picking up the dragon before the counter lane swap comes through. We're expecting maybe an item timing to be hit, whatever the situation. Make the enemy team accountable by picking up objectives with the side of the map that you have multiple members on.
And for me, it's not just the first dragon, because in that situation...
That's the snowball from there.
That's the trade that you accept in any sort of situation when you lane swap. I mean... It's always been that way, I have to think. Ever since people stopped fast pushing, you just like, all right, we're not going to trade towers anymore, so you get the first dragon. Enjoy it. Take it away. But you don't get gold from it anymore. You just get the first one. So being able to get the next few and making sure you hit that second dragon timing, that's where Bangkok Titans really need to focus their objective control.
And look, because they're not used to lane swap situations, we can't say for sure, we can't assume we're going to see a 4 or 5 minute dragon. It's still a big question mark to me. Do we see them understand that that's the big advantage they get from controlling the bottom side and have the confidence to go for dragons? Remember, this is their first game on the international stage in this situation. Their first game, they're in Turkey, a long way away from Thailand. They need to understand that this is the strategic opportunity they've been opened up to and really take advantage of it. And the earlier they do it, as you mentioned, the earlier the second, the third, and the snowball can be from there.
And it's aggression for me. How aggressive can they get their mid laner, especially? And that Udyr, that's a surprise pick from 007X. It's not the Nunu. It's not some of the tank junglers that he looked like he might be picking up as well. It's something hyper-aggressive almost on the Udyr. And there's a timer on this game, absolutely, especially with the Vladimir Jinx, both of those champions. Once they hit level 9, once they're good to go, if there's not some sort of discernible lead for Bangkok Titans, they will start to struggle towards the mid-late stages.
And again, as the game goes on, it gets harder and harder for a jungler like Udyr, who needs to get into melee range with that bear stance to have any real impact in a gank, to gank a Vladimir. Of course, you're going to open up so much distance. Double escape summons, the Ghost Flash already taken. Going to have the Sanguine Pool to disengage. If we see that Udyr bear stance coming through, you can essentially pop the projectile, in this case the auto attack, with the Sanguine Pool. Going to have to be really on point with chaining that into the charm and picking up the kill when they can. Because as you mentioned, scales so well, ability power, giving him health, becoming more sustainable in the mid lane. It feels like it's only the first 6 levels, specifically level 6, where Ahri has a good time to push out the Vladimir with that Udyr-Ahri synergy.
And Ahri is going to be the big player here. G4 is already the big player here for his team. Is all known as the carry. They're a very mid lane centric team when they play. He's on Ahri. That's a great champion for snowballing these types of team compositions. So how much work can he get done? And for me, can he hold down the Vladimir? Because we've talked about it. When Vlad gets going in the lane, he's almost impossible to kick out.
I think it goes further than that. Remember, the AD carry they've selected to combine with the Ahri is Graves, who's mostly a burst damage champion. In the late game, going to really have to respect the range advantage, the likes of Jinx, the Hemoplague, basically any CC. The shorter range you are, the more abilities you have to respect, because getting into auto attack range puts you at the potential cost of even just Tides of Blood damage, or the Hemoplague, or the Transfusion coming through. So as a shorter range carry, going to be more about burst in the late game. So returning to the likes of Ahri has very short cooldown rotations, does pick up some CDR, and suddenly we're talking about sub 5-second cooldowns. Again, now you even more need the mid lane Ahri to snowball. Because look, in the late game team fights, you'd always take a Vladimir unless the Ahri gets strong enough that each of her spell rotations is chunking out tanks, let alone backline carries.
And I guess looking at these team compositions, gone through both of them in quite a bit of detail, I feel like we have a good grasp of what Besiktas want to do. And we've certainly gone through most of the Bangkok Titans. But I guess my question for you is, what's this Hecarim doing in the team comp? Because he's the one that doesn't really fit with the same mid-game philosophy that the rest of the team comp seems to have.
I think it's a bit of late-game insurance. I mean, maybe I'm discounting the fact that burst and consistent damage is what is possible if Hecarim gets strong enough. We're skeptical. We're waiting to see whether in a lane swap with Teleport Ignite, the Hecarim can get to that big-game stage. Very interesting to see what item build we see coming through, because I believe Spawn was mentioning it on cast earlier. It's just a really nice, smooth power curve when we're talking about the likes of the Cinderhawk, which of course makes all your future health purchases that much better. With the challenging smite also, that lets you just, use that ultimate, the Onslaught of Shadows, onto an AD carry, throw on the challenging smite, and basically force them out of a fight. Into the Trinity Force for the burst damage, and again, with just the Home Guard boots for a bit more reliability on those teleport ganks. When you don't have that first item, Cinderhawk, to pick up, a lot of people kind of disagree on builds. Some people just rush into a Phage, then maybe build for lane with the likes of a Spectre's Cowl or a Glacial Shroud for that matter. Some people just go straight for the Trinity Force, and then you kind of want to pull the game a little bit later just so that you can get a bit of tankiness to go with that burst damage. Itemizing as a Hecarim, if you're not going for the Cinderhawk, can sometimes be a little tricky. It's, I guess, based on gold values to some degree.
I think, honestly, even with Cinderhawk, it can be tricky as well. Hecarim's got such weird curves almost, because he does have a very strong point of power, especially towards the late game, but getting there is the hard part. That's why people started mixing it up. Okay, Cinderhawk's pretty good. Let's mix that in there. But Cinderhawk, yeah, reasonably high impact, but obviously benefits more from the items you build after it. And that's my biggest thing with Hecarim. What's his 2 item? What does that look like? And in this case, it's probably...
I mean, it's 2 items, Trinity Force into Home Guard boost,
sure,
right?
Or otherwise it's Cinderhawk into Trinity Force
Sure.
into Tanky, sure. But how does he get there is the question then. If we've identified that his 2 item is the thing that's important to look at. For me, the Trinity Force timing is always key, because Hecarim's a bruiser. He's one of the true bruisers that's seeing a lot of play at the highest level of competition. How tanky is he when he gets to do his 2 items, and when's he going to get that Trinity Force? But we are popping back into the game, and Nadius executing his freeze wonderfully here. Just going to slowly last hit the top wave.
We'll wait to see if there's actually any difference in when these creeps actually hit the turret. That's the big part-time, is and how well you control the waves to ensure they keep pushing as the subsequent waves come in. On the minimap, can't really tell at this point. The hard freeze going on. Udyr doing a bit of farming. And Thresh actually going to peek up to top, maybe pick up a couple levels, and the roam will be on.
Yeah, I like this from Moss, actually starting the blue up for his jungler as well. Wants to get the ward down. 007X going to come in, and we might even see a support follow here as well. We haven't quite talked about it, but Gragas, again, a jungler known for early game pressure and CC. Not quite Thresh on levels of roam, but not too shabby.
I mean, the level too, if we're talking about the flash bodies, how much the flash bear slap, all those things are very relevant. So it'd be something different. They could even maybe get the Drunken Rage and opt into the earliest dragon we've seen so far in the IWCI. Looking at the minimap, looks like they're just trying to pick up the Rift Scuttler, but the Dragon, a very realistic option for Bangkok Titans.
Yeah, they might even look to take it away after they pick up the Scuttler, as they seem to be walking back to the Gromp. We are going to have the blue buff taken away, of course, so Besiktas will be jungling on the top side of the map, and we saw the free starter by Nadius, but Dumbledore is not roaming. He's actually helping Jinx fast push.
This is super fast push. They're trying to bait the teleport to top lane, because with 4 members meeting there after picking up the Gromp, no flash available on Hecarim, he would die instantly. So far, Warlock's been very smart not to try to enter this lane. Thaldron's still showing himself. They're taking their time to show themselves as a 4-man group, but now you can see everyone's in the top lane. They're trying to start the fast push.
4 people pushing, might even start proxying the way, but a great response here by the blue side going into that early dragon. So we talked about responding to these sort of lane swaps. So far, the first 4 minutes has looked great by both sides.
I mean, the big thing here for Bangkok Titans, though, is that if you answer this turret for a dragon, it's going to be an instant boost of gold. Suddenly you have more roam items, maybe close to the mobility boots coming out for Thresh. It's going to be more gold in general. And if you can't answer the turret, you're going to have a situation where when the swap comes back, when we see the likes of Nadius and Dumbledore's coming back to the bottom lane, you're going to have to really overextend with a no-flash top laner like Hecarim, and that's where the wraparound ganks will come from the likes of Theocles, who can already be very creative with his ganking path. So this turret will fall down very, very soon, and the question will be, where did Besiktas go from there? Because they're not so much about the single rotations. They're looking to back because this lane has started to push back. Yeah, it's interesting. They're not looking to fast push now after getting it so low.
Yeah, they held the wave back, and they're actually going to freeze it here once again. So Dumbledore, unable to roam here, but not leaving quite yet, does take the cannon creep though away as well. Well, now Recall potentially will look for a roam there as well, but we do have Moss actually rotating to the top side, but that's very dangerous at this stage.
Yeah, it's only the support, remember. We see Gragas on the minimap might be forgiven for thinking that it's a top laner or the likes of a jungle, but it's only the support coming through, doing a bit of warding. Hecarim is going to slowly walk to the top lane. They've definitely prepped this turret earlier. Maybe they're just looking for a very creative turret dive where they just wipe out the turret and then suddenly Jinx gets excited and they pick up the kill. But it is surprising to see them put so much effort into damaging down this turret and it's not finish it off. It's on literally 100, 150 health.
Yeah, I like that Moss is here as well. Warlock has to think he's getting baited.
It's suspicious at this point.
Yeah, it's very suspicious. And even Udyr is going to come up as well, but actually outnumbered in the top side of the map right now are Besiktas. So Warlock will get plenty of farm here with his friends by to help him.
Yeah, the vertical jungling ended very, very quickly in this game. No more vertical jungling going 2v2 action in the top. No dragon spawning for another 5 minutes or so. So just standard lanes at this point. Graves versus Maokai, though. That's the result of all these changes. The Maokai definitely going to find an easier time picking up on the bot.
Oh my god, going in. Energy got so low from an all-in by G4, and 007X flashing over the Raptor cam to try and get the kill.
So that was speculative, to say the least. He tried to be secret agent Udyr, 007, could not pull it off. Going to get a bit of turret damage down, but now the flash is down, and suddenly his gank presence goes from low to really low.
Yeah, but great stuff from G4. Only used his Ignite there in the trade in Vladimir's defense. Did keep both of his summoners up as well, but good early pressure. Energy, though, able to get up quite high on health. Actually had a few potions there, starting boots 3 pots, it looks like there. So an early lead to the Ahri like we expect, but Vlad holding out just fine, especially after dodging the Udyr gang.
So after that damage trade came down, Vlad was always going to be on the backside. We were going to expect Ahri to keep pushing in bottom. Graves has had, Lloyd especially has had basically permanently pushed bot lane. That should have empowered Udyr to have so much presence in the enemy jungle, get that counter jungling going that we talked about in Champions Select. But now that his flash is down, it's kind of awkward because even though he's very tanky, getting caught, you're caught. And speaking of getting caught...
Yeah, Lloyd getting aggressive on Dumbledore here as well. Theocles also there, does get body slam back. Moss will get hooked away, but the teleports come through for Warlock running in on top. They want to get so aggressive but can't quite find it without the ultimates available. And lots of trades back and forth, cooldowns blown, but no one dies.
They definitely didn't have the CC to pull off a successful game. They'll lose at least this turret, though, to be honest, was already super low. The big factor is, does Hecarim lose this massive minion wave after being denied from farm for so long? You can see in the rocket launcher form, just to push this wave in as fast as possible. Udyr, hopefully, 007X, honestly, his best move here would to freeze the lane and get that high item cap Hecarim, who needs at least the Trinity Force to be relevant as much of the CS as possible, and he pulls it off well.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's doing. He even pops into Turtle Stance just to shake off some of the incoming minion damage, but Warlock, a Null Magic Mantle in the inventory to join in with some early boots of speed. I think he has an idea about how he's going to catch up here, and it's just wanting to go for the home guards.
And look, he really wants to have the same presence as, well, look at this.
Oh, look at you, looking all handsome in there as well. Thanks to Destroyer. There's watching on, looks like 2 different screens, a laptop and a TV. Very creative.
Very affluent members that we have of the party. We've seen 3, 4 monitors. Everyone's got their sick setup going.
Yeah, and that's good. Again, want to know how you guys are watching, so keep sending those in as Warlock, holding his wave now on the top side of the map as well. Wanted to make sure it stays here for as long as possible. And like I said, I'm expecting some early home guards, so wants to just be as influential as he can when he does get his ultimate.
So lots of credit to the Bangkok Titans. They've been very smart. They picked up the early dragon. The next one's coming very soon. We're seeing a damage trade.
Yeah, ulti though comes through. Moss forced to flash away. Lloyd pops the heal in there as well. 007X also now looking towards the bottom side of the map. Can maybe bait them in here. And now he's going to run in.
Going.
The Udi's coming in on the best edge. Ulti already used. Moss dives in massively. Dumbledore's in trouble. Not going to get slow, but Lloyd needs one more auto attack. And first blood goes to Graves.
They're even able to pass it over to Graves. Ideal in that situation. Tried to split the difference. Hoped they could get the double kill, but Nadius still had the flash rebel. Ari, though.
G4 wants to dive in. Does have his ultimate going to go in. You have to think teleport come through now as well. Charm just going to miss, but they'll go in massive. Wonderful orb of deception. Able to take out the kill, and Thaldron now in trouble. Going to get doped by Moss. Gets the body slam in. Smite down there as well. 007X looking for the kill. Will go over to Udi. He'll die in the trade, but a 2-for-1 and a turret for the Bangkok Titans.
They weren't able to ideally pull off the the turret juggling, but they still pick up the kills, and the second objective comes through. They had the dragon already. Next one in 35 seconds. If they can put up a bit of vision, shop with the massive influx of gold they just picked up, they will be an excellent spot to secure this second dragon.
Great movement back from Warlock. Had the wave frozen in the bot, so transition to the mid lane just to cover there. And Ari G4, massive dive there as well. Comes back to lane against the Revolver with the Morello Nomicon.
And speaking of massive, not just that mid lane itemization, pickaxe and BF sword on a champion like Graves here from Lloyd, who has so much burst potential with that flat AD. This Jinx will eventually get to the point where she has a lot of flexible options when her trading starts to get strong against Graves, when she picks up the range on her rocket launcher form in general. But at this present point, has to respect the power timings coming through from Lloyd.
So Bangkok Titans jump out to 3-1 in kills. The turret's tied, of course, after the early pushes coming through, and only a slim lead here for Bangkok Titans. Are up a dragon as well, and most importantly, the second dragon is now available.
Look, they've been very smart in their rotational play. That was something that we definitely had a big question mark about the Bangkok Titans, really showing the Southeast Asia region proud with their smart usage in the lane swap situation, in the early rotations, playing very smart. The second dragon is live. No one started off yet. Teleport's not available, so it'll be an isolated 4v4.
Yeah, Theocles actually using his ultimate towards the top side. Will sense out the Udyr with the Tremor Sense. Moss there as well, maybe caught out, but Theocles maybe a bit too aggressive. It's 2v3 right now as they are going to go in, but Dumbledore joins in, lands the hook on a 007X, but Warlock's joined in. The ulti there for Jinx. Warlock's takes a massive burst of damage and goes down to energy. 007X forced to flash out as G4 gets the kill onto the wreck side. Charm lands there as well as support Gragas going to fall also, and Ari runs away there with the Orb of Deception speed, but a 2-for-1 trade this time for Besiktas.
Yeah, the 2-for-1 trade suits them well, but it's important to notice that Nadius walked all the way from the bottom lane to try and get some kill involvements. Of course, did with the Super Mega Death Rocket splash damage, but it gives up plenty of time for Graves to push up bottom, try to equalize this CS advantage. Picking up this turret, though, that'd be a big win for Besiktas. This is the mid turret. Suddenly, they've always been very on point in their vision game, and you have so much more space to get aggressive wards down when you take out that outer mid turret.
Surprising to me that G4 didn't want to defend that turret with a blue buff Ari, but maybe just felt a little uncomfortable with 3 members pushing in. So the early turret advantage will go to the Turkish side. They're 2-1 up now in turrets, but maybe with people backing away, that dragon's still available as well.
It's surprising. They had the timing. They were in position. They had just taken down the turret, you remember, as Dragon was spawning. But they haven't got any pink wards or any exclusive vision around this area. And even now, looking at the minimap, it's still quite risky. They still have a lot of darkness in the enemy jungle when it comes to DPSing down a quick second dragon.
You can see wards in general being put back down. Supports now have their sight stone, so look for the warding to increase. Dumbledore as well as a pink ward in inventory. Scuttlecrab will go down to the Thai team as they'll take it out and get some vision around the dragon, but looking to push in. Theocles eats a charm there. Good chunk coming through, but Lloyd so aggressive. Goes in, flashes with the ulti, but gets hooked after it. But Moss gonna join in as well, and that is some Graves play.
That was some instant aggression. I thought it was Riven for a second there. Animation cancelling to get the melee range buckshot. Aggression, we thought the advantage would go to Bangkok Titans, and you see right there why.
Yeah, and they get a pick and take the Dragon. That's the style that they're importing here into the Wildcard Invitational from Southeast Asia, and it's looking wonderful so far. Still not quite with a gold lead, but keeping on top of those objectives.
I mean, I can understand why Theocles was surprised. How often outside of laning phase do you see flash initiations from AD carries of all things? Didn't go for the quick draw, which has that slight animation, just went for the instant flash into death coming through, and they pick up the objectives. So worth it, I have to say.
007X hanging out, does take away the Krogs there. Energy going to walk back to lane as well. Abyssal Scepter's been completed there for the Vladimir, so getting a bit stronger now as well. As we look down, no other major items completed right yet. It looks like Thalger and the Maokai going to be working on a Righteous Glory, I believe.
And we have to kind of temper our excitement at the fact that Bangkok Titans are squarely in this game, because they're certainly not in any semblance of an advantage. 20.5k gold for both these teams, so almost identical in the gold. In fact, identical at this point. They have the two dragons in the pocket, and we've seen that teams, the Dragon Snowball can definitely be a massive win condition for the Bangkok Titans, but they certainly haven't opened up a lot of space. And looking at these comps, we said it during Champions that we have to remind the viewers again, the scaling advantage, Vladimir Jinx, need say no more. The late game team fights look squarely in the advantage of Besiktas.
Yeah, and it's that gold lead being even certainly does mean to me that the objectives are the big thing here in this game. It's Dragons for the Titans and Besiktas looking for towers, or maybe just to keep themselves afloat as far as gold goes, so they can get to the mid-late stages, pick up some extra global gold as well, and then carry themselves through some of the later team fights. So the Bangkok Titans, they have to start putting more pressure on now. They've got some good items coming through. Graves, I believe, has now finished his Infinity Edge, so things looking good from that stage, but their jumping off point starts very soon. In fact, probably starts right now.
And that's the thing. They need to use their power spikes, but simply, I think the whole change in 2015, having this stacking dragon mechanic, just opens up teams like the Bangkok Titans that you think, okay, this team's going to get outscaled. How are they going to win the late game? If you got 5 dragons, suddenly a lot of these little advantages that champions will have, synergies that come through, are kind of outdone by 12% bonus stats, AP and AD, all the stacking bonuses that come through. Suddenly, you can take and win fights. You can siege turrets that wouldn't be possible otherwise. So the minimum at this point was for the Bangkok Titans was to get an advantage in the early game. They haven't been able to do that in gold, but the dragons, that's still a win condition that they're square on time and early for, you have to say. That's 2 dragons in less than 15 minutes of the game.
Yeah, and they didn't quite hit the second on the dot, but it's been strong dragon control so far. That's certainly what they've been known for regionally, I believe, as well. So good to see them bring that here to a big international tournament and still be able to perform. I guess our other thing to be aware of is Warlock's Hecarim as well. Haven't quite kept tabs on him with all the action that's been going on, but you kind of talked about him as maybe an insurance policy there from the top side of the map. If he's getting consistent farm there as well, that might be something to look for, because all of a sudden we get to an even mid-game, but one team is more aggressive. Hecarim might be able to tip the balance of some of those very important key fights right in the middle.
And think about the Bangkok Titans front lines, the likes of Hecarim, Gragas, and the Udyr coming through. Udyr, so tanky. We saw, of course, Unicorns of Love playing that Udyr. One thing you could say, okay, didn't pick up a win, but was super tanky in the front line, even in a big gold disadvantage. The thing about Jinx, she has mobility in the fight, but it's so gated around the first kill. Getting the first kill on a frontline the likes of Hecarim, Udyr, and Gragas is going to be super difficult for the Jinx. So Hecarim hits those item timings, dives into the backline. No option for Jinx to pick up the first kill just because that frontline's so tanky. Drunken Rage even making Gragas relatively tanky. She doesn't get excited. The challenging, well, not the challenging spot in this case, but this is the burst damage from the likes of the Trinity Force and the Ignite coming out from the Hecarim. Take down that Jinx, and it's just a one-threat comp. It's just the Vladimir coming through from Besiktas. So again, that's a good point. We need to really keep our eyes on how this Hecarim is farming and what his itemization is, because it's not always the Trinity Force rush, but the Trinity Force with a bit of tankiness, that's when Hecarim really wants to opt into those team fights.
Yeah, he's going to be getting it at some point here, and given the nature of the game, I think he might just go for it straight here again. They've managed to keep up. They're not behind, maybe not as ahead as they would like, despite being ahead in kills. The goal difference very even so far, so we'll see how that develops. And you're right, when it comes to these late game-oriented two-threat crumps, the Vlad Jinx plus frontline or utility that we've basically seen from the Turkish side here, it is about getting them both ahead enough. I guess the nice thing is, when you can't pin down both of them in a late game situation, you do run into problems because you need to kill both of them. But if one of them's behind, or you're able to kill one and then the other just can't do a whole lot because, again, you're kind of in a more middle stage of the game, but that's a team fight that Bangkok Titans can absolutely win.
And they have disengage options. I think the Gragas might actually be a big consideration in the late game, just because the one thing you can say about Vladimir Jinx, lots of consistent damage coming out. Vladimir in the late game has those sub 6 second cooldowns on both his AoE ability and the transfusion as Lloyd. That was some real fast feet. He didn't have flash, remember, but was not punished for it.
Yeah, did not get ganked there. We had 3 people actually in the area, as they might even look to dive here in the bottom side. Lloyd does not have help, although it's on the way. Ultis just to clear the wave out. Smoke screens the last 2 crits as well. And look at the mind games, just running towards the enemy, and they run straight in the opposite direction.
Being able, as Graves, a short-range carry whose wave clear is really about getting in a few auto attacks and then getting a melee range for a buckshot. Gragas is on the top side of the map. The fact that he even bought this extra 20-25 seconds for this turret to come down is relevant because it opens up a lot of action in other lanes. Unfortunately, G4 goes for the roam, doesn't get anything out of it, but it was smart play from the Graves.
It was actually very clever the first time when he ducked out of lane just to be like, uh-oh, she's coming. I don't want to get ganked here. Unfortunately, couldn't buy enough time for the gank as Theocles, looking for something in the top side, just finds the Scuttle Crab for now, as we will see the blue buff possibly just given over here to Energy for some cooldown reduction. And again, if Besiktas are holding strong here at this stage of the game, that's where they want to be with their comp. 3-1 now up in turrets as well.
Yeah, ironically, no mana jungler and no mana mid. Vladimir, a bit like Zed, very gated around cooldowns for consistent damage in fights. Don't really need it for the laning phase because already your transfusion, your big laning item, is on a very short cooldown. Warlock, though.
Yeah, he's being ganked, forced the ulti out there as well, but they might still be able to keep chasing. Flash Arcane Smash will knock him up. Very tanky, though, is the Hecarim just from the W, but Warlock does end up getting the kill.
The Thai top laner does fall down that situation. Besiktas back away, but not able to pick up any objectives from this big situation. They can push onto the turret. Baron, not a realistic objective. In fact, not even spawning for 3.5 minutes at this point.
Theocles is actually getting caught. Very nice combo there from G4. Gets the first kill. Thaldron now in trouble as 007X gonna run in. The Orb of Deception clips him a second time. Flash forward there. His Energy's also in the area. Wants to go in. Massive flash from Ari. Hemo Plague down now as well. But Vladimir might get himself kited, and 007X keep going. The
Teleport's coming in.
Yeah, coming through for Warlock. Wants to go in. Gonna dive in onto the Vlad, who is forced to flash away. Both summoners now burnt as well. They'll keep chasing. Energy getting low. Gets ignited by the Hecarim. Slowed by the Udyr. And Warlock picks up that kill.
That was really poor play from Besiktas. They got the pick, but there were no objectives to pick up. The outer turret and top had already gone down. They overstayed for a Gromp of all things and were punished. Now the snowball starts for Ari. We mentioned the fact that she gets strong enough to do damage to both the front line and the back line in the fight when it suddenly becomes super risky to dive in as the relatively squishy Ari. Death cap already completed. This is a scary, scary 17-minute Ari.
And I actually like the very subtle Gragas Ari synergy. This massive Ari. If anything goes wrong or you just need to separate someone,
relevant stat, but it's definitely the Bangkok Titans. They need a pick before they even attempt what will still be an even numbers drag.
Smartly, they're moving Warlock over now as well, who looks like he's pushed out the top wave back in their team's favor.
It's a long walk for Maokai to get to this lane. It's a long walk before he can really start making them pay in a global sense. So this is the time to start the dragon before Maokai can choose between influencing the team fight or taking down an inner turret.
Yeah, and they're going to get Warlock and 007X on top of it. Maokai has to come now if he wants to, and it's put their foot on the gas in the mid game, and they're doing so right now. That's the third turret now to equalize.
So many of the
as well by the Rek'Sai. Warlock gonna dive straight in, and Moss goes in as well. Nadia's getting chunked up by the Ari. Goes down, and 007X still alive. Finally falls there as well, but Energy getting run around as well. Lloyd's gonna join in and just poke away as Ari is kiting through. The Vlad's fallen though. That's the 2 threats there for Besiktas. Take out the Ari, giving Maokai a shutdown, but Thaldron getting chased out. Almost gonna die to the crits. Double kill there goes to Warlock, and the tree falls as well. That's 4 for 2 in favor of the Titans.
Yeah, 4 for 2, and at this point in the game, Graves can still be super aggressive. So Ari and Graves, dual assassins with their item timings. Death Cap, Morellonomicon, Infinity Edge, Static Shift is huge power spikes for 22 minutes. And the tankiness is just not there for Besiktas. They still need to buy time to get these items, but they're being punished, whether it's turrets, whether it's dragons. Bangkok Titans just playing excellently around their win conditions.
Yeah, and the gold lead starting to snowball a bit now as well. Closer to 4,000 ahead in this situation. You can see Nadia's got the 2 items, but could not peel all of that front line.
I mean, he just got surprised. Ari showed up behind him and instantly killed him. I mean, they didn't have vision around mid for whatever reasons. Their minion wave line had died, so they hit the Hemo Plague, just that damage. As long as he swapped Jinxes, should be a team fight win, Udyr especially, but they're getting a lot of work done. Besiktas really respecting the power of this Southeast Asian team.
You have to respect the RA charm as well, because if you get poked down, things will start going very wrong, and Lloyd's able to position aggressively and deal good damage to this turret that's already at 50% health. And we brushed over Warlock for a second, but just to go back to the build, the Trinity Force coming through makes a lot of sense, but I love the MR here, because who's he trying to kill? It's the AD carry, and what does he need to worry about then after that? Only magic damage.
The only thing he hasn't fit into his build is the Home Guard enchant, which probably will have gold to pick up soon. Not rushing towards that just yet. Honestly, they haven't needed the flank engages from the Hecarim. They're doing it just fine from the Ahri so far. And as you mentioned, the Locket not being completed, much more selfish itemization coming through from Theocles on the Rek'Sai. Probably the most obvious person to pick up the Locket for the team. 4th Dragon's coming down. Again, the stats from this one maybe not immediately relevant, but the timer just starts to go in the game, and it's going to be an early one. It's going to be 31 minutes if they can rush down this 4th Dragon.
Yeah, or helping with the pushes, I guess at least semi-relevant. Just being able to snowball, push out some turrets, and then open up space for your 5th Dragon. Dragon's so weird with the way it stacks and snowballs, but they're little advantages, but when you stack them on top of each other, they add up to a very big snowball.
The Home Guard is completed by Hecarim, but isn't opting to stay in base, so only going to get him back to things. So no extra stats picked up, although he did finish the Warden's Mail, so that will be relevant in a fight. This is finally the time. The 4th Dragon of all is the time that Besiktas decide they have to hit the go button. But do they have enough to win a fight?
I mean, Moss has his ulti. He might just disengage, or they maybe want to fight. They are going to start in there. Dragon getting low. They're actually going to go for a bit of a 50-50 in the backside. Dragon does go to Besiktas, but energy, he's already down. Nadia so firing away from the backline, but the front line is melting for the Turkish team. Hook going wide there. 007X on top of the Jinx. And I'm sorry, Nadia, you have nothing left to live for as the support gets another kill.
And this team comp from the Bangkok Titans is really exposing one of the few weaknesses of Jinx. We've seen Jinx first picks. We've seen Jinx priority in multiple regions. When you have the world's tankiest front line, the likes of Udyr, the likes of even support Gragas, which is very deceptively tanky from the support realm, you don't get excited. You're just a no-escape AD carry that dies instantly.
And going for the Baron now are Bangkok Titans. It's going to go down swiftly here as Dumbledore, the only man around that can possibly contest it, but he's not even going to make it to water while it's alive, I don't think. Nope, Atalai goes in, doesn't throw the hook out though, and Baron goes to the tie side.
So the smallest of advantages come through to Besiktas. They do pick up the Dragon. We're going to see the replay. At this point, it looked bad. G4 had already used his first ult charge, and I thought, okay, they're not going to be able to get into Nadius. He's free hitting, but doesn't have that many items on Jinx. And the Super Mega Death Rocket, they just never became a situation where there was going to be a reset for that get excited. They're all so tanky. Even the Hecarim, above half health. 007X, less than half health, but this is Udyr we're talking about. Jinx can do nothing, and she watches their team loses 4 members.
Yeah, now 8,000 gold ahead for the Bangkok Titans as well. Luden's Echo completed now for the Ahri. Not the Zhonya's that I thought it might be. Going for much more aggression and overall team fight damage. A secondary giant spell to go with a Righteous Glory that 007X has moved in. So that's the first one. He just finished a Righteous Glory because he wanted more aura items. Warlock now with a Frozen Heart, plus the Spectre's Cowl and the Merc Treads. 3 items done for Graves. It is looking troublesome for Besiktas.
It's grim reading for this Turkish representative, the home team we have to remember across the map. Everything is looking wonderfully strong for Besiktas. Has actually gone for the Merc Treads here, has the Ahri, just respecting, I guess, Dumbledore's CC, Maokai to some degree as well. It's looking to do consistent damage. Whenever you're a champion like Ahri with short cooldowns, it's not necessarily about the burst damage at the start of a fight. It's kiting back, doing consistent damage to make up for the fact that Graves, he's all about burst from the AD carry role.
I know Spawn, one of our other commentators here, loves the Merc Treads right now, and it makes sense. In this sort of tanky meta with CC everywhere, Merc Treads are at a premium right now.
I mean, they're just trying to break the base. They don't necessarily have the rage to do it. Graves not the best turret CG, you'd have to say. But Warlock's already strong. Of course, now has the Frozen Heart. Short cooldown that Rampage means plenty of Trinity Force procs. And Maokai, one of his few downsides is just can't stop people who do good turret damage because he doesn't have the damage to force them away.
Yeah, tower goes down there. Just too much damage, and Besiktas can't move into fight. Bangkok Titans have the Gragas ult as well if they really want to commit to taking out structures. That's been one of the nice things we've seen coming through as Warlock going in a bit too aggressive. Needs to find the ulti. Tanking turret though. Locky comes in and Lloyd's walking around the side, but 007X is so tanky in G4. Dives into the back line. Gragasol splits everyone. Theocles going to go low. Thouden dives as well. And the front line's dead for Besiktas. 007X dives into the back, and that's 3-0.
And it's looking like the first big upset of the tournament here, Pastry Time, as Bangkok Titans, in a very difficult game with an execution-heavy comp, have executed perfectly. I thought their win conditions would be a bridge too far. Make one small slip, and suddenly Vlad and Jinx run rampant through your team fight. But they just can't kill the Udyr.
No, and they've exploded. Now Nadius eats it. Charmin goes down instantly to Lloyd. Energy now going to get dove here as well. Turrets melting in front of their eyes. Zhonya's just to buy a little more time, but Energy melts as Warlock gets a double. That's the ace coming through for Bangkok Titans, and they finish the game just destroying the Turkish side's first outing.
And we wondered what the thing that Udyr would contribute as this kind of sideways pick, forcing Gragas into a support role, but was completely justified just because Udyr could run at Jinx, and that's the one thing. Udyr can definitely run at people. Doesn't always get to them, but in this case it didn't matter because they couldn't kill any of the front line coming through. Gragas, Gragas in this game, of course, Gragas into the Udyr, into the Hecarim, just not killable from a Jinx perspective, even with the Hemoplague spreading onto multiple members every fight. Never got excited, just sat in the backline doing a little bit of chip damage, while the rest, the Ahri and Graves especially, run rampant through the Besiktas lineup.
I mean, certainly when your front line is starting to melt to your opponent's carries, you sort of realize that the problems are everywhere, because it doesn't even matter if you can't peel the front line, because your front line dead and all of a sudden you have nothing left to help you peel for you.
That's the thing. Jinx doesn't have self-peel, only has that passive, which makes her look like a mobile champion when she's winning, but for once we see her punished, just an immovable AD carry at the back, no front line to fight around, and Besiktas, just a very surprising loser this game. Bangkok Titans, they got their big victory.
Yeah, very creative stuff there, and a strong showing after what was a fairly even early game, you have to think. We talked about it. Things were going well. They were farming away, and all of a sudden, the Bangkok Titans, their aggression finally rewarded, you have to think, because they were arguably over-aggressive in the early game, and they just took the ball and ran with it all the way to the end.
But the thing is, they understood their win conditions, and I thought I asked a lot of questions about whether they could pull off. I think they pulled off everything with aplomb. The flash from Graves especially was a complete highlight. We don't see that often in competitive play. Flashing for the buckshot kill onto the jungler, but it opened up another objective, opened up their second dragon from memory. All the controlled aggression in the world. You know, sometimes when these teams lose, if they had lost this game, it would have been reckless aggression. But controlled aggression was the story from the Bangkok Titans, and it obviously took Besiktas off guard.
Yeah, I mean, losing just that one dragon, I guess, towards the end was the one fault. But honestly, they won the team fight handily and just were able to push from there and take the Baron. So even that one dragon didn't matter too much. But we do have a replay now as well.
So wait and see. One of the big fights in this game. So there's only a 4,000 goldie at this point. This was a fight that actually looked like it could go Besiktas' way before I remembered that nobody could die on this Bangkok Titans lineup. They're already so tanky. Look at these item builds. The one thing you mentioned actually earlier in the cast, no locket was ever completed for Theocles. Doesn't have it in this situation, but Udyr, full tank, has the Cinder Hulk into the locket. At this point, Trinity Force already completed, then cost-effective armor and magic resist for the Hecarim. And I mean, even Gragas can just sip on that Drunken Rage, has already a nice health stack, so I'll roll the tape in this situation. So I believe this is where the Dragonsteel, yes, this is where the Dragonsteel comes in. So the objective looks good in this case. They try to DPS down the dragon. Ahri's caught up. The dragon falls down low. It's stolen away, which is wonderful. But look at this. Nadius is free hitting in the backline. It's just not doing any damage because no one falls low from Bangkok Titans. They have so many item timings. And Nadius needs what? A Bloodthirster and a Last Whisper to be relevant. Can't break through anyone. Udyr running at you is suddenly a super scary thing because you don't have a gap, because you're not Ezreal, you don't have the Arcane Shift to get away. She dies in the backline. That was just the story of what happened this game. Bangkok Titans, they took it over and they never looked like losing.
Yeah, their lead, especially at that last fight, was just too much. I just noticed when we watched it back, Lloyd was the one trying to take away the dragon. That AD carry with 2.5, almost 3 items. He got zoned out completely, had to just try and free hit the jungler, got zoned out by a Thresh box trapped in the dragon pit, and it just didn't matter.
I mean, look, if the AD carry role doesn't work out, there's plenty of other roles where you can flash in aggressively and blow people up. But man, he made Graves look good. Reminded me of actually Pinoy shooting onto the scene for Gambit Gaming and showing a lot of aggression against Double Lift of all people earlier this year. Much the same story here, just so much aggression on the Graves that we don't expect. And Graves is a very early pick in multiple aggressive regions just for reasons like this. If the game ends early, if it's not relevant that you're a 525 range AD carry who often has to use his only steroid defensively, if you can just quick draw, or in this case, flash in and blow people up, it looks great.
It does look great, and I think for the Bangkok Titans, other teams will look at that game and I think have to feel quite afraid. Not only did they mix things up, and I'm going to say it, maybe trick Besiktas there in champs, like with the Gragas pick, at least open themselves up to a really cool flex pick there in that draft. It's not just picking the wacky things and, having some fun and having a good early game. They executed wonderfully in the end, but got them straight to an interview.
Oh, you complete the league in the second place, but you just defeated one of the favorite teams in the tournament. How does it feel?
Of course it feels great to win. Coming in second place, it doesn't feel any different for us. We still think that we're a strong team, and it feels good to win, yeah.
We have seen you play with your sub-support. What was the reason of this change?
We just decided that we wanted to play the game more aggressively, and then our new support that we're bringing in is a more aggressive player and is able to make more plays, and yeah.
So you have picked Gragas and Udyr. Those were pretty unusual picks. Where did this strategy came from?
Okay, so for Gragas, to be honest, we've never practiced Gragas before. Okay. Really, that's the first game with the team, Gragas. But since the player's so new, we just wanted him to play whatever he feels comfortable, and so he wanted to play Gragas. We picked Gragas for him, and then we pulled it together. For Udyr, it's always been a strong jungler, and we just feel it works well with the team. So yeah.
Thank you for the interview. Now it's up to Chris.
And welcome back, guys. And I have to say, pretty impressive that they can go in with I caught a genius draft there and apparently just never practiced Gragas.
So the YOLO strategy absolutely pays off there for the Bangkok Titans. I mean, that's the situation where sometimes you bite off more than you can chew and you're punished for a lack of practice on a champion. But in this case, they take away a meta pick, don't even use it in the jungle. Still very useful for disengage, still super tanky. And then an Udyr runs all over a Jinx and they win the game. So sometimes it just works out.
Sometimes it does. And wonderful stuff there from the Bangkok Titans. But we are going to take a quick break. And when we return, the coverage of the International Wildcard Invitational will return. And welcome back, everyone, to the English coverage of the International Wildcard Invitational. My name is Julian Pastry Time Card. Joining with me once again, Christopher Papa Smithy Smith. A great first game for our personal coverage here, as we saw C take out Turkey in an upset game there as well. But arguably an even bigger game coming up now as well, as Oceania's the Chiefs takes on Brazil's INTZ.
And we have to leave that last curveball behind, as we saw, of course, the unfavored Bangkok Titans step up big against Turkey's favorites, Besiktas. Suddenly now we have what some analysts have predicted might actually be a preview of the grand final, as the Chiefs take on INTZ. And INTZ in particular, most people's heavy favorites coming into this tournament.
Yeah, really strong side, and it makes sense again in the wildcard regions. You know, there's definitely been pro leagues around for varying amounts of time. Oceania, of course, just getting their one on board this year. Brazil's been around for quite a long time as far as wildcard regions go, and that ingrained pro scene that they've built up over the last year or 2 years has really shown you, because they've got some very strong sides.
I mean, there's actually a couple of factors working against INTZ in this game. Their match against Keed All-Stars was, 2-3 days ago at this point. They're definitely going to be coming off very little sleep, a lot of international flights from Brazil to Turkey. There's definitely some out-of-game factors that will affect them, but man, they looked so good taking down Keed All-Stars. Of course, a team that contains such world favorites, the likes of Emperor and Daydream, taking them down confidently in the final. And this all-Brazilian lineup comes in heavy favorites, but still with a lot of work and a lot of things to show.
Yeah, strong-looking side, but before we get into it, let's take a quick and a closer look at the Chiefs.
So we have competed abroad before, about a year ago at WCG, but since our hiatus from the international scene, it definitely feels awesome to be back here again, competing abroad.
I think as a team, we would really like to take out this tournament because we want to put OC on the map. It's known as probably one of the weaker regions, and I don't think a lot of us believe that, so we just want to show what we got.
I think the toughest team heading into it will be the Turkish team. Just based on the videos that we've watched, they seem the most structured and individually probably the best players. So yeah, looking forward to playing them. They seem like a solid team.
As a team, our goal is definitely to win. It sounds really cliche, everyone wants to win, but I definitely think we have enough. Our players are really talented. We've practiced a lot. Our teamwork is really good. I think we definitely can be the best team at wildcards, and our goal is to win.
Oceania as a region is definitely developing really fast at the moment, and before us and Legacy were only really the teams that were arguably at a top level, but now with all this young talent coming through and the region developing really quickly, I think we're ready to make an impact on the global stage.
Competing abroad, it's kind of a weird feeling because it's not the same as being at home, because it's kind of like it's an outside environment. It's really different because like being in Turkey is, we've been to Germany before and China, and like Turkey is just, it's really like busy, like everywhere is just going. So I guess, I don't know.
Oceania esports has really developed this past year with the OPL, introduction of the OPL. All teams kind of somewhat getting more of a salary pay rather than just purely from tournaments. I think just based off that infrastructure, it encourages a lot more players, a lot more depth within Oceania, and I think that'll definitely reflect in the amount of skill that the top level, that the top Oceania team, so us, would demonstrate.
Well, we'll have to see if the Chiefs' new training in the Oceanic Pro League can help them here, because they did again mention Turkey, one of the top competitors looking in. We just saw the upset win by Southeast Asia over that side, and they again have an arguably even bigger challenge here against the Brazilians.
It's definitely time for some giant killing if you're a Chiefs fan for them to take down INTZ. We have to mention, though, it's a very settled lineup coming through from the Chiefs. Of course, these 5 players have been together since sometime in 2013, one of the most settled lineups of any of the teams in the world, you'd have to say. So they come in very confident after a victory in our first game of the night. it was an interesting one to watch, watching it in the back, seeing them really struggle at level 1 with a late game team fight comp, but they managed to get it back there in the mid game. They lost the minimum. Suddenly Oriana and Hecarim got really big and they took out the game.
And their late game synergy and shot calling seemed really solid. I was impressed by their team play in that game, but we've noted that a lot of sides here at this tournament look aggressive, and if they fall too far behind are a side that have as much experience as this one, they could find themselves all of a sudden in an even bigger hole that they're unable to crawl out of this time.
Absolutely. I think if they repeat that early game performance, an aggressive jungler like the likes of Revolta coming through from INTZ will just punish them. And I think just INTZ as one of those top-tier teams, especially at the IWCI, will punish the mistakes that the Chiefs put a lot more severely than the opposition they found in Game 1.
And, of course, our thoughts as well. Of course, we're showing them here for you guys, but we'd love to get your thoughts on the matter there as well. Get on Twitter and use the hashtag IWCI and let us know who's your favorite team, who you're cheering for, just how you're watching or who you're staying up to see. And, of course, as well, if you're an Oceanic viewer watching, you want to support the Chiefs specifically, you can use the hashtag IMOCE.
We definitely want to hear all the fan voices, all the fan messages. If you're watching from Oceania, it's going to be very late now already. So if you're burning the midnight oil for the Chiefs, please do get in there and cheer.
And, of course, we want to know how you're watching, guys, as well. So use that same IWCI hashtag as well. But get us a photo of your setup, your sick lounge, whatever's going on. Teamer hats on the feet we've seen already. Crazy stuff happening on. Again, from all around the world, we want to know how you guys are watching.
Yeah, I mean, the big trend has definitely been feet. So maybe move away from that, show us something different.
Yep.
But moving into this game that we're coming up, INTZ versus the Chiefs, as we said, could potentially be that grand final preview. It's definitely going to be one of the top games here. How does the level 1 go? Because, of course, it was a disaster for the Chiefs in their first game.
And I have to think if we even want to look at specifically in the matchup where we can look to see who's really going to take over the game for either of these teams, I think it has to be the jungle matchup there, Papa Smithy. Some pretty similar, some influential junglers for both sides, despite having, I would say, fairly opposing play styles.
Yeah, Revolta and Spooks definitely both playmakers for their team, however you classify their champion pool. Spooks in particular, as well known for the likes of Elise, obviously one of the strongest aggressive counter junglers or skirmishers, and the likes of Zac that he's moved to on patch 5.6. Not really a Sejuani player, but really does like the long-range engage of the likes of Zac, whereas Revolta, I mean, if you're going to choose a star player from the top team, it's probably going to be their jungler.
Yeah, which is crazy to think. We haven't seen too many carry junglers in a while, but Revolta, the big star for his team, loves the Nidalee especially, who you can hard carry games on from the jungle position as well. So, again, two very important members for both sides, but they're going to be doing something different. Revolta wants to get ahead and carry the game on his own, and Spooks wants to enable the rest of his team to carry with him.
And it'd be just interesting to see on this international stage, Revolta, the lineup, you have to say, came to the lineup very late. He's actually the newest member of the team, but suddenly catapulted into being that big decision maker. Really, the acid test is how Revolta goes in the early game when we're talking about potential INTZ victories. So he's going to have to be really on top of his game because, as we said, Spooks, he's no slouch from the Chiefs.
No, and it'd be weird to me if this whole tournament sort of developed into the Oceanic side, who are honestly known, like a lot of the teams who ended up at this tournament, for early game aggression, for snowballing in the mid game, for them to fall back and be the team that tries to outscale everybody else.
And I have to think that in general, this game will definitely be a lot of strategies like the likes of the lane swap, a lot of tit for tat. There won't be free objectives, I think, seeded by either of these teams. It's definitely going to be trades of objectives, trades of turrets, and whoever can get that big momentum, honestly, whoever can start monopolizing the Dragon. I mean, Dragon's probably the clearest win condition in these matches so far. And if you start building up that stack, you force fights in a meta where everyone's picking disengage, everyone's picking Gragas and Lulu. If you have 3 Dragons and all the disengage, suddenly the 5th Dragon's a very real win condition.
Yeah, you just get to dictate so much with all of that control. That's what the power of disengage gives you. It's not necessarily the ability to start fights with your hide engage or really, dictate with some super strong assassins and take people out. It's just to be like, I want to fight here or I don't want to fight here, and get to say exactly when that gets to happen.
Exactly. You choose the time for your engages, although there was definitely an argument for assassin play from the likes of Arya in our previous game, Graves as well, still going to be respected as a potential pick coming through. In the AD carry role, I mean, coming on to someone like Radio is probably the most well-known of the Oceanic players. Does play a bit of the Kalista, but if we do see Kalista, a certain counter pick definitely coming through from the Brazilian side, as they've been playing a lot of Tristana, and especially their finals series.
Yeah, I mean, obviously if we see more, we'll get a bit more details, but we are seeing people start to pick on Kalista. Urgot was the big pick that came through that started to punish her. So 5.7, again, a bit more changes, a bit more adaptation. All of a sudden, Brazilians are playing Tristana and loving it so far on the bottom side.
The champion pools for these teams definitely hitting up there over the hundreds, you'd have to say. Basically every champion being considered in different roles. And I mean, we've already seen a support Gragas. There's always a lot of flexibility coming through in the picks. In terms of contested picks, Gragas, who we already saw locked in, Gragas, Hecarim, I cannot see the Chiefs picking up both Gragas and Hecarim against Leica INTZ, because Gragas, Hecarim, and Lulu up there with the most contested picks in the league.
Gragas to me is the big one there as well. Actually, for both sides, I imagine it's not a Revolta-style champion, but he probably has that in his pocket as well if he does want to bring it out. So he's the big one. He's been, for me, one of the strongest looking picks on the recent patch as well. So many teams putting massively high priority on it. So we'll have to see. And if we start seeing jungle bans, which is likely, honestly, given the caliber of the two junglers that are facing off, all of a sudden, the pool just gets opened up for everyone else.
And the jungle bans, it's not always the champions you might expect. The likes of Sejuani can fall through if we're talking about mid-game centric junglers. If you start banning out the likes of Gragas and Rek'Sai, you can't always fit in another jungle ban. So there is the potential that a champion like Sejuani will come out. And if Spooks has shown anything, it's that he has ideas against the Sejuani, in the OPL at least. Likes either Zac if they're going for a control engage lineup, so Zac Orianna, they've brought back as kind of a synergy, a team fight synergy coming through from the Chiefs, or just go full early game with the Elise.
Yeah, that's, I guess, our questions. How are these teams going to play? How aggressive do they want to be? And we'll start answering some of those questions as we hop into our drafts. Chiefs versus INTZ, and Azir is the Chiefs' first ban.
I mean, Zia, the control mage, has shown so much play, and again, disengage is the word you'd use, especially for that Emperor's Divide. Azir going backwards is so much stronger than Azir going forwards, and that's a champion who can still make crazy plays with his kit and the likes of Emperor's Divide as an engage tool, but disengage, setting up a couple of soldiers, pushing people either into the damage or away from your threats. Azir with hyper carries, one of the strongest strategies at this present point.
Have to have a bit of a smile there at the Scion bang, which Swiper has seen aimed at him so many times in the OPL. Gonna get it again here at Wildcard, but Rek'Sai is their second ban. Janna away from Rosie, so will be in second. And again, both teams similar have done their homework, the Brazilians especially.
Absolutely, these are very high win rate champions. I believe Rosie only one defeat during the OPL season on the Janna. Definitely a priority champion for him, even though he used to have an identity as an engaged support. Loved the likes of Annie and then Zyra as some of his mage champions, building AP on them wherever he could fit into his build. Been reinvented in 2015 as a disengage support. Speaking of disengage and control junglers, the Nunu, another champion that might have been contested. The Chiefs actually looking to ban it on the blue side.
Yeah, I mean, so don't want to take it here. They banned the Rek'Sai as well, so clearly respecting Revolta. Maokai, the last ban, they're going to take away another tank from Swiper, but we've seen his Hecarim already today. Do the Chiefs dare to first pick it again? And they do.
I think you have to. There's so many flexible options. You can throw the Smite on, look for the lane, so you can throw the Ignite, look for 2v2 lanes. It's actually the Kalista taken by INTZ in this game, and when you take the Hecarim, you give up the Gragas.
Love the blocker picks here from INTZ. Kalista and Gragas taken away as their first two picks, and they were confident lock-ins.
Absolutely, and those are the strongest champions available at this point in the draft, you have to think. Sejuani's not a big priority pick for Spook, so they didn't look to lock that away, despite, of course, its popularity on 5.6 into 5.7. Disengage for a hyper carry like Kalista, specifically with a huge 2-item team fighting spike, is already shapes to be a powerful draft from INTZ.
Yeah, Chiefs going to slow things down. Had a very first pick Hecarim, and it was answered by INTZ. Almost insta-locks there for their first few champions. Again, we talked about the Kalista on the Chiefs side with some counter picks available, but not the same picks necessarily available for the Chiefs.
I mean, you can see there's already a lot of indecision. 10 seconds with no lock-in. So confident with their locks-in of the likes of Hecarim in the previous draft. They're going to return, though, to the Hecarim Sivir synergy. They're on the hunt, finding so many different tools for Swiper on this Hecarim. Swiper definitely gone from the utility tank. You can see the Scion ban. It was all about Scion and Maokai early in the season, but this is his new identity. This is the renaissance of the carry Swiper, famous for his top lane Tryndamere. Hecarim's maybe a reliable tank, but the burst damage is what separates him from the likes of Scion and Maokai. So they're really setting up, once again, the Hecarim to carry, and it looked like a pretty damn good strategy in Game 1.
Yeah, we'll have to see again. Early game, potentially a struggle there for the Oceanic side, but that's Sivir Morgana, their next few picks, sorry. So again, making sure they can power up some of their carries, hiding the jungle and mid picks, it seems like, here as well. But INTZ now going to see what they want to take away. We're possibly looking to get the Morgana Kalista going to be able to protect the short range but very powerful hyper carry on Kalista. And this is actually a pick we didn't talk about as they hover it. It is locked in. Yang's Gnar is insane, and the cannon's going to get locked in as well.
Yang in Game 2 of that series against Keed, that final a few days ago, went off on this Gnar. Specifically, one moment around a Baron fight, a 4-man Gnar. Actually a 5-man Gnar, but 4-man stun against a wall near Baron Pit into the 5th member, Shyvana, being displaced as well. Was one of the big factors in winning the games. Played it twice in that series. Look at all this CC. Kalista Cannon actually is the duo coming through. So they have flexible engage and disengage options. I mean, you throw out the explosive cask and then just activate the Slicing Maelstrom next to the Kalista, and she'll be hopping mad around a team fight, and there's little to nothing you can do.
Yeah, and we've talked about so many different Kalista-based lanes, but Kalista Cannon might be the best one currently as the Chiefs. They take Sejuani there for Spooks, but Swiffer gets his LeBlanc.
And look, Swiffer's LeBlanc bought him so many MVP votes during the OPL season, but to be honest, they needed to pick the LeBlanc blind in this case because they needed something to show a bit of presence in mid. They've got a farming jungler, they've got a farming top laner. They're not looking necessarily for lane strength at this point. Silver's been largely found out in terms of 2v2 laning. Will do fine against the Kalista, but it's not certainly an ideal matchup. They need LeBlanc to be so respected this game that it will force Ints to really react around mid lane and distract the fact that they want the Hecarim and the Sejuani to farm up. It's thinking of a lot of different identities when it came to either punishing the LeBlanc or looking for a split farming option. They considered the Twisted Fate, which would have been definitely not the cleanest 1v1 lane matchup, definitely a lot of downside potential, but look like they're going for a much safer option. In fact, it'll be the reverse of the matchup, I believe, from Game 1.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen this already today. Orianna looked just fine into the LeBlanc, and that is the lock-in there for Ints as their final pick over to Tockers. So again, the Chiefs, I kind of look down the line. The first thing I see is this top lane matchup and thinking, with that smite especially, Swiper wants to get the hell out of that 1v1.
I mean, lane swap will definitely be the story of the day when it comes to the Hecarim. Can exit lane so happily. The jungle follows obviously blazingly fast when you have the double smite coming through from Sejuani and Hecarim. And the double smite, one thing we say about Sejuani jungle, can fall dangerously low on her first clear. But when we're talking about double smite, her fast jungling pace belies the fact that she falls low. So if you're just able to use the smite, it can actually stay topped up. And the 2v, the jungle follow when it comes to ganking is actually quite good when the Arctic Assault can hit into maybe the devastating charge. The burst damage can be relevant, and you have to think they're going to be completely trained onto mid lane to get Swiffer snowballing in this game.
Yeah, interesting to see Spooks on a champion like Sejuani, honestly, was known in the regular season, in the playoffs, for punishing that champion with the likes of Elise and even the likes of Gragas. Going to go into a slightly unfavorable jungle matchup, I have to think, and that's the thing we have to look for here. Sejuani's level 6 pressure versus all the pressure all the time from Revolta's Gragas.
It's just a very interesting matchup coming through, specifically from Ints. So much teamfight damage from the Kalista, some burst from Orianna, but not a lot of other damage threats. And it's this Hecarim versus Kalista paradox almost. Can the Hecarim get enough items? Again, the part-time we've been seeing is the challenging smite Cinderhulk into the Trinity Force, into the Home Guard boots to try and burst down this Kalista basically in one fell swoop, because there's disengage aplenty coming through from the Ints lineup. But if the Hecarim can't get to the Kalista, there's so much peel for her that the Renset potential is massive. It's through the roof here for Ints.
And it's the same looking sort of composition for Chiefs as we saw earlier. If they fall behind the early game, they have shown they can pick themselves up and carry them into mid and late game situations, and they've got a good comp to do that. But Inter a scary team in their early game. If they really turn on the aggression, if the Oceanic side will fall behind and maybe never be able to catch back up.
And that's the thing. Punish the Sejuani and Hecarim duo. They're trying to dodge lane as much as possible. I expect Fireworks at level 1 to try and make this Hecarim accountable and make this Sejuani predictable. Because if they ever get in their face, there's not much a Sejuani can do in the early levels.
Well, let's have a look now as both teams look to be heavily stacked together in the early stages of the level 1. Oceania is the Chiefs versus the Brazilian side Ints. Going to be a tough one here for both sides. You have to think some good-looking teams on both sides moving through. And honestly, I look down the lineups and it seems like both teams have got comfort.
The Chiefs certainly haven't learned much from the first game. Still looking for the 5-man invade. Yang hasn't put down his ward yet. I hope he doesn't get too frisky because it could be real painful.
Yeah, the Chiefs move out though. Yang not going to get first blooded there. That was actually what happened to the Chiefs in the last game to their top laner Swiper actually, so Yang will not revisit that situation. But again, just getting the wards done, Ints will move down and respond with some trinkets of their own. And again, it's all about early vision, looking for that lane swap.
Didn't talk much about the support cannon pickups. Been seeing popularity, the likes of Zero from Starhorn Royal Club really loving that champion. A lot of lane presence. Kalista surprisingly good at level 1, depending on what spell you pick up, whether it's the Pierce, whether it's the Rend, sometimes even the Sentinel if you're looking to pick up the likes of the Gromp. Kalista can be that powerful level 1 champion. And when you're talking about Kalista Kennen has so much lane presence. Okay, it's not top lane Kennen with 575 range like years past, but still very strong, can pick up that Shuriken, no resource, which is a unique factor as a support champion. But so far it looks like the lane swap has been successful from the Chiefs. Although Rosie, not sure if it was spot up. I don't actually think so.
It's so clever. They were actually moving to the top lane, and he showed himself, and they instantly started going the other way. Unfortunately for the Chiefs, Ints figured it out, and they're going to go back to the top side, but that was a very clever attempt at almost tricking them into swapping.
Yeah, they sussed them out in this, so they will make the Hecarim accountable. He started the jungle follow. He's definitely going to pick up a couple of camps, because if you pick up the Smite, instead of just starting with, say, the Flask and picking up one camp, you can confidently pick up a second camp, but he's already actually spent his gold on potions, so it won't be a massive pickup, even if he picks up 2 camps.
Yeah, and you'll see we'll actually have a 2v2 on the top side, so Ints, you have to think, get the lanes they want here. Swiper is taking away a camp, will take the Wolves, but soon enough, he's going to have to go down to the bottom side of the map.
And look, he can't pick up the cloth armor that he might have been able to purchase if he hadn't gone for the potions. He was basically all in once he picked up the potions that they get the lane swap. So credit to Ints. It was a head scratcher. It was Sherlock Holmes kind of insight required, but they guessed top and they guessed right.
Yeah, they did indeed. So swap initiated by the Chiefs was spotted out by Ints, and we're going to isolate this mid lane here. That might favor Swiffer in the early stages of the landing phase, but we've already seen the matchup once today. Orianna, once she gets a couple levels, just looks so comfortable against the Assassin.
The resulting lane matchup between the Gnar and the Hecarim is definitely not a happy time for Hecarim. Just going to take the ranged auto attacks. Go on for Doran Blade, so extra laning stats here for Gnar. Might even see the visit from Gragas relatively early in this game, because there is always kill pressure on a no-escape top laner.
And you can see there as well as we do see Mika Brizzle, I believe that is, watching there with some pizza shapes. Very recommended snack there as well.
That's the perfect snack for this time of night. Absolutely.
It really is. It really is strong stuff here. So nice to see that we probably have some Oceanic viewers up late to watch this match here as well. And again, an important one for both sides, so not super surprising as, again, Civ will be just fine in the 2v2 for now. Here looks even on CS between them, but that cannon, once he gets going, can look so aggressive, and level 6 especially is a scary time.
Awkward spell shield coming through. Actually did not pick up the mana restore. Now not available, and you'll start to see the lane presence of the Kennen Kalista lane in particular. Even with Dark Binding registering, you can see Radia really respects the trade damage. It's so hard to win damage trades against a champion who has high bases like the Kennen, let alone the Kalista. She gets a couple of Rens in, you're stunned up through that passive, the electrical surge from the Kennen. You're just not enjoying your time against the Mark of the Storm.
No, really not. And I think in some ways, it is some aggressive lanes from Ints versus the more defensive lanes for Chiefs. And that's not to say that the teams necessarily get grossly outscaled on one side or the other, but certainly as far as early lane pressure and advantage goes, I think that is here for Inside. And you can tell, again, Revolta fishing for a very early gank in the mid lane.
Swift is actually surprisingly reserved. He usually is happy to push in and court controversy in the mid lane, just because, again, Spooks usually has his eyes trained upon this mid lane matchup, but was very reserved. Actually sat back in this lane, even against the likes of Orianna. Looks to be trying to create a zone, knowing that in the terms of the 2v2, not really looking to opt into that with the Sejuani until it's closer to level 6.
And the zone's working well so far. Almost 10 CS ahead. Has rated good spell shield on the Pierce there.
Those trades, though.
Yeah, I mean, this is Kalista. This is part of the reason she's such a strong and popular AD carry pick. Once the trade starts, there are very few AD carries that can answer you.
Sejuani understands the situation. He's looking for the lane gank. Radius still quite a long time on that spell shield. Such a long cooldown at level 1. And it's deceptive to know when to use it against the likes of Kennen, who's auto attack, who's, you know, the Shuriken toss. There's many different options for Kennen to try and prompt the stun. And that's first one registers.
Oh, Rady uses it again there, actually. Going to take a bit of harass as a result. Spooks sticking around, maybe trying to bait them in here, but pretty healthy out the dual lane from Ints here, so not going to bite it off quite yet, and pretty hard to pin someone down. It's still 3v2 on the top side. Jungler firmly in the bottom there for Ints, and Chiefs are waiting patiently for this gank.
They're really looking for Kennen to step away from the minion life so they can hit the the Dark Binding. They preferably, of course, want to hit it onto the Callista, but this is so much patience from Spooks to spot it out.
Sentinel does spot them. The Q comes in, but it will miss there. Binding going wide there as well, and Sejuani waits, but that's a misfire.
What a prediction coming through. It was such a long bluff. I thought for sure the Callista would just seed it, but it's one of those cases where you can throw out the Sentinel. There's such a low mana cost that why not just check the brush? It's always the big conundrum, but such safe to do it from range and doesn't get punished.
Really has to be careful. Good binding from Rosie keeps him safe as the bind goes through as well. Rosie with the Ignite actually might chase him for the kill. Jockster going to get low, but will not fall down.
It was an auto attack, maybe 2 auto attacks away from death, but is able to stay in lane, has some potions to pop, and the Callista not being punished just yet.
But finally, a little bit of breathing room for the duo here from the Oceanic representative. So they'll push the lane and probably go back, but a good answer there from Revolta. Takes the early dragon, and Swiffer going to try and chase him down, but he's already over the top. Swiffer keep going to go in, going to try and find the chain onto Yang. Does grab it, but can't keep going.
Honestly, just using his mana pool there, wasn't going to be able to instantly DPS down the tanky Gnar in Mega Gnar form of all things. This is bought time for Hecarim to farm, especially in a 1v1 matchup with Smite, and it's been forced to stay accountable in a 1v1 matchup with no jungle pressure. Keeping even is actually very good for Swiper, but they eat the dragon through from Ints just because they spent just too much time in the top lane. So punish for that rotation with Spooks.
An aggressive ward there by Tokka's put down as well, roaming pretty deep into the enemy jungle on the blue side just to get it down, but that's a great bit of information. We'll spot Sejuani moving up that side towards the lane, or even just towards the wolf camp.
But the warding in general is wonderful. Even though it's an early in the game, we don't see sight stones being completed just yet. Aggressive wards onto both the red buff and the blue buff area from the Chiefs just makes Sejuani that much more predictable. It means that when level 6 is pinged, the first gank, if it's predictable, and which Spooks is level 6 at this point, any extra information so you can respect the massive initiation potential of the Glacial Prison will be invaluable. And with that aggressive vision, they pick up the enemy blue as well.
Lovely steal there from INTZ as well. We'll give that away to Tokka's, and that's going to make a matchup that's starting to get a bit trickier for the LeBlanc, despite the CS lead that Swiffer currently has. Athene's plus the blue buff for Swiffer goes in for what looks like a Morellonomicon for a bit more aggression. All of a sudden, Orianna just almost untouchable now in the mid lane.
And look, high-level League of Legends can sometimes feel like a chess game, but the first piece, the first move was made, just getting that aggressive vision in to make the Sejuani predictable, but it also opened up the steal, and Spooks.
Oh, does dodge the ultimate there by Tokka's. Good Arctica sold out, sort of predicts the shockwave to come in and just cues our way. Didn't even need to use the flash.
So Ints went for the engage, couldn't get it. Now the shockwave's on cooldown. Now you really don't want to overextend if you're the Orianna. Just wants to push in this wave as much as possible, but Swiffer probably going to use his health bar to stop this from hitting turret and just trying to create as many zones as possible in mid. It's only bought him a 10 CS advantage, but purely this is from smart laning by Swiffer.
And all of the smart lanings actually bought Chiefs a 700 gold lead or 600 gold lead in the early stages, pretty much purely just from farming. All right, Ints do have a dragon, so there's an advantage there to bounce it out as well. But we talked about the comps and the Chiefs wanting to scale a bit more. Fate's Call, though, going to get used in Raided with a wonderful spell shield. Still gets stunned, though, cannon as he gets nailed. And now the Pierce comes through as Rosie looking to go in there. Tries to move them out of the way. Great boomerang blade there for the trade, but Rosie now in trouble. Gets chased down, but Swiffer gets first blood solo in the mid lane. Nope, Spooks was there to help him.
Yeah, Spooks was there. You can see the Glacial Prison's on cooldown, so that's the big engage kill coming through from the Spooks and Swiffer duo that have been together for so long on multiple top competitive lineups. They get the Orianna quite confidently. Look at this. They're so aggressive under turret, but they understand their damage output perfectly. Swiffer takes him down. The control mage was getting through the lane. Caught out.
That was a mistake. Uses the heal. Goes down to Rosie. Backing in an awkward spot as Jockster comes in, but Radier takes the free mana and cannon. He can't go in. A good flash from Radier as Revolta is coming as well, but he eats a binding. Teleport coming through for Swiper. Ulti moves in there for the onslaught of Shadows. Revolta will go down to Radier. Jockster can't get the trade kill. Getting chased down now as well. Radier going to get low, has to dodge out, will go down to the cannon, but cannon will fall as well, and Swiper gets that one.
The summoner spell usage was the big highlight there, the early heal to get through this sustain, and then the flash was majestic to stop the explosive cast when pushing him towards the cannon, and then the teleport. Remember, Yang actually has teleport available and did not elect to use it, and the big kill came through for the Hecarim.
And I talked about it a little bit, the laning phase being slow played somewhat by the Chiefs. Chiefs due to the scaling and the timing they need to wait for big ultimates to come through. But all of a sudden, it explodes across the rift here. 4-1 now up for the Chiefs, and that Dragon's coming back in just under 2 minutes.
And I feel like some of the confidence there, as we're going to see the replay. Watch this flash, just beautiful. I believe the damage does register, but the re-engage, so the teleport comes through early. Nah has the option to come in, doesn't take it. Radiant falls low, but this is a support cannon. Don't have to respect, especially the slicing Maelstrom damage a lot. The last auto attack awkwardly does take out Radiant, but if you're going to pass the kill credit to anyone in this lineup, there's only one really strong late game champion on the Chiefs, and that's Hecarim.
It is the Hecarim here as Swiffer gets a bit of damage done onto the pink ward. Now has the blue buff there as well. Is going to come back here as Spooks is actually waiting, hoping to bait someone in. Wonderful LeBlanc mechanics, clears out the wards, and again, the next big pressure point is this Dragon up in a minute 10.
So the solo kill and 15 CS is the advantage. Mid wants to keep zoning out the Orianna because there will be that late game item timing, specifically the Athenes into the death cap where Orianna will be able to do so much shielding for particularly the Kalista. The Kalista herself was punished for her back timing, but CS-wise is doing very well. Building towards the Bloodthirster.
Gets a solo kill again with the help of Spooks. I gotta stop calling it a solo kill. Swiffer gonna go back in. Swiper looking for it. No ulti. We just bumps Yang into the wall, but Meganar is gonna come through. They'll back away as a result, and Spooks lives on a sliver of health and another kill onto Ori.
We said it so many times during the OPL season about Swiffer and Spooks synergy. Jockster ults.
Bates call in there. Radiant does have the black shield on him, but the stuns will come through. Second stun moving in as Rosie tries to find it, but Macau does get the kill there as Kallista's picking up kills, is what I meant.
Rosie and Radiant just obviously not on the same wavelength. Rosie walked out exact opposite way. Didn't walk with the carry. No black shield to pass on to Sivir. And just falls down for free in that engage. So I have to wonder about the communication between the very practiced bottom lane.
Yeah, I think so as well. As Swiper pushing now on the top side as well. Ninja Turbine plus the Cinderhawk already completed with the Skirmisher Saber firmly in the inventory. Tower looking to go down here. Dragon is back alive and Ints are positioned on top of it.
Sorry to correct you, but actually went for the Ninja Tabby early, so doesn't have the Cinderhawk yet. Working towards the item, has the Skirmisher Saber completed, but not quite the big power spike coming through. There is the Skirmisher Saber. That still makes him very happy at diving onto enemy carries.
Yep, looking good so far, but Ints again on top of their second Dragon. The Chiefs might look to fight as Rosie and Spooks are in the area, but just a couple of Ren stacks coming in. It's going to be a very tricky steal, and if the Chiefs can't have an outright fight, they're probably not going to go for it, and Ints do get their second Dragon.
So first, now second Dragon goes through to Ints. They need to really make them accountable for this third Dragon that they have an exact timer for in 6 minutes' time. By then, Hecarim might be really building towards his item. Now does have the Cinderhawk you mentioned. Will be close to at least the Phage or Sheen, but definitely not the Trinity Force by the time the next Dragon comes. They really need to comp around it, though. As we've already seen, you move towards that third Dragon, suddenly the game just gets that much more difficult because you have so many extra factors to consider if you're the Chiefs.
Yeah, so a 3,000 gold lead plus a turret up there for the Chiefs versus the two Dragons of Ints. Again, that Dragon certainly pays off in the later stages of the game because it doesn't give you gold, just the stacking buff. So we'll see what happens in the next 5 to 6 minutes or so. But right now, Swiper just holding the wave under his turret because Swiffer is rejoining back in the top, but Yang is already backed off.
Yeah, it just has to back away. There's no reason to be overextended now that Swiffer's not being seen on the map as Orianna. There's two good pink wards in the area combined to just the one fairly defensive pink ward coming through from Orianna, but still not able to get any kill credit. For the jungle matchup that we actually featured earlier in the game, Revolta's certainly not making lanes pay, but has answered all the aggression from the Chiefs with this Dragon stacking. So it'll be interesting to see if that's enough, because the lanes for Chiefs, they're winning. It's a 3,400 gold lead. That's really big for 14 minutes.
Swiffer especially putting up a nice performance so far on the LeBlanc. Currently up 2-0, goes back and gets a needlessly large rod, so going to look to turn on more aggression. Rosie has to be careful, though. And again, the Cannon Kalista, when we talked about it, it is deadly.
It is deadly, and you can see Radiant has to respect the damage potential coming through. The CC as well. He's already been caught out a few times preemptively spell shielding. The moment that spell shield is used, he basically has to seed lane. He has to exit lane until he has it available again. So he just basically is really picking his engages carefully.
Good bind lands there. Spooks is here as well. Knockup moves in, but the Fates Call's going to come in. Spooks lines up the ulti, hits onto Macau. Rady going to dive in as Joxer defensively ults. The Boomerang Blade almost enough from Sivir, but Kalista lives on a sliver of health.
On a sliver of health, but neither member is healthy enough to help fight for this turret. So taking down the turret, maybe that will be the first step towards securing this third dragon, which will spawn soon. Their first dragon, of course. Revolta pays attention to top, but with the Onslaught of Shadows available, still very safe, the Hecarim.
Yes, Swiper just pops Izzy and runs back down the lane. 2-0 now up in turrets for Chiefs and starting to mount up towards that mid-game snowball that we talked about. This is how they like to play. They've had much slower early games in general, I have to say, going kind of falling back away from what was once a very aggressive lineup, but their mid-game presence is always the same. Get your deep wards down, start taking turrets, and take over the map.
And it's much like the Bangkok Titans in the previous game, of course. They have the mid-game lineup. That's signified by the LeBlanc in mid lane. You look down this lineup, you think of a balanced 5v5 in the late game. How is LeBlanc realistically going to get through all the disengage and CC that's put on by INTZ? You can see a point where LeBlanc becomes less teamfight relevant. So the only way to make her relevant in the mid to late game is get a ward supremacy, force fights on your own terms, get picks. And the only way to do that is to really clamp down on vision. It's why you see a lot of pink wards towards the dragon. But those pink wards are only relevant if they can actually use them to force this next dragon or get some picks around it. Otherwise, they're just standing gold for what will be eventually a very strong late game for INTZ.
And it bridges the Heck Room so nicely as well. Swiper building up towards his next major item. Whether that's tankiness, whether that's the Trinity Force that he wants to pick up, we'll have to see. But Raider has gone back. He's picked up his Infinity Edge. Macau still working on the Bloodthirster, but will be there soon as Revolta pops down to the bottom lane, and 3-man strong, they take the bottom turret.
They take their first outer turret of this game. The item timing still waiting for on INTZ. Given that they really rely on the Callista for early game damage, the Hurricane is going to be the big power spike you'd have to think. The Bloodthirster for laning is completed at this point, so we'll still be very strong in the 1v1 matchup against the Sivir, but it's only when the attack speed item is completed that's a really big call.
Now, that's the second time it's happened to me today. A Swiper in the top side, actually, will run away there from Yang, who's looking aggressive, going for that Sunfire cape, actually, that I believe he's quite well known for with the Chain Vest and the Barmy Cinder already in there. But as we do see again, easiest Genes there. That is so many screens, but I love it. Looking at Runes of Mastery, watching the game, everything's going well.
I mentioned Affluent with previous screens, but there's so many people with so many screens, so many options. And it's just good to see.
It's great to see, Kieran. The thing I want to mention again, the Sunfire Cape now picked up for Yang, but going to move back over to the other side to the mid lane for a second. It's not a Zhonya's once again. They keep tricking me, Papa Smithy. It's a Luden's Echo second.
It's not quite Deathfire Grasp that LeBlanc players might have opted into in previous patches, but it's just more burst. And you get so many spell rotations with your short cooldowns with the likes of Mimic that, again, 2 spell rotations, that's 200 base damage, plus, of course, AP scaling coming through from the Luden's Echo. More burst, that's happy times for the LeBlanc.
You saw Chiefs group up in the mid there, trying to take the last outer turret, but INTZ are grouping well there to make sure that doesn't happen. Swiper smites the Grump and takes it away. He's got a Phage now, so I have to think the Trinity Force is the next purchase on his mind, and that's the big hit there for the Heck Room. Whatever 2 items he wants, whenever he hits them, he usually starts to really impact their team fights.
So has the Phage for the next Dragon fight. It's been on lockdown by INTZ so far, but that's now completed by the Callista. Again, it's easy to punish this Swiffer item build. He hasn't gone for a Fiend, he's gone for the cheaper Melanomicon option. He's also gone for the Luden's Echo. There's no semblance of magic resist in this discussion, Pastry Time. So the big thing for INTZ around this 3rd Dragon, which it looks like with all the pink wards that Chase have put down, they're looking to opt into a fight around, is try and make Swiffer pay for all his aggression he's shown in the first 19 minutes.
Well, they do need to fight here, but INTZ are getting back on top of it, starting to clear out some of the other vision, putting down their own pink wards, and it's back in 10 seconds. Radiant with no tower might have to dodge a Genki, but a good ward will spot them off here, and the Bloodthirster done for Callista means that Radiant probably doesn't fancy that 1v1.
I'd like to see Hecarim walk down to help with the ward clear, just because they've already spent 200-300 gold on pinks around this area, and obviously if you have less members, you just cede any hope of keeping those pink wards on the map. You can see the big contest is being expected. Hecarim's backing maybe to look for those home guards for the potential flank engage. INTZ, they've had the lockdown on Dragons, the big win condition they've opened up in their early play. Gold-wise, they're a few thousand gold behind, but Callista gets going in a fight. That's going to all be equalized.
The home guards are here, and Swiper is waiting back in the base, so the Chiefs have to pull the trigger now, and most importantly, they have to get on the Dragon soon, because if INTZ get on top of it and that Ren stacks up, they have no hope of contesting it.
The minion waves for INTZ are really well prepped. They look in the bottom and top lane. Both have big minion waves being pushed. Chiefs have to start now, and the big teleport, that'll be the question.
Yeah, here it comes. They're moving in. Spooks diving in aggressively, but Jockstar answered with his ulti. Swiper diving in the backline looking for Macau, but gets stunned up, but Swiffer has gotten the first kill. Swiper ulti timings there, and he's going to chase out the Callista. Rosie pops the ulti. They're chasing so hard, and they do get it, but Yang going to hop in on the nut, almost in the Mega Nut form now as well. But we're still fighting on the other side of Swiper getting low there. They have to take out Tokkers. Gragas goes down, but Swivel looks to fall as well. Doesn't quite go down, but it's a win. Actually, no, a trade. I say it wrong. 3 for 3 on both sides.
3 for 3, but no Dragon being claimed by the Chiefs. Still hope for INTZ to pick that objective up. Get a lot of assists and gold onto Tokkers, getting, of course, the assists. Orianna in general, and every team fight is going to shield up, going to pop the distance, get a lot of kill credit. So an even trade, despite the gold lead, is a good thing for INTZ.
It really is here in a strong team fight there. Couldn't quite position both their carries, could the Chiefs. And again, it's so awkward to have to force on top of the Dragon, but that's the choice they have to make now, given that they're already down by 2.
And that fight, LeBlanc expertly navigated around and got some kills. So we'll see the replay coming through. Wait for the ball placement. There's actually a really big shockwave coming out in the middle of this fight, waiting for the engage. Onto 3 members, I believe, was the shockwave. Macau found a really good spot to auto-attack, but then it was just punished by Swiffer because he started to kite backwards towards the bottom of the map. The fight continued at this point. It will eventually be the even trade. Swiffer even gets a second Luden's Echo proc. They thought they got the kill, but it was, of course, the clone in that situation. They rush straight back to the Dragon, but some of the big ultimates are not available.
Rosie's got a pick, though, and Swiffer takes it out. Now Spook's going to dive in onto Revolta. Rosie will clear the pink waters. Yang going to look in, but he's got no rage so far, and the Chiefs on top of the Dragon do take it away.
And when you have ward supremacy, you see the power of LeBlanc. One of the big things to consider, her ult so frequently available when you go for that CDR build. Everyone on INTZ was waiting for those ults. Now finally up, but doesn't matter. The objective is taken by Chiefs.
Yeah, and this LeBlanc is massive. 5-0-1 for Swiffer right now. Luden, Zeko, Mrelinomicon, and an INTZ large rod. The tower will fall, giving Chiefs a bit more gold. As Revolta going to get dove on. Massive damage there from LeBlanc. As Spooks goes in, finds the ulti onto Tokkers. Swiper going to dive in there as well. The shockwave, though, going to take out Spooks as Yang hops away. But Swiffer wants more blood. Dives in again, looking for a kill, but can't find either of the blinking low members of INTZ.
And the real staggered engages coming through from Chiefs. Aggression isolated, but Swiffer.
So deep they're going in, but out of mana, I think, is the only reason he didn't chase in. And this LeBlanc is really hungry to pump up the KDA.
And you can see that Swiffer and Spooks really want to dive in, but the other objectives were staggered. They were not of one mind. And the result was just a trade kill coming through with what could have been a bigger team fight win for Chiefs. They need to expand on these things as Yang
Swiffer
just dies.
Finds his way to the top lane and just gets another kill. That's 6 now for the LeBlanc. And again, we've seen it. We've seen one LeBlanc already just not amount to anything at this stage. But when you're this far ahead on LeBlanc, you can still snowball in a mid-game.
And the Mimics are just coming off cooldown so quickly, and the burst rotations with the Luden's Echo, and now another needlessly large rod. No time for Sorcerer's Shoes, but no time for any members on INTZ to react. They just die in one rotation.
And again, INTZ have to be careful, but they are getting some items powering up now as well. Randu and Zoman almost complete for Yang, and does have the Sunfire plus the Ninja Tabai done. 2 items now done for Tokkers at a very strong pace, and as even the CS back up in that lane nicely, so the Deathcap and the Athenes are looking good. The Bloodthirst at him for Macau might be the biggest thing, but he is going back to shop and does almost have enough for the Hurricane.
But crucially, the Hurricane's going to come in pretty late. It's looking like a 26-27-minute Hurricane. The 2-item power spike will start to get outscaled when armor is purchased. Hecarim's already fit in some cost-effective armor, so not rushing purely for the Trinity Force. Might feel that he already has a burst friend in Swiffer that doesn't necessarily need.
Yeah, almost goes down. That's the tanky now with no MR, but a good stack of health getting chunked out massively by the LeBlanc. And he sees Swiffer's inventory there. He's not interested in any sort of defensive item. He's going for a death cap third.
That's why I quite like the fact that they're not rushing the Trinity Force. Get a bit of armor, stop the potential for the Renset.
Good ulti there coming through onto Swiffer, but a great ulti there answered by Spooks. The Fate's Goal popped in. They're going to try and throw cannon through, but the Chiefs will disengage.
But trading a couple of ults for this outer turret staying up is a good trade for INTZ. They're still scaling up to late. They're so preciously close, perilously close even to the big Hurricane purchase coming through from the Callista to really make them up into fights.
Oh, Macau eats a binding though, and the damage does come through. Yang down the bottom getting pressure, but Swiffer gets smelled bloody, wants to dive, goes in on top, doesn't quite get it, and has to back away from Jockster, who just misses that shuriken crucially as Tokkers dodges the binding. Spooks in trouble. Macau looking for a reset. Swiffer gets exhausted, goes in. Luden's Echo damage comes through as Reindeer takes it out as the chain just procs there, and Swiper even wrapping around the top side, proxying now in the bottom.
So Chiefs have a lot of turret damage, but very poor siege. Of course, only 500 range against the multiple initiation tools. We've already seen two fights where... Oh.
Swiffer going in, wants another kill. Macau will live for now, but Radier flashing forward, looks for it. One auto comes in, needs one more. Fleeterfoot comes up good, and Radier gets the kill.
Yeah, the passive comes up big. Just overconfident farming, you have to say, from Macau. Didn't need to die in that situation, but they're really struggling to take these objectives. The outer turret already seems like a massive journey for the Chiefs to pick up. The inhibitor turret's going to be even harder. And honestly, they don't have the Gragas that they had in Game 1 to push people off turrets. All they really have as an option is to get picks, and that's why Swiffer being so massive is so relevant.
Yeah, and wonderful sidewave control there as well, I have to say, from INTZ. They've done such a good job of pushing in the top side especially, and that's honestly part of the reason that they're having issues. But Logitech, they're the sponsor, of course, of the Chiefs. That is a pretty baller way to watch this game.
Absolutely, that's a massive screen coming through. So they don't have quite as many screens as some of our friends, but certainly that's like a huge one.
That's like 15 screens, by the way, to make up that one screen. So that is a lot of screens, Bubba Smithy.
So what we're trying to see is someone to up the game even further than Logitech. That's the gambit we throw
Can
out.
you get more than 15 screens? Well, we'll have to see, guys. If you can, get out on Twitter and use the hashtag IWCI. We'd love to see 20-plus screens watching this game as well. It's been a great game so far. The Chiefs do have a nice lead right now, but INTZ are fighting back well.
But they're finding minion waves on priority, people. Look at the Hecarim bot hoovering down a massive wave. Item build about 1,200 gold away from the Trinity Force. Already has the cost-effective armor coming through. Kalista perilously close with, I've said that a couple of times, but now the extra dagger, so close. Just basically overextending for farm to get that last 200 gold, but not been able to find it as Chiefs. They take away the red.
Yeah, 4,000 gold ahead still there for the Chiefs, so not a massive lead, to be honest, but they've converted well for a lot of objectives. I guess need to keep the snowball going, have to certainly press the advantage because it's not an unassailable lead yet.
I mean, it's a massive late-game scaling comp, but the consistent damage is all about Macau on the Kalista, and the Kalista, even though her score is just fine, and CS is competitive with Siva, is hitting those item timings really late. So you worry. Now the armor is completed on both the frontline members of the Chiefs. Maybe the rend sets won't be relevant, but this is the big power spike. Bloodthirster into Hurricane, finally completed at 27 minutes for the Kalista.
Yeah, Oriana looking strong as well, almost with a Void Staff now to match the 3 items there coming through for LeBlanc, but a Locket done now for Spooks as well. Giant Spelt there for Revolta, who's looking quite tanky actually with his build right now, but not quite.
You think that's tanky? Look at Morgana, a sneaky righteous glory. It's not quite the Zhonya's, but still another team fight initiation option for the Chiefs.
Dragon's back in now as well, and INTZ do want to fight for it. Swiffer sort of getting flanked here, but Spooks dives in. Swiffer again aggressively zoning out the carries here, and Chiefs claim vision. They're going to get straight on top of the Dragon.
Swiffer's happy to be in vision. He just wants to get a pick.
That was a lot of damage.
Yeah, but they're on the Dragon at this point. That's the big thing. They have a smite on it, of course. Hecarim has smite, so they're happy to show multiple members, and you have to respect the burst damage.
Very clever there as Swiffer does dive back in. The second Dragon will now go to the Chiefs, the 4th overall in this game, as Spooks trying to line up an ultimate but can't find it yet. And the only thing for the Chiefs right now is they've gotten good control of the neutral of the map. The Dragons are going down. They're looking strong, but just get these sideways pushing because INTZ have done such a good job of keeping them away.
And that's been the best indicator of why INTZ are respected as a top-level team. They're very smart at their side wave control. That's the one thing that's been in their control because, to be honest, Swiffer's taken this game by the scruff of the neck and really held it up and tried to be a solo pick man to try and open up time for the Hecarim to farm, open up objectives, which are so hard to take when you have the short-ranged Siva LeBlanc comp that they've got here. They don't have the best siege, but somebody dying 5v4, so much easier
Well, they do get the kill. Spooks actually takes out Tockers as Swiffer did most of the work. Got pretty low himself as a result, but Sejuani does claim it.
Okay, but it's an outer turret at maximum for the Chiefs. You don't feel like they'll be able to break the base off that pick unless they really try to push this advantage.
Well, they finally get a tier 2 turret. Feels like they've been waiting for a while here, but again, INTZ have kept them out for quite a long time here, and Swiffer will eat a pierce. That good black shield though from Rosie will keep him safe from any follow-up damage that might come through, and he'll get away. Not quite level 16 yet, crucially. That's a big hitting point here for this LeBlanc, but everybody else on INTZ powering up at Swiper. Maybe he's the one to watch next for the Chiefs, because that Trinity Force cannot be far away.
So this is what happened off your screen. Toko's got really deep BS'd out, and the ultimate the flash and the ultimate to cancel the animation. Probably wasn't sure if the Ori had the flash of her own, but picks up the kill.
Bit of a secure there coming for Spooks, but no follow-up damage there coming in as Revolta gets out
Teleport.
from under a binding, but Swiper coming in now. Yang's going to answer, but Swiper going in massive, gets onto Macau. They dive in and get the kill onto Kalista. Jockstar goes down almost instantly, and Yang trying to find something in Mega now, but even he can't last too long. Does hop over the wall. Spooks will follow him though, and now Rosie going to look for a binding. Swiffer can claim blood there as Rady gets chunked up by Orianna. Rosie chasing in as Yang nars them away. They're still chasing in now when Mini now gets some speed out from the Hyper, but Swiffer going in there, closing the gap, looks for the snipe, doesn't get it. Yang getting low and will finally go down.
So they get the 4th kill, but already we have a respawn coming through for Mints. They'll keep wave clearing in this game. They need to pick up a big objective to start tipping this game that they've already set up so well in the first 30 minutes with a kind of unassailable lead. Still 8,000 health. It's a very healthy Baron. They need to get this flank onto Tokus.
Good zoning though from Swiffer, keeping them out of the pit, but the Baron not that low at this point. They're actually taking quite a bit of damage.
This is risky.
Orianna Shockwave thankfully on cooldown though. The Baron's getting low. Revolta dives in, doesn't get it though. Now Swiffer diving through, almost one-shots Tokus there. Spook throws an ulti over the top just for a bit of a message, and Chiefs will back off with the Baron.
The Chiefs left it all on the Rift. They had 2 smites, but still it's always a crapshoot when there's 3 smites involved in the situation. This is the flank that came through. In this case, it was just a surprise backside initiation by the Hecarim. Didn't matter that he wasn't able to channel the first pick. They got the pick onto Kalista. She died instantly. Didn't need to really talk about the 2-item power spike when you're instantly dead. They turned it into a Baron, but it could have gone so wrong for the Chiefs.
Yeah, Yang did a great job buying time there for his team, so the Chiefs don't quite get anything else except the Baron. So what can they do from this point? Almost 10,000 gold ahead, looking to break down some more turrets, but Insta holding on, and Swiper might be in some trouble.
Look at these item timings. 3 items now as the Sivir has the last Whisper on top of the core, the Infinity Edge, and the Fan Dancer. Swiper.
That's not the face check you want. Not against this. Swiper does ulti out of the way, and it'll be safe for now.
This time, finally managed to escape. I mean, just look at this Morgana. Righteous Glory was finished super early, snowballing from all the objectives picked up, but now an Aegis as well. That's double Aegis. Even though these are big, spread out fights, even though Swiffer's usually on a flank and the tanks are diving in, but the Morgana probably going to be next to Sivir, it means that everyone on this team will be affected by the Aegis to respect the match damage.
Good shockwave coming in. Insta-kills Radiant. Now Swiper getting chased out as they'll dive onto him again. He's looking for it. He's going to maybe buy some time for Rosie to come in, but can't find it. Instead, Swiffer left to try and take out turrets in the top side, and a good double there for the Orianna.
Yeah, but Swiffer has the Baron buff minion wave, so picks up a kill. It's an excellent engage from Mints, the face check, this time punishing them severely. But you can see they're not getting any objectives in trade. The chains go wide. Does he have enough damage?
Mimic chain in there as well.
Wow.
That was not the right question to ask. The answer, though, is yes.
I saw a chain come up, but then I realized that was the Mimic chain, and that was deletion damage by Swiffer. It must be Void Staff time.
Yeah, it's not. Yep, is done now as well. Got the home guards as well for the Sork Shoes. Dragon up in a minute 10, and it's a very important one as well. Breaking point you have to think here for the Dragons as both teams are looking for their third. Baron up minions still helping the Chiefs push out those pesky side waves that they've struggled with all game long. And just a massive lead now as well.
There was always that mid-game team fight that Ints could win off the back of Kalista's 2-item power spike. But since then, there's been one fight where Kalista was instantly picked, and now you look down the members. Frozen Heart completed, working towards some magic resistors Swiper, Warmog's armor, and some armor completed for Spooks. How are you going to push those Ren stacks? How are you going to kill that first tank and get any sort of reset unless another pick is engineered? Ints have shown great proficiency at getting picks. Almost killed Hecarim once, then got the double kill. Need to do it again.
Oh, but so much aggression now. Even Rosie popping his Righteous Glory, going to get a flash out of the Orianna as a result. And the Chiefs, I like this play, not going straight to the Dragon yet and setting up, want to push out the waves first and try and get a kill.
They don't have the Baron buff anymore, so they don't have the free siege button of those Baron buff minions coming through. In fact, no, yep, they definitely don't still have it. The Dragons soon, but they're just looking to poke and take a turret. That's been their game plan for the last 20 minutes.
Yeah, and you can see Orianna doing some nice things, positioning the ball forward to try and take out the minion waves, and the Chiefs do back away, realize that we can't really siege here, we need the Baron, so instead, let's take our other win condition, and that's trying to get the 5 Dragons.
I mean, the other win condition, or the other thing to consider is, again, the waves not really working out for them, still pushing against. It's the one part of the game that the Chiefs haven't got a handle on this game, and Ints has looked a level above the Chiefs in minion wave control.
They really have, and a great solo from Swiper Swiper, though, looks to get them the Dragon. Again, very creative use of that second smite. And Swiper taking maybe a little while longer, but the Chiefs are ensuring it's a very safe solo.
And look, it's quite a deceptive thing, and we talk about minion waves. We don't really examine them. All I can say is if the Chiefs lose this game, you can look to the 35-minute mark, the 30-minute mark, all these times where they get a pick and can't get the big fell swoop of, say, 2 turrets and a massive objective. If they only get the minimum, there's always the chance that INTZ get to item timings and can power down a fight. And because they've consistently had those waves prepped, they'll be the ones to get 3 turrets, maybe break an inhibitor, because the death timers get long enough. If the waves are in the right spot, you can get so many objectives. And the Chiefs, they've won multiple fights in a row, but they haven't broken the base. They've got the Baron, but they haven't broken the base. That's what the Chiefs need to do, and they haven't shown they can do it.
Yang, though, forced to back away. So much damage coming in, almost taking out the Gnar, and Swiffer will take a bit of poke there from the cannon, but he's back to the top side farming.
But Swiffer, remember, he poked at someone with teleport, so it's definitely the minimum advantage in this case. They need to push up some wards. They have good wards around the INTZ jungle, but definitely not a complete warding information. Hecarim's trying to set up a split push in the bottom lane, does a lot of turret damage, but Gnar's going to go answer him in the bot.
And again, it's all this side wave control from INTZ that's making all this rotation from the Chiefs look quite awkward, honestly. They've got good options. They've got LeBlanc and the Hecarim that can both split push, and they can disengage well with Morgana, Sira, and Sejuani, but honestly, the execution in this stage of the game has been honestly poor from the Chiefs. INTZ have done such a great job with side lanes.
And that's the crazy thing for the Chiefs, is if it keeps going like this, there's always that potential that they misfire in a fight and lose the game. So honestly, the big question mark is, do you go for the turret dive? You have a Warmog's, a Locket, a Glacial Shroud, Sejuani. You've got a huge Hecarim. You have to feel if they force a fight, and at this point they can only force a fight around inhibitor turrets because basically everything else has gone down for INTZ. There's always the chance you lose it, but the item timings they have relative to the item timings of the enemy, it's still likely that they can win a fight even under an inhibitor turret.
Well, they do get another turret as a result, so finally all of the tier 2 turrets taken out. The other objective they can fight around, of course, is Baron, which seems crucial to this team comp here for the Chiefs, and it's back up in 55 seconds. Maybe going to go back, spend some gold. Fate's Call actually used there, I believe, onto Jockster. Radiant are forced to pop his ult defensively, and the Chiefs, again, slightly caught out in rotation there.
You would have thought with all the advanced vision, they would have known that it was a bit of a bluff coming through from Jockster, but they get out the fairly short cooldown, but relevant team fight cooldown of the On the Hunt.
Swiffer now haunting guys as his item, maybe looking for Leandri's as that last purchase there as he completes his build. Radiant getting stronger, building in towards a Bloodthirster now as well, and even Hecarim just piling on the tank items at this point. But the good news for INTZ, I suppose, is the Chiefs won't really get that much stronger.
I mean, look, it's the Baron buff into forcing the objective, either hard forcing it with a dive, or for once actually getting your side waves under control. Get them under control, Chiefs, because you've done everything else correct this game. And INTZ, they're just one step away. They know they have to contest this Baron, even though they have no vision in the area. I don't think you can give away a free Baron, even with the excellent wave clear that Orianna provides.
Tokka's interestingly going to get a blue buff there, so Swiffer will keep pushing here. Again, the Luden's Echo and all the spells doing work. The Chiefs get effectively a free Baron here in this choice because INTZ just can't afford to check. They actually are going to move in. Revolta able to sneak in here almost, but Swiffer looking for a kill, wants to find it onto the support cannon.
He just wants to buy time.
I mean, he's trying, but the Baron getting low. Revolta might be able to steal it. They've actually got a ward in the back, but Spooks, they're going to go in. They want to get aggressive, but Yang is going to pour it in, but Tokka's goes down to Swiffer, but he gets shut down. Macau gets the kill. Revolta getting chased. Yang in there as well, and Radiant trying to dish out the damage, but Swiper dives in as well. Massive 4-man prison there from Sejuani. Swiper dives in. Macau gets wrecked as the burst damage comes through from Siva. Radiant gets a double kill, and the Chiefs finally find their opening.
But do they have the minion waves to actually take down one of these inhibitor turrets? The easy answer is no. The minion wave in the mid lane is pushing back. There still is some semblance of wave clear coming through from Revolta. Yang probably wants to chance bomb into Mega Gnar just for some wave clear of his own. They're going to go for the tanking of the turrets. Not a lot of damage threats, so maybe minion waves be damned. You still break the base.
Yeah, Swiper wanted the base gate, I think, just to check Gragas coming back in. So they will finally break it. The inhib will go down as well. But INTZ have done such a good job defending. And honestly, from about the 20-minute mark, just became a one-sided affair.
And it's just a weird situation that the minion waves have really kept the Chiefs from getting any sort of advantage. If they had been on their terms, if the minion waves had been under control, this game would have been over 10 minutes ago. You look into the late game, can Kalista get it done? Her item timings have always been to be honest, later than the tank items coming through from the front line of Chiefs. And that's the awkward spot for Kalista, is that she's really strong with 2 items. She's really strong if the enemy front line is either weak or squishy or just behind in items, but neither of those things are true, and she has to respect her Hecarim. Speaking of respect,
gets one shot there by Swiffer as a quick combo comes in. Spooks base plates the wall due to Revolta's ulti there, and now Spooks going to get chased out as well. Swiffer maybe wants it. The ulti does come through there, but a bit of poke damage comes in and a 1-for-1 trade.
And the 1-for-1 is excellent for INTZ. It's the jungler, the CC tank, this very tanky Sejuani for the support Kennen, who also has the shorter death timer, will be up soon. Spooks not being alive. Gotta go get those minion waves under control. I feel like I've been saying that for the last 20 minutes, but it's the only thing holding the Chiefs back from a victory. And you buy time, you misfire in a fight, and INTZ can still win.
Swiffer diving in, wants to get Macau, almost takes him out with another quick combo. LeBlanc doing ridiculous damage at this stage. Might have been going for Revolta. Pops it, gets the chains down as well. Just lands on the end. Swiffer going to keep going. No, actually, dodges a couple of pieces. Still diving through, but Revolta quite tanky on the Gragas.
Not sure about that tether range. Was massive. Absolutely felt like a Nidalee spear of tether coming through from the LeBlanc. But I mean, Chiefs just have no more ideas. This is maybe where their strategic gameplay is falling down, is that they've broken the base in top. They look at their minion waves. They're not there. They walk towards Baron. It's already been a 50-50 Baron previously. Baron would completely undo almost all their work this game because suddenly the super minions wouldn't mean much. They're working towards a 4th dragon. It's a sad state of affairs where a 5th dragon is a needed win condition given how far ahead they were this game, but honestly, it looks necessary for the Chiefs.
That does look necessary, but we'll see if they can close out the game with the lead they have. And even though the gold lead will start to diminish in terms of value, even though the difference will likely stay at about the 10,000 mark for most of this game, even if INTZ do start turning it back around, when they start winning, it'll be with this deficit. That will even out eventually because people have enough gold. And even maybe scarier than that, making mistakes when the death time are this long and the minion wave control's been this good from INTZ, that's the real killer here for the Chiefs.
And the Banshee's Veils are coming. That's one of the best items to deal with LeBlanc. Stops those big combos from being instant death combos. I mean, the Spell Shield and this, I mean, the Health and Magic Resist, to be honest, really is the most effective pickup against the LeBlanc. So, I mean, it is QSS from the Kalista, but if that can turn into a Banshee at some point, they have a lot of options. Swift is looking to split push. This could be 5v4 action under the Baron.
Yeah, his team's on the Baron there, so they will have to back off, but they're trying to get a turret.
He's got a lot of AP.
Yeah, I mean, that turret's dead now. Even no Lich Bane there, but just enough damage. A cannon creep coming in as well. Is that a Banner of Command? It is Rosie, who Banner of Commanded up the creep there in the bottom side. Is able to get the turret. Baron getting low there as the Chiefs keep forcing INTZ to fight them off it.
But this is much smarter from the Chiefs. Couldn't get the minion waves under control, but very smart play. And the Banner of Command actually very relevant.
Yes, smart stuff there, although the ball will go in there. Has to be careful. Swiffer will find Yang, but just deletes the Gnar. Now the Baron going to get low as well, but Rosie's owning them away. Swiper diving in over the top. Spooks gets in there as well. The cannon ulti is proc there, and Swiffer going to find the support cannon and almost take him out through Exalt. The Fate's Goal keeps him alive. Spooks, though, still taking all the damage, but Macau starting to get hits on a good Zonya's there from top.
Radius
keeps him
from the
alive.
team.
He's okay now, though, but Swiffer round the side gets a double kill, takes out Orianne cannon. Now Macau going to come in. Swiffer might line up a triple here and does, and that might be it here. 4 kills to 0 for the Chiefs.
Yeah, 2 super minion waves pushing in. This should be the game, and Swiffer, one thing you can say, INTZ did their homework, banned out the Maokai, banned out the Scion, but Hecarim's looking great. You could have seen that in game 1, and Swiffer gets his LeBlanc, and it's a sight to behold.
Revolta goes down as well. No, he will stay alive. Gets back to the base, but the Nexus will fall down, and the Chiefs will beat INTZ. They're 2-0 now in the tournament.
And what a performance from Swiffer in the mid lane. LeBlanc on patch 5.6, 5.7. You can see Swiper giving a big hug. This game was all about Swiffer. Equalized the fact that it was patch 5.7 LeBlanc and the tank meta. We always say, if you're going to pick LeBlanc on this patch pastry time, you need to make it happen. You need to get the solo kills. You need to make the pressure. And he did it all. That was all on the back of Swiffer.
He really did. And a wonderful looking game there for the Chiefs, taking out one of the toughest looking teams here at the tournament. But we look towards the later stages of that game, and we kept talking about the minion wave control, struggling to close it out. And especially in a longer series, if they are looking towards the playoff section of the tournament, they can't afford games to drag out that long.
And you have to feel like in their first series, they showed an exploitable weakness at the level 1, falling behind Another team could have really taken that game by the horns and won that first game, but were able to farm up on late game power spikes and take it out. In this game, another weakness that they showed was their minion wave control isn't up to the standard of the top teams in the world. Another thing for them to work on, but they're getting the victories on the board. They've taken down INTZ. That's the only time these two teams will meet in the round robin stage. So, I mean, that's an important victory to take, and they'll have so much confidence going into their last set of the game later today.
Yeah, good notch in the belt there for the Chiefs. But INTZ, I mean, played great. You can see why they were one of the favored teams moving in. Couldn't quite get everything going. You saw what they wanted to do. But poor Oriana, who would have thought had a fine matchup there with the counter pick, Spooks, as he almost always is in a lot of situations, was there for Swiffer once again. And once he got a foothold in the game, LeBlanc just kept going.
And I guess the thing you have to mention, Swiffer beat a LeBlanc on Oriana in game 1, and now in his second performance completely took out an Oriana on the reverse matchup. What does that say about the sort of confidence and just mechanical skill from Swiffer on these majors? Been on this lineup, been in the world scene for a long time, but finally really showing it with aplomb with such an impressive performance.
You know, maybe we'll check out a little bit more of it as well. We do have a replay here from the last game as well, and it is the last crazy fight of the game, Papa Smith.
And there was multiple crazy fights, and I think the craziness will be some of the burst damage coming from Swiffer. So let's just, before we roll the tape, look at how many bars there is on that guy's health. That's Yang at this point. Randuin's Banshee Veil Sunfire. So it could have had more items at this point, but still super tanky. And this is a LeBlanc not known for a tank killing ability. Has 6 items. Maybe that'll be relevant as we roll the tape. So coming through, just wait for this mimic. He literally did 2,500 damage instantly.
Yeah, and it keeps going.
I mean, the fight keeps going at this point. But remember, this is already the front line down. Gonna need Na to fight around these areas. Exhaust at this point, Fate's Call makes them untargetable. This fight is actually looking decent. Suddenly, Macau is free hitting, but Swiffer exits the screen at this point. You can see on the minimap showing up on the right. It's an instant double kill with just the distortion coming through. They chase onto Macau, take him out, and even if you can never prep your minion waves, as you can see, there was a red minion wave pushing in the top turret. If you can win fights like that, doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the smart stuff definitely at the end there. The Chiefs sort of figured out that we need to find a way to actually break this base. What we're trying to do is not working. So a smart split push there. I have to say, the one big thing for me throughout that whole series was the Chiefs used both their smites very effectively.
Absolutely, but they opted into risky situations. We didn't even mention taking the Baron 50-50 against a Gragas. 3 smites, one of them on a top laner who won't necessarily have the same smite mechanics as a jungler. Anything could have happened in that situation. So the fact that they picked it up while being clutch, it's a risky thing to choose into 50-50, but the top teams in the world do it. We see Chinese teams doing it all the time. When it works, you look back at it and say, well, that was a necessary risk, but it could have gone oh so much more different.
Yeah, and again, we'll certainly see if they clean some things up, but early game again, didn't fall behind this time. That was the big thing for me. Kept it nice and even, and when it got to the mid game, all of a sudden, it's the same team that we've been seeing dominate regionally.
And they were behind the 2 dragons, took their laning advantage, took the gold lead. They had about 3,000 gold around the time the 3rd dragon spawned, and got back into it, prepped the vision. Remember, they had 3 pink wards around the dragon for their first to be taken. There had already been 2 taken by the opponent INTZ at that point, but they took the dragon. They made the dragon even a win condition after being 2 behind in the early levels. So if the Baron hadn't gone well, there was always the 5th dragon to visit. You felt like eventually they padded their resume enough. They finally had the resume to be that world beater when they prepped the dragon, but that's the thing. It felt like if there was just a bit more scaling, if it was instead of Callista, a different hypercarry like a Jinx who can really take over those late game team fights, it could have been a different result for the Chiefs.
And I think we look back, and I think we're going to start seeing some LeBlanc bans there. I mean, Swiffer already draws a lot of LeBlanc bans in general, but I think some other teams might be looking at that game and being like, maybe we should ban this away. But for me personally, how many more times is Swiper going to be given Hecarim?
And that's the thing. Swiper's defying conventions. You do your research on someone like Swiper, you look at the OPL split. I mean, he just played tanks. He played Sion Maokai basically religiously. Those champions were banned out to him. The Sion bans in particular, one of the most banned champions in the OPL, I believe, was Sion. So you could be comfortable for thinking, okay, let's give him the Hecarim. He hasn't shown any prowess on these more carry-oriented top champions, but Hecarim does everything. That's kind of the disgusting thing about the champion is he's super tanky, he has an excellent initiation, he does big burst damage, and if you go for this Smite teleport build, I mean, he's just so reliable at blowing up an enemy AD carry or rendering them completely useless. What is a Callista with Hurricane going to do when a Cinder Hulk Trinity Force Hecarim jives at them. I mean, there's nothing you can do unless you have massive peel for your team. And peeling the Onslaught of Shadows, difficult. The burst damage, considerable. And if you're isolated, you just can't DPS down with a team fight build a big tanky Hecarim.
And that for me shows in the priority that they've shown. I believe that's 2 games in a row now that they've just first picked it straight away, wanted to make sure they get it. And you do have to justify the pick, A, by performing on it, but B, having your team play around it to the point where you get strong. But twice now Chiefs have played games on Hecarim, and that's twice they've gotten to that position. But we do have another replay here as well. So we're going to delve a little bit deeper into the rest of the game. It's a little bit earlier this time, Papa.
So this is when they had the Goldie. This is the 3rd Dragonflight I alluded to. So they prepped this with vision. They had pink wards around the area. They didn't have any dragons on the mark, but they indicated the 3rd one's the one they want to fight to. That's when the stats really start to get relevant. The 5% movement speed can undo a lot of situations because you pick it up, suddenly you rotate smarter, suddenly everything goes well, suddenly Cannon's able to close in on a fight that much better with the extra move speed. So we'll roll the tape at this one. They're in great position. They're a 5-man group in this situation as the Hecarim ult comes through. The engage comes through from the cannon. Doesn't get much work done. But again, Swiffer, focus fire. They focus onto the cannon, kill them instantly. So it's already a 5v4 situation. Macau's doing smart things, but he's kiting, unfortunately, towards 3 tanky members. He doesn't have any peel from his team, despite the fact this is the Gragas. So you have to wonder why Gragas not holding onto that CC to really set up the cannon.
But before we go in, we have an interview with Swiffer.
With teams of the tournament. How confident do you feel right now?
Oh, like at the moment, we're so confident. Honestly, like we expected this to be our hardest match, and having won it, like just ecstatic at the moment. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, LeBlanc performance was incredible. Your performance was incredible. Do you expect any bans on LeBlanc for the next matches?
I mean, like maybe we shouldn't have shown it so soon, but I do expect it to be banned, but hopefully not, so that I can continue to do really well. I mean, if it is banned, like we've got plenty more prepared, so it's fine. So yeah.
So did you practice any special strategy on INTZ?
Our draft phase was prepared really well by our analysts. Like we scouted what they really wanted to do, like recently with their team compositions and everything like that. So in that respect, yeah, we prepared like considerably for them, probably more than any other team. And once we kind of took that composition away from them, we didn't really know what they play, but we didn't really know. But it was fine because that was their strongest comp, I feel, and we were able to deal with this one. So yeah.
Do you want to say anything to your fans or to your supporters?
First of all, to everyone watching in OCE, thanks for sticking around so long, even though it's some kind of ungodly hour over there at the moment. Yeah, just major shout out to our sponsor Logitech and our managing staff, Frank and Amy, and obviously everyone else on this team. Oh, and Riot Games for hosting this event. Yeah.
Thank you for the interview, and now we're back to Chris.
Yeah, and Swiffer there with a Spartan performance. A lot of confidence there coming out now. And I mean, that's the thing for the Chiefs. They're definitely a team that can play emotionally, Swiffer especially, but after a LeBlanc game like that, I'd be ecstatic too.
And plugging the sponsors, carrying games, it's all looking good for Swiffer. Oceanic teams have been in this position before, we remember, though they often have these strong starts. Can they keep it up and actually power their way towards the finals? MSI looms for a team like the Chiefs, but it's only 2 games in. They have to secure it with consistent performance.
Well, we'll have to find out later. The Chiefs, a strong start to the event, but plenty more games to come. We're going to take another break, but when we return, the coverage of the IWCI will be here.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the International Wildcard Invitational. I'm, of course, Max Atlas Anderson, joined by Jake Spawn Tiberi. And that was a massive game. Of course, favorites Brazil going down to Oceania there. And Chief Swiffer doing some pretty mean damages.
Yeah, he certainly was. I think he tripled the next highest person on the Rift, which was pretty bad. When you can 100-0 an all-tank Gnar, you are doing something right on a mid-game assassin.
Mid-game assassin indeed. But, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving forward here in the International Wildcard Invitational. And let's just reflect on what has already happened today. Let's have a look at where our teams are standing thus far. The Chiefs out in front with 2-0, and of course Bangkok Titans there as well, another upset at 1-0.
Yeah, they certainly are. Hard Random rounds out the teams that have won. And then of course down the bottom we have INTZ, Detonation Focus Me, Besiktas and Chaos Latin Gaming. They're all yet to pick up a win, but there is so much League of Legends to be played.
Yeah.
That I'm sure they're going to have to eventually, because at the moment, Chaos Latin Gamer is taking on Besiktas.
Yeah, exactly. So at least one of them is going to be picking up at least one victory here. Of course, Besiktas, the home team, wanting to really have a big victory there for their fans.
Yeah, they certainly do. And they came up against a Bangkok team that actually blew me away with how well they played that. Not only did they kind of mind game pick ban, you heard from their support player, never played Gragas before, threw it in there, managed to pick up the win, but they did it with a cool tanky front line, and what that meant is that Jinx never got going down in the AD carry position, finished the game 0-4-4, wasn't able to get excited at all throughout the entirety of the game, and just didn't have an impact.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. And they were also, the Bangkok Titans, they were playing with a sub-support player. So the team itself hadn't played with that support, Gragas, but he knew exactly what he was doing. Finished the game at 3-1-10.
Yeah, so he went absolutely berserk, and I guess that just led to bad things. When the support player turns into a pseudo-tank, you're running around, you can't really deal with it. All of the golds being picked up by your top laner. Maokai was tanky, but really couldn't get much else going for Theldrin. It just didn't turn into a good news story. This wasn't the Turkish team that we thought we were going to see, and I'm sure they're going to bounce back in this game.
Yeah, well, you'd hope so, and we'll see whether they play around the AD carry yet again, because, of course, they are up against the Latin American team, which has a whole lot of focus there on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, it certainly does. KLG said that they showed that they really do like to play around their AD carry and support, and they've done it beautifully.
They certainly have. But, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look over at Twitter. Use that hashtag IWCI. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. My brain just completely stopped working because I'm too excited about your Twitter responses, of course. It is fantastic having them come up throughout the games. And, man, if you guys want to let us know exactly how you're watching the IWCI as well, make sure you include that hashtag and let us all know exactly how you're doing it. Please don't include too many more feet because, man, we've had so many different feet-involved tweets. It's just ridiculous.
I like the feet, so bring them on. Of course, that's hashtag IWCI if you couldn't understand what that guy was saying. And it's just, you know what? They're fun. They're good. I don't like the screen so much. Just bring on the random body parts. Anatomy's great.
My goodness, this guy's losing his mind. I've just learned something new about his opinion on feet. But let's go back to the matchups here, ladies and gentlemen. Latin America taking on Turkey. And this is going to be a huge one because, of course, both of these teams are looking to pick up victories, and Turkey more so than otherwise.
Yeah, they certainly are. And I think a lot of it has to come from their bottom lane. The AD carries just didn't look on par to where we expected them to be. So we already mentioned Nadius. We started, I guess, touching on Zakro as well. But as you can see, they share a similar champion pool in certain ways. Both like to play mid-game. However, some of the later game carries are coming across right now for Nadius. We saw the Jinx. I'm expecting him to go much more mid-game with the Lucian, with the Graves, going to come out.
Yeah, and I think that the Sivir would be a really good pickup as well. We've already seen it be successful, and with this tanky meta, getting your brawlers well into the fight with that on the hunt seems to be really, really useful in 5.7.
Yeah, it certainly does. And look, if we're seeing the return of champions like Udyr, like Hecarim in the top lane, things like this that really do need a little bit of assistance to get on a back line, but then are unlocked once they get there because it's just so damn hard to get away from them. Sivir is legit the best AD carry to get that done, because short of firing an Ash Arrow and sniping someone and getting your people on the back line, she just has a go button, and it's great because there's no communication required. She does the yelling for you, and all of a sudden you're just rushing forward at top speed. Throw a Righteous Glory on your support, and all of a sudden you got gap closers where you didn't have gap closers before.
Yeah, and you put that on the likes of a Nautilus, all of these champions that are massive now moving into this current meta. Even a support Gragas seems to be able to make that item work fantastically as well. And you have to think Besiktas probably could have picked up a few pointers there from the support Gragas they just faced.
Yeah, exactly right. So we'll have to see whether that does come out. Dumbledore, of course, loves his Thresh, so that will be another contested pick or ban coming away. I actually don't think KLG play it. At least I haven't seen in their recent matchups that they do. So we'll have to see whether that does come through for the Turkish club. The other thing I want to hit on is a lane swap. They seem to know how to play the lane swap a little bit better. In fact, they got a good fast push. The thing I didn't agree with is that they didn't take down the top turret. I thought that they could have taken the turret, rotated a little bit earlier, got the Jinx to BF sort of maybe even a sneaky Boots 2 pickup that we see fairly often.
Yeah.
And then try and force these structures incredibly hard. If you can start a lane swap snowball by playing the early game better, which they honestly did, then you should always take that opportunity.
Yeah, and of course that Boots 2 pickup, so efficient there as well as far as that gold spending. And if you grab that BF sword, I mean, that minigun's doing so much work to those turrets.
Yeah, it certainly is. Helps with your stutter stepping with the rockets. Boots 2 are just a great pickup in general on Jinx. Instead, we saw that they kind of refroze the wave. It got a little bit confusing there. They ended up having to take it after a dive went through, which was just brutally forced from the Sia team in the bottom lane. In the end, they had people teleporting, trying to withhold it, and I think they traded 1 for 3 a turret. And in the end, the Besiktas could only pick up the top lane turret. So, if they had that game again, I'm sure they would have pushed a lot harder for the early game, tried to get the snowballing going with the objectives, traded more effectively around the map, because that's the team that we're expecting to see here.
Yeah, well, that's exactly right. And you look over the other side of the rift, KLG, Zycro there on the bottom side of the map, they managed to push down their turret relatively quickly in their loss earlier on to hard random, but they just couldn't get that mid lane turret.
Yeah, exactly right. They couldn't push through there.
I mean, against the Chiefs.
Yeah, it was against the Chiefs. So the thing about this matchup, though, is I think that Besiktas won a lane swap, and I don't think KLG have much experience in that situation. So I want to see how they do respond to it. Zycro very, looks for the duo lane. Is an outplay kind of AD carry, looks to get in your face. That's why he plays a lot of these mid-game carries. Bear especially is one of those supports as well. A lot of the games you see when they were qualifying, they were getting 3, 4, 5 members thrown into their lane, and they were happy to deal with it 2v4 most of the time. So I think that coming into this game, the Turkish team would have scouted that out and that they would be looking for the lane swap. And I want to see how KLG get deep vision level 1 to try and secure their duo lane.
Yeah, and we'll see whether Bear is going to pick up something like the Nami as well. I mean, we saw it. It was oppressive in lane. He did land some great aqua prisons, but in the late game really didn't do a whole lot for the team and seemed a little bit left out there. The tidal waves were a little bit off. It wasn't really working. I want to get him on something like that Morgana, something like an Annie, really dominate the lane and have that pick potential.
Yeah, I want the Annie to come out. I think that they needed a little bit more engaged. They needed someone to be able to get in there and catch people off guard. Didn't really get that from the Nami, not a great pick champion, and more importantly, just didn't have the ability to set up the mid game that they needed. It was very reactionary support, and when you play reactionary against these great teams like the Chiefs, it's never really going to go your way. So I think that they need to be careful with how they pick ban. They had a confusing comp in game 1. I think they had a Sejuani, they had a Nami coming in there. They had LeBlanc Lucian for some mid-game power, but didn't really tie it all together well whatsoever. So I expect them to go much more meta this time around, pick 5.7 champions and try and get going with a tanky snowball.
Yeah, well, we'll see whether they can do that. And if you're talking about the tanky snowball, it's interesting. We've got 2 of these top laners. One on one side, Thaldron there really likes to pick up Riven on occasion there on the top side of the map, whereas Helior, he's a bit of a rumble player. So we'll see whether we deviate away from this dual tank mammoth meta and whether we'll go back into more of an aggressive style in that top lane.
Well, that's the thing that I do want to point out is everyone keeps talking about the 5.7 meta, myself included, because it really is about the tanks at the moment. Cinderhulk is a very good pickup, but there is no way that you still cannot commit to a mid-game spike, go all out mid-game, pick up Rumble, and just win pre-30 minutes. It's definitely a possibility. And look, if people pick scaling compositions, like junglers like even Elise are coming back into the meta because you're just able to out-duel them early. And honestly, there's nothing you can do if you're a Sejuani and Elise is walking into your jungle. So I really would, if KLG gamble on the mid-game this time around again, expect them to go a little bit harder on it.
Well, we'll see if they do, but we are into Champion Select, of course, ladies and gentlemen. LeBlanc going to hit the bench first, and I wonder whether this is a bit of a trickle over from our previous game. Lissandra going to be taken off the board, aimed at possibly Energy there. We'll see entirely who that is. Of course, Energy is known to play that one in the mid lane, but Lissandra has sort of fallen out of the meta here just a little bit.
Yeah, it certainly has fallen out of the meta. Still a good anti-dive champion, so I would expect that one to go over to Energy. He is the known Lissandra player coming across from Besiktas, and we'll see exactly where it goes. Actually, they don't ban for their second ban. We'll have to check whether they lost a ban there. Lulu also taken off the Rift here for KLG.
Oh, actually, it's just the other way around.
It's just the other way around. It's been
I believe. I'm very perplexed. No, it's not. No, it's not. So Sejuani going to hit the bench as well. Morgana taken away. So a lot of these control champions removed here by KLG. They don't want to see anything like that protect the AD carry type composition to come through. And I think that suits Zycro here and KLG's just general playstyle around a mid-game carry as opposed to the late-game hyper carry.
Yeah, exactly right. But we do see once again, somehow, some way, Hecarim has once again got through pick ban. I want to say he's 100% so far. I'm pretty sure he is.
It certainly feels that way. And we've seen Hecarims just be so devastating, whether they take the Ignite teleport for that earlier Trinity Force power spike or whether they go for that Cinderhulk Smite teleport style. I believe I said Smite teleport twice in a row. One of those is Ignite teleport, of course, with that early Trinity Force. But we shall see what KLG take away, and it's the Z to be locked in here. And of course, Reggie loves picking that one up in the mid lane, and he just loves his assassins in general.
Yeah, so once again, a little bit more mid-game, a split pusher coming out for Reggie. That's good because it can maybe draw the Hecarim away from the fight and force some 1v1s around the map. Also, Bear going for a little bit more of an engaged support. It's not the Annie that we wanted, but it's a Thresh, but it is the pick away. And that's what I was going to mention. We said that Bear doesn't really play it to our knowledge. You possibly could. I mean, there's lots of games that go on.
I think if you're a support player, you have to play
it's kind of like, I'm a jungler, I play Lee Sin.
Yeah.
I'm an AD carry, I play Lucian. Well, that one doesn't count.
Not so much. It's more like Sivir. What would be the stock standard AD carry?
If you can't play Lucian, you cannot AD.
All right, got it. There we are. I learned something today. I can't play AD carry. Energy still thinking about his pick. Only 5 seconds to go. It is going to be Sivir, though, here for Nadius.
And
I like that
already
pick.
Their comp is so much better coming through from the Turkish team. They've got that tanky lineup. They've got the Gragas. They've got the Hecarim. Then they've got the go button that we were talking about.
Yeah, exactly.
They're
the donkey
starting
whistle.
to put it together. On the other side of the Rift, Graves being hovered. Good lane bully coming through for Zycro. That's what, when against Lion Gaming, that's when he looked most impressive. I think he played a game 1 against them. So see whether he can translate that into a good performance in the early game. But Zach would be an interesting pickup here.
Yeah, and you actually mentioned to us before that sort of he's the third round of these tanky junglers that have really come through. Of course, Sejuani and Gragas being a little bit further ahead, but he still has mammoth gank potential and, of course, can gank from a long way away as well.
Yeah, certainly can, but he's not going to be picked, so I'll bench my spiel that I was going to go for there. It is actually going to go Rek'Sai here in the jungle. No, it's not. It's going to be Rumble in the top lane. They've gone super mid-game.
Yeah, and Helio also massively known for that Rumble, was seeing a whole lot of bans even recently as well. Nadius hovering an Urgot. Well, let's not talk about these hovers because Brian's there.
Urgot is great against the Zed in the mid lane. Really good laner against Zed, so I would not be surprised if that was a legitimate pick.
Well, we'll see whether it comes through. A whole lot of cycling being done here for Besiktas so far. Our Turkish members having a definite think, or just a spam of that random button, not entirely sure. Nadius, see what they consider, because of course they're looking for a mid laner and a support. Janna definitely makes sense here. Dumbledoge able to pick that one up. Of course, known for it. But of course, a little bit more known for that Thresh.
They're really worried about this Zed, it looks like, as they finally settle on the Ahri as their pick. So that will be a Zed versus Ahri matchup. This is one of those matchups that I give it I give it firmly to Zed now. I've had enough of the skill matchups.
I just see Ahri and I think skill matchup.
Yeah, everyone says that, but I think that Zed currently wins the lane. The removal of DFG closed down a lot of your skill matchups.
Oh, come on. I learnt this from Papa Smithy, okay? You see an Ari, and you just get to say skill matchup. I'm getting nothing from you, Spawn. I'm getting nothing. Oh, man. KLG, they do have their final pick here to round out the lineup. It is going to be the jungle, which is an interesting one to save until last pick, but when you've got so many of these priority solo lanes to come through, of course, Zed here for Reggie, one of his favorite champions to take into that mid lane, and Helios sort of known for his rumble. See what they do take into the jungle, and man, it might be a Nunu. And is that going to work out for late game insurance or just for early game counter jungling?
Yeah, Nunu's a kind of weird pick in this one because he's used, like we talk about Nunu in so many different ways. He's used to control the enemy jungler. He's used to get a hyper carry going. But the other thing that we don't really talk about is his zone control and his objective control.
Okay.
So the thing about Nunu in this composition is they're hoping to get early dragons because they're a mid-game comp. So you think no-brainer. But what this does, and I was just talking to Papa Smithy, the skill matchup king, about this before, that if a team is 5,000 gold ahead and they have 3 dragons before 30 minutes, they nearly always win the game at the moment because 5th dragon is just such a powerful tool. And if you're that far behind at the 30-minute mark, you really can't leave your base to fight these guys. So all of a sudden, the game has this timer on it and it gets so condensed and you're fighting over an objective. So what Nunu does, he secures the early dragons. He makes Graves a little bit more scaling into the late game because Graves, of course, scales very well with crit and attack speed.
Yep.
Gives Zed some attack speed as well. But more importantly, during these mid-game fights, the Equalizer as well as the Absolute Zero
I was just
are
thinking
going
about
to be
that.
really hard to run through because there's not very many gap closers from Gragas, from Hecarim. So when they use their ultimate, when they use their body slam, that's all they've got in their kit. This isn't like Aurelia where they're going to have a quick dash coming through all the time. They're going to have to walk through a lot of that zone. And hopefully that is enough to protect what KLG are bringing to the table.
Yeah, not to mention, you know, Equalizer, like you said, but the box over the top of it as well. The box as well can be left down, and it's not like you can explosive cask someone out of it on your team. So you're going to have the box down for a massive 90% slow, plus the Equalizer locking people in it with the box. Like, that is very, very scary. You pair that with the Absolute Zero as well. Like you mentioned, zone control for days.
Yeah, exactly right, ladies and gentlemen. We actually have a pause at the start of the game. That's why we're taking a little bit longer to jump into this one. But I actually like what KLG have done here. They've completely disregarded the meta, and I love when teams do this. They've picked it up, thrown it out the window, and said, that is not how we play League of Legends. Instead, we are going to commit to mid-game, because that's how we play League of Legends. We love Rumble. We love Zed.
Yeah.
This is what our brand is, and we're just going to beat you. No matter what you guys think is good, this is what we know and have proven because they got here.
Yeah,
by winning
precisely.
by winning their region. So they're bringing a tried and true lineup in, and I really think that this is their best way to win a game.
And I think also the best way to win a game of League of Legends is to dictate the pace of the game as well. So if you're the one in control, if you're the one calling the shots, and you're telling the other team to play your brand of League of Legends, that is how you win. Because otherwise, you're uncomfortable, but you're being dictated to, you're playing reactionary, and that is not how you win.
Yeah, exactly right. And look, going across Besiktas' lineup, they've got a good scaling comp, but this isn't a ridiculous scaling comp. This isn't something like you've got, I don't know, like Cho'Gath, Sejuani, I don't know, Super Tank in top lane, Kog'Maw, Lulu running around on the Rift. Like, game hits 45 minutes, you kill everything with a Kog'Maw kind of composition.
Oh, you mean like Nasus, Sion,
Veigar? There you go. Thank you.
80-minute game.
Yeah. So they don't have the scaling composition of all scaling compositions, maybe not to the extreme of that, but they have a decently late game composition, but they're not going to shrug off 5 dragons and a 5,000 gold deficit with what they're bringing to the table.
Yeah, and I mean, like, Ari is considered arguably a mid-game champion as well, and Siva, with the short range, not going to be able to siege very well, of course, still does fantastic damage in the late game, but is still a bit dangerous to use. You're exactly right that our Turkish lineup, I mean, despite Hecarim and Gragas also being largely a scaling champion, it's about all they're throwing at it.
Yeah, I think that Siva and Hecarim are the kind of 2 late game carries there. I don't think Gragas is any good late game. He kind of becomes like Lee Sin. He's used for his ultimate. Mid game does very meaningful damage.
I thought that's what made him good Lee Sin, is the fact that he's still relevant in the late game.
He's more relevant than Lee Sin because he has his E and his Q.
Yep.
But he's still not a damage threat in the late game. So he's still just used for his displacement more than anything in his CC. I'm kind of two ways about Ahri, depending on how you build her. I think that Ahri does ridiculous amounts of damage with Luden's Echo. I think a lot of champions do, and that if she ever gets past the front line and it gets anywhere near Graves, he just incidentally dies, unfortunately, due to Foxfire and Luden's Echo being so strong at the moment. So I think that they still have some keys, but as I said, the more frightening thing is, how do you fight a Nunu, Rumble, Graves for the first 3 dragons? I just don't know whether it's possible with their lineup, unless they get a really good pick.
So is it KLG all fighting around objectives more than anything else this game and making sure that their neutral control is really on the board?
Yeah, so what I think Besiktas actually have to do is lane swap, push down the early turret, and get an artificial gold lead.
Okay.
So give up the first 2 dragons and then take 2 turrets for it. All of a sudden, you're 3,000 gold advantage just because of the global gold you've picked up.
Yeah.
They haven't got 3,000 gold worth of stats off their first dragon or second dragon yet because they haven't got into scaling mode. And then you just beat them around like the level 12, level 13 mark when the 3rd dragon's coming up. So I think that is what the game plan that they'll go for. As I said, I think they're a very good lane swapping squad. That's why I place them so high in the power ranking. I think that other teams are going to struggle playing around that. So I think that's how they try and play the game. But as I said, that's a lot of ifs in a sentence for me to be confident on what they're bringing.
Yeah, and I'm excited to see, of course, Reggie there on his comfort pick and Helior as well. I mean, I've personally experienced a lot of hype about this guy's Rumble play, and I really want to see how he dominates the lane, whether he even dominates the lane, and what we can expect out of this guy. Because, of course, Rumble versus Hecarim not so strong there in the early phase, and if they get standard lanes here, KLG, then Helio might be able to run away with it.
Yeah, exactly right. And my favorite thing about Hecarim is everyone says he does so much with so little. And that's true. But he also does even more when he has a lot. So if you're able to pick up items on Rumble, it's not like he stays the same. Like, it's double pen versus double pen death cap. Like, the second one definitely wins out. So, like, it's not just that he's a good lane swap champion. He's able to go into the 1v1s if he can dictate the pace of the lane. And he should be able to against a Hecarim who does take some time to scale up. Really is open for Helio in the top lane to be able to carry if he gets some ganks.
Yeah, well, we'll see whether he can, because, of course, yeah, Rumble can actually single-handedly destroy a game, because if you're able to get into that backline, become that golden flamethrower with the early Zonya's Hourglass, things can go horribly wrong.
Yeah, it certainly can, and get you another spell rotation out. Zonya's just such a good item on Hecarim, as you mentioned.
Maybe on Rumble?
Rumble.
I don't know. I'd build it on Hecarim, but I'm an idiot, so...
Hey, you said it.
I believe you've probably said it too, my friend.
Not on stream. I'm not that mean.
Oh, wow. Okay, just to my face?
Yep.
Yeah, okay, cool. Thank you very much for that one. We've successfully completely derailed our top lane conversation. So let's move to the mid lane, of course. We have mentioned already the Ahri versus Zed matchup, but is it going to change up the Ahri build path here, having to go against a Zed? Are we going to expect an early arm guard here, really delaying that Luden's Echo, or do you still run for it?
No, so this is why I think that Zed wins out in the lane now, because you have to commit to it. And the other thing is that Zed has kind of figured out the Ahri matchup. What you do is you kind of wait behind your creeps, and then she has to burn one charge of her ultimate and throw out the charm. And at that time, you ult. So charm misses. So Zed dodges charm with his ultimate. From there, he's just able to go back to his shadow and nullify it. And you think, okay, that's not winning a lane matchup. That's just not dying. But what that does is then you have a split pushing threat with Zed. So where Ahri is looking for picks and you need to build a composition around picking, if you're with an Ahri, you have to have very good denial of vision, be able to set up around objectives, and even have a lead to force people into the funnel. Zed doesn't play any of those games. Zed split pushes throughout the mid game. So what that means is, whilst you have a whole team focusing on utilizing an Ahri, Zed just goes around and does his own thing. The rest of the team survives as a unit of 4, which is much easier to do than deny complete vision from an objective, especially if you ever fall behind. And he has much clearer keys to success. So the reason I think that Zed at the moment wins out on the matchup isn't for the fact that he completely overthrows the lane. It's because what happens when you translate into a mid-game lead. And I think that it's just a lot harder, especially with the tanky compositions to come through, to execute with pick champions than it is to execute with an assassin split pusher that can also team fight relatively well.
Yeah, that's a good point. And actually augmenting that as well is you're talking about sort of mid-game control and early-game power here at the same time. I mean, Julius Tito versus Theocles here, Rek'Sai versus Gragas. Gragas with a bit of early-game power there with the body slam, of course, having a little bit of CC on it, but Rek'Sai she's like probably one of the best early gankers in the game. That Burrow is just fantastic.
Yeah, it certainly is, but unfortunately not in the game. It's a Nunu.
Oh, it was a Nunu. My bad.
Yep, so that was a late swap out. I forgive you for that one. So, yeah, if we follow with that, Gragas actually has probably one of the best early game ganks.
Well, in comparison to Nunu now?
No, early game ganks. I'm talking even Rek'Sai. He has kind of the same thing. He has the good old body slam flash in any direction you want to have the guaranteed knock up as well. So I think that, and he also sticks relatively well with red buff, but I think that Nunu does something that he doesn't do, and that's pressure jungle very well. So he'll be able to get into Gragas' jungle, be able to push him around a little bit. Gragas, if he misses the body slam, goes on such a long cooldown that he has trouble chasing people out of his jungle. So Nunu has a potential to be able to run around, cause some havoc, counter gank some lanes, and get people going.
Yeah, and just throw ice blasts randomly about the lanes as well. I mean, it's always fun to see the Nunu drive by a gank there around the mid lane or something like that, but it actually does help. I mean, you can sort of gain an advantage by zoning a mid lane champion or a top lane or even a couple of people in the bottom lane.
Yeah, definitely. Relieving of pressure and, I guess, the drive-by or even running behind people and auto-attacking them out of lane with Nunu, you get ridiculously tanky early game. You just go like your jungle item into Sightstone and you eat a large camp, and all of a sudden you have like 7,000 health and you just run into lane and wail on people. Very hard to get away from him. So yeah, I definitely think that Nunu brings a different kind of pressure to a game. He brings kind of the hybrid, I'm not going to kill you, but I'm really annoying and pesky to deal with.
Yeah, and we'll see whether he manages to pull that off, because of course when you've got an early game focused comp here like KLG have, you sort of really do have to double down on that early pressure. And I'm just worried about Nunu being enough pressure for that.
Yeah, and you know, that's definitely a valid point. And we'll see exactly how KLG play around it. As I said, their bottom lane kind of doesn't need jungle help, so it will be up to their mid and top lane to really call Julius Dito around the map and try and get him to influence the lanes where they need to. Hecarim without any gap closing summoner spells is a very easy gank coming through for Nunu, because, as I said, he just walks in and snowballs, but we'll have to see exactly how it works out.
Well, we are going to be able to now, ladies and gentlemen, as we hop onto the rift for Besiktas versus KLG. Brazil taking on Latin America, and we'll see exactly how this one turns out.
Turkey taking on Latin America.
Turkey. I'm just completely out of my mind. It's absolutely fine. Reggie, here in the mid lane, is going to be able to put a ward down.
Hook comes through, actually lands early.
Yeah, Nadia's getting hooked up there. Didn't take the spell shield level 1, unfortunately, but they are going to be safe.
Actually has hope in lane now because he didn't skill that. Wasn't in much.
That would have been pretty smooth reflexes if you can skill it and use it in that time.
Yeah, but as we saw, game 1, taking an incorrect spell for a lane is not a great tactic to just survive a little bit of poke coming through. But in the end, not much happening here. We're going to see whether they can secure standard lanes. And it actually looks like on Besiktas' side, they're happy to do it.
Yeah, no deep vision to come through here. And Janisiva versus Graves Thresh seems to me like it goes horribly.
Wow, and Dumbledore getting chunked out. That was through his shield as well. So all of a sudden, they know exactly where the Graves Thresh lane is. There's Zyker as well as Bear doing a lot of damage. And Julius Dito, he's going to be rocking the Nunu bot skin.
Yeah, and Dumbledore actually deciding that they are more than happy to stick to these standard lanes as well.
Yeah, so maybe it's about getting the Hecarim ahead. As we see Energy pushing out early. Always a good tactic against melee mid laners to try and shove as hard as you can. The problem is, Zed, he pushes back real well.
Yeah, and Orb Deception is going to land. Shuriken's not quite on point here for Reggie so far. Helior not going to find anyone in his lane because, of course, Thaldrin happy to jungle around first up. And you don't need Smite on Hecarim to be able to take an early camp. He's going to be able to just use that flask, then head back to base, grab some more consumables, and head into lane.
Yeah, and surprisingly, Helior didn't do the AD carry trick where you stack the wave. Actually kills an extra minion or two, generally, when you do that, and pushes it in your favor, especially if he's going to call Julius Dito up there for an early gank. Would have been something he could have looked at. Instead, just chooses to last hit, and nothing exciting is going to happen because consumables picked up, standard lanes, although in the bottom, Baron Zycro zoning with an early level 2. That's cute.
Yeah, not too bad at all. Of course, Quick Draw and Buckshot being pretty helpful, and Flay Death Sentence also pretty good. So the level 2 hit by this KLG lineup definitely strong. Eye of the Storm not really going to protect Nadius too much, but one auto attack, he is going to be able to survive that one.
Yeah, he certainly is. They finally get a creep to get the next level. Bear just showed a really good example of why sometimes it's better to hold a spell than use it, by the way, because as soon as he missed that death sentence, all, I guess, cause for concern was gone out of that lane. They were never going to be able to kill them at that point, so they really could have just walked back up to it. As Julius Tito doesn't go for a full clear, instead just, Reggie misses everything. Takes his red buff next. He's going to go to the top, pick up some Krugs, and then go back to shop probably because there's an early ward coming out.
Yeah, and we'll see whether he does put extra pressure here on the top side of the map. Theocles is going to be able to take down this Rift Scuttler.
That's a really cool name, by the way. Theocles, I like that.
Yeah. Oh my goodness, Dumbledoge actually taking a point-blank buckshot. That is not a great idea as he takes a whole bunch of health, but...
And you need to be careful here, Theocles, because there is a minion wave coming, and if you gank this, you're in a lot of trouble, because I don't know whether that was a cannon wave. I didn't actually get to see, but those little guys do so much damage early game.
Yeah, well, this is the thing. It's actually something that a lot of people do fail to take into account whilst trying to trade.
Okay, so now this is a better time to gank, because the wave isn't coming down. So he has this gap where you see there between the turrets. He can gank without any hindrance.
Yeah, actually, Quick Draw is going to get him out of the way here as Micro... Oh, my goodness. The first blood comes down already, and, man, Bear just exploded.
Yeah, and talking about that flash body slam gank to cancel the animation, all of a sudden in his face. Energy getting ganked here.
Yeah, Julius Tito coming in, but a charm lands. Reggie does land some shurikens there, but not quite enough. And the gank pressure from Anunu, not quite enough early on.
Yeah, but he does chunk him out. He's got no mana, so all of a sudden, Reggie, complete control as he misses a cannon, the cardinal sin of mid laners. He needs a talking to.
He does, he does. Does have a CS advantage, though, despite not quite landing that cannon creep. Oh, another one. KLG. Unfortunate. Unfortunate stuff, but... Zycro, oh my goodness, that spell shield was fantastic on the buckshot as the trade comes through beautifully here for the Sivir. Theocles possibly could have looked for something there. He's going to body slam over the wall and find Reggie here. Lots of damage down. Takes a bit back there from the shurikens. But
yeah, Reggie's going to have to back now. And all of a sudden, Energy, complete control over the wave. Even Hylia not doing really well in the top lane. So overall, really good. And another foot comes through.
Thank you very much, NZ Smite, for another...
And your face is right between his toes, Atlas. I like that one.
Well, look, that is called eating my words, because that was a beautiful tweet.
As a good trade goes down in the bottom lane, all of a sudden, Bear looking to get aggressive. Zycro, he really can't go with that one. Teleport burn in top lane. Helior has to get back in there. All of a sudden, it's a 700 gold lead as we have a pause. And KLG, we said they had early game picks. They're not doing great early game.
Yeah, and across the map, we've got CS advantages forming now for our Turkish team, and Besiktas really looking strong here moving forward, and that definitely does show warning signs here. But is there sort of a mid-game spike that KLG are going to hit that sort of means that certain, I guess, small leads aren't really going to matter?
Yeah, they have a much better level 6 coming through overall. Like, their Equalizer, Nuno Ultimate, as well as Collateral Damage are just... beast level 6 abilities, not to mention the box from Thresh is just devastating at that point in the game. So they definitely have better level 6, but it's more about like what this does for your mentality, where it puts you on the map. If you lose early turrets, what do you lose with it? Are you giving up control? Are they able to transfer a lot of this early gold now into ward coverage? And can they ward really deep and then just never have to deal with the fact that they've got this huge ultimate combo because they just see them coming and are able to exit the area before they get there? There's a lot of things that you have to take into consideration when you're hitting your power spikes, and whether you're doing it at a time that the other team can't deal with it, or whether you're hitting a great spike yourself, but you've given the team, I guess, an option to be able to navigate around yours.
Yeah, well, we'll see whether they actually can, because... Of course, one thing that we haven't actually brought up is the fact that Dumbledoge is on the Janna here, and Dumbledoge is sort of known for roaming around the map making plays. Can you still do that, and can you do it as effectively on a Janna?
You certainly can do it. Whether you can do it as effectively is definitely open for a debate, I guess.
mean, we've seen certain players do the same sort of tactic on a Morgana without Dark Binding, so it can actually be effective.
Yeah, exactly right. Anything is possible in the League of Legends, Atlas. That's why we play the game. Otherwise, we'd just give the awards out in Champion Select. But, yeah, like... I don't know, you can go for sick insect plays, I guess, with Janna as well. You can flash behind people and blow them away, but will he do it? I have no idea. Like, we'll have to...
Do you call that a Monsec?
I like that.
Okay.
Yeah,
we'll try and use that. Let's not
Trending?
Use that. Yeah,
Monsec.
Oh, God.
You can also, she has 2 forms of CC in her kit. She has the slow. She has the fact that she can use the knock up from her Q coming through there. If you charge it and you're really good with it, you can knock people up even further. So I guess she does have the tools to be able to do it. Is she as good as Thresh at doing it? Definitely not. But, you know, not many people are as good as Thresh or Nautilus.
Well, that's the thing, and we'll see whether that one does come through. We are going to have the pause discontinue now as Helior continuing to try and farm out this wave. Does have the makings of his haunting guys here early on, but is 10 CS behind as a Descent's going to land here on a Dumbledore on the bottom side. He's going to flash out of the way as the Lantern is there. Zycro taking a whole lot of damage as Nardius able to get a boomerang over across, but Dumbledore still surviving. And Eye of the Storm, just Janna in general, is so difficult to lock down.
Yeah, she certainly is. She has everything in her kit that we just mentioned to roam in disengage, and that's just way too much to be able to deal with if you don't have a gap closer, if you don't have any burst damage coming through. And unfortunately, because of no mana and no HP, KLG didn't have either coming through from their AD carry player. So now, just going to have to push out the lane as Reggie's caught. No, he hasn't. Theocles is fine.
Yeah, he's going to take a shuriken to the back of the head, but other than that, he is going to be fine. Tholdren was moving down here as well. So the 2v1 was on. Helior is able to get a ward down spots that Theocles is there. Equalizes down, and Theocles takes half of his health.
Yeah, and Tholdren actually walked back through the other side of it as well. So in the end, fantastic ultimate. Thing I liked about it the most, hugged the wall. So the last thing that you could do is really walk into that gank at all if you Gragas, because you had to take the long way around. There was no way you were going to get through it without taking all your health and damage. So it was just complete abandoned ship at that stage.
Yeah. I just want to point out as well that that was the first time I've ever seen a Rift Scuttler move in a way a player wanted it to. When Julius Tito just threw an Ice Blast at it and then it sprinted back towards him so he could last hit it. Lovely stuff.
No Scuttle Crab.
Yeah, I'm going to call Julius Tito the Scuttle Crab Whisperer from now on, because that was stunning. He's going to be able to take down a blue buff here as well. We'll see whether he actually gives it over to Reggie for the energy regen and, of course, the extra experience, because a lot of the reason why you give away a blue buff is also so you can stay in range of the experience of your opponent as well.
Yeah, it certainly is. So a huge experience bonus goes across, not to mention the fact that Zed, I think, arguably needs it more than some mid laners.
Some mana users, really.
Yeah. Energy regen is just so important to be able to keep up with the spam that comes through from the likes of Ari, and she will pick up. Reggie's not having any luck with these shurikens, by the way. Eventually, energy will pick up some form of mana regen, whereas you can't itemize from energy regen. And if you mark up one shuriken like that, 1E, you mess up your whole combo, and you just don't do the damage if you don't have it there. So it is quite important on Zed to be able to pick that up.
Yeah, and also your all-in, of course, with the death mark is also a little bit augmented as well by that blue buff, because you can get an extra round of spells in.
Yeah, definitely, and he's gated by it. And the other thing that people say cooldown reduction, not like because the way he is gated by energy isn't fantastic, but I guess they don't notice the fact that his ultimate comes up a lot earlier if you have more cooldown reduction.
Yeah.
So if you're ever going to ult someone, blue buff is a great tool to have as well. Like, his whole kit benefits from it, really.
And he's going to go for the Bilgewater Cutlass here first as well. And I personally do like the Brutalizer first a little bit better. But, of course, if you are going to all-in with that death mark, Julius Tito waiting around here does spot the fact that energy's here. The flash immediately from Helior, but second kill to go down as the flash away from energy is going to keep him safe. And Julius Tito unable to offer too much more. Reggie's coming through, but not sure whether he'll be able to get too much done. Ice Blasts are coming down thick and fast. Reggie trying to close the distance. But they are going to get safely under the turret, and Tholdren and Energy just walk away.
Yeah, they just roam out, and Julius Tito really didn't commit to that one, as once again, Theocles, he has the positioning to be able to gank bottom lane. Doesn't go for it in the end because Shaker and Bear, they back away, but this is much better out of the Turkish team. This is what we're expecting coming in as Reggie. Oh, that was way too much red dot syndrome. He cannot have not noticed that there was a pink ward in the brush.
He might just clear out the wave and then grab the pink ward because he wanted to shove it into the turret.
Potentially. Yeah, it is. Thank goodness. I was scared there for a second, Atlas.
No, I trusted in the power of Reggie. Helio, though, is going to continue pushing out these minion waves. He is down by a whole lot of farm, though. 24 CS is nothing to scoff at here at the 10-minute mark. And when it's a Hecarim who is going to vastly outscale you, already going towards that Trinity Force with the Home Guard boots already built up, that is frightening stuff.
Yeah, it certainly is. And Hecarim, as you said, really good at scaling up. Not to mention the fact that they've only got a short-range AD carry coming through there. So Graves, he's in a lot of trouble for the entirety of this map if Hecarim is able to get going, as once again they go in on the bot lane.
Yeah, beautiful spell shield again as the Howling Gale comes across. Zycro forced to use the heal. That collateral damage did next to nothing as the Monsoon comes down as well. Dumbledoge, but man, the Buckshot's still doing some work here as Nadius doesn't have the spell shield up. Helior coming in. The equalizer a little bit questionable as another beautiful Howling Gale comes down. Dumbledoge able to disengage, but the damage is done. KLG, they pick up the AD carry and they might be able to get a dragon.
Yeah, they certainly look like they're going for the early one, so finally something goes right for KLG. They're going to be able to pick this one up pretty much uncontested, and maybe this will kickstart the snowball of objectives that they really need to take over in the mid-game.
Well, if they still manage to take down 4 dragons in a row, then definitely that's one of their win conditions still definitely in the bag. But if Besiktas can get together and really manage to put it to KLG, it's going to be difficult. And now with a gold lead as well, 1,100 gold in favor of our Turkish team. It's looking frightening for the mid-game comp.
Yeah, it certainly is. And that equalizer, he tried to go for the maximum. Unfortunately, Theocles had already flashed, so it really was never in danger of being able to pick that one up. It did get Janna's flash off the backside as well. So Dumbledoge doesn't have that cooldown because of the fact that the equalizer comes through from Helios. So not overall a horrible equalizer, but definitely agree it could have been better places. Once again, coming into the top lane, that's now a 40 CS advantage coming through for Theldrin. He's having a fantastic early game on this Hecarim, and that just means bad things throughout the entirety of the game. If he can shove this into the turret, that's nearly map over for Helio. He will become an ult bot.
And Nadius actually hitting the max range boomerang there. Zycro down to about 500 health here on the bottom side, and that is not normal here for this Graves lane. Down 20 CS to the Sivir. And Nadius, I have to say, I've been so impressed by these spell shields that have been coming through. The Sivir play is fantastic, and just this bottom lane coming through from our Turkish team is just looking brilliant.
Yeah, it certainly is. So they're able to get an early advantage for themselves as well. It is equal items, and of course you would always favor Graves in a gunfight at this point in the game. However, can't underestimate the burst damage that comes out of Sivir as well, as Theocles and Julio Stito. They sound like two titans about to clash heads.
Yeah, and the explosive cast going to avoid that situation completely, but that is a big ultimate on cooldown, of course, early on in the game. I mean, we talk about explosive cast as being relatively short as far as the cooldown is concerned, but at level 8, not going to quite have enough.
They're going
points
for an
into
invade on the blue. They've actually even brought their top laner down.
Oh, Theocles are going to get ignited here as the Deathmark comes through. That charm was outstanding, as there it is, and Reggie does manage to pick up the kill there with the Deathmark, but is going to fall down in response. Dark Passage going to be taken here by the Nunu as he just careens out of that one. Helio looking to try and trade for a turret, but the bottom lane one's going down here as well for our Turkish team.
More importantly, the mid one might go down if Theldrin just decides to turn around and shove that one in. He doesn't, goes top lane instead. That's important for Helio. He was able to close the CS gap. If he just drops the equalizer on the next wave, might even be able to close it even further. Will he decide to, so he gets a free shop in? Probably not.
Yeah, we'll see. Flame Spitter is going to come through here. Theldrin not really taking too much from that. So the Spirit of Dread's there.
So the reason you can drop the equalizer in a situation like that is that currently you're 30 CS down. You pick up the whole minion wave pretty much guaranteed because the minion wave walks over the entirety of it. You go back, pick up your boots too, something like that. You'll definitely have the gold for it. And it allows you to reset the lane and come back in a position of power and doesn't really give the Hecarim a chance to fight you at all. Unless he goes like super ridiculously aggressive, in which case you have your shield anyway to just kind of float away from him. So doesn't decide to go with it, but definitely was a valid option to come through as we have some counter jungling now started off by Julius Stito.
Yeah, Helio actually coming down to give him a hand too as Reggie's going to come round. Does have the upgraded sweeper already as Julius Stito is actually able to take down that blue buff. Shurikens haven't necessarily been on point here from Reggie. Theocles going to clear out some vision here as well. Does know that his blue buff has been taken. It's Energy continuing to shove.
Yeah, so Energy 2-0-0 having a great early game coming through here. Has nearly picked up the Zhonya's Hourglass. Has also opted in for the
Fiendish Codex.
Fiendish Codex. Bit of CDR, bit of mana regen coming through there. As
No mana
Dumbledore.
regen. Not anymore.
There you go. Dumbledore looking to get aggressive in the bottom lane.
Does have a cheeky Amptome there as well. So looking to go for a Frost Queen's Claim early on?
Yeah, really good carding item coming through there.
Oh,
so
unless it's a Magi's.
Yeah, or it could be a Magi's. Both really valid options coming through.
Yeah, and I guess if you really want more disengage, that Frost Queen's Claim definitely a good idea. As Theocles going to take down another Rift Scuttler here. 2,000 gold is the lead here for Besiktas as Helios wants to take down this outer turret. Is going to be able to. Thaldron has picked up the Sheen, decides to forego the Phage just for now.
Yeah, and that's the thing about Phage. You can sit on the components. They're very cost efficient. Sheen isn't great as components, so if you only have money for one of them, you generally do keep the Phage as a component. As Helios actually stops his back. He would have probably got back there. Decides instead to just walk away out of lane. Needs to be careful now because the wave's going to be shoved in. Dragon up in 57 seconds, so he needs the shot before that next Dragon. We've already talked about how important of a win condition it is for KLG to be able to snowball that objective. If he can't get back and shot before it, probably can't fight.
Yeah, and Energy continuing to put pressure here in the mid. Nice shurikens to come out from Reggie, who does have Blade of the Ruined King entirely completed now and has a CS advantage. That kill early onto Theocles definitely helping out this Zed, as he probably wants to be able to pick up that Brutalizer. Thaldron is going to make his way back towards the top lane.
That's a lot of damage coming through from the max charge.
Yeah, that devastating charge really starting to do some work. Reggie was cheating towards that bottom side. Theocles looking to do something. The bottom lane outer turret is going to fall down. Besiktas bottom lane is going to head back to base. Dumbledore actually already there. Did decide to go with that Magi's Soul Stealer. See whether he manages to pick up any more kills as KLG. They have actually started off this Dragon.
And wow, what a spike coming through for the top laner. He's grabbed boots too, but he also grabbed a needlessly large rod.
My goodness.
All of a sudden, the Dragon fight looking firmly in KLG's favor.
Yeah, and they managed to take that one down without a contest here. It was an Orb of Deception coming through, but Consume Smite still pretty strong here from Julius Tito.
And this is what Nunu Rumble does to any team. The first three Dragons are a complete shutout generally if you have both of those champions in your comp. One of them might give you the first couple, but wow, when you pair them together, just so much zone control, so much securing of objectives, you don't really want to fight. And they've also prolonged the laning phase just a little bit. So we've seen 2 turrets fall down. It's only 18 minutes into the game. By this time, we've normally seen much more. So this is kind of getting there. We said they needed an early lead. Unfortunately, they haven't been able to do that. Props to Besiktas to taking that one away, especially with such a scaling comp coming through in the top lane with a 31 CS advantage.
Yeah.
However, they have picked up the first 2 Dragons, so they're still on track for around that 36-minute mark, being able to pick up the 5th and close out the game.
Yeah, we'll see whether they can actually do that. But of course, Besiktas, what is their sort of win condition? What do they need to be doing to try and win this game? And does it involve solo killing the top laner?
Yeah, so solo killing top, that's always a good one. So Thaldron, big
that
tick
helps.
there.
Yep.
It's nearly picked up. He would have picked up probably his Trinity Force as well off that solo kill. Might even be able to get a lot of meaningful damage down onto this top lane turret as he pushes in here. He'll be able to take that one out. So that's huge news coming through for Besiktas. And their win condition is legitimately don't get the game to 5th Dragons at 36 minutes and we win the game just by scaling.
So try and deny some Dragons here as well.
Yeah, pick up some Dragons, grab some... If you want to go into the pick comp part of their composition, they set up some vision around key objectives and look to, I guess, force around there. As we see the solo kill coming through from Thaldron, he just, all in, and Helios couldn't do anything.
Yeah, and that's why taking Ignite there into that lane definitely works out beautifully here for a Hecarim.
Yeah, so pretty much with an Ahri, with a Sivir, what you're looking to do is deny vision around like Baron or around objectives where you have the control. Wait for them to come to you. Use the Sivir ultimate and Ahri to be able to to get some CC out there, and then just all engage with your Hecarim, with your Gragas, flying in from the shadows, delete someone off the map, because you really can't siege with these guys unless you use the Gragas. Wow, Bear, you're in trouble now.
He most certainly is. Hallengau's going to come across the top. Reggie's looking for something here as Energy's taking some auto attacks. The exhaust to come through, but it's going to wear off as he's trying to get the damage down. Energy's going to fall. He does manage to trade here for Reggie, though, as Helio gets flayed back, but he's pretty big as he flashes forward. They pick up the kill into Dumbledore, loses some of those stacks as well as Thaldron. He's trying to come in on this fight as Theocles is able to get out. Julius Tito, look at the ultimate as Nadius manages to pick up the kill onto Thresh, but a double for Zycro, and we know what he does with kills.
And what a hook coming through from Bear onto Thaldron. Picked a Hecarim out of mid-air, able to keep him CC'd for long enough to his team to burn him down. Literally, that was from Helio, and you mentioned it, Zycro, he's the big beneficiary of that missed time engage coming through from Besiktas. Now 3-0-0, has the Infinity Edge finished up, going to go back and pick up even more items, and that was huge.
Yeah, let's have a look at it again as Energy. Look at Reggie not actually using his abilities until after the exhaust.
Yeah, so he was able to get through. They pick up the first kill with the death mark. That was all really on Bear, you know, just zoning with every one of his abilities. I don't think he hit anything but an auto attack, but it was just all a mind game, Atlas. And in the end, they're able to get onto Theocles, and that's the hook that I'm talking about. He hits him when he counts. You miss 100% of shots that you don't take,
That's
but
exactly
that one
right.
he certainly nailed.
And that was the only one that they really needed to make sure that Thaldron unable to sort of run over that fight.
Yeah, exactly right. So in the end, they're able to get it going. Wow, off the back of that, Zycro has finished up Static Shiv as well. So now he is an absolute powerhouse in this mid game, going to be able to do some ridiculous burst damage.
Yeah, and that's actually really good news here because he is down by 25 CS. Of course, Nardus also with sort of similar cost items with the Berserker's Greaves completed.
Yeah, exactly the same cost items coming through.
Exactly, is it?
Not 100%.
No, but basically.
Really close.
Yeah, it's about 30 off, I think.
Yeah.
If my memory serves.
You're really good with those.
Ah. Look, we're okay. 300 gold is the lead, though, for the Siva, sitting on a little bit more. So actually probably very, very similar as we look through it. Wants to hold on to the Avarice Blade for a little bit longer, a little bit good.
Yeah, exactly right.
Love it.
The banker Siva
It's
coming
perfect.
through.
It's perfect. It's like Frost Queen's claim.
If only it
Avarice
was
Blade
old
Ash.
Siva. You remember old Siva?
Oh, I do remember old Siva building Warmogs and stacking up that Bloodthirster. Beautiful stuff. Ricochet was a very fun ability back in the day. Let's not get nostalgic, though, about Siva. I don't think that's necessary. It's a little bit sad.
As we see, actually, Energy looking to go for a pick here on Reggie. You have to be very brave. As I said, if you miss that charm, he can all in you. Doesn't choose to go for it. But Reggie in a huge position of power. He's picked up a Last Whisper for himself as well as a Brutalizer, so very cost-efficient.
That's his core, like
armor
already
pen
done.
coming through here. We'll have to see exactly what he goes for. They might even dive.
Yeah, Zycro actually is going to quick draw over this wall. Julius Tito is going to get discovered and Award going to spot everyone out too. But 25 seconds on the Dragon, you have to think KLG, that's all they're thinking about.
Yeah, exactly right. As long as they don't give away top turret, they're happy to trade nearly anything on the map right now for that Dragon. As wow, Bear just missing out on a hook.
Yeah, Dumbledore is coming around here as well. Rift Scuttler available, but they haven't swept out this ward right in front of the pit. Reggie off on his own here on the bottom side.
Yeah, he's looking to get in behind, maybe see if he can be the one flanking, although Hecarim, he's back in base right now, looking for the home guard gank to come through. We'll have to see who can take this little bit of a scuffle. Because Besiktas, they're moving very aggressive, but still no teleport coming through.
Yeah, they're
You need to sweep that ward if you KLG before you fight.
Yeah, well, there's a couple of wards around here as well. And we know that Reggie does have that upgraded sweeper almost back up.
They've started up the Dragon. This is horrible news. If they're able to take this one away,
that's going to go down so fast.
Yeah. So that's a huge win across to the Turkish lineup. Theocles secures that one for his team. And all of a sudden, what should have been probably a 3-Dragon lead in a pretty even game, door starting to close a little bit on what the KLG lineup brings.
Yeah, we'll see whether KLG can turn it around, because of course they still do have a fantastic team fight if they get everything working exactly right, and there is a way that they can run over this game, especially considering the fact that these are their comfort picks, so really is important for a lot of these teams.
Yeah, it certainly is. So look, it's not like, oh, Dragon dead, game over, wrap it up, boys, surrender at 20. It's not dire straits, but it's one of the things that's what they were putting a lot of emphasis on. You could tell from their vision control that they wanted to secure Dragon. Even the map movement down there to try and get a pick on Energy was around getting the next Dragon, and they weren't able to secure that one. Fantastic vision control coming through. They understood that Hecarim, with the gank potential from the teleport, was just way too much. Probably would have deleted Zycro, so they didn't go with it in the end. Probably a wise decision, but it still hurts their overall game plan as Soldrin. He's looking to get aggressive. Bear throws another warning shot out.
Zoning hook. Zoning hook to come through there, of course. Helior
was going for the mad life. Didn't have flash. Never works.
Unfortunate. He actually... Oh, was it only just off cooldown?
No, as in when someone flashes into your hook.
Oh, right. Yes. Yes. Not sure why.
Would it ever flash that? Yeah, neither am I.
A little bit unfortunate. Pickaxe completed now for Zycro, though, going for that last Whisper, just for that 3-item spike. Of course, Nardus has picked up his 2 items. Static Shiv and the Infinity Edge. I personally really like the Phantom Dancer on Sivir.
Phantom Dancer is a really good late game item, but it's one of those things, if you have the gold when you go back, you're always going to pick up a Static Shiv. Not to mention he committed so early into the Avarice Blade, and he wasn't really going to build much else out of it. As we see, Theophily is now looking for a gank potentially in the mid lane. Decides to disengage. Thaldrin's in the area. They've gone to a 1-3-1 split push, and this game's actually hit a lull where I didn't expect it to. Chaos Latin Gamer needs to be careful here that they don't just let this game slip away.
Yeah, Theocles is actually going to just throw an explosive cast.
Oh, he gets hooked.
Death Sentence to come through here. They're going to start the engage. Box comes down, but Energy's here looking for something. Julius Tito does a fair bit of damage with the ult, but not enough. Reggie there a little bit late. Spirit Rush to come through. Orb of Deception only hits on the way forward.
And Helio got zoned away from that by Thaldrin. You feel if in that choke there was a Rumble ultimate, heck of a lot different team fight. Instead, it's not. It's just Nunu going in by himself. Julio Stito getting absolutely destroyed. Has only picked up raw HP stats. Not really much magic resist coming through there at all. And Energy made real short work of that Nunu.
Oh, yeah. And I mean, I guess the Absolute Zero was doing some work. Did a fair bit of damage for like half a channel. But if that's signs of things to come, KLG... it's not looking great.
Yeah, and all of a sudden they're 3,000 gold behind. They don't have control over any part of the map. The picks will start coming through now from Ari. She's moved into her second needlessly large rod item. You assume that's going to be the death cap. Just synergizes so well with the rest of the kit, although could of course be a Ludens. Anything is possible in this day and age, Atlas. Kids nowadays, but... Once again, they're going into the matching of the split push. I really think that they can play around vision a little bit better on the top side of the map. Thaldrin just is so much stronger than Helior right now, especially in a 1v1. The dive has even opened up. And you can see they're just denying vision right here, and he starts it up again.
Yeah, Thaldrin dodges out of the way of both of those harpoons. Helior able to at least right-click him with the Flame Spitter active to get a bit of damage down, but this horse really starting to ignore the damage coming through from the Rumble.
And he's just so far ahead for this part in the game. Thaldrin is an absolute monster. He's picked up the Trinity Force, picked up the components for both defensive items. Hecarim's the only real person that you want to go components-based, and now they are setting up around the Baron. I much prefer this call because they can deny vision. They use the Sivir ultimate beautifully, and let's see what they can get done.
Yeah, and their split pusher doesn't have teleport
there
here as well as, oh my goodness, Barry, you're in a whole host of trouble. Nardus is going to pick up that kill. Boomerang really starting to do some work with an added BF sword on top of everything else, going for the Bloodthirster.
And Theocles' ult is still available. He can throw it right now, just zone him off the turret. Doesn't even have to. They just use a Hecarim, and all of a sudden they're picking up objectives everywhere. KLG has missed a trick in this game. You felt like they could have done more. In the end, they even rotate Reggie up, and he's not able to impact at all. Might have been better just kept on pushing.
Yeah, and Thaldrin actually, I think, zoned them with his presence alone.
Yeah, he certainly did. He just took a gallop towards them. All of a sudden, they wanted nothing to do with the Hecarim, who is 50 CS ahead and has a frozen heart now on that back. So is an absolute monster, so I don't really blame them, but really is a huge key to success in this game.
Yeah, and Thaldrin... see whether he can actually carry this one forward. Of course, does have the teleport available. Theocles just going to be in his own jungle at the moment. Heading back, is going to grab a Raptor camp, so he's going to be able to clear out some vision. But there is no vision to clear. KLG are blind right now.
Yeah, KLG have absolutely no presence on this map. They don't have the vision. They're not able to, I guess, get the areas they need to make a team fight happen.
They've only just seen a member of Besiktas right now.
Yeah, really strange thing coming through here. Zycro has actually picked up another BF sword on top of his pickaxe.
Interesting.
When there's 2 frozen hearts, and Reggie, you're in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, Tholdren looking to get something started. Deathmark to come down, but Reggie not sure whether this is the funny business you're looking for. And Helior looks for the ult. Tholdren actually taking a lot of damage, but the exhaust to come through. Nice Sonias to come down as Dumbledore's trying to use that Monsoon to do some work, but is going to be Tholdren falling down. Nardis actually picking up Graves here on the backside as well. No, actually, Zycro is going to be able to escape. Oh, my goodness. Energy misses the charm. And Julius Tito is able to flash to safety. Zycro so aggressive on this Graves.
Yeah, he certainly is. He nearly turned that. Wow, what a good catch.
Yep, the charm going to come through. Flash going to help that one out as Energy's able to pick up that kill. Inner turret going to be taken down immediately as well, as there's only one inner left available for KLG.
Only Inunuap. He doesn't offer great wave clear. This is going to be the base Broken Atlas, and only 31 minutes into the game, they'll pick up another Dragon off the back, and all of a sudden, Besiktas in complete control.
Yeah, and this is going to even out the Dragons here as well when KLG, with all of this early pressure, it has completely gone now. This game in control of the Turkish team, and they are looking very, very strong. And it seems to me like they've definitely, I guess, got out the creases from their earlier experience.
Yeah, certainly have. Early game jitters gone. Tholdren.
Oh, yeah.
Much more impressive in this game. Even their bottom lane really stood up to a bullying lane in Graves Thresh. We're able to take it to them. It only has been since they started grouping that Nardius has given up his 30 CS advantage or whatever he had in laning phase. So really big props to the entirety of the lineup. Able to get much better things done this time around. And now you see it's actually KLG that's trying to deny vision and set up some brush ganks, because honestly, that's all they can really do at this point.
Yeah, and they have set up a little bit more vision, and their vision around the Baron is actually a little bit... Yeah, it's a little bit more relevant though now, because they set up for that Baron vision a whole lot early, but it hasn't really amounted to anything, and it's almost like it was wasted gold.
Yeah, exactly right. They just weren't able to get it done. You look exactly where the wards were before that team fight. They were around the Dragon area and then all throughout the blue bottom side of the jungle. So Besiktas using their vision much more than what we can say about KLG. And you see they've already pincered them in here. Zycro, he's going to lose out on his red buff. And all of a sudden, you own nothing on the map if you're KLG. They don't have any options of where to fight, and they might even get picked here.
Actually, Julius Tito trying to set up for an absolute zero, but Bear's just going to explode. Julius Tito very low. Reggie in the backline trying to get something done, but he's going to die as Nardius takes that kill down. A double for Energy. The equalizer is going to get body slammed out of as Helios now going to have to try and escape. It is going to be the golden flamethrower, but the flash over here from Nardius, and this Sivir really starting to do some work. That Bloodthirster is terrifying, and Besiktas, they're going to be able to pick up the Baron after a clean ace, and I have a feeling they probably could have taken down an inhibitor for that, but instead, it is going to be the guaranteed objective. Theocles able to tank that one up for days. And this Baron is not going to last long.
Yeah, it definitely isn't. And you know, I agree with the Baron call, because you have an open inhibitor. You just walk up, take that one whenever you want. And you also have the turret pressure, because their team isn't a great sieging team. They've got Sivir, they've got Ahri, both not great sieging champions coming through. So this gives them the tool to be able to take more than what a simple inhibitor would be able to. So I think props to Besiktas, good shot calling, and their denial of vision of this game has been spot on. They really approached it the right way, understood how they were going to win, and used this Ahri, who's now 6-1-5, to perfect effect.
Yeah, and KLG have just been unable to sweep enough as well. You can see they've got 3 upgraded Oracle's lenses. They are going to be able to sweep out some vision here, but it's way too late. And that's sort of the aim of the game here as far as the vision is concerned. It's the fact that Besiktas has had their vision where they need it, and KLG has had sort of spread out vision, but they haven't even been able to sweep effectively.
Yeah, they haven't just been able to get into position. They gave up control of the map. Remember when they gave away that first Dragon, and we said that might be the window, just closing a little bit? It certainly turned into that way, because from that point, KLG hasn't looked proactive in their fighting, and they're not a very good comp as Nardius just spell shields the death sentence. And all of a sudden, 2 inhibitors down. This game, they're looking to finish it up really early now.
And I like how you got ahead of it just a little bit. That inhibitor not quite falling down just yet, but you have to think it's going to be going down soon. Theocles is going to get death sentence. They're going to try and go in, but he's so tanky. Energy lands the Hail Mary charm, and Helios going to die in the duration. Beautiful skill shot use there from Energy. Does miss that one, but the death sentence is going to go wide as well. Bears unable to find it. Just the tip of the Orbit Deception, and Besiktas are actually going for the victory here as Nexus turret's being focused down at the same time. Deathmark is going to land on Energy as he's going to go straight back to that Shadow. There's those Zonyas to come down as well, nullifying the damage. Spirit Rush to come through, and man, that Zed did not last long. Oh my gosh. Thaldron is huge on this horse, and Besiktas 22-6, a 17,000 gold lead. And this is what we're expecting out of Turkey.
Yeah, a much more calm, cool, calm, and collected game coming through as well. You got to say they gave up a couple of the objectives, snowballed their lanes, won outright, and then in the end, through good vision denial, just took over the entirety of the map. Props to those guys for being able to peg it back. Yeah. Probably weren't expecting to lose their first game, but boy, did they strike back hard.
Yeah, they really did, and it seemed to have lit a fire under them as well. We'll see whether that comes through in their next showings, because I was especially impressed by Thaldron. He played a lane against a comfort pick Rumble, which would otherwise be hard. He had a massive lead early on in that CS department and ended up just running over the game and demanded so much respect.
Yeah, he certainly did. It really hurt the Graves pick most of all because Zycro, he was the most fed on the lineup, but he wasn't able to do anything. There was a huge heck room every time he went anywhere near a team fight, just ready to leap onto his head. And the solo kill even came through in the top lane. He just did lots of little impressive things that got that game going in the right direction for Besiktas.
Yeah, definitely looked great. But KLG, I mean, they are down 0-2 now. We'll see whether they can pick up a victory moving forward. But you have to admit, that was probably going to be one of their toughest opponents that they're going to meet so far. And, of course, they have met up with the Chiefs as well earlier on. They're now 2-0, so they've had a rough start. And we'll see whether they can pull it back as this group stage moves forward.
Yeah, and, you know, there's still promising signs there. They controlled the early part of the objectives very well once again. Their bottom lane looked like they were performing pretty well. Bennett was uncharacteristic in some of his skill shots that he missed. But there were other promising signs. Look, Reggie in the mid lane, he didn't have a great laning phase, but he was able to translate that to some pressure. Helios probably needs to step up a little bit, I think, if they're going to have much more success in this tournament. Julio Stito needs to, I think, be more proactive is the word that I'm going to use. Needs to look for deep vision, especially if he's going to play Nuno and try and bully the other jungler around. In the end, just wasn't tracking anything to do on that map. Lost control a little bit too early. And I think, yeah, there's promising signs there. There's definitely things that they can work on for day 2 and 3. And they're not out by any count so far.
Yeah, well, that's true. And we'll see whether they can play on some extra confidence as well moving forward, because you have to think Julius Stito, in my mind, was the one that was sort of not playing to the way that a Nunu probably could in that early game. And you have to think that it had a lot to do with the fact that, you know, Turkey, home ground advantage, they must be intimidated by this team.
Yeah, they definitely would be intimidated by this team. Lots of people have actually pointed to Turkey for the team to beat. Yeah. And Theocles, like, don't take anything away from him. He was able to sneak behind, get a good early gank. So he was definitely taking it early into Julius Stito and just wasn't able to keep up.
Yeah, well, let's have a look at a replay, ladies and gentlemen, of exactly what won Besiktas that game.
Yeah, so this was a fight that they tried to start in the jungle. So they throw the box down, but look at the top of the map. Helios being completely zoned away. So as we roll this one out, you see Reggie, he tries to fly in and help out Julius Stito. But in the end, Rumble continuing to be zoned, can't get past the Theocles, now can't get past the Hecarim. And that's what really turned it. You see how late the equalizer comes out? If that was any sooner, probably would have been a much easier team fight coming through from KLG. I'm not saying they would have won, but look how low some of the health bars are as this fight finishes up, as the turret's really nicely tanked by Hecarim off that back end. But that's just one of the examples of where they didn't seem to be on the same page. It was a little bit of a face check because of denial of vision, and that was really what sold me on the whole Besiktas team comp, was the fact that they were able to control vision so well. But I think that there was still some things that they could have done there in that game, KLG, to make it work.
Yeah, well, we'll see whether they use the same style moving forward. I want to talk about Energy as well, because especially highlighted in that last replay, his consistent damage throughout that was so beautiful to see. And he may have missed a few, I guess, optimistic charms coming into this, but the ones that he hit were the ones that he needed to hit, and especially at the very end there, Helios, when they were trying to defend their base, he hit the charm that won them the game at that stage.
Yeah, but even before that, the flash charm into Zythro on the bottom lane really secured that team fight and let them push in for an inhibitor. So that guy the whole game was really hitting the charms that he needed to hit. So I definitely agree. Energy was a huge part of their success. As I said, you really need to not build a comp around Ari, but play around Ari and how you set up the vision, and he did it well.
Yep, well, let's go to an interview.
I want to ask my first question. We were surprised by your performance at the first game. What went wrong for you?
The ban pick phase was actually quite wrong for us. We didn't get the picks that we wanted. We screwed our early game, so the game kind of snowballed. So it was a mistake, but I don't think it's gonna happen again.
At the first match, you picked a late game-oriented composition, and it didn't went as you expected. Is that why you picked early mid-game composition for the next match?
Kinda. Like at the first game, we shouldn't have picked Vlad because our whole comp was like so late, so we had to change it. Like we couldn't, but at the second game, we did a better ban pick phase, so that's why we won.
So you will play against the Chiefs, and they won their first 2 games. Have you prepared any counter strategies against them?
Of course, but I'm not gonna tell them right here, so yeah, that's it.
So thank you for the interview. Is there anything you want to say to your fans, to your supporters?
Can I say it in Turkish?
Of course you can.
Teşekkür ediyoruz herkese. İlk oyun biraz sıkıntılı geçti ama bir daha alacağını düşünmüyoruz.
He said that. Can you translate in English too?
You should. I'm not gonna do it.
Okay. He said that it won't happen again about the first match, and he's happy for the supporters. So thank you, Talcin, for being here, and we're up to Caner, I guess.
Thaldrin so incredibly confident, saying that it'll never happen again. Well, we'll see whether that is actually true as they move into their next few games. Of course, it is still going to be pretty tough competition.
Yeah, it certainly isn't. They have to take on the Chiefs, so pretty much whoever wins this game, you would think nearly would be the favorites going in. After INTZ, they were a little bit disappointing.
Yeah, they were just a little bit, or was it just the fact that LeBlanc got a little bit out of control? Not entirely sure. Plus, they haven't had a whole lot of time there. There might be a little bit of jet lag issue. Not entirely sure.
Yeah, it definitely is a possibility. But, you know, in the end of the day, need to get the wins on the board. They went up against a strong opponent, weren't able to get it done. So I'm really interested to see how Besiktas is able to do against the Oceanic team.
Yeah, well, we'll see how they do. That is a little bit further down the line. Ladies and gentlemen, after the break, we are going to have Southeast Asia taking on CIS, guys. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the International Wildcard Invitational. We're pretty deep into day one now, and it's going to be a different experience. Southeast Asia taking on CIS, and Hard Random coming up with a victory, and the Bangkok Titans, of course, also on a 1-0.
Yeah, so both teams won their first game, and I guess both did it in pretty surprising fashion. Hard Random, for me, they took out Detonation Focus Me. They were a team that were much type, especially around their North American boot camp coming in, but they were able to pretty handedly win the match.
Yeah, they certainly were. And of course, Bangkok Titans taking down Besiktas as well. And we saw them. They were fantastic in the last matchup and seemed to struggle a little bit against the Bangkok Titans. Both of these teams seem to be a little bit underrated heading into this tournament.
Yeah, they certainly were. And they picked up a really funny team comp coming through, did the Bangkok Titans.
Yeah.
I just liked how that game played out.
Yeah, it was beautiful. Of course, Gragas support, pretty new, but we do have a Bangkok Titans video for you.
รู้สึกตื่นเต้นและเป็นเกียรติมากครับที่ได้มาแข่งถึงแม้ว่าจะได้ที่2มาแต่ว่าจะทำให้ดีที่สุดครับผม
Out of my country is a great opportunity for me and my teammates to prove what we can do against teams around the world
ก็รู้สึกตื่นเต้นนิดหน่อยครับที่แบบได้เดินทางข้ามประเทศมาแข่ง
ก็การที่เราเล่นกันมา5คนในทุกๆแมตช์มันก็ทำให้เราเข้าใจกันมากขึ้นครับแล้วก็การเล่นเป็นทีมอะไรอย่างเงี้ยมันก็จะแบบง่ายแบบไม่ต้องสื่อสารกันได้ง่ายอะไรอย่างเงี้ยครับเข้าใจมากกว่าแต่ว่ามันก็มีข้อเสียบ้างอะไรเงี้ยก็คงต้องแบบดูแล้วก็อาจจะภายข้างหน้าจะต้องปรับเปลี่ยนอะไรบางอย่างครับเพื่อให้มันดีขึ้นทีมที่โหดสุดแล้วครับคิดว่าน่าจะเป็นทีมจากบราซิลเพราะว่าในรอบที่ผ่านมาสามารถเอาชนะทีมที่มีเกาหลีถึง2คนได้ครับ In this tournament, I don't think we have any strongest opponent or rival. We just try to focus on ourselves and make sure that our play is solid. And yeah, we don't really have anybody we're afraid of.
คิดว่าทีมไหนก็ไม่รู้ว่าทีมอื่นเล่นกันยังไงครับแต่ผมมั่นใจว่าทีมผมโหดสุดแล้ว
It was great to hear from the Southeast Asian team, and man, not afraid of anyone and just wanting to play their game, and it seemed like that's exactly what they did in their first showing.
Yeah, they certainly did, and you know, they came onto the riff. We were talking about the team comp they put together. It was Hecarim, Udir, Gragas. And the way you get all of them onto the same map together, apparently, is you play the Gragas in the support position. So Moss was taking that one down there and actually got fairly ahead. 3-1 and 10. Did a heck of a lot of work. Turned into this tanky frontline guy, and they just couldn't deal with it. In the end, Jinx couldn't get any resets, and the game just snowballed out of control.
Yeah, just really fantastic play, and making sure that you can get a Hecarim involved in that comp as well, using that Udyr as well to lock down the Jinx. And it seems to me like you're going for a Hecarim scale versus a Jinx scale, and that seems to work out quite nicely in their favor.
Yeah, it certainly did for that game. Lloyd also showed some fantastic mid-game aggression, flashing forward for the point-blank collateral damage buckshot. Got a sneaky auto attack in at the end as well. And they just looked really aggressive. As I said, they like to play their game, and they looked together as a unit. It was real fun to watch these guys pull out exactly what they did in Game 1, and I'm hoping we can see something similar in Game 2.
Well, on the other side of the rift, exactly the same. Hard Random came out with a very clear strategy, and it was get Kira ahead and make sure that he can hard carry the game. And that is basically what happened. They forced engages in that mid lane, made sure that the Azir was kept down, and Kira just went completely ballistic.
Yeah, and that's what happens at one stage. I think you're like 8-1-1 out of 10 kills. And if you're all the gold is sitting on the Diana, that assassin that can split push, that can team fight, that gets a huge shield, there's no way that you're going to win that game. So in the end, they were able to take down Detonation Focus Me. Yotapon had absolutely no control over that game at all, because as soon as Kira looked at him, he pretty much died.
Yeah, and Detonation Focus Me actually sort of had a plan that they were going for in the early stages of the game. They got double buffs on their AD carry early on, but hard random, they sort of stuck to their guns, made sure that they just played back in that bottom lane, said, okay, we're just try and collect farm when you can. We'll get our mid laner way too far ahead for them to deal with, and that's exactly what happened. It was really beautiful to see.
Yeah, it certainly wasn't, and it was an in-game reaction. They started with a gank bottom lane that went absolutely wrong. They were like, okay, we're never doing that again. However, what we will do is sit mid and camp the absolute heck out of Kira's lane, and that worked a treat. So they learnt very well in-game, which is a hard skill to teach players. So the fact that they were able to do that shows how talented these guys are, and really looking forward to seeing whether that they can take it towards the, I guess, surprising team coming through in the Bangkok Titans. Of course, these guys weren't the first pick to come through from the SEA region. They were actually beaten out in the final by Saigon Fantastic 5, but they've come due to some visa issues and really taken off.
Yeah, they really have. And, of course, getting that first upset very, very early on. And we'll see whether they can continue that through, because they looked very strong. They had a whole lot of pocket picks. They're playing with a sub-support who plays the likes of support Gragas and looks to be playing it fantastically well. And they played with a bottom lane that looked like it had synergy at the same time. And Lloyd, I have to admit, probably doesn't really mind too much who his support is, because he's just going to go ham the whole time. And if his support isn't there, then it doesn't matter, because the enemy team's dead.
Yeah, it's much easier to go forward with a support player that you don't really know than go backwards. So definitely agree with what you're saying there. But in the end, it's been really interesting to see these two teams play, and I can't wait till they get on the rift for this one.
Yeah, well, we are already in Champion Select, ladies and gentlemen. Lulu going to be taken away here first by BTK, and of course, Nunu and Zed going to follow.
Yeah, so in the end, hard random taking away a Nunu and a Zed. They missed a ban there on the side of Bangkok Titans. Rek'Sai also taken off the map there. So that one's a attack at Symphony in the jungle.
Yeah, and Symphony actually looked fantastic. Maybe went a little bit over-aggressive in his early ganks in their previous game, but still managed to get the job done, of course, getting Kira ahead early on. And the miss of a ban here for the Bangkok Titans means that they weren't able to ban away any Dianas. Is Cassiopeia going to be taken off, and that's going to leave Hecarim open yet again. And this is ridiculous.
Insta-locked Hecarim one more time. Symphony, he's able to pick up the Gragas and Morgana, so that has been denied from Moss, unfortunately. Not going to see that support Hecarim, at least not on Bangkok Titans side, but that's a very quick 3 picks.
Yeah, and that's sort of a double support loss here for Moss. Unable to play the Gragas there as well, as G4 looking at an Urgot. We'll see whether that one does come through. Of course, only a hover for now, so won't necessarily consider it. Sejuani's still up here for 007X if he wants to pick it up, and LeBlanc, seen her be pretty successful just recently, and Moss considering the Thresh.
Yeah, so looking for the Thresh pickup against Morgana. Doesn't really have fantastic lane pressure, although Black Shield all of a sudden doesn't do much to the death sentence portion at least. As we'll see exactly what is picked up. Looks like they're hovering Udyr once more, and that's been locked in. What an aggressive jungle pickup. They're going for that heavy frontline composition one more time. And they're expecting a Sivir pickup here with the composition, although it was played with Graves last time, so I don't really blame Lex for insta-locking a Jinx.
Yeah, but it's exactly what happened last time around. I mean, they don't have access to the Gragas this time, but it's still Hecarim Udyr, and if there's any two champions that are going to, like, not care about anything and just beeline for that Jinx, it's these two. Is having the Ezreal on the team going to help out? And also, I guess the explosive cast is going to be helpful.
Okay, so what they're doing right now is they're setting up a fast push composition against 0 wave clear so far. So they've recognized that Udyr, no wave clear. Hecarim, no wave clear. So what they're going to go for is Gragas is just going to ult people away. They're going to throw the Black Shield on one of the AD carries. They're going to group early and just try and crush every structure on the map. So hard random really committing to a mid-game focus comp around 2 AD carries.
Yeah, and Smurf as well. I mean, he's a Morgana player there in the top lane, so we could be waiting on Demonko to lock in that support. So we'll see whether that's exactly how he's going to be playing this one. He's sort of hovering over Teleport Smite, which may not necessarily be the options here for the Diana. Morgana, as Diana is actually being considered here by Moss. That's why that one's on my mind, and we'll see whether that one does come through. 1 second to go. Last second swap over to the Ari here for G4, and G4 the playmaker here for the Bangkok Titans, and that is definitely a playmaking champion.
Yeah, I like it because it has more wave clear than what Diana does. So able to clear out the wave from afar.
Oh my goodness, the disengage.
With that orb. And it was a top lane Morgana being picked up. You're completely correct. Smurf going to be able to take that one. Both top laners had previously played Hecarim, as you can see down below. However, Janna, that's even more disengage coming through here. Good luck if you're Udyr this time, running through Morgana, Gragas, and Janna to get to anyone. Really is a lot of pressure on G4 to get someone caught out of position and be able to blow them up, because otherwise they're going to have trouble getting onto the priority targets.
Yeah, and so this is sort of the classic double AD comp, but are they going to be definitely going for this fast push strategy, trying to take down the turrets early on? Is there going to be any dragon pressure this game?
Yeah, there's definitely dragon pressure in every game. They're going to look to be able to secure every objective possible, but it really is about the standing gold on the map. You want to be able to get these AD carries to positions, especially around the 21-minute mark, when Ezreal's going to have the Muramana and the Trinity Force finished off. 21 to about 25 minutes coming through there. And Lex is going to have an Infinity Edge, Azeel, and Boots. That's when you really expect this team comp to get off the ground and be able to run away with an early advantage. However, in saying that, if they're able to counter Jungle Symphony, force early engages, fight this composition before the team fights get going, there is a reason that mid-game major, early game majors are prioritized in the meta still, and it's because they just do a heck of a lot of damage to squishy targets.
You can see on your screens there, hard random smiles on their faces all round, whereas on the other side, Bangkok Titans looking pretty serious and ready to take some names this game.
Yeah, they certainly do, but this is something that we were expecting a lot coming in. A lot of double AD carry comps have been practiced by the regions, and I think that this is, I guess, an evolution of the meta, especially when people pick scaling. Double AD carry deals with it very well. You're able to get two people to deal with the super tanks, and you just get ahead really early. So we'll see whether they can make it work over on hard random side. On Bangkok Titans, it's once again a little bit more of a time bomb. Can we get the Hecarim to the point that he just jumps onto the Jinx and she dies?
Yeah, and as far as the jungle matchup is concerned, a little bit interesting there. Udyr hasn't necessarily experienced the Gragas jungle just recently, just because he has been sort of slightly out of the meta. Ladies and gentlemen, we do have a slight pause at the beginning of the game, which is why we're going to be going over this. And I'm interested to see exactly who's going to have the early pressure advantage and whether Udyr can stand up to this this Gragas, because of course Udyr very safe in the jungle.
Udyr stands up to everyone in the jungle. Udyr is like Nunu with the purpose of not taking camps, with the purpose of killing you. So he's really strong at being able to duel early on because of how spammable Turtle Stance is. Very underrated ability. That W gives you a really good shield coming through. And also Phoenix Stance just does ridiculous amounts of mixed damage, of course, and magic coming through. As well as your normal auto attacks as you just slap people around. So Udyr, very strong. Gragas, good jungler in his own right, but really is gated more around his abilities, whereas Udyr, auto attack. Every one of his abilities is based around his auto attack, so he can get a lot of work done. So
Stance dancing.
Not expecting him to get invaded or anything like that. In fact, I'm expecting Udyr, 007X to be able to go a little bit more aggressive and be able to invade a lot. And look, we saw Udyr deal completely fine with a... what was it played last time? Can't remember off the top of my head, sorry. So we saw him, but in the jungle, it was like, I think he was like 3-2 double-digit assists, somewhere around 14, 15, something like that. So he was able to deal completely fine with whatever the team comp was bringing at him.
Yeah, and he also just gets incredibly tanky towards the end of the game as well, especially with that Cinderhulk now being considered on these Udyrs these days. You just become unkillable.
Yeah, exactly right. Well, you can go Cinderhulk, you pick up your Merc Treads because they're so important at negating CC coming through for these melee carries. And then you go like Locket, some more CDR, tankiness, and you're just able to run around super quick, be hyper annoying, have that CDR required. And then if you get on the back line, every 6 seconds, you're just stunning every priority target and being able to dance in between and keep yourself ridiculously healthy. He's just real hard to deal with.
Yeah, it just becomes frustrating. We've seen sort of a little bit of an evolution of the Udyr as well. A lot of them sort of early on decide, look, I want to build damage. I want to have a Trinity Force in my back pocket, be able to actually take people down. Now you're sort of more of a stun bot.
Yeah, but one thing that you do notice about Udyr is he needs what I like to call a facilitator in the mid lane. So he needs something like an Orianna, something like a Lulu to really get him in there. Sivir is another good facilitator for Udyr. Something that allows him to get onto the back line, and then once he's there, he has no problem sticking. The problem is to get him there. And against a Morgana, a Janna, and a Gragas coming through, it's going to be really hard to get him on the back line without a ridiculously good flash engage over a wall or something, or maybe like a miracle flank coming through. But otherwise, 007X, he needs to get creative, I think is a good word, in how he gets to the back line.
Yeah, so maybe some flanking engages
like
from
a well-timed
wall.
flashed over a Janna to get blown onto the AD carry. That would be cool.
Nice, or flashing over an explosive cask as it's coming towards you.
Yeah, now we're talking. That's what he's looking for.
He's going to go ping-pong, though, because they have so many different options here for the disengage. Explosive cask, Monsoon, sort of just flying around everywhere.
Better yet, he could like keep going further into their team.
Oh, maybe. He might even just get into their base. And that may actually have a negative effect.
That might be too far. That's not what he's looking for. 007X, don't do that.
No, it's an espionage mission. Might be able to make that one work. Oh, God, I hope those jokes don't continue.
Yeah, I certainly hope so as well. And I guess the other key part of the that we have to look at is the Ahri. We've talked about Ahri pretty extensively because of last game and how you like to play around with vision for it. G4 in a very similar situation, still going to be looking for some picks to come through there. And I think really important here is going to have to allow people to deny vision, look around, and then be able to secure exactly what they're looking for coming into that. And that also might set up the Udyr to be able to get some work done.
Yeah, well, if you land a charm, then you get an easy bear stance from that if you're going to sort of rocket out of a brush here as well. If they're going to set up ganks like that, they do have the Thresh on the lineup as well, so they can have the death sentence for the mid-game sort of attacking comp that really wants to grab a pick and then grab an objective off it, and we'll see whether they can play around that. Of course, G4 being a massive star player here for the Bangkok Titans, and on Ahri, you are able to affect a team fight in a massive AoE sense by dancing around the outside, really getting those Spirit Rush damage down, and also those Foxfires that you can really repeatedly spam throughout these fights. And we'll see whether he manages to get that happening because, of course, this is a player that really does step up for his team.
Yeah, and he needs to step up this game. You know, he's the guy that they have to rely on for a lot of their initial CC. They don't have great initiation without him unless you really count the Hecarim coming in here. Not many other people can nail a priority target.
Yeah, well, it's true. And we'll see whether the Onslaught of Shadows is going to be on point as well. But, ladies and gentlemen, we are on to the Rift. Bangkok Titans taking on Hard Random. Southeast Asia against CIS, and we'll see who's going to take this one. Both of these teams with victories under their belt already. And Hard Random grouping up already. Demonco's actually going to catch G4 in a face check here. Might need to blow the flash as the rockets are coming down. Lex getting some work done. 007 deciding to just wait around for a bit, was unable to stand on the lantern and gets killed.
Yeah, so he got bound through from Smurf and then got taken
what happened.
out.
My goodness,
he
that
did
was
not just stand around. He was CC'd and he was made pay for not the early flash.
Oh, just did not see the Dark Binding there at all. Really beautiful play to come through from Smurf, and might have a little bit of extra AP there as well, so it may have actually helped with the damage portion.
Yeah, so he might be able to go back, grab another ring as well first up, and that would put Morgana in a fantastic position early on in her lane. Looks like that is exactly what she has done, being able to go pick up one for each finger in a really good spot.
Smurf must really like Morgana.
Yeah.
Put 2 rings on it. Not too bad. Actually, yeah, 10 fingers was just confirmed by our producer. So we could actually see some extra inventory slots coming through here.
Yeah, potentially, although maybe not the case. As you see, Kira already starting to try and poke out in this mid lane. So Hard Random, they've started off very impressively. See, lane swap also coming through here, trying to get the fast push going even further. Morgana deals really well with lane swaps.
And Hecarim, not so much.
Yeah, so Flandre, one of the top laners in the LPL, played a lot of top lane Morgana. And when asked why he played top lane Morgana, he said because you don't have to CS, you just drop your puddle and then walk away, and it kind of does it for you. And that's why Morgana really good in the lane swap situation. You're just able to walk up to the wave, you black shield yourself, you drop your puddle, you're able to push out very, very effectively, pick up all the CS that you need, and then you just roam. You're very good with your ultimate, with your Dark Binding, able to catch people out from the Fog of War, deceptively long CC with a hitbox the size of a truck, able to get these ganks going.
And the other thing I really like as well is the fact that Hard Random have dodged the Thresh Graves lane, which is arguably incredibly terrifying.
Yeah, I think that you can just not argue that one at that point and say it's a really strong lane coming through there.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, and
I like arguing.
yeah. Not tonight, Atlas. Yeah, so definitely is a worthwhile opportunity to be able to dodge that one. I think more importantly, though, it unlocks their composition. So they're looking to get this one going early. They want to make sure that they're getting the fast push in. And if they stack up this minion wave so they get 2 waves hitting the turret at the same time, they can really shove this one in really nicely. And as you can see how many caster creeps there are there, they definitely have 2 waves on this turret now.
Yeah, and that Zap and Howling Gale to come through here from Demonco and Lex really doing some work here onto Warlock, who's just entered the lane. Does have to pop everything in his arsenal as Kira actually going very aggressive here against G4, but he's going to bite back. Cancels the auto attack. So unfortunate as G4 does manage to get over the wall with a flash and picks up the 1v1. Second blood, of course, is going to be going down after that level 1, but really nice play here from the star player of Bangkok Titan. Oh my goodness, the Chomper's doing some work, but
I can't believe they didn't run past the turret there. Turret wouldn't have aggroed on them. Warlock was way too far out of reach and probably could have picked up the kill. Instead, they just go back to farming the CS. But in the mid lane, G4, good outplay coming through there. One-on-one, you saw the Ezreal Kira go extremely aggressive, but in the end, wasn't able to land the skill shots. You can't say the same for the Ahri, able to nail everything.
Yeah, and Kira actually managing to use the cleanse on the Ignite there at the same time, but it just wasn't enough after the flash came through over that wall. And G4 with another round of spells just to smack Ezreal in the face and pick up that kill. And it's very, very frightening here because, of course, getting G4 ahead is exactly what BKT need.
Yeah, it certainly is. And Kira, he's not going for the tier build either. He's picked himself up a longsword. We'll see whether that's a long-term thing or whether he only had 360 gold and decided to do some thrift shopping. But all of a sudden, no summoner spells in the mid lane. Very attractive place for Gragas to come gank. We'll see if he can make it work.
Oh, I think he showed. He did. Pinged out there by G4. Unfortunately, walking a little bit too far through that brush.
The belly.
Yep. Can't poke that tummy out. And I'm not going to be saying anything mean about Gragas anymore.
But the turret dive might be coming in here. Moss, he's scouted it out very well. Symphony hanging around. They're trying to get aggressive onto Warlock once again, but it's always dangerous diving a Thresh.
Yeah, Thresh. The point-blank death sentence onto the creep. 007, though, looking for Smurf. That Black Shield does get broken by the Phoenix stance, but 007 pretty optimistic trying to go for that.
Yeah, that's a very hard gank to pull off as Udi. You saw how much magic damage came through, but in the end, it's just not going to work out in his favor. As Symphony, he's now pinging out. The fact that Thresh has left the lane, got a good, nice, deep ward over, but will run head first into the jungler. Symphony backing away.
Yep, Barrel going to at least aggravate the Gromp for a moment.
Poor Gromp.
Yeah, Gromp is going to be fine, though. Don't worry. Spawn here is going to just head back into his little cove and be okay. These Raptors, however, not so much, as Symphony is going to take them down. He's going to be able to potentially scout out for some wards here as well, as you have to think that Hard Random probably looking to try and gank this mid lane. It has been what they've done in the past, but especially now with the fact that G4 doesn't have any summoner spells and is, well, actually his level 6 is going to be very hard to gank this Ahri bit. They really need to try and keep G4 down.
Yeah, they certainly do, but G4 now just able to push out with Reckless Abandon, has all the cooldown reduction available, and is going in deep.
Yeah, Symphony actually coming through. G4 still thinking about this one as G4's going to notice the pink ward. He's going to turn around and take that one down.
Take it out. Wow, what confident play coming through for the mid lane. It also has Ignite still available, so Kira, he needs to be careful. Probably doesn't have the backup he thinks he does, and he's burnt his ultimate now.
Yeah, True Shot Barrage just to try and clear out this wave. Just the tip of the Orbit Deception going to hit Kira there as well for a lot of damage. Not a lot of mana on this Ezreal, as he's been forced to farm out with those Mystic shots. And G4, Fiendish Codex versus the first buy of the Longsword is just a little bit ridiculous here from the mid laner.
Yeah, that's certainly mammoth. I want to talk about Symphony for a second, though. He's picked up the Challenging Smite. The reason I like that pickup on Gragas, where I wouldn't normally like it, is all of a sudden, if Udyr runs at you, you have a real mechanism to be able to deal with him early game. It gets rid of a lot of the damage, means that you do extra damage to him with your auto attacks, and you assume you're going to get a few through on Udyr, who is, of course, very melee. Probably the definition of melee. And yeah, just able to, I guess, give him something to be able to deal with the Udyr.
Yeah, Lloyd now having to deal with the fact that this puddle is just pushing this wave over and over. Unfortunately, unable to last hit the cannon minion quite as effectively as Smurf would have otherwise liked. Smurf does have the Fiendish Codex in his back pocket as well. Of course, did go back to buy just recently. Probably going towards that 20% cooldown reduction very early on just so that he has as many Dark Bindings as possible. So look to see possibly an Athene's Unholy Grail or that Morellonomicon early on with the Lucidity Boots.
Yeah, and both top laners farming relatively well. They haven't been denied too heavily. In the top lane, Warlock has, I guess, only 35 CS. He is 10 behind, but for a Hecarim in a 2v1 lane, that's still relatively good. Got some good support coming through from Moss on Thresh and was able to pick up a lot of the CS. So not going to be an extremely quick, fast push coming through here. Jinx hasn't been able to take out a sub 8-minute turret, for example. They've definitely been forced to lane against someone, and BF swords come through and they still stick in the lane swap. So we'll see whether that is the first item threshold that they're really looking for to tear through these turrets.
Yeah, Hard Random have actually managed to find themselves a 500 gold lead as Symphony's made his way towards this top side. They're able to take down the top outer turret. And that is before a dragon has even been looked at here from the Bangkok Titans, even with the man advantage on the bottom side of the map.
As Demonko goes a little bit aggressive there. So that's the first turret picked up. Now where do they take their Joy lane? Do they take the mid and try and push in on Ari, who's just got blue buff? That's probably not a great idea. More than likely will go bottom lane, but Graves also has terrific wave clear and also has picked up a BF sword for himself, so has great dueling potential. As Kira once again forced to burn that ultimate to try and get something done in the lane. So instead it looks like they're sticking with Warlock. Do they just continue to push top and try and grab a tier 2?
Yeah, I guess they don't want to give Warlock the opportunity to freeze this wave as well, so maybe they'll just push it through, but they are actually deciding to go back. Maybe a little bit of undecided play to come through from Hard Random, but eventually they are going to decide to head back home.
Taking a lot of damage here.
Yeah, 007 coming around here as well. There's a flash body slam coming through as G4 takes a whole lot of damage. Spirit Rush going to be used in order to get out, but they turn the attention to 007. Teleports coming through as 007 is able to get to safety, but Lloyd and Moss, they're around. Collateral damage comes through, and the Bangkok Titans pick up a kill. There's Warlock that comes down with the Onslaught of Shadows, and yeah, Symphony wasn't going anywhere.
Yeah, that was crushed. Symphony absolutely evaporated as Demonko got caught.
Yeah, there's the Death Sentence to come down as well as Smurf does land the Dark Binding. Chompers there as well as Lex looking to get excited. The last auto attack is going to get Jinx happy on this one as Demonko. There's the Monsoon to come through. Super Mega Death Rocket. Warlock taking so much damage as he gets stunned, but not enough. Demonko's going to fall. Lloyd 2-0-1 now picks himself up another kill, and this was with a Jinx with an item advantage, and they just couldn't capitalize.
Yeah, and I think it was Papa Smithy that said Lloyd was Pinoy-esque in his ultimates. That was another beautiful collateral damage coming across. Absolutely exploded Demonko.
Oh,
wow,
dear.
on the backside, Smurf able to pick up a cute kill.
Yeah, Scuttle Crab baited 007. A little bit unfortunate there, but Dragon is now going to be started here by a Hard Random. They're trying to pull it out, is going to be going down very, very quickly. Of course, Jinx with a couple of 80 items, and of course that minigun with a few points in it, going to be taking this one down very quickly. And Kira able to push out this mid lane as well. So in the end, Hard Random actually picking up an advantage.
Yeah, so Hard Random able to come out ahead. Smurf, he's 3-0-0 now. Very, looking very well in this game. Or actually has bumped into Warlock who, with a red buff, going to do a lot of damage. Of course, no teleport available, so that's damage that will stick. No pots either.
You can imagine Warlock just really frustrated after that. Morgana just really shrugging off all of the attempted displacement. As another True Shot Barrage rifles down the lane. Tier now completed by Kira. Almost towards that Man Immune there as well, as Orbit Deception really now starting to clear out these waves. 80 AP from that Morellonomicon really helping him out.
Yeah, 3 men in the bottom lane. 007X looking to see if Moss is the man that can get him onto the back line. We were talking about facilitators. Moss is another one. Can take his friend on a magic ride. Not as good as Bard's, but
don't you be talking about
pretty good.
I'm just really upset the Bard hasn't been played in the IWCI just yet. Fingers are still crossed, though. Just because Oriana's back in the meta, you know, and that Tempered Fate plus Shockwave combo, if you can set it up beautifully. So nice to see. But let's get back into this game. There are no Bards.
So you see the tier stacking away nicely now for Kira.
Nice jump.
Oh, that was a lot of damage as well coming through from G4. Have to keep an eye on that one. If he's able to ever solo out the Ezreal, that means fantastic things coming through from Bangkok Titan as another true shot barrage heads down the map. That's being used on cooldowns. Nearly how sometimes we see Lucio mid lanes just culling waves for the sake of culling waves.
Yeah, and Symphony coming around in this mid lane yet again. Nice Mystic shot to land. Akira's going to use the very last ounce of his mana. Symphony finds a pink ward here in the brush. They are going to be able to clear that one out. Of course, Dragon Vision available for the Bangkok Titans, but only vision of the
going
fact that
for
it's
a
dead.
gank. Did he show down there? Mustn't have. They're still pushing in. G4, he's in trouble.
Yeah, he's looking to pick up a kill here, though. Does miss the charm, but Kira taking a lot of damage. The cleanse doing some work, but G4 picks it up before Symphony can answer back. And kill for jungler compared to kill for mid laner still going to be working out in the favor of Bangkok Titans.
Yeah, it certainly is. And now 007X here to try and get in for some stuff. But Moss, good
Oh,
haul.
there's the dive. They kill the turret just as Lex falls down. Nice exhaust from Demonco, though, who does have the storm himself. Lloyd taking a lot of damage, but the exhaust now onto Lex as Dark Passage is used. Point blank buckshot again, and another death sentence. This Bangkok Titans bottom lane is so frightening.
4-0-1 now for the Graves. That was against an Infinity Edge, and the exhaust coming through from Moss on the wind-up of the Super Mega Death Rocket was just so impressive. Able to get him in there. They're going to push out the lane as well. All of a sudden, there's a 1,000 gold lead. A turret has fallen in the bottom lane, and Bangkok Titans really wrestling control of this game.
Yeah, Kira almost with the Phage after that Manamune has been completed. Of course, going for that classic mid-game Ezreal build, but let's see this again.
Yeah, so able to get in there with the hook. The box went down, keeping Demonco in there, but this is what it was. On the charge up, able to get the exhaust down on Lex's Super Mega Death Rocket, just secured them, and every single ability there thrown out by Thresh hit. More impressively, he didn't steal any kills. Very happy AD carry coming through there for Lloyd. But now you can see they're not happy with the way this game's going. They're looking to force in the mid lane.
Yeah.
Oh.
G4 actually going to get caught there as well. Zap lands. Nice use of the Dark Passage shield just to try and keep them alive. It's hard random looking for more. Smurf's going to get caught by the Death Sentence. True Shot Barrage does a fair bit of damage, and look at the AoE coming through here. Super Mega Death Rocket wishes it was up. Only another couple of seconds until that one's going to be there. This tower under a lot of siege as 007 gets hit by another binding. Smurf is fantastic on this one as Symphony going for a dive. There's the explosive cask. Super Mega Death Rocket almost gets Moss, and hard random. They managed to get Lloyd for the shutdown, and their poke is outrageous.
Yeah, it certainly is. Never underestimate Morgana in these dive scenarios. Anti-dive very good, but also able to throw out that CC at will. Being able to pressure in here, has finished up the Morellonomicon, is 3-0-1. Very, I guess, sitting very pretty in this game, and they take down the mid lane turret, back away. All of a sudden, they got an even game.
Yeah, and Smurf, what do you think about these Sorcerer's Shoes that he's picked up as well, Spawn? Because I would have thought that 40% CDR is something that Morgana's looking for.
Yeah, might be running the CDR scaling blues. Have to check that one out after the game, but definitely agree that the 40%, especially because he's not going to be picking up blue buff, would be important. But we see a lot of mid laners at the moment run those scaling blues just to be able to get there.
Well, we'll see whether he is, as Wave is going to be successfully pushed back here. G4 looking to set up vision around this dragon. It is going to be up again in another 35 seconds, and that Oracle's lens available. Nice scouting Mystic shots to come through, but they don't find G4 just yet. Kira does find one there, and does note the... Oh, wow! That was blind! How did...
He's got his power level.
Man, that scout is definitely working. I think G4 really needs to look at hiding his chi in this one. Because, man...
No, lost it again. He can only
as soon as he can see
shots.
them, it just doesn't quite work out. Zap. Oh, that was close. G4 is just a bit frustrated.
And Dragon now back available, so we'll have to see. Good catch.
Oh, Demonco is just going to get exploded. The exhaust comes down. Nice Monsoon. Actually saves Demonco's life as he flashes out, but Lloyd is able to finish off the kill. Symphony looking for something as Moss is going low. Smurf with the Soul Shackles. Warlock is going to get locked up after the ult comes through, but he does get the shot down. My God, the Super Mega Death Rocket sails by almost unnoticed by the Bangkok Titans as Zap does the same thing, and Symphony just body slams his way over the wall. Meanwhile, Kira's going to get taken down by 007 as he's now looking for Symphony. The Chompers are there. But Lex is going to escape as Symphony. He's going to die for his sins.
Yeah, so 007X in the end gets a really good flank on the backside of that, able to solo out Kira. That's the problem. Once you use all your movement speed, you're not able to get away from this Graggett, who's also picked up the Chilling Smite just to make himself a little bit more insufferable. And they'll pick up a Dragon off the back end of that. Just as we were saying, equal game, 2,000 gold the lead.
Yeah, 2,000 gold, and they've evened the Dragons here as well. Demonko with a cheeky ward is able to get it in there just there, but is just going to witness the fact that that is a dead Dragon. Sheen now completed by Kira, as the puddle's going to come through just to clear out this wave. And that is a thing that they definitely have. Hard random, if they get to a situation where someone can do some sort of split pushing anywhere, at least Smurf can clear out waves at will.
Yeah, he certainly can. So able to just throw down that puddle, recollect with the team, now going towards that Zonya's Hourglass. And if we take a look what happened here, Demonko got caught out, recovered the situation very well, but then had to overcommit there. Tried to flash out of the box, but Lloyd just does ridiculous burst damage. But really, just track Udyr here. So Smurf, he's doing some stuff. No one really cares. Udyr around the backside, he's pinging that he's there. He runs through the fight, sees Kira, smites him, then just runs up and chases down an Ezreal. So able to chase down the Ezreal. All of a sudden, he's a one-man wrecking crew on the back line. Completely zones out Symphony and Lex. Gets caught up by Chompers. That's always been the problem with Udyr. But that Udyr did a full loop of the team fight. Wasn't really able to get in, but kind of corralled them. He was almost...
Well, he took Kira out of that fight for the entirety of it.
Yeah, exactly right. So he was able to corral them into the position in the map they wanted, and that's just how much of a threat Udyr currently is on the map.
Yeah, Bangkok Titans, they are going to be able to take down this outer turret in the top lane as Hard Random again going to be sieging up this mid lane. Inner turret going to be under fire, of course. They did manage to get some picks earlier on when they were doing this exact tactic, but now they have to deal with Warlock up there. Teleports down for Smurf as
Lloyd takes the full front. And they just ult. That's the underrated thing about Gragas' ultimate. Able to just ult in there, but they use all the ults in response.
Yeah, there's a Spirit Rush to come through. Charm onto Symphony, but he's pretty tanky now with that Locket of the Iron Solari. Warlock continues his split push in the top side. And Hard Random know that they have a man advantage, but it seems to me like there's nothing that they can do. The wave clear is too strong from the Bangkok Titans.
Yeah, exactly right. Bangkok Titans use absolutely everything to keep that wave control equal there. As Moss caught out a little bit.
Just a little. The inner turret going to fall down in that top side of the map. Smurf not able to get back there in time, and it is going to be Warlock falling. There's the Death Sentence onto Demonko. Played back as well as the box comes down. Super Mega Death Rocket gets Moss, though, as 007 gets exhausted. Nice Howling Gale to knock up G4 there as the charm isn't going to land. G4 is going to have to head back as True Shot Barrage going to be up pretty soon. The Mystic Shots have been hitting, which has really helped that one out as 007 going to now try and clear out this wave. Another True Shot Barrage comes through. G4 able to get back in base in time.
But once again, it was a turret for a kill. Warlock got all the work done. They might be able to respond now, but now they need to get the heck out of dodge before any re-engage comes through. They take the mid outer for the top outer, so probably an equal trade. Sorry, inners. Wow. As we see Lloyd trying to clear out this
nice
CS wave in the bottom. Satisfying buckshot coming
that's
through.
Beautiful. Really beautiful. The Vampiric Scepter has been completed by Graves now as well on top of the Zeal. Wants to get a little bit more sustainability in the potential fights that will be erupting relatively soon. And I like that because with an Udyr, with an Ahri, there's a lot of consistent damage. So why not pick up an item that's really going to help you consistently?
Yeah, exactly right. Have to be able to sustain throughout that. Make sure that you have the ability to keep yourself healthy in those fights. So definitely agree with the pickup there. As you can see, they're just so far ahead at this point, and it's not just because of the turrets are completely equal, the dragons are very equal, the kills are slightly in their favor, but look at the CS. 40 CS across AD carries. It's just absolutely massive. It means about 1,000 gold advantage. You see they're looking for another fight here. G4 taking a heck of a lot of damage.
Yeah, Charm not going to find it as Spirit Rush still being looked for here by G4, but not finding anything. Zap's not going to find much either as both teams sort of missing a whole lot of stuff and everything is going to be fine. Kira is going to find an Arcane Shift, but Other than that, just a bit of zoning play as the Bangkok Titans look to regroup.
Yeah,
Lloyd
Symphony
getting
looking
for something.
Engaged on. Wow.
Yeah, there's the explosive cast come through. Kira trying to lock this one down, but Super Mega Death Rocket is blocked. Lloyd, there's one more rocket that's needed, but Symphony is going to be there to lock that one down. Kira able to get out of the way of that onslaught of shadows, and Warlock just keeps going. True shot barrage. One more Mystic shot doesn't get there. 007 picks up Damonko in the backside as Kira locks down that one. Lex is getting excited though. G4, is he going to go down? No, Zap's not going to land. And I think that the Ari is going to be safe. The extra movement speed from the Orbit Deception helping him out as Moss just going to go back to base. He'll be okay, though. But look at this. Hard random with a 3 for 2.
Yeah, 3 for 2. And now they're starting to hit their power spikes. We said about the 21-minute mark would be when Kira would be looking to pick up that Trinity Force, as well as... Oh, good snipe.
Yeah, beautiful stuff. Kira. Oh, there it is. Kira just knew exactly how much that puddle was going to do. And I thought that it wasn't going to do enough because I'm used to the support Morgana.
Yeah, exactly right. No support Morgana here. AP Morgana. Trinity Force finished up. That Muramana transformed. They also have Lex a little bit accelerated, where Kira is a little bit behind because of the kills. Lex is very far ahead. 3-1 and 6 has actually finished up the Phantom Dancer. So it was ridiculously strong at this point in the game on Jinx. We'll look to see how fast he can burn through the back lineup, as there's only really a Warden's Mail that Lex is dealing with in terms of damage. And this is where their comp really gets going. If they can take down the bottom turret, start sieging the other inners, they're in a great spot right now.
Yeah, they very much are. And of course, if they can take down this dragon at the same time, really start that one as a meaningful objective to go for towards the later stages of the game, really put the Bangkok Titans in a sticky situation with that one. They are going to take down the second very quickly.
They lose mid-turret for it in response. Good counter coming through from the Bangkok Titans, able to take another objective off the map.
Yeah, Hard Random, though, now have a whole lot of extra vision here on the map, though. Bangkok Titans haven't really been investing into that much.
They need to be so careful here. 007's in the bottom lane. They have a good Baron coming through from the Bangkok Titans. Gragas keeps himself relatively healthy, has the shield that can come through from Damonko, not to mention the fact that Monsoon kind of resets the team fight. And they have double AD.
And there's no vision available from the Bangkok Titans around the Baron. They've got one in that little brush, which is going to let them know if they walk around the edge of that wall. But other than that, no vision on the Baron. Bangkok Titans do have an Ari there, though. 007 able to clear out some more vision along here. So Hard Random losing a lot of their vision control that they had built up quite nicely. Very deep ward there around the Raptors of the Bangkok Titans. But now 007 looking to try and get something else happening. And now SEA team, they're sort of grouping up, but looks to me like they don't quite know what their next move is.
Well, they're just trying to get their minion waves to push in their favor. So they went and dealt with bottom minion wave. They just set the Ezreal ult across top minion wave. So all they're trying to do is get minion wave control in their favor, set up so that the waves are doing half their job for them. And now they're looking for a pick. They might have caught out Moss.
Oh, 007 nimbly dodges out of that Dark Binding as Symphony's now going to be the focus. Already down to a third health as he pops out Locket of the Iron Solari. Lloyd, there's a collateral damage over the team as Damonko's forced to flash away from the Orbit Deception. Bangkok Titans are able to get out, but that's a lot used on the side of Hard Random as Warlock's now looking to try and re-engage.
They've just got better positioning around this mid lane turret. Can they force here? They've sent Symphony back to base. Minion wave coming in. Have to see what they get done.
Yeah, Symphony able to heal back up. Of course, doesn't have the explosive cast because Lex, with a lot of minion wave damage, is going to be able to take that one down. The Rockets are going to do some work there as the Chompers come through as well, just to deter the Bangkok Titans lineup.
Yeah, so the answer is between Ezreal, Jinx, and Morgana. You have a heck of a lot of wave clear. So nothing done in that middle lane. Turret not even scratched hardly, and Warlock, he's forced to canter down into the bottom lane to shove out another wave.
Yeah, just trots through. He's going to be able to clear that one out. Does have teleport almost available if that Baron was going to be looked at. Hard Random, of course, still with a monopoly over the vision around that area, but are aware of the fact that there's not many members around because they are clearing out the bottom side. And Moss hanging around with Warlock here.
Yeah, they're just seeing whether they can pick someone off, get any kind of a catch to get them an advantage here. Unfortunately, Warlock, he's just going to be put back to split pushing duty. He has picked up his Frozen Heart as well as his Trinity Force, so he's in a good position right now as Hecarim. especially against the double AD composition, probably doesn't have to worry too much.
Yeah, does he go Thornmail now or Warmogs or something like that?
Yeah, potentially Warmogs into Thornmail. This good build come through it. Warmogs, of course, helps you deal with the AP damage that's coming through. Morgana not really going to do the consistent damage required to take a Hecker amount. So maybe even just sits on a Giant Belt, then goes towards his Thornmails, make sure that he's as hard to deal with for Lex as possible.
Yeah, well, we'll see what he does decide to build up here. Of course, Warlock does have a whole lot of extra options. May even be a Randu and Zoman coming through. We'll see what he does decide to go with. But for now, he's going to continue pushing his G4. He's getting exploded. Explosive cast comes through. True Shot Barrage not going to find it, and G4 is going to survive. The Dark Passage Shield actually helping out there just a little bit, but Lex looking to continue the push. G4 forced to go back, but the minion wave, non-existent. And BKT, this is like a battle between both of these teams, Hard Random and Bangkok Titans, both with heaps of wave clear trying to siege.
Yeah, exactly right. They're not able to get in there at all. They already used Gragas Ultimate, which is their primary siege tool. And all of a sudden, they can't do anything. Lloyd just able to clear out all the minion waves. He's now nearly got a Blade of the Ruined King and half of... Wow, Symphony, are you caught?
Almost there as the zap comes through to deter Bangkok Titans from doing any more. But these Mystic shots are really doing work. G4 might have to go back again.
Yeah, he certainly does need to. As Lloyd, he gets up in the face.
Whoa!
Super Mega Death Rocket.
Both of them come through. Lloyd's able to flash away. The ultimate's converging at the right spot, but Lex now able to get some auto attack damage down. Beautiful teleport from Smurf. Locks down that, and that's an inhibitor dead. And this AD carry comp is really doing what it needs to.
Yeah, it certainly is. They caught Moss.
Yeah, Moss in a lot of trouble. That's going to be the Morgana picking up the killers. There's the Soul Shackles with the Zonyas, but not going to get any stuns as Warlock gets exhausted in the back line. There's the Mikhails to come through onto Lex as he's trying to kite this one out, but he is going to fall down. Hard Random trying to disengage, but they can't as everyone but Smurf is dead. And Smurf misses the binding. That is going to be the end of his life. At the same time, they get the inhibitor, but I have a feeling they may lose a potential Baron from this unless Smurf can continue to be really annoying.
Yeah, he certainly looks like he is trying to do just that. Warlock, of course, can teleport as soon as Smurf is dead. It's probably what he's going to do, and they'll start up the Baron, probably take that one down. They definitely will. There's still 10 seconds on Gragas.
Yeah, still 10 on Gragas. 2 men, though. Lloyd with a lot of damage. 007 able to tank up forever, and you would have thought 2-manning at Baron at 30 minutes might be difficult. Not for these guys, and especially not with some backup.
Yeah, exactly right. They had a Pony and a Fox girl on the way. So they're able to take that one down.
A Firefox, you might say? It's the skin that they... Look, come on.
I said Fox girl. Why are you trying to put words in my mouth?
You could have gone with Foxy Lady there too.
Oh, I could have.
That would have been even better. We are going to zoom in.
Oh, dodges out on the True Shot Barrage as well.
Stunning play. And those melee creeps as well. Did not take a whole lot of damage, but it is going to be Hard Random taking down the 3rd dragon of the game. Unless we are going to see a death sentence steal. Not going to come through. Zap going to come down to help burst that one
So
through.
that is the 3rd dragon going across to Hard Random. Movement speed going to help them disengage a little bit more successfully. Mid lane is going to push, and if they can draw BKT out of the mid lane, the super creeps will win out against the normal creeps. Of course, Baron creeps a little bit better in a 1v1 fight than what the super creeps are. So if they're able to go into the mid lane, that won't be the case. But they pick up some more outstanding gold on the map, trying to get top lane pushing in their advantage, as you see that True Shot Barrage from Ezreal sailing across the map. And now, Hard Random, they just have to stall out for a little bit. Unfortunately, they took the open inhibitor. That's what they wanted to do, but they can't really do much else against these Baroned up minions who's going to repeatedly shove their lanes.
Yeah, and Lloyd now completes the Blade of the Ruined King, does have the Last Whisper on the way. He's going to have a whole lot of swords ready to do some work in these next fights. And what do you think about not going for that Last Whisper earlier on? Of course, they do have a little bit of armor here, but I guess it makes sense to not really go for it.
Yeah, exactly right. He's all about being able to sustain through fights. I actually think that a Bloodthirster would have been a little bit better of a pickup than the Blade of the Ruined King, but I understand he's trying to get Gragas down as well, so attack speed always a good item coming through. I just think the burst damage onto an Ezreal or onto a Jinx is very much needed in this composition. You can see also in the top lane, Warlock has gone for Aranduin's Omen, so committed very heavily to this build of getting rid of the armor users, just trusts himself to be able to survive Smurf's damage. And after we saw the chase don't really blame him in that regard. And Smurf, all of a sudden, was a great wave clear out. Now can do absolutely nothing.
Oh, in the meantime, though, G4 going to fall down to Lex. Symphony taking a whole lot of damage, so it is going to be the trade as the turret falls in the bottom side of the map. Kira is going to go aggressive now as Lloyd takes some Mystic shots, able to use that quick draw to get himself to safety. Warlock, though, he's thinking about taking down a turret as Hard Random, they really want this one. Warlock takes a whole bunch from Smurf as the Soul Shackles do come through, but he is going to canter his way out as Kira still looking to go forward.
And the rest of his team is going into the top lane. Kira just trying to stall.
Yeah, looking for something here as Dark Passage is around. Kira going to flash over the wall there, and he's going to stay safe, but that is going to give Lex time with this inner turret.
Yeah, so he's able to take that one out. Kira's still going aggressive.
Yeah, nice Arcane Shift going to get him over the wall. Out of the way of that Death Sentence, though, as Kira trying to use the Fade. Look at that devastating charge, and Lloyd able to get that cheeky auto attack in. That's going to be enough. Smurf looks for the Dark Binding, finds the blue buff, no problem.
Yeah, so able to pick that up for himself. Nearly has his death cap coming through there as well. So Smurf going to be doing a lot of damage. Also has the luxury of not having to go for much of that magic penetration because only a locket being picked up by the opposition team. So Smurf, he's having a great game. 6-2-1. Is powering up nicely into the late game. Gives some AP threat coming through there. You saw Warlock not really just able to shrug him off anymore. Actually had to burn the defensively there. Probably saved another one of his team members' life for the fact that Hecarim wasn't able to dive in on the back line. And all the outer turrets except for bottom now falling. And Hard Random, they're 7,000 gold behind. But they're starting to, I guess, drag Bangkok Titans around the map. And that's not what Bangkok want to do. They want to be in their face trying to siege up this mid lane.
Yeah, and if Hard Random managed to force Bangkok Titans into playing their game around this map, it sort of doesn't matter what the gold is because it's going to be Kira just auto-attacking and Mystic shotting and then getting to safety over and over again until Hard Random can get the picks that they want and then manage to take down the structures.
Yeah, exactly right. So Kira really doing a good job of forcing the tempo of the game. And really it is up to Warlock now to be able to delete him off the map. He's picked up another Chain Vest, probably going for that Thorn Mail right now. And, even the Banshee's Veil is being picked up for Lloyd. So right now, BKT in a huge position to be able to fight. The C-up lineup looking really strong. But once again, Symphony, he's looking for an engage.
Yeah, Dark Passage was over the side. Moss wasn't quite needed there. A little bit frustrating that Lloyd didn't take that one.
He's got the flank.
Yeah, G4 looking to come round. Of course, there is vision available from Hard Random, but not quite in that brush. So they do sense something is going wrong. Zap going to come through, not going to find anyone.
Yeah, they no longer saw Warlock in the bottom lane, so straight away they had to back away. They understand exactly how much of a threat this Hecarim is, but they have started up the fight. Once again onto 007.
Yeah, there's the Dark Binding to come through. Warlock is going to get body slammed as well. Takes a little bit of damage, but not too much as Lloyd looking to try and get amongst it. Quick draws his way in, but not going to find too much as Bangkok Titans now looking to fight this one out. The poke to come through from Hard Random's ridiculous as Symphony makes it over the wall. Smurf standing on a ward. That may spell his demise as Bangkok Titans not actually looking to find him there. Dark Binding going to come through as he makes his way out of that brush. So, Hard Random, now it's their turn to try and hold off the siege, and you have to think it's not going to be too hard.
Nah, so they're able to clear that one out once again. Kira with his ultimate nearly back off cooldown. He's going to be throwing those Mystic shots out ASAP. So he's got relatively low cooldowns on all of his abilities coming through there. And Warlock, you see, he's a really tanky dude, but even he is struggling to get onto this backline. Morgana, Janna, that's a lot of feel. Moss just misses out on the blue buff steal.
That was a cutie little one, wasn't it? Yep.
So not able to pick that one up. And you feel that they really do need the Last Whisper coming through for Kira right now to be able to deal meaningful damage to this Hecarim, but also some lifesteal coming through onto Lex, because relatively soon there's going to be...
Yep, 007 going to get caught just a little bit. Black Shield onto Kira as he finds G4 with G4 with another Mystic shot. Really nice zoning chompers to come down, and Hard Random, they've got positional advantage. There are backs coming through from everyone. Nice Dark Binding onto Warlock as well. There's Hard Random just using their zoning tools so fantastically moving towards this inhibitor. The backs have come down. Home guards are coming through, but that's another inhibitor lost. Get excited now on Lex as he's trying to get some damage down. G4 going to get monsooned out of the fight. Dark Binding lifts lazily over the team as 007 trying to get involved. Damonko gets torn apart by Lloyd as he's unstoppable. Lex now gets closed in on Smurf. He pops the Zonyas, but Lloyd just decides to quick draw into the face of Kira and take him out, and that's a clean ace for the Bangkok Titans, and I think they might be able to take some inhibitors.
Yeah, they certainly look like they want to, especially bottom lane. That minion wave crashing against the turret. They've sent back G4 to deal with a huge minion wave in their top lane. Couple of cannon minions up there. He'll be able to enjoy the spoils of that. But you see already Warlock, he's in the bottom lane looking to push that one in there, looking for the double inhibitors off the one team fight, maybe even just the Baron. And what a team fight coming through for BKT.
Yeah, really beautiful stuff. They lose another inhibitor in the mid lane, but they don't care too much about it. Warlock continuing the pressure. Only Demonco up. We've got 3 seconds on Lex, and I have to think that Warlock probably going to be able to take this one down and canter away.
Yeah, he certainly looks like he's going to try, although Lex with the home guards is running in.
Yep, Zap not going to find Warlock, though he makes it just far enough.
Ezreal
ulti! So close!
That was so close, like 341 health as the smite came through and Ezreal ulti at the same time. Nearly the miracle play coming through from Kira. They will be able to pick up Dragon. That's the 4th for the team. So if they can live another 6 minutes, Atlas, that's what's on the line right now and secure the 5th Dragon of the game. I feel like BKT, they don't know. That one's kind of snuck up on them. They're going to see it now and go, hang on a second, that's 4th Dragon. That's a really bad thing for us, but
is it that bad when you're 15,000 gold ahead, though?
Yeah, you know, their gold lead huge. At the moment, they've got Baron as well. They've got position control over the whole map. But when you've got a double AD comp that scales really well with raw stats,
that's a good point.
5 dragons is still a massive deal. Is it game-changing? Probably not. But, you know, you never want to give that one up for free.
That's true. I think you pretty much don't want to give anything up for free, as now BKT looking to try and get something started here.
Probably does more damage to Kira than Kira does to him.
Yeah, Thormail completed now for 007, and this Udyr is most definitely shrugging off everything thrown at him. Almost has 6 items.
Yeah, it certainly does. So able to get in there. They've once again sent Warlock to split push. That means that they've got the pseudo 6-man in the bottom lane, being able to push that one up automatically with the super creeps.
Yep.
They've got the Baron up minions in the mid lane coming through, so they're pushing back the super creeps from hard random. And all of a sudden, 007, he can just tank up every single Mystic shot coming through from Kira, and there's not much they can do. They're pushing in on the mid lane.
Yeah, Warlock actually devastating charge is going to be used as Symphony just walks through and gets an ult through
out of the way from Symphony.
A little bit sad. Oh, actually Dark Binding going to land here as well, as Kira gets a nice position and Symphony going to take him down. Lloyd going to get smited there just a little bit. G4 still very, very low hard random. They get one.
Yeah, Lloyd extremely scary because of the minion waves. They can't chase that one out, so Smurf's going to have to go deal with those. But at the end of the day, even with the 14,000 gold lead, hard random able to repel the siege.
And able to get a pick for it as well. I mean, it's not just getting them low, it's actually managing to pick up a kill. It's a little bit of a shame that they can't get any objectives, but of course you can't blame them because their waves are all pushing so far up and there is so much pressure on this CIS team.
Yeah, there certainly is, and Warlock, he's still trying to continue this one, so in the end it's going to be slow played by both teams. Bangkok Titans, you feel that they needed to pull the trigger. They've got 2 hugely tanky members, one of them with a GA. Warlock, just dive the turret.
He's 7-1 and 10 on Hecarim.
And don't let that happen again because, as we mentioned, he might have even been caught out now.
Yeah, he's now got bound and the True Shot Barrage is going to come through, but Warlock just does not take damage.
Yeah, no, he's pretty tanky. He's also got that second life. Probably don't want to overcommit to him, but instead they just shove everyone away, keep their base alive. 14,000 gold, still the lead for Bangkok Titans, but the game not really moving anywhere.
Yeah, not quite. Another chain vest for Warlock here. He's got a lot of armor coming through on this Hecarim, probably going towards that Thormail now, as the GA was the option for that previous chain vest.
Yeah, and it's a certain point diminishing returns just kick in and don't make the armor worth it, Atlas. But horses for courses, as they say, coming through there. We'll have to see whether he just chooses to dive the turret now. He has 400 and something armor. Absolutely ridiculous.
He's also got an Elixir of Iron as well, so that's going to work quite nicely. That is definitely a magnificent horse. The inhibitor is going to respawn here on the side of the Bangkok Titans. It does mean that hard random are going to get theirs back relatively soon, as they're still trying to repel the siege here in the mid lane. Lloyd once again going to get smote.
Yeah, so they're just going extremely great. I think that if they take Lloyd off the map right now, they can maybe win a team fight. Depends how much they use to do it, but that's got to be their priority. Warlock and 007X, they kind of are the last two guys that you worry about because even though they're pretty strong, they just take so long to kill. So it's about whether you can catch G4, catch Lloyd out of position, maybe get the Miracle Gragas ultimate or a huge, I guess, flank coming through from Smurf, something like that gets like the 4-man Soul Shackles. But yeah, this game, Bangkok Titans should really just dive a turret right now. They're so far ahead.
Yeah, and Lex is almost up to that sort of massive 6-item spike here as well as 007 trying to get some work done on this turret. True Shot Barrage is going to clear out some minions here as well as G4's getting something done. Symphony able to get over the side there as Dark Binding does sail by the Bangkok Titans team.
And now they're just pushing in on the inhibitor once again, trying to get any space to try and take this one down. They've finally went in.
Yeah, Warlock sort of half engaging here as the Chompers come through, but that is going to mean that Hard Random gets some more respite. The inhibitor below half health, but Bangkok Titans never really pulling the trigger. They're just trying to get as much work done as they can while still retaining this sort of stalemate.
Yeah, so Symphony, he's caught on the wrong side of the map. All of a sudden, Warlock's engaged onto him. Can they catch the backside?
Yeah, the Randuin's has been used here by Symphony. Locket of the Iron Solari going to be used as well.
And Warlock, the huge member, isn't there. Get in there.
Yeah, Kira like trying to fight around this one as the base gates are being used, but Bangkok Titans still staying out, and Symphony survived.
Yeah, so Symphony able to live that one. Finally, they're pressuring mid lane off the back.
Yeah, it's the 4v5. Demonko gets caught by that death sentence, and that's going to finish him off as 007 going to get stunned. G4 tries to use the ultimate to get in there. Lex going to get exhausted and flashes away. Beautiful death sentence. Predictive work as Lex is going to get eliminated. Smurf now, he's in a whole lot of trouble, but he is going to make it back to that Fountain Symphony. You can't take that lantern because that's Moss's lantern, and Warlock tanking up the turret but does still have the Guardian Angel. There's 3 dead on the side of Hard Random. We'll see whether Bangkok Titans can complete it here.
Yeah, so they're looking to close out the game. They've still got their AD carry. That will be it. 44 minutes. But in the end, Bangkok Titans able to take it.
Yeah, Dark Binding and a land on Lloyd, though. There's the teleport in. The Hecarim does manage to come down. He can be the front line. The Nexus is exposed. And Bangkok Titans, the second place team to come through from the Southeast Asian region, now 2-0 in the International Wildcard Invitational.
Yeah, so they take it in pretty convincing fashion in the end. Took a little bit longer than you might have expected given the gold lead, but they finally pulled the trigger. They just wanted to make sure, and why not? Now they're 2-0.
Yeah, really, like, calculated play to come through in the end. I liked Hard Random's idea, though. I thought it was really exciting moving forward there. Fast push strategy definitely was successful with what they were trying to do. Of course, managed to take down that mid lane inhibitor very, very early on. There is still definitely hope for this CIS squad. They're looking really good.
Yeah, they certainly are. And what it did is it showed that they can play multiple compositions. All of a sudden, not only have they got like this awesome assassin player in the mid lane, he plays Ezreal, who plays double AD compositions. When you do things like that, mix it up, it's like Swiffer pulling out LeBlanc. All of a sudden, you have to worry about a different kind of tactic coming out from a team. Maybe you ban them away, but in the end, it was pretty well fought coming through. They had a tactic. They didn't execute it flawlessly, but you could see what they were trying to do.
Yeah, and the hooks to come through from Moss here as well. Put him on the main roster because, like, this guy is frightening. That last hook onto Lex that he faked out because he knew it was going to be juked was just beautiful.
Yeah, he certainly was able to nail them. Even earlier in the game, in the bot lane, the first engage that really got Lloyd going, was able to nail 2 awesome hooks coming through there as the turret was falling. Had the point, on point exhaust for the Super Mega Death Rocket. It was pretty much nailing everything as the game went on and was definitely one of their keys to success.
Yeah, and Lloyd playing beautifully with him as well. We were talking about the fact that it's easy to play with a new support if you're moving forward. They were most definitely moving forward in their lane. And I guess, you know, Janna Jinx doesn't have a whole lot of pressure early on, but it was still fantastic to see.
Yeah, it certainly was. And, you know, Janna Jinx, they tried to shove in hard early. They ended up picking up the first turret of the game. But Graves was able to match aggression for very long times. And I think that is something that teams will start looking at. Lloyd, that's a couple of Graves games, and he certainly plays that character very upfront in your face, and especially against double AD comps or something that you want to run with an assassin, because of the burst damage that Graves also throws out there with the collateral damage buckshot and maybe a sneaky crit. You have to start worrying, can Lloyd single-handedly turn these games around? Because he's certainly looking to be the case.
Yeah, well, it's true, and you have to look at the fact that there's a Hecarim and an Udyr again against this Jinx. And either you've got to ban Hecarim, because that guy is definitely winning a whole lot of games thus far in the IWCI, but there's also the fact that that comp just took down a Jinx. Don't pick it into it.
Yeah, certainly. And, I don't even think there's an either to the ban Hecarim right now. Just get the champion out of the pick ban phase, because he does so much work as a solo unit. Fits into nearly every single composition, is categorically the best top laner right now.
Yeah, he most certainly is. But just to demonstrate that, we do have a replay, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see whether we are going to see some sweet plays from Warlock.
Yeah, so as we roll this one out, this is where the game really started getting going. Demonko got hooked there by Moss. And you look, and it looks like a successful disengage, but Lloyd all of a sudden explodes everyone. The teleport comes through, and Smurf only able to really take the support off the map, and then it's just all about the Udyr coming through. Jinx Rocket completely whiffs, and all of a sudden 007X is zoning out the entirety of a team. He takes out Kira on the backside, able to link around. Unfortunately doesn't get Lex because of some well-placed chompers, but in the end, able to take out Symphony as well. It was just an overall better coordinated team fight off a fantastic Moss hook.
Yeah, it was really beautiful. And one thing that was a little bit upsetting was the fact that explosive cask actually got completely whiffed in that fight. One thing I want to bring up, though, is the fact that we've seen Bangkok Titans play basically the same team comp twice in a row. And I think that is really, really intelligent from this team. Of course, the second team coming through from the Southeast Asian region, not a lot of these teams would have had as long to prepare for this team. Don't show very much of what you have in store, and make sure that these teams have to put in a whole lot of work to try and work out what you're capable of.
Yeah, ever the optimist, Atlas. There's two things here. They either can only play one way, or they're hiding strategies.
They're hiding strategies.
Yeah, so if that is the case, definitely intelligent play. They've only shown an Udyr, which honestly, if you have to throw a ban in an Udyr, isn't really a good thing, because it means something like a Sejuani gets through the pick ban phase, which is very strong at the moment. So I like the fact that that's the jungler that they're running at the moment. The fact that they've got Hecarim top twice is mind-boggling. Not even going to elaborate any more on that pick.
Have we seen a Hecarim ban yet?
No, I don't think we have. But the fact that Moss, he's come out with a Gragas, and now he's come out with a Thresh play, both of them extremely well. I agree with you that they're playing very similar brawl-heavy compositions, and that seems to fit their play style well. They like to catch fights.
Yeah, let's go to an interview, though.
Performance, by the way. Even though he's your sub-support, your bot lane is doing really good. Will you guys continue with Moss?
Well, he's definitely doing well, and I mean, we can't really reveal if he's going to continue in the next games, but I'm really glad that he's come with us in this tournament.
Okay, so you have won the first 2 games. How do you guys feel about this?
It feels great to go 2-0 on the first day, but we don't want to get ahead of ourselves, and we'll continue to try to do even better in the next days.
So have you prepared any special tactics against the hard random?
No, we don't have any strategies specifically for any team at all in the entire tournament. We just focus on what we want and what we don't want them to have versus our comp. So we just focus on ourselves a lot more.
So match was mostly even. Can you tell us about the breaking point of the game?
Okay, so in our point of view, we were always ahead in that game. It was, we knew we were going to win, even though it took longer than we expected. It's just sloppy plays here and there from us. It's like 4 a.m. in Thailand or something, and we just haven't adjusted the time. We're a bit tired, we're a bit sloppy. But yeah, we pulled through and won the game, so that's good.
Thank you for the interview. Thank you, guys.
And man, that was some very, very confident words coming through, but really down to earth.
Yeah, it certainly was, and I like what he said about Moss. He said he's happy that the substitute is stepping up. Doesn't mean that he has anything on the roster, but he's really glad for his, I guess, roster mate to really do a good job, and they seem to be pulling out all the stops right now.
Yeah, they really are, and of course not actually preparing for any team, which I found very interesting, but it does sort of make sense because they have been dictating the pace of their games, and that's how they're getting the victories. It's saying, okay, well, we don't really care what you do because we're going to make you play to how we play.
Yeah, exactly right. Proactive League of Legends really makes you more, have more of a chance.
Yeah, it's beautiful stuff. But ladies and gentlemen, we still have a couple more games coming up in our Day 1 IWCI action. We are going to have a short break, but guys, don't go anywhere. We'll be back very, very soon.
And welcome back, everyone, to coverage of the International Wildcard Invitational. My name is Julian Pastry Timecard. Joining with me once more is Christopher Papa Smithy Smith. And we have a massive matchup here for our second last game of the day as Besiktas from Turkey take on Oceania's Chiefs.
Exactly. One of the two undefeated teams alongside the Bangkok Titans at 2-0 are the Chiefs. They're looking to end the first day 3-0. Another stiff ask, you have to say. Two favorites alongside the Chiefs were the Turkish team, Besiktas, and also INTZ. They've departed with the Brazilian team, and what must have been an upset, but now it's going to be Besiktas trying to get revenge and pick up their second win of the day.
Yeah, but before we get into a few more details, let's have another quick look at the Chiefs.
So we have competed abroad before, about a year ago at WCG, but since our hiatus from the international scene, it definitely feels awesome to be back here again, competing abroad.
I think as a team, we would really like to take out this tournament because we want to put OC on the map. It's known as probably one of the weaker regions, and I don't think a lot of us believe that, so we just want to show what we got.
I think the toughest team heading into it will be the Turkish team. Just based on the videos that we've watched, they seem the most structured and individually probably the best players. So yeah, looking forward to playing them. They seem like a solid team.
As a team, our goal is definitely to win. It sounds really cliche, everyone wants to win, but I definitely think we have enough. Our players are really talented. We've practiced a lot. Our teamwork is really good. I think we definitely can be the best team at Wildcards, and our goal is to win.
Oceania as a region is definitely developing really fast at the moment, and before us and Legacy were only really the teams that were arguably at a top level, but now with all this young talent coming through and the region developing really quickly, I think we're ready to make an impact on the global stage.
Competing abroad, it's kind of a weird feeling because it's not the same as being at home because it's kind of like it's an outside environment. It's really different because like being in Turkey is, I mean, we've been to Germany before and China, and like Turkey is just, it's really like busy, like everywhere is just going. So I guess, I don't know.
Oceania esports has really developed this past year with the OPL, introduction of the OPL. I mean, all teams kind of somewhat getting more of a salary pay rather than just purely from tournaments. I think just based off that infrastructure, it encourages a lot more players, a lot more depth within Oceania, and I think that will definitely reflect in the amount of skill that the top level, that the top Oceania team, so us, would demonstrate.
And you can see there the Chiefs, again, said one of their toughest opponents here might be the Turkish team, and right now they've got to play them.
Exactly, that's their immediate opponents. It's another tough game for them, but if they come through with the victory, looking good for at least assaulting those top places.
Yeah, but quickly, of course, guys, it's been a long day so far. It's been great games all around. We'd love to get your thoughts on Twitter about who you're cheering for as well. Get on Twitter and use the hashtag IWCI and give us your thoughts, your favorite players. And of course, as well, you can, if you are up still from Oceania or if you've just woken up to watch the Chiefs, you can use the hashtag IMOCE for those guys.
Whether it's breakfast or supper, get those photos in. I'm sure you guys are enjoying the matches in Oceania so far. And I guess the Chiefs just looking to extend their winning run.
Yeah, they are indeed. And of course, we'd love to see how you guys are watching. We've seen some pretty bizarre stuff, some fun stuff as well. You guys have been great. So how are you guys watching? Give us a photo and the hashtag IWCI as well.
And so, I mean, we're coming into this big game here, Pastry Time. The big factor, I've been doing my research. I've been watching from afar. 6 games, 6 Hecarim picks, 6 wins.
Yeah.
I think it's time for Hecarim to start hitting the ban list, especially against Swiper.
Well, we'll have to see what happens here in the draft, but we are going to start things up now. The Chiefs going to start things off on the left-hand side, banning out the Thresh and the Lulu. LeBlanc banned away by Besiktas against Swiffer. And after that last performance, I'm not too surprised.
Absolutely. It was a single-handed just domination coming through of INTZ through Chief Swiffer on the on the LeBlanc in the mid lane. The picks, the pressure. I mean, he translated what wasn't necessarily as a good sieging team. If you just get a pick around every objective, you're going to be able to siege down everything. The bans come through. Callisto Morgana, still no Hecarim ban registered.
No, not yet. Might be the last one here for the Turkish side. Be curious to see if it's not, whether or not the Chiefs wanted to snap it up again as their first pick. We've seen them do it twice already, and you have to think Besiktas thinking through, do they want to take it out? There's so many other picks that might be floating in the back of their minds, but as far as we've seen just from today's results, across the board, Hecarim just far too strong. They do ban it away.
And now all the junglers are available. For once, no jungle bans among the first 6. We've seen multiple jungle bans already during the course of today. So the jungle pool's the big champion pool that hasn't been impacted in this pick ban phase so far.
And it's so hard. What do you take away? If you do want to take a jungler here on the blue side, do you take Rek'Sai? Do you take Gragas? Those are the big ones. Sejuani open as well. You can see the Chiefs considering this first pick fairly carefully because, again, lots of targeted bans here now that these teams have seen each other play a couple of games, and you have to think that whatever the Chiefs pick here, they might be giving 2 very strong picks over to the other side.
That's kind of the issue, is there's not a clear first pick champion. You could say Sivir, but I believe a lot of the Sivir priority we've seen today was the Sivir Hecarim interaction. Sivir's still a consideration, but do you necessarily have the other 4 champions in your mindset, in your previously picked, to set it up? And it looks like the answer is yes.
Apparently they just want to take it away. Radier prioritizing that champion very highly. I kind of like it because you get to almost counterpick the jungle in a way as well, which is sort of interesting, but we'll see what Besiktas want to answer with here. They've got quite a few things open. Everybody seems to be hovering Bard today, which is always a little bit of fun, but that Riven pick that you can see hovered, I believe a specialty of their top laner Thaldrun as well, so could actually be a play here as well.
Absolutely, that's one of his very known champions. It's his carry pick, even off meta. The fans cheer for it in Turkey. Probably not going to be the lock-in, especially as a first pick. As a 5th pick, certainly a possibility. We do see it from time to time. The Sivir makes sense to me, honestly, Page Time, because we're in a kite meta. We're in a consistent damage meta where the likes of Vladimir mid is a really big consideration. So any sort of go button for team fighting, or at least anything to stop the enemy from kiting back, is a really high priority. So even though we all know Jinx vs Sivir is an excellent lane matchup, you're picking Sivir for comp, and I don't mind it as a first pick at all.
You see, they seem to maybe hover some comfort picks there, but gonna take away the Janna and the Gragas. Lots of disengage in these first few picks.
And that's what I was just saying. It's the prophetic words. The moment that kiting comes up, instant lock-in of the 2 strongest kite champions available through this pick and ban. Be interesting to see where the Chiefs go from this situation. You have to be thinking, especially for the mid lane champion pool, maybe it's time to start considering the likes of Kassadin, who is one of the best champions at dealing with disengaged supports like the Janna. Obviously, no rush to pick it in this next round of picks. Probably going to see a support and maybe a jungler come through. The top jungle pick of this tournament has emerged as Gragas. It's been taken out of the champion pool. Do they go for the Sejuani, who can, of course, be using a disengage factor? Or do we see maybe a more spooks champion, like the likes of Elise? Wow.
Or Nunu. That's a spooks champion as well. You have to think Nunu, Nautilus actually are their 2 picks away.
And Nunu's a very interesting champion, but not necessarily the instant synergy with Sivir, although helps out any AD carry in that situation. Maybe we'll see the likes of Azir, because Nunu Azir has definitely been a really big consideration among champion picks. Not necessarily a quintessential Swiffer champion, but just because we saw him with a massive carry performance on LeBlanc, don't let that fool you, because he's just as adept as we saw in Game 1 on the likes of Orianna, or even his Anivia, which we haven't seen today, but that was a big pick for him just a couple of weeks ago during the OPL final.
Yeah, it really was here, but Besiktas going to consider their next few picks here as well. I think this is the second time seeing Energy hover that Karma. Would actually make sense with a lot of the current champions. We talk about disengage and kiting and wanting to chase people. Karma actually fits that mode fairly well, but we'll give them a couple more seconds to see what they do want to select here. Again, Energy known from a few more of the utility style laners. Lulu is banned away here like she's been almost all tournament, and they settle on Ari Lucian. Very aggressive.
But very surprising to see them blind pick their mid lane, and no real impetus to do so. They had the 5th pick, giving Swiffer an inch after an MVP performance, and someone who is basically the quintessential confidence player, is massively skilled, but also gets it together and really rises to the occasion. Now has that counter pick, can consider anything. The Anivia, that's one to talk about. I feel like that's the one we haven't seen today. Would make sense in their space control comp they're running. They don't necessarily want to default, so it's not the best laning matchup against Ahri, but if you're confident on that champion, you can make a lot of things work.
Yeah, I think it's okay against Ahri, especially in the early levels, but we'll see. I mean, maybe just afraid of Swiper and want the counter pick for the top lane. They're clearly counter picking a solo lane here, but I agree. It's interesting to give your mid laner the safe pick and hand over the counter pick here to Swiffer. But the Chiefs are running out of time to make a pick here as well. 5 seconds left. We'll see what they want to go for, and they're going to go massively tanky. Vladimir, Sion are their last two.
Sion gets through the pick ban. This has been a favorite of Swiper from the start of the OPL season earlier in January. The big question here, though, is in terms of damage. It's quite a low damage comp coming through. Definitely need Vladimir to get those items, get to the late game, and hit the backline to do the consistent damage, because only Siva and Vlad as damage threats. Very similar ranges, in fact. Probably going to be fighting neck and neck rather than any sort of kite comp coming through. Kite comp confirmed on the Besiktas side, so that makes sense. The Sion, though, seen quite a few nerfs, continues to see nerfs, but still sees play on patch 5.7, but it's something different. We're not seeing the consistent damage threat from the top lane this time out.
I actually do like Sion against these sorts of champions, so he is immune to CC in his ultimate, so you can actually get him in. We talk about really sticky engages against the likes of John and Gragas, and Cassidy was the one that you brought up that does come to mind. I think Sion's good at getting in for these sort of comps, so it'll be interesting to see what their follow-up looks like. But Besiktas are going to last pick here, and it is a rumble for the top lane.
And maybe it was just a case they wanted to get the big counter pick to hold Swiper down after 2 big performances, but then he defaults to Sion, someone who can 1v2, someone who has a good jungle follow. Sion is the quintessential flexible tank of the top lane. So their answer is Rumble, despite the fact that you look down this comp, the ult synergy with Rumble is almost negative synergy. We're talking about the Monsoon, we're talking about a ranged Monsoon in a lot of ways in the explosive cask. I guess you could say the Charm is decent synergy, but there's definitely no Thresh box, there's definitely no Jarvan ultimate. So Rumble, it's a safe choice, but it doesn't necessarily cry out as a Rumble comp coming through from Besiktas.
No, and I mean, I like a lot of what's going on. They've got good mobile carries to sync in with the disengage that they picked. Rumble, I guess, supplements lots of different situations. One of the best things about the champion is that he has good options at almost every range, short, medium, and long, so there is that there as well. But looking over on the Chiefs, trying to figure out what their comp does, I do agree with the low damage sentiment there, but it's a weird one. It's basically a full tank comp almost.
I mean, it's a very, very tanky lineup. In the late game, the other thing to consider is they're picking Rumble into the likes of Siva, who has the on the hunt, the mobility to get away from an equalizer they're already not having the lockdown CC to set up with. It's a very, very tanky lineup in the late games. There is the potential that even if Ahri gets big, she won't be able to get through any sort of frontline, even with her consistent damage rotations. Going to find it hard to damage down a Sion in the frontline, for example. So it's a lot of damage. It's a very low damage comp. It's very tanky, but you kind of need the Vladimir to hit the item spikes. And Swiffer, we don't see him a lot on Vladimir. I don't know if we've actually seen him in the OPL season play that champion at all. Obviously, a late addition to his champion pool. Is he confident enough to take it into this Ahri matchup?
I mean, it's weird as well because he counterpicked for himself there, and it's not a bad matchup per se for Vlad, but it's at least slightly unfavorable, especially in the early stages of the lane.
I mean, I think Ahri probably has the advantage in the early levels, but basically that's the same as any Vladimir matchup, right? That's just the reality of him as a champion. From level 9 onwards, I feel like there's not a lot of kill pressure anymore for the Ahri, so we'll wait to see if Theocles can make things happen in that mid lane, set up Energy, who's usually known as the passive laner, but to be honest, he's the one who really has the potential to unsettle this Chiefs comp.
Well, we are onto the rift now for this game here. The Chiefs versus Besiktas, the Oceanic team versus the hometown heroes from Turkey. It's been a decent day for them both. The Chiefs still undefeated at 2-0. Besiktas actually won 1 in their 2 games, and both teams have to play a 3rd game today here in this one. So they'll either keep the Chiefs undefeated score alive, and Rosie this time might be doing his best Swiper impression, almost face-checking a full team, but does get out of the way.
One of the hardest champions to pin down, specifically supports, is of course that Nautilus. Can always skill the dredge line and get to terrain and open up distance. So hard to make him use any summoners at level 1, even if you catch him out with CC. So happy to just walk away. Besiktas, they get a couple of aggressive wards, and again, they're trying to spot the lane swap. That's been the kind of consistent trend of the level 1s today.
Perhaps a slight miscommunication. I actually put 2 wards together there into that brush. So unfortunately, you don't get the double vision from double warding it. So maybe wanted to put one of those somewhere else, but do get good vision of the bottom side at least here as well. And you can see the Chiefs sort of hanging out with the dual lane towards the bottom side of the map. So might just be looking for standard lanes anyway. And given the positioning of the Besiktas duo as well, I think we're just going to have a 2v2.
There's definitely no big demand in terms of lane matchups that really commands a lane swap. They're going to be happy with 1v1 action. They're going to be happy with standard lanes in general. Sion, He's at the Raptors. You know he's going to be dying to pick up that early level 2, but the jungle follow is at least started by Tholjun, or maybe it's just a leash.
Yeah, it might be just a bit of a leash there. Looks to be the case here as we do see Swiper up, taking a camp, of course. Going to use his passive there on the Raptor camp. Should be able to kill himself and then kill the camp quickly and teleport back to the top lane. This is, at this point, very standard Sion play.
Absolutely. Just picks up the quick level 2. Now has the flexible options. Has already picked up the potion, so it's certainly not going to be a huge item pickup, but it's the level 2. He gets to lane with only a few minions having died and feels fine.
Yeah, a couple of extra potions there, and again, going to come back in with an experienced lead here up against Tholjun. So fun stuff there from the Sion. We have seen teams start to get aggressive with their early scouting and deny some of these early camps from top laners, but Swiper not denied in this instance is Spooks, jungling down the bottom side, actually looking to steal away the blue buff.
Yeah, I mean, Nunu seems to be enacting vertical jungling, even without a jungle follow or any sort of lane swap happening. In a 2v2 situation, Civ is always going to have the advantage in terms of lane pushing at level 2 onwards, for example, in this particular lane. So Nunu happy to steal away a buff. Gragas might smell it out and go for the counter trade, although this looks like a lot of members
mid lane gank coming. Flash there coming through. Energy gets snared up. Looking for the snowball there as the dredge line does not come out. So a decent attempt there. They get a flash.
Yeah, but they get a trade flashes from the Chiefs support player, but that's critically Energy's flash in the mid. We mentioned the fact that Ari should be able to bully this matchup. Suddenly, so much more risky to overextend the lane. Swiffer already showed his prowess at holding a minion wave as LeBlanc against Orianna, even against strong wave clear. So in this case, going to be happy to kind of repeat that situation and try and stay ahead or competitive in CS with the Ari.
And the news, I believe, goes from bad to worse for Besiktas early on as Spooks has now officially 3-buffed the Turkish jungler.
That's just some creative Nunu pathing coming out. It was definitely not the safest option, but they communicated with bot lane. Rady and Rosie pushed up, enough space to both get an invade in the mid lane in terms of blowing flashes, but also steal away a buff. Very good jungle pathing and support play from the Chiefs.
I'd say some good trade though here. Nadius getting aggressive on that Lucian. That's another missed spell shield there from Raider. Maybe he hasn't quite gotten back to the old reflexes on Sivir just yet, but should be fine here in the bottom side. Lucian going to get an early edge in the matchup, but Sivir kind of neutralizes quite a few matchups. This one, I think, probably going to be the same.
Exactly. It's going to be a fairly even lane matchup. Definitely the trade damage because it's those instant trades from the piercing light as we see. Look at
Oh, someone's lying in bed watching the game. I mean, I can't believe it's pretty early or late depending on where you are in the world, but good stuff here. Glad to see someone watching the game. Very comfortable.
Very comfortable. Watching the bot lane coming through. Theocles just looking to pick up the Scuttle Crab. Things get a bit quieter now that Nunu's got his buffs. He's just happily jungling up. Has a ward, has a pink ward. Has gone for the Rangers Trailblazer instead of going for a very fast Sightstone that we sometimes see coming through from these Nunus. And actually the junglers look like they're going to meet.
Yeah, going to have a bit of a party here towards the Raptor camp. Spook's going to get aggressed on, and Theocles now going to take some damage as Swiffer's coming through. Spook's though getting a little low, but good damage there from Swiffer. Snowball in as well. Energy also going to come in. That's going to force Spooks to flash. Swiffer pops his ghost. He wants to kill. He's going to run in, but Gragas not quite low enough. Flash forward. First blood with the Tides of Blood. Energy, though, chasing in. Ignite is down, and that should be a kill, and it is Energy going to get the next one, but Rosie coming through. Dumbledore has come in for the follow as well, and a trade there, but Swiffer does get the first kill.
Swiffer uses both of his summoner spells to pick up that kill. A real overextension just for the extra 100 gold in the trade. Ari's going to push in the waves. He's going to lose some minions. Don't know if the double summoner trade was worth the first blood kill credit, I have to say.
I mean, Swiffer, pretty classically an aggressive player, loves to get a kill if he thinks he can get for it, even if he does have to overreach at times, and that was quite the overreach. And I guess this was the biggest thing for me, looking at Swiffer and seeing Vladimir in this game that he selected. A fine champion, very strong in this matter, but not the same playmaker, at least not in the early levels where Swiffer really likes to dictate pace in the games.
You take Flash Ghost, you go all in on this jungler, and you can make anything happen. The thing worth considering, maybe he understood his gold value and knew that he could get a first back Hextech Revolver to improve this laning situation that honestly was already going pretty well for him.
Theocles could be in trouble now. No flash either. Does body slam over the wall, but Swiffer still chasing in. A good cask will keep him away, but a Q there just for a bit of trade damage as the Chiefs protect their pink ward.
And I feel like Swiffer's taking the approach that if he always plays like the junglers there, he's going to force energy onto the back back foot, and Energy already known as more of a wave clear champion, wave clear player, known more for the Xerath and Lulu type champions. That's the ultimate.
Good flash there from Daldrin. Ultimate already used as well for Rumble, so no real kill pressure here. Does overheat and flame spitter Spooks down, but Swiper going to get away as well, and another flash forced by Nunu.
Spooks has already shown a lot of lane presence, even on the Nunu, as we see. The Decimating Smash Max does a lot of damage to those minions. Had Monsters damage reduced, but definitely not the lane minions.
No, we can see Theocles actually taking away the Gromp. I believe energy level 6 Swiffer now there as well. But the Gragas going to take a little bit of jungle away after Spooks' early shenanigans with the 3 buff. And Ari still looking to trade energy, double Dorans, and a Fiendish Codex. More than happy to stand up to Vladimir right now.
Vladimir's already got the sustain going, getting closer and closer to level 7, let alone level 9. Should be comfortable in this lane. And it's very hard to have kill pressure on a Vladimir just because getting him in range of your full combo, even incorporating hitting all your skill shots, is that much more difficult to do when he's got 150, 200 health on a 3-4 second cooldown.
And like we've said, this lane does get better over time for Vladimir. So Revolver done, level 6. Look for the level 9 to come through as well. And we'll see if that does tip Nadia. So going to get aggressive. Radio again. A bit of a preemptive spell shield there. But, you know, we'll be just fine. Keeping up reasonably in CS, but Nadius on the Lucian starting to take over just a little bit ahead by about 15 or so.
It's Radia's 3rd game in a row on the Sivir. Has been very aggressive on this champion, going against some of the previous conventions of Radia in years past. But I mean, struggling in the laning phase, getting bluffed out a lot by aggression when it comes to using that spell shield. Needs to be a bit more trusty on the spell shield button, otherwise he'll continue to get punished in his lane matchup against the lane bully Lucian.
And Nunu, though, going to take a visit now down towards the bottom side, it seems like, but BJK already smelling that out. Will back off there towards their turret. And Nunu, you know, he's in the area, but again, if he can't catch someone kind of overextended, it's very hard for Nunu to apply pressure.
He's already bought a very early Sightstone, but hasn't actually used it for anything other than Dragon Vision. That's why you see him enter lane for what is just a gank on a minion wave. They're trying to create a situation where Sivir can back happily and not get punished in this situation because they instantly pushed in a wave. The next wave should meet the Chief's wave, so it won't get pushed into the turret for very long. And they're going to try and set up this dragon. They've already invested a pink ward and 3 green wards onto the dragon area, but they haven't managed to secure that objective just yet.
Trading the top side as well. Thaldron again starting to get a bit more aggressive. Spectre's Alpha Swiper will help him out massively in this lane, and he's keeping him pretty comfortably in CS as well.
I mean, there's just not much kill pressure on a Sion, whatever the situation. Some of his damage numbers were nerfed, but not in terms of his tankiness. So just happy to sit in that lane, become that unstoppable front line that Lucian theoretically will have a lot of trouble breaking. Theocles took some damage from this dragon.
Yeah, Spook's actually spotting him out. Going to get damage boosted back towards the dragon by the cask. And Swiffer and Rosie are going to join in. Radius over here as well. Oh, teleport coming through. Thaldron wants to stop at the dragon getting low. Chiefs will teleport in as well. They do have to commit to the dragon. Nunu should be able to secure and does. And both top laners will teleport, but for no avail. Chiefs already with the objective.
It's wonderful timing on the dragon. You saw that Ari, Nardeus and Dumbledore all coming out of base at the same time. They didn't stagger their backs, so there was no immediate threat of a Dragon Steel coming down. Thaldron channeled his teleport. He's, of course, a Rumble. Taking Dragon against a Rumble, no trivial task, especially when the Equalizer is just freshly ready and he's got a bit of ability power working towards a Haunting Guise. He just realized, crap, I have no backup whatsoever. There was always going to be a collapse. It was going to be a lost trade. So teleports equalized, but the result, first dragon to the Chiefs.
And you can see the 80 carries. BF Sword there for Sivir, but BF Sword pickaxe now for the Lucian and Rosie. Little too aggressive. Is Lucian going to dive back in? Depth charge is used there. They are going to go back in, but Gragas coming down as well as Rady gets exhausted and poked out. Lucian getting low, but Gragas going to try and snipe somebody. Does not continue the chase, but that's going to force Sivir out of lane.
He doesn't have explosive cask available. Smart to back away. Turret dive.
Yeah, ulti there coming through. Spook's going to charter the ultimate. Decimating Smash comboed in there as well. Massive damage coming through from Nunu, and Spooks collects the kill.
The first successful gank comes through on top as we see a kill in the mid as well.
Nice
Energy
gank.
falls low, but they pick up the kill on Swiffer.
Yeah, nice gank there from Theocles. Swiffer not able to get out of that one despite using his flash, and Radiant down the bottom gets killed by the Lucian. Rosie going to flash in there as well, but can't stop Lucian under the turret, and Nardius gets away with a very cheeky dive.
Radiant dies with flash and heal available under his turret. Just misjudged the situation completely. Wasn't expecting the aggression. They're looking for the turret dive. Rosie's tanky though.
Yeah, they are going to dive in. Nautilus doing a decent job. Lucian has to be careful. It's a little too low. Nautilus looking to go down. Gragas going to dive. He's got so much health. And Theocles now going to collect another kill for his team.
They knew no teleports were available. They got the top turret, but it looks like it's going to be a turret trade, and the kill credit's definitely in the advantage of Besiktas.
And it's been great to see them be so aggressive here. I think one of the things we looked at, but if you look at their games today, the differences between their win and their loss is certainly early momentum, and this game is a lot of early momentum.
I agree with that. And then you look at the Chiefs games. In the first game, they got lucky that they were able to scale up in what was a scaling composition, that the team they were facing wasn't able to pull the trigger on their small early advantages. In Game 2, they definitely took it over off the back of Swiffer on an Assassin. It's much different when he's on the likes of Vladimir, who's looking to scale up, doesn't have the same roam pressure, has had his summoners on cooldown for the majority of this laning phase. Chiefs, though, do have the first dragon, but that's all they really have to show themselves from the early game, and maybe, of course, the first turret as well.
And I think the Chiefs, again, still have decent scaling here as well. So they've been playing for very mid and late games, which has been interesting to me, given how aggressive they were regionally. But we'll have to see how it shakes out. Nunu can control objectives quite well here. As Raider walking in towards the mid lane, looks like a rumble may be happening.
Absolutely. There's 5 members of the Chiefs we're looking forward to as we see Raider finally exiting the mid lane. Not sure what the occasion is. Still more than a minute and a half till Dragon. The wards at the moment in the supremacy of Besiktas, so you'd expect Nunu to start to pay a visit towards the bottom side of the jungle to prep for the Dragon.
Yep. Energy with Morellonomicon completed now as well, so starting to more aggressively push in the Vladimir. Swiffer was ahead in CS for a short time, but that has been equaled now by Arya. Swiffer will catch up and clean up the rest of the minion wave just before it gets into the tower, but a little bit of an experience lead here as well. Energy playing much more aggressively than we're used to seeing him.
Absolutely. He's trying to bait out the Sanguine Pool, then look for the all-in, but hasn't thrown out the charm, and Swiffer confident enough to just wait for that projectile to come through.
Yeah, trust his reflexes there. A Swiper back in the top side. Double Ruby Crystal and the Spectre Scowl there. Again, just farming up. Equal on CS on the Rumble. Probably can't complain in this situation.
You just have to wonder where the late game will go. Spooks is looking for a flank.
Yeah, going in again onto Energy. They might even dive here as well. No, just a little bit of pressure. Do not force the flash though, and despite Ari having no ultimate, the Nunu gank is unsuccessful.
It's quite impressive that that Spooks has been able to have consistent ganking pressure, blowing summoners, causing pressure in the lanes as a Nunu, and keep up in farm. Radius falling low.
Yeah, in trouble now as well. Good ultimate there defensively popped by Siva, and a good ulti from Nautilus to keep him away, but 30 CS down now is Radius on the Siva, and things are going from bad to worse in the bottom lane for Chiefs.
And honestly, I'd like to see another gank come through from Spooks and just come to the lane and help him push. Of course, they have excellent turret damage. The Nunu can help them clear waves instantly, but as this laning phase continues, it just gets more and more painful for Radius.
Swiffer again, is looking to trade fairly aggressive here. Trusts his reflexes there in the skill shots, and Ignite already down onto the Vladimir. So if he wants to keep going, he can. Looks like he wants to all in with Hemoplague and in the jungle as well. Theocles is looking aggressive, trying to take away a buff. Dumbledore will join in, and Gragas will get the steal.
It makes sense. Janna was able to react. The Chiefs bottom lane had already had to recall, so no way to contest for that red buff coming through. 59 seconds until Dragon. Besiktas in general have had the run of this bottom side of the map. The first Dragon coming through the Chiefs, they need to start setting up if they want to pick up the second.
And they're going to set up right now. It's up in 45 seconds. You usually want to leave a minute at minimum to set up for that objective. So we do see Raiders going back. Hasn't quite finished up his IE, and Nadius has finished up his Infinity Edge and with a spare Brawler's Glove as well. So very well tuned to fight here are Besiktas. And I don't know if Chiefs are in the right position to contest for what should be their second Dragon.
I mean, they have vision over the area, but you're right. The item timing's definitely working for Besiktas. You'd be opting into a fight against a Rumble who's level 10, perilously close to that level 2 equalizer that should be able to run a fight. We said there's not a lot of setup CC for the Rumble ultimate. If you're all doing damage to the Dragon, especially as they're all 500 or shorter range carries, you're going to be taking Rumble damage. So it's still a big risk to opt into a Dragon fight against Rumble.
It is indeed here. And the equalizer is still a decent zoning tool as well, which it can be used for in that sort of fight. So we'll see what happens. Energy going to clear some minions out there on the Ari. Very strong wave clear at this particular point. Now level 11 there on the mid lane mage. And Vladimir getting stronger. That's a Negatron cloak and some cooldown boots added to the early Will of the Ancients already. But other than that, the Chiefs, a lot of components sitting in the inventories right now. Besiktas have started completing major items.
I mean, Leandries, we didn't mention, is completed onto Thulge. That first equalizer is going to be doing considerable damage. It's basically an equalizer only build because, of course, it doesn't build towards the Zonias that really helps you diving the back backline, just overheating and going into stasis to do damage to priority targets. It's Equalizer-centric, but look at this, only one creep away from level 11, but Nunu's there.
Yeah, going to go in there. Thalja could be in a bit of trouble there. Swiper also going to dive in. The slow comes through. Rosie finds a hook, decimating smash, and Swiper gets the kill, but over towards the Dragon Pit. Besiktas have already completed their first.
I think they realized they'd be opting into giving up the Dragon, but they need to punish this top lane and take the turret. That's probably the thing they need to do. Actually, no, they already had it down, so it's just a kill for a Dragon. Dubious swap there for the Chiefs.
Yeah, Theophilus is looking aggressive as well, trying to poke someone off a turret instead. Will proxy up the wave and look for his team to push in. Teleport is coming in for Swiper. Rosie might try and line up a kill here as well. Good slid there onto Dumbledore. Swiper channeling up the Q, does get it cancelled there by a tornado. Mid lane is not able to join in the bottom side yet, and Besiktas will walk away from the bottom lane.
Besiktas have so much more map presence than they did in that game against the Bangkok Titans. Against a champion lineup that includes some elements of the mid game, and then of course the Vladimir opting in towards more the late game. It's been Besiktas using their earlier power spikes through the likes of Rumble, Ahri, and Lucian to a major degree, and just taking over this game. And this is the difference between a Nunu team that's losing and a Nunu team that's able to rotate aggressively and pick up turrets. As Spooks has had a lot of lane impact, but still hasn't been able to translate that into any sort of map vision advantage.
No, and all the early advantages that the Chiefs were able to get have now been equalized by the Turkish side as well. And they're even 1,000 gold up as well, Besiktas. So we'll have to see where they go from now. You think with the mid-game power they have, they'll be able to continue keeping up the pressure. But the Chiefs, all they need to do is hold on and try not to fall any further behind than they already are.
And for Besiktas, their kill credits they've picked up are pretty much ideal. 2 kills onto the pick mage Ahri, a kill to get Lucian snowballing, now even has an Avarice Blade on top of Boots too to keep the cash coming in. And Gragas picking up a kill credit, and the only person who's behind is Rumble. And although Rumble, fantastically strong, if you can pick up those items and really become relevant, still super relevant with just the Liandry's Torment for a team fight damage if he can hit the equalizers. So the person with the low item cap is doing the worst, and the person who can really start snowballing, the likes of Ahri and Lucian, are doing well. So that's ideal for Besiktas.
Yeah, ideal is the word for it here, as the Chiefs going to try and defend their tier 2 turret. Radiant will absorb a bolt there with his shield, but the turret's getting low, looking to go down as the charm does land onto Rosie. Tower will fall there. Great rotation by Besiktas, and Swiffer down the bottom clearing creeps, not able to help with the wave clear.
I mean, there must have been a call to send him to pick up the empty lane farm. Sivir had been struggling in a long lane, very gankable. I guess with double escape summoners, they feel like Vladimir's the person to open up the split push. Hasn't necessarily paid a big item timing for the likes of Abyssal Scepter that you have to feel like he's opting into. It'll be interesting to see how the Ahri versus Vladimir side lane matchup goes when there's no turret for Swiffer to defend.
Yeah, Spooks and Rosie going to team up to take out the Scuttle Crab. That will go down there as they'll take it out on the Baron side. Swiffer going back from the bottom as well. Might have enough for that Abyssal Scepter, and in fact does go back and complete that item as well. And Age is also done for Swiper nice and early. Interesting to see him be the one that wants to pick up the item early. But again, item timing still coming through for Besiktas as well. Needlessly large rod added in there for Ahri as well.
I mean, I feel like Sion's been comfortably winning this lane, has got the gank pressure as well, but he's building for team rather than building selfishly. Will that be rewarded in a fight? I guess maybe he's just negating the Liandry's Torment pickup that Rumble has, just giving his team magic resist to deal with the one item power spike from Rumble.
The solution applying so much pressure. The Radiant still behind now, 35 CSs. The Blood Bowl comes down onto the Sivir as well. We'll have good wave clear here. We'll be able to sit in the mid and just farm as the waves push in, but that does give plenty of space here to Besiktas as well. And you can see in the top side, looking to potentially gank the Scion of all champions. And he has to sit between his two turrets right now. Doesn't feel safe at the moment.
And just the Chiefs on the minimap are just a bit disorganized. There's no other objectives to fight for. It seems pretty predictable that Besiktas are rotating for this top turret. They've got Swiffer just answering the split push from Energy, which is fine, but finally they're trying to commit multiple members to push in this mid.
And Swiffer pretty happy to fight right now. Level 13 on the Vladimir with some strong items coming through, so probably fancy him in any sort of 1v1 right now, despite the strength that Ahri has. It'd certainly be close, especially if that charm does land, but again, I think it's a fine person to put in a split push situation. It's just, what else are the Chiefs getting out of the map pressure? Because right now, Besiktas own most of this map.
And the question comes, of course, as we have a bit of a lull in the action, who has this game in the late game? There's more damage sources on Besiktas' team, but I feel like the super tank Sion can outscale the damage, specifically from the magic damage dealers. Already is building both selfish and team-orientated magic resist pickups. and Lucian will struggle to kill him in the late game just because he's got a very high health ball, and of course we'll start to build the likes of the Randuins and the armor items. I feel like Swiper could be a core tenet of a teamfight win, and then, you know, if you get those summoner spells on a short enough cooldown on Swiffer, if he's able to consistently launch himself into the backline, they're trading some early game objectives for farm onto the Vladimir. Already level 13, coming close to level 14. If Vladimir can show up at a late game team fight with his double scaling from his passive, you know, moving towards potentially the 5th dragon, I feel like there's definitely a team fight that the Chiefs win, but Besiktas should have a significant advantage in team fights for the next 10 or so minutes.
And you can see their Swiffer split pushing does actually pay off there as down the bottom, Energy getting low. The Hemo Blade popped as well as Energy Spirit rushes out of the way, and 1v1 almost completed by Swiffer, who was waiting in the rush, but Ari escapes with just a bit of health left.
The Ghost and the Flash used to get that final transfusion wasn't enough to pick up the kill. Suddenly, it's super risky for Swiffer to overextend with no escape summoner spells, with no mobility spells in this bottom lane. So the fact that it might close a strategic hole that the Chiefs had been exploiting, and they didn't even pick up the kill credit, could be a problem for the Chiefs. They might need to go back to the whiteboard for at least the next 4 to 5 minutes while those summoner spells come back up.
Energy's now returning as well with the parts of a death cap now completed. The cap itself not quite done, but Dragon is back up here, and the Turkish side look to get back on top of it for their second tier as well. And you can see Dumbledore and Theocles already there. Energy going to rotate there with Nadius as well, and everyone's going to join in here. Rumble even walking down just in case he's required, but that second dragon easily handed over to Besiktas.
Worth knowing that Chiefs got the first dragon, so they're getting the 6% stats. The first 2 dragons, the equalizer, and then the second dragon buff, not that big a consideration. But the Chiefs aren't really doing anything with the extra time they have. Instead of contesting, they're just picking up a bit of side lane farm. It indicates to me there's that they're thinking they need to take this game to late. But Rosie's been caught.
Yeah, Rosie gets ulted back into the team. Can't quite flash actually, but Swiffer going to rejoin in. Does pop down the Hemo Plague, but they are going to move in. Good Sanguine pull to dodge the body slam, and Swiper is joining in as well, but a wonderful equalizer chases Vlad away. Spooks gets low and is forced to get out as Swiper gets charmed in there as well. He's also forced to flash, and the ultimate's out of the way, but it's only 1 kill, but they get a lot of spells for it as well.
They're fighting in the jungle against a level 13 Rumble who has the double magic penetration and the Leandries. Always a poor decision. In the end, the equalizer wasn't really the big consideration. They only lose 1 member, so to some degree they lost the minimum. But again, there's complete map pressure advantage for Besiktas. The Chiefs at this point only have vision of their top side, blue side jungle of all things. That's going to lead to this outer turret going down. And the mid-game teamfight comp are piling on advantage after advantage, Besiktas.
And the defensive wave clear is fairly poor. I mean, Siva is great in those situations, but Rady does not feel comfortable 1v4 under his own turret protecting it. Swiffer, interestingly, is sticking in the bottom side, looking for more farm, and the Chiefs are counter-pushing nicely here towards the mid lane, but that gold lead's growing. It's 3,000 gold now for Besiktas, looking to keep that going further as well. Again, if the Chiefs can keep losing the minimum and get to a point where they can fight back, they will be able to turn it around at about 30, 35, maybe 40 minutes. But losing the minimum, unfortunately, is still losing, and you want to try and gain some ground here if you can.
And there's some team fight comps where it makes sense to lose the minimum. I'd say that Chiefs have the slight advantage in the late game, so I can understand giving up outer turrets for the likes of Vladimir picking up an extra item, but giving away an inner turret, then fighting in their own jungle and then losing all control of their own jungle despite having double Sightstone. I mean, to be honest, they maybe need to invest the 250 gold into the sweepers to try and just alleviate some of the massive map pressure that Besiktas have been able to open up. I mean, Swiffer almost has his double escape summoners up, so perhaps he can start overextending and causing map pressure himself in the bottom lane. But if your best plan is for your mid laner to overextend without a teleport, that's not really a strategic playbook that's going to actually get you towards a dragon. And Swiffer just, pulls because.
Yeah, it might have been an accidental Sanguine pull. There does have a lot of CDR, so might not hurt him too much there, and Gragas didn't see it, so doesn't know about it. Again, keeping the waves pushed back here very nicely just on his own, and the Chiefs seem to be committing to a lot of 1-3-1 in their games here today, so we'll keep Swiper in the top, we'll keep Swiffer in the bottom side as well, and right now with Baron not being a real threat, some good neutral warding at least for the Chiefs coming through. We're going to have another long this game. Teams seem to be waiting between the Dragons.
And honestly, Chiefs seem to be counting on the fact that Besiktas isn't going to make that decisive Baron control call or really go for a very strong rotation on the other side of the map. Remember, he does not have teleport. He's just overextending, trying to cause enough map pressure that someone like Lucian comes and answers up because he's thinking, okay, 10 creeps for me, 10 creeps for Lucian. I'm going to scale into the late game better. I'm happy to opt into that trade, and I can understand that line of thinking. But he's also a mid laner with the most gold in his team, 42 CS up on the nearest person on his team. That's not grouping and doesn't have a teleport. There's a lot of exploitation that can be done playing around a Vladimir overextending in the bottom lane. But so far, Besiktas, they've made some decisive movements, but they haven't been off the back of this over-ambitious split push from Swift.
Yeah, they've really turned down a bit of the aggression here. And again, seem to be waiting between the major objectives. Energy, though, is going to get his blue buff. He does have his death cap finished now as well. Rumble actually has a death cap there as well. So not going for the zone. He just wants full damage coming through from all of his items. That's very high risk, high reward. But if you get into the front line with an overheated flame splitter with those items, people will melt.
I feel like the damage difference, though, between the death cap and the Zhonya's is so negligible. And then, of course, you have the stasis, which ensures you're going to be doing damage in most situations for 2.5 seconds longer than if you just died at the start of a fight. Death cap is a viable Rumble item. The one thing you can say is it gives him much better wave pushing because, of course, the extra ability power helps him to push down waves. But in this situation, against the likes of Vladimir, I might have preferred just an Abyssal Scepter, which actually makes him better at pushing from, reducing the minion magic resist. And I feel like deals with this situation better. There's almost no situation where Death Cap is the ideal item on Rumble, unless he hits the most picture-perfect equalizer of all time, and there's not even teamfight synergy for that equalizer to come through.
We'll have to see how it develops as Dragon is back up in a minute, but Besiktas have other ideas. They're on top of Baron now. They've got great pink wall control. A good scrying orb, though, will spot them out, so props to Radier there for that one. And the Chiefs, again, going to counter push, but Besiktas, they have a trap set. Are they going to spring it? They really want to line something up here, but the Chiefs look to disengage. Stalgion still chasing, but does not pull the trigger on his ultimate.
Honestly, Chiefs made the best out of a bad situation. They couldn't face check any of the areas around Baron, so they tried to draw out Besiktas with first the scrying orb and then just pushing aggressively onto mid, feigning aggression, feigning that they would be able to contest. Vladimir backs, and that should be a free Baron.
I mean, yeah, Besiktas now on the Baron. They sent Swiper down to deal with the ridiculously big minion wave in the bottom side, but Baron is getting melted here by all of the damage. Spooks,
here we go.
Might try and seal it. He's going to go in. Get it, he does. Takes away the Baron. Absolute zero channel. Not too much damage, but he staves off the Baron for now.
I think he only had a pink ward up, plops it down, flashes, and you can see the smiles on his face on the cams there. They just stole away what should have been a certain Baron from Besiktas.
But Dragon still up. That could be their third if Besiktas want to go over it. And Spooks, he's dead right now, and they don't have a second smite, so would be a tricky one to contest here as well. If they can find a pick, maybe. But honestly, all the picking power, that's on the Turkish side here.
I mean, look, the worth is still there, Page Time. The third Dragon, it's a nice one, but suddenly, what was a bit of a frivolous split, but it's now a massive one potentially from Vladimir with the Baron buff minions. He's overextended, though, and there's multiple members here to try and punish him.
He's going in, though. Doesn't have a Zhonya's pull. We'll have to know he does have his Zhonya's. Can he use it? No. Doesn't quite find the time. Too much damage in, and Swiffer does fall down.
Yeah, finally punished for his over-aggression, but good luck pushing against the Baron buff minions and the excellent wave clear coming through from the Sivir. The Chiefs have just bought themselves 3-4 minutes of relevance in a game that Besiktas had complete control over.
And that seems to be the Chiefs' theme of at least games where they fall behind early. Just stick around, buy your time, and trust in the team fight. And steal Baron, yes.
They had literally no vision, no way to get vision. He walked over, plopped over a pink ward, and stole the Baron. I don't know if that's really in the playbook for good junglers, but Spooks making a case for it.
Not the first time Spooks has stolen a Baron, especially with a champion like Nunu, who was once infamous almost for the champion in the very, very old days. But the Chiefs going to look to counter push at least slightly here with the Baron. Still don't have 3 out of turrets. Failed that mid lane turret. Very stubbornly still standing here for Besiktas. But Swiper going to go back, spend some more gold. He's getting massively tanky now as well. And is the Frozen Heart done? It must be close. Doesn't quite have enough yet, it seems like.
The item time is just keep getting impressive. He had to actually sell the flask in that situation, which isn't ideal, but he'll have to deal with 3 items now on Vladimir, 3 big items, getting more and more towards, I guess 4 items including the boots, are getting more and more towards the big 6-item power spike. The front line just got that much more tanky with the Frozen Heart. Not really necessarily demanding a Frozen Heart, but the CDR works well. That helps with his mana pool that was hit with some mana nerfs, specifically on his Roar of the Slayer, and it works against Lucian. So someone needs to be able to run at Lucian. It's going to be Swiper.
Yeah, Chiefs, so with the Baron buff, can they get the tower? They really want this mid outer, but Very stubbornly defended here by Besiktas, and Swiffer still split pushing here, does have his items, is quite strong, and with the distortion upgraded boots especially, be quite hard to pin down, and should have those summoners back at a pretty reasonable clip, and Lucian goes back. That might open up the counter push in the mid lane.
Yeah, finally, they might be able to take out this mid-outer turret. You might think, okay, they're not breaking the base, not getting massive advantage, but consider the Chiefs literally had no vision of their own red side jungle, of the Baron, of anything. So just arresting what was the snowball coming through of Besiktas and taking a turret, that's already worth it for the Chiefs.
These Janna shields are so big. They're Radiant going to get chunked out. Does go down to Energy Swiper getting in there as well, but Swiffer now has to go in. Nautilus already dead as well. It's 3v5 now. Swiffer is forced to flash over the wall. Charm does land. No Tornado. Going to hit instead. Does use the zombies over. Has nothing left. Transfusion comes through. Chunks out Energy, but that's 3 kills for 0.
And the pick power of Energy was massive in that fight, feeding both carries with a charm that led to their death. Even against the Baron buff on one member, which is Spooks, they should be able to pick up. No, of course, Spooks died stealing the Baron, so they should be able to push in and take this inhibitor, although we hit a pause before that can happen.
We do have a pause here at a very tense moment in the game, and Besiktas finally find an opening there. Again, that vision paying off wonderfully in the jungle, finally able to get a couple picks, and suddenly the base is just falling down at this point.
Just a crazy pick onto, of all people, Radiant. Once again, the trusty Spell Shield has eluded Radiant all today, we have to say, at least in the last 2 games. Well, we were watching it with a fine-tooth game. Struggled in lane at shielding up the Ken and Harass, and in this game in particular, just really not been on form. So ate the charm, died instantly, and as the fight went on, there was only so much Swiffer could do. Felt like it was priced in to go for the dive regardless, though didn't have the damage. Hemoplague definitely needs multiple members contributing damages to be relevant, and he fell down as well, and it should be an inhibitor. And that's the first big advantage Besiktas has been able to get against the Chiefs.
Yeah, breaking the base always important, especially I feel like with these very mid-game centric comps where, especially when you don't have Baron, the fact that you're able to get down a few turrets by winning a team fight against the team that actually does have the Baron, fairly impressive stuff there. And those Janna shields on that mid lane turret really baited the Chiefs to overextend, which actually cost them that team fight.
Absolutely, and they still haven't broke the outer ring of turrets, let alone anything more than that. They have a pretty damn poor siege comp in general. So I expect we'll jump into the game, see that they've lost their inhibitor, and it'll be interesting to see how the Chiefs will regroup from that situation, pastry time. As again, this game, on balance, has been completely in the favor of Besiktas, barring the crazy steal that came through.
Yeah, it's just looked great for them so far. Been playing aggressively in the early stages and have continued going. And as we do pop back in, that mid inhibitor is absolutely dead.
And look, we saw in the pre-match hype video that the Chiefs definitely respect this Besiktas team. They thought this will be the toughest opposition, despite most analysts tipping Ints to comfortably take this tournament. And we're starting to see why. Struggled in their first game against the Bangkok Titans, but this has been much more of the Besiktas performance that saw them undefeated with this lineup in the Turkish Champions League. They've now suffered their first defeat with the lineup ever, and they're trying to make their other opponents pay.
Yeah, nice gold lead here as well, being built up. 4,500 gold. Not massive at this stage of the game, especially 33 minutes in, but decent absolutely here. Super Minions pushing in. They might finally get the turret, but Janna trying to block it away, does finally get it. Dumbledore actually has to be careful. Rosie going to go in. Hook does land. Kill Nog does not come in. Spooks flashing in. Radiant flashes as well, but the equalizer going to come down. Spooks with a great absolute 0 and 2 massive catches for the Chiefs. Radiant, though, does go down to all of that burn.
Radiant literally died to the death cap damage coming through from the equalizer. So worth, you have to say, with that particular kill, swapping his life for the AD carry. Now getting a further pick means that they can't keep pushing because their big range damage dealer is dead.
And those picks might have actually propelled Chiefs to take some more objectives here, but at this point with their AD carry dead, it's going to be tricky. And these are 2 fairly, not low damage threats, but these are 2 very interesting threats for the Chiefs. You have to get them into very ideal melee range positions to maximize your damage in any sort of team fight. And their objective control's been the problem. You'd think their team with a Nunu wouldn't have problems there, but down 3 dragons to 1 right now. Now down in turrets as well after finally getting the outer turret in mid. The gold lead's not massive, but Besiktas have complete control of the rift.
I feel like you've really identified the kind of quandary this team comp has is this is a brush camp.
They are going to go for energy though. Oh, he's going to tip in. Swiffer does come through, but he's ghosting in. Doesn't even have any CC except for the Sanguine pool without a Rylai's built up. Might be looking for it, but who knows at this point. And the Chiefs, if they're looking for brush camps sitting on top of their own pink wards, that does seem like a bit of desperation.
Yeah, and when they were doing that extended split pushing, I was actually going to say the next item should be Rylai's if you want to opt into a big split push, Vladimir. Of course, then it actually gives you kill pressure in a very long lane with the double mobility. Specifically, the Ghost interaction with the Rylai's would be quite significant. Swiffer has to return to wave clear duty. I mean, the significant thing about this team fight comp Chiefs have picked here is that they basically fight together. It's all about these champions with very similar ranges. Consistent damage from Radiant, consistent damage from Vladimir's at about the same range in the fight. They want to hit similar targets to get the most out of the Hemo Plague. It's an awkward fight where basically they have 5 members all going in aggressively to a team fight. No real kite, no real ranges. They fight together. So if Besiktas gets strong enough, or if Theocles really splits up the threats with the explosive cask, and honestly, that might just be in the middle of the fight, pushing either Vladimir or Sivir away, one of those damage threats separated isn't enough to take down
the Chiefs are going to go on. The ulti's been popped by Radiant, going in very deep. They want Nardius. He's been ulted by Nautilus, but not enough there. Now Theocles going to dive back in. Swiffer going to get stunned up there, but Gragas going to get kited away. The culling used there for Lucian as Besiktas moving their front line in. A good hook lands onto Nardius. Hemoplague down there as well, but Radiant takes too much damage. Books gets exhausted. It goes down, but Swiffer going massive swiper. Jumps back in and gets the kill. Now it's even at 2v2. Can they keep chasing the Chiefs? Somehow pick up a trade.
That Hemoplay did so much damage. That's what happens when you have 338 CS already into this game. Putting that split farm to use should be able to pick up some even better item timings, but crucially, they finally win a fight, but there's no objectives to pick up.
Just a trade there as well, not even a win, and as a result, can't really keep pushing, don't have a man advantage, don't have a jungler to try and do the Baron either, and Besiktas still holding strong here. That gold lead does diminish a bit, but they did just pick up their 4th dragon, so all of a sudden, that 5th dragon win condition wide open.
And look, Besiktas have been piling on win conditions all game. They should have had the early Baron expertly stolen away with cool, calm collection with the Nunu. Got them back into this game. Now it's going to be the fact that they've had the run of the Vision. They've had the run of the Dragon. They should have had the early Baron. The only thing keeping Chiefs in this game, honestly, is to some degree power of will and some smart team fighting. They still can potentially win a fight. You just saw the issue there that Swiffer got the damage down, but Radiant died first because there's just not the peel. The Nautilus can lock people up, but can't really peel for this Sivir.
And you can see what a winning team fight does look for the Chiefs, and they'll scale a bit more now, start to equalize the items that both teams have, and they do again have a slight edge, and they're smart team fighters. That's one of their best looking things all season long for them regionally. And here in this tournament is even from behind, they fight well as a unit. But they've not been doing that. They've been split pushing a lot. Dalton's now the one split pushing. He's got his teleport ready to go as well. The Chiefs starting to maybe mount an offensive, but Besiktas, they are deadly at this stage.
Chiefs have no reason to respect the split push from Rumble. One of the slowest split pushes in the game. Poor turret damage, poor minion pushing. They just draw out the teleport.
Ultimate used there as well. Radiant is okay. Does actually pop the ulti. Locket used there as well by Dumbledore, I believe. No, that's Gragas' Locket, excuse me.
That's a teleport down. Sion still has his teleport. Chiefs can look to try something, but to be honest, their initiation is literally only Sion. So awkwardly, he has to stay grouped with the team.
And we brought it up in the last game as well when they had a massive gold lead over INTZ. But look at the top and bottom waves right now. Huge stack of red minions that Besiktas have expertly built up here. And the Chiefs, again, suffering from a bit of sidewave control.
In top lane, it's actually pushing out for the Chiefs, so that's something. But in the bottom lane, I agree with you. That's definitely pushing out at least marginally to Besiktas. At the moment, the minion wave's not causing a big issue. Chiefs, though, they're just splitting farm at this point, and again, they've got the Vladimir, so they're probably okay with this. They just need to start to ensure that they can keep vision around the Baron area.
No, we'll have to see, because Besiktas starting to press their advantage a little bit more again. The gold gap has closed pretty considerably. It's only 3,500 gold, and honestly, almost 40 minutes in, it's pretty negligible at this stage of the game, but the Baron lead, the Baron control certainly here as Spooks again just has to check it, but that means I might face check here as well. That's actually a flash forced out by the Nunu, doesn't want to get caught out of position, and Swiffer, I believe, picking up the blue buff for a bit of extra CDR, going to get slightly caught out as well.
See red pings onto that massive minion wave. We're talking 4 or 5 group minion waves and another minion wave coming in the top. Someone needs to go clean it out. Rumble's going to take time to pick it up, but he's the one that goes.
Yeah, and red minions stacking in the bottom side as well, so we can see some of the members from Besiktas backing now, want to spend a bit of their built-up gold on the Chiefs, trying to find a spot here, but that pesky side wave that Rumble trimmed in the bottom side earlier on just nulling all of their offensive as they are going to go back in. They're going to try and find the catch on to Energy, but he flashes and dashes so far away. Nadius as well zones them out. They can't find anything.
And that's definitely the feeling in solo queue whenever you try to gank an Ari. It feels like she covers a lot of ground. She literally covered.
That was so much
That was
space.
literally the distance between the two turrets covered in one fell swoop.
And you can see the engage tools there. Civ and Nautilus, a great combination for engaging on people, really hard engaging with the depth charge. But unfortunately, Ari, one of the few champions that can just get as far away as humanly possible.
Basically flashed 4 times and got away. Not hacking this game though, guys. That's just the reality of using all those charges of the ultimate and the summoner spell flash.
Yep, gonna have that ulti back pretty soon now as well. Gonna pick up the blue for even more CDL, and I love the Giants belt there as well for a possible Ari Rylai's there as well. And I think Energy realizes that he's gonna be one of the big threats that's getting targeted, but Besiktas have great threats here on this team. Thaldrun has become a real threat here in this Rumble. Still not building a Zonius, by the way. Just wants all damage all the time.
Feels like awkwardly Swiffer is kind of priced in to pick up the death cap, interacts with his passive. It's missing out on a death cap, honestly, on a mage in general is a poor decision. So it means he probably won't pick up the Rylai's. He won't really have split push as an option. Chiefs have been looking for the team fight. They feel like they can win after Swiffer took out the backline with that massive Hema Plague. So maybe it won't be a big situation. Maybe they'll be able to get the fight. They're getting to the point where Sion is unkillable. Although hilariously, look at his itemization choice. They already have a locket, so he's once again gone for this item, but there's the right
Yeah,
scoring.
they're going to go back in again. Who have they found? It's Lucian this time. They need to flash over. Radiant goes in over the top. Does get the kill. Now it's 4v5.
That's a really big pick, but Energy is still alive for wave clear. What is the advantage they're going to get? It might be the first dragon for them, the second dragon.
Swiper in trouble. Does get CC'd. He's very tanky. Ulti's back into the team. Rosie trying to get in there. Swiper doing what he can. A great ult from Dumbledore, though. But the Chiefs are going to dive back in, and Swiper trying to tank what he can with his passive, but now it's 4v4.
And there's no more CC to continue fighting. Easy to kite back for the Besiktas in this game. Remember, if they pick up a dragon, it's only their second, and they're trying to get Swiffer.
They have to get it, but Swiffer's now in trouble as well. Does pull the charm there as Rosie trying to tank it up. Dragon not quite down yet. They have to be careful. Finally take it away to deny the fifth, but Rosie in a whole host of trouble. Now Radiant gonna get exhausted. He's on the front line. Does use a heal. Tries to go in, but can't fight 1v3. Spook's now trying to run, but Gragas will chase him down. He will fall as the last, and that completes the ace.
And this was a team fight one. Remember, crucially, without Nardeus even there to provide any damage whatsoever. They tunneled on the picking up the dragon to deny the fifth, but it let Vladimir die for free. I feel like they still had to peel off, even if it led to a situation where they didn't pick up the dragon. Giving away multiple members just to rush it down, knowing you'll die anyway. Now Baron is basically a free objective for Besiktas. Look, there were no good decisions there for the Chiefs, but I think actually going for a team fight they had a semblance of a chance to win, with Lucian not being available, was a better choice than basically suiciding for their second dragon.
Yeah, tower even falls on the top side as well to minions as the Baron will go down there as well. And I agree about the no good decisions, but that's just great play from Besiktas to force Chiefs into a situation where at some point, despite the pace of the last 20 minutes, maybe being a little bit slow, where they eventually would just break and figure out that we know what, we no longer have anything else we can do.
It's a culmination of 43 minutes of map pressure, of smart warding, of good rotations that have come through. The Chiefs, they've played smart too. Of course, Vladimir spending so much time split pushing got them to a situation where even in the late game, with all these advantages we've spoken about, it's only a 7k goal lead at 43 minutes when it could be oh so much more. They relied on Besiktas not making a really strong mid-game movements, and that paid off. Besiktas took a long time to actually start the Baron, then eventually were punished for taking so long with the steal. But it's just the weight of what's happened, and off-screen, Vladimir dies.
Yeah, that's bad news. Swiffer getting picked off there by most of the team there, and Ari claims the kill. It's going to be hard to defend 4v5 for the Chiefs, especially with the Baron buff here.
Yeah, with the Baron buff riding, they've got a lot of turret damage. There's the charm.
They're going in. Swiper's going to try and make it, but he's now caught in the middle of the team. Energy with a great Zonius, but he gets hooked. Radiant gets the first kill, but they got to peel off for him, but they can't. Theocles just too tanky. Knocks Swiper back into the team with the cast. He's CC for days as he'll go down as well. There's a 3-for-1 after the kill on Vlad as well. Swiper, I mean, Undead doing what he can, but Thaldrun pops a scrap shield. Besiktas now wrecking the base of the Chiefs in there as well, and this might just be game.
Yeah, it's 44 minutes and 50 seconds till Radio respawns. Lucian's still alive. This should be the game for Besiktas. Smartly played by them. Valiant defense by the Chiefs. They could have gone down much earlier in this game. They played to their win conditions, tried to pull it to late, but all the advantages, all the objectives snowball eventually counted for Besiktas, and they take out the win.
Very well played. Just applied so much pressure, and like a valve almost, eventually it had to pop, and that's exactly what happened. It was a fairly long drawn-out game, but expertly played and navigated, and I have to wonder, where was this Besiktas earlier in the day, and where were the Chiefs that we saw earlier today? Both teams played 3 times, and interestingly enough, they end with the same record, 2-1.
And it feels like Swiffer this game was pushed to a champion that he hasn't shown in competitive play before, a champion that he's obviously adding to his champion pool with its rise in popularity. He did just fine. He tried to create some zones, but it wasn't LeBlanc. It wasn't even Oriana. It's a champion that doesn't provide any semblance of pick, and you have Spooks and Swiffer, the dynamic duo that made so much happen in Game 1 and 2 on Nunu and Vladimir, not able to make anything happen selfishly. And the result is they just couldn't ever have any semblance of map control, because the map control is usually afforded by the pick power of one of those two, and neither of them had the kit to do it.
Yeah, but just a weirdly put together team comp from the Chiefs. I could certainly see in big team fights where it came through, but Besiktas just had all the answers in the early mid-game with their aggression and just looked wonderful there. So again, these only 2 teams to play 3 times today, end at 2-1. Chiefs are going to be sad to not be undefeated, and Bangkok Titans, congratulations. Currently, I believe maybe at all throughout the day, you're an undefeated team at 2-0.
And look, still some very impressive performances for the Chiefs. Remember, they took down INTZ, who were tipped as by far the strongest team in this fight. We'll find out very soon, however, if that is a misnomer or not, as they will play in our next game. But the Chiefs, definitely a solid day, still working towards making it to the knockout stages. Still confident, but Besiktas, they were correct in identifying that they're one of their big thorns in the side for IWCI.
And we do have a replay here, I believe, as well. Yep, so we are going to get in. This is one of the later game team fights here.
I mean, there's still not much of a gold. They did grow out a bit larger from here, but it's only 3,000 gold at 40 minutes, which is negligible to say the least. So we'll roll the tape as we're starting this particular clip. The Swiper gets picked at the start, and that's a crazy thing to think when he's a late-game Scion and super tanky, but they even use the explosive cast to get this fight. Remember, Nardeus isn't at this fight. There's no Lucian. It's basically purely magic damage. Swiffer tries to overextend for a bit of damage, pulls away. In this particular case, they start moving towards the dragon. And this is the big consideration. You can see they're already on the dragon at this point. When everyone's collapsing onto Swiffer, they're still DPS the dragon. I don't understand what the upside is of rushing down a dragon. They pick up that objective, but, I mean, basically the person with all the gold in this exchange is already dead. And there's just nothing Radio and Spooks can do. They're eventually going to die to all the damage coming through. I feel like you have to pull away. It's like when... I mean, Baron is an objective that you really want to pick up, but enemy teams come to face it. You have to peel away early. Otherwise, you result in a situation where you don't really get anything. They denied the fifth dragon, but it led to a Baron, and it led to the game being ended for Besiktas.
Yeah, I guess is one of the things that's interesting about a lot of the recent comps we've been seeing, especially with Nunu, with a lot of this soft CC. When you kind of use all your big hard engage buttons, like Nautilus is a great example here. You just have no more options in a team fight. Like, a team can literally just walk away from you and then find a good spot and re-engage on their terms if they have more engaged than you. That was part of the reason I would have loved to see the Rylai's come through. Not just for split push power, and obviously it's tricky to fit in the build with the way it worked out, but just for team fight control, their Rylai's, when Vladimir gets in the face of these characters, which he wants to do anyway, he just has so many more options to actually control a team fight when it finally comes through.
And it feels like, in general, we saw the best and worst of Nunu in different games today. When you see Nunu rotating with a Jinx, powering down turrets, when you have map advantage in terms of pressure and vision, Nunu's great because he makes rotation so much easier. You're faster to get to every lane. You have that attack speed on your AD carry to power down turrets. EDG show it to a T, that it's very easy to rotate with those Nunu picks. And, of course, I mean, your control over objectives. Spook showed it with the Consume Smite, stealing away a Baron, but they were behind in objectives. You know, they were at that point, of course, in that replay, at the mercy of the fifth dragon, and they just weren't able to rotate because the map vision was there. So between those two factors, Nunu literally didn't really provide anything, and even the steroid for a Sivir, not really the big person. That's why I kind of expected an Azir, just because he's another great Blood Boil target, but it was only the Sivir. The Sivir was hopelessly behind. Again, the team comp just didn't come together. Some of the constituent parts made a lot of sense. You saw team fights where, okay, Hemoplague and then the Ricochet, that could be massive damage. It just could never be put all together into a winning team fight comp.
I'm kind of curious about what you think about the first pick Sivir as well, because we've seen it peg with the Hecarim. We've actually seen them pair it with the Scion as well in one of the earliest OPL games, but for me, Sivir in that comp, Radiant plays a great Jinx. Just put that in there instead.
I mean, it wouldn't necessarily have to be a first pick either, so perhaps you could get the favorable lane matchup. I guess they must have expected that Sivir will be taken away because Besiktas themselves played Hecarim Sivir in one of the earlier games, so I can understand the thought process. And Sivir being picked in this Cinderhulk meta, in this double tank meta, where there's so many champions that are looking and love the on the hunt for the selfish stats and the ability to get into the backline with that mobility. I don't mind Sivir as a first, but it just feels like the comp they put around it didn't play to the strengths of the Chiefs in general. They play best when they have pick potential. And to have their jungler and their mid laner without basically any pick potential, not even a Rylai's to fake pick potential in a long lane, it just didn't play to their strengths and they didn't win.
I mean, if we could maybe if we could go back in time and change the draft, what pick would you change for the Chiefs comp? I mean, either in jungle or mid. You could have Elise, you could have maybe Twisted Fate. A couple of options there you could go for.
I think given the comp, when you already commit to the Sivir without a Hecarim available, you drop the Nunu for an earlier pressure jungler, just for a situation where, okay, Sion should have the run of top lane against a Rumble. He should have the presence advantage there. In the mid lane, Vladimir is going to lose out in the early game, although did just capably in this game after going all in for the first blood and getting a very fast snowboard Hextech revolver. So maybe just at least to cause a bit of map pressure, because let's return to the Nunu pick. Again, we didn't see the steroid necessarily being useful. I mean, Spook spent a lot of time ganking on Nunu. We don't often see that. Usually they just farm the jungle, pick up 800 gold, get a sightstone, and then start warding up the map to set up for Dragon. Instead, we saw successful ganks and unsuccessful ganks, quite a lot of lane presence in general. Why not just go for a champion that can actually gank those lanes with kill pressure? They went top a couple of times. Even with a Vladimir middle, Elise is still going to have significant kill pressure on mid lane just because she's so selfishly strong. Spooks is a wonderful Elise player, has said to me even that he's very confident with this champion on this patch. Didn't opt into it, and then Nunu, it just didn't fit the comp.
I mean, Zach said a couple of picks there we could have gone, but moving over to Besiktas as well, obviously a great game there for them. I loved the execution of the end game there, even if it was maybe with some mistakes there, getting cut out of losing a Baron, or just maybe not playing it out as quickly as they could have. But again, played it carefully, played it patiently, and managed to pick it up. What did we see for them in this game that we hadn't seen in their loss earlier today?
I mean, you look at that Bangkok Titans game, they made a lot of rotational mistakes. We saw them ganking top lane. They were a red side team. They would gank the top laner, and then they overstayed around the blue buff. So, for example, they were ganking top on the red side. They would gank top lane. Then they'd rotate to the enemy blue. They'd steal away Gromp and then just get picked by the likes of Ahri and pick champions. Against strong pick comps, against strong mid game, they did struggle to rotate in the mid game. But in this game where there wasn't that same pick pressure, those advantages didn't transfer through. And even though they were a little bit indecisive in the mid game, the moment that they went in and started really committing to things, they looked a lot more clean.
Yeah, and did indeed. And a great win there from Besiktas over the Chiefs. But don't go too far away. We'll take a break. But when we return, our last game of the evening for today's coverage of the IWCI will be here.
On the next matches?
Well, we won with Ahri, so most likely.
You have seen the performance of all the teams. Who do you think is your biggest rival right now?
Most of the teams in the tournament have actually shown up and looked pretty good, but out of all of them, I think...
And welcome back, everyone, to the International Wildcard Invitational. My name is Pastry Time. Joining me is Papa Smithy, and it's our last game of the day here as Detonation Focus Me take on INTZ.
And INTZ, both these teams, in fact, coming off a loss in their first game. Both of them want to get that big win on the board to cap up what has already been an explosive first night of the International Wildcard. INTZ will come in the heavy favorites, but favorites haven't really counted for a lot so far tonight.
No, we've seen quite a number of upsets already in today's matches, and you have to think that despite the potential disparity of the teams coming in as far as perception goes, that once you get on the Rift and play your best of one here, and that's what it is here for the group stages of the IWCI, anything could happen at this stage, and we'll have to see what these two teams pull out. INTZ definitely want to rebound off of the loss, but Detonation Focus Me, honestly, had some really solid aspects to their play in their last game.
And you just feel like the fact that they went for the Ezreal and the AD carry role kind of counted against them. Didn't have a lot of wave control. Really look at Udapon to be that carry from the bottom lane, but didn't really set themselves up for a victory. I liked their mid laner, actually. The Azir mechanics looked good, but in the end, it was just the weight of pressure from multiple losing lanes that really kind of spilled over into the middle for Syros and took the game away from Detonation Focus Me. They looked competitive, and again, that's what they're going to try to look here. Just look as competitive in the early game and just see which INTZ shows up, because they really struggled against the Chiefs.
I mean, in some ways, I think this might be the youngest wildcard region versus the oldest, I think, if that's true. The Brazilians have had established professional scene for quite a while now, actually. And Japan, of course, brand new this year, very similar to Oceania, even newer, I believe, potentially as well. So, again, a lot for both of these regions to want to prove themselves and really make their name here on the stage. And remember, of the 7 teams that made it here, 4 of them get to go through to playoffs after the group stage round robin. So, still plenty of time for these teams to pick up their wins and push themselves towards the top 4.
It's only their second game out of 7, so definitely plenty of time to go from that particular regard. I believe they're the youngest next to the likes, I mean, they're the oldest Brazil next to the likes of course, the greener Premier League in the Southeast Asia that in one way or the other has existed since the same time as the LCS.
Yeah, I mean, GPL's been around for a while, but it's honestly just been a fantastic first day here, and we want to know which team, that you guys are looking forward to seeing again, what you like about the game, so just anything you've noticed about the tournament. So get on Twitter and use that hashtag IWCI. Yeah, I mean, again, it's just been a great day so far. Last match of the evening here in the best of one. Should be a fun one here. I'm curious to see what the teams pull out. We've already seen the Bangkok Titans really mix things up with their picks, although we've had quite a number of teams also play standard. I wonder if we have any more surprises. Japan especially have sort of come out with some pretty interesting stuff throughout their history. Udapon, especially that star AD carry player, loves to get creative, but we'll see what happens here. We are into the draft here. INTZ over on the blue side. Detonation Focus Me from Japan over on the red, and Siva the first ban there from the Brazilians, and Nautilus the first ban from the Japanese.
And honestly, the likes of Udapon going for his off-meta builds. We saw his Kalista, which is the Blade of the Ruin King, into the QSS. Already kind of a curious start, given that we usually see the Bloodthirster, Hurricane Rush, and other scenes. But then, of course, the late Randuins was an interesting adaptation. And in general, the off-meta against these top teams, the stuff that catches them off guard, is one of the easiest way to kind of set up a situation where maybe you do have a realistic shot at beating this INTZ lineup.
Yeah, Nunu banned here as well, away from Astarore. Hecarim the ban there as well, away from Yang. Been a very popular and winning pick all throughout the day so far. We'll want to see what the last ban is from INTZ. What do they want to take away? Is it an AD carry again? They've already picked on Siva, and they're going to go with Zed, interestingly, banning away a mid lane champion from Seros.
Yeah, I believe in the Japanese team, we do see a lot of insta-lock first pick Zed, or blind pick Zed, so it's understandable to take away one of the most reliable assassins. INTZ, it looks like that they respect here to the Japanese team the INTZ potential of picking up Kalista, despite the fact that they play a very strong Kalista themselves. So taken away from the champion pool, a lot of interesting first picks available. The likes of Sejuani, who actually escaped picks and bans in the last series. Maybe on 5.7, finally starting to lose that first pick, first ban priority.
Yeah, and only one jungle ban as well. So Revolta has his pick of the options here if he wants it. Gragas, yeah, he's been super popular all day. That would make sense as a first pick. I like the Kalista takeaway as well, even though it is a big champion for Detonation Focus Me, just because Kalista's still quite strong. It's fun, and we almost I feel like, pronounced the death of Kalista too early with the tank meta coming through, but apparently Kalista just always going to be good because she keeps coming into the meta.
Kalista and LeBlanc, I mean, best friends forever. They're the champions that kind of go against the grain and the tank meta. You think both these champions might start to fall apart, but just like how LeBlanc can overtake a lane, then overtake the game, Kalista, the 2-item spike has to be respected. We speculated on it. Graga's the strongest available jungler. Going to be the first pick. It's locked in, and I think that's the comfortable choice, and again, shows nothing about your comp and fits into the disengaged meta that we kind of find ourselves in.
Yeah, just such a great first pick. Graga, so versatile and good with little resources as well. Kind of reminds me of almost super-powered Nunu, or Nunu and Lee Sin fused together in some ways. So a good first pick there. They did take their time on it, though, and looks like Detonation Focus Me might be doing the same, but going to highlight a few champions here. We'll see what they want to take away for themselves.
Have the Morgana highlighted at the moment. Already seen a top lane Morgana, so the flex pick Morgana action's definitely been in action. We've seen a lot of Urgots threatened, but no Urgot picks. Actually has avoided picks and bans. And next to Sejuani, a surprising omission from the picks and bans so far. But we'll just wait to see what they do choose to lock in. They could always go for a support. All the supports available, barring Nautilus, you'd have to say. Like 5 seconds to go. What will be the start of this teamfight comp? If we do see Morgana and Urgot locked in, that's already a massive amount of pick pressure, especially in the mid game.
And that's exactly their picks there. They hover them, they think about them for a while, and eventually do decide to settle on the Morgana Urgot that they highlighted.
So, I mean, again, so much pick pressure. Flex pick comes through from Morgana. Honestly, Urgot a flex pick. We've seen mid Urgot, we've seen bottom lane Urgot. Both of them, so very flexible 2 picks. It doesn't necessarily pigeonhole themselves into double AD, but it is a possibility for the comp.
Yeah, we'll see here as well as Revolta going to flash Draven here to the crowd, which will be an interesting choice for Macau. I believe we've seen his Kalista today was the champion that he played away, but we'll have to see what they want to switch over to. Again, very strong side here, INTZ. I like the first pick, Gragas. I think that's a great first pick on this patch in particular. Can't really go wrong with the Gragas, but 15 more seconds and we'll see what they want to take away.
Exactly. We're just waiting to see what Semmon's a champion pick. I don't see the reason to pick a Draven. Azir makes a lot of sense. Is locked in. One of Tokka's favorite champions in the mid lane. He actually played this Azir versus Urgot matchup in the finals of the CBLOL Summer Split. And was happy to pick up even Athene's Unholy Grail into the Urgot, knowing he could navigate lane, respect the ranges from the Urgot, and then just have the mana regen for late game fights. So not locked into actually seeing this mid lane Urgot, but the possibility does not threaten Tokka's.
No, and Thresh, Azir, very strong picks there with, again, lots of just general versatility. Got engaged, got disengaged, got pick potential. These first 3 picks are very strong here for INTZ, but we pop over to the other side. I also like that Azir's a takeaway from Seros, who looked formidable on the champion in the laning phase in particular already in the game earlier today. And I like a bit of flair here as well from the Japanese. Got the older Clarity Clairvoyance representing.
They just can't show those summoner spells. I can understand that. In Meta's past, it made a lot of sense to hide, but not so much a relevant factor anymore. Setting it back a long, long way. Sejuani Maokai, we're talking about tank central coming out from the Detonation lineup. Suddenly, no squishies to speak of whatsoever.
Yeah, and there's Sejuani and the Maokai picked in, and you're right. This is often the case with Urgot lineups here on 5.6 and now 5.7. When everyone wants to be tanky, you add Urgot in there as well, and all of a sudden, it's just 5 tanks suddenly who you're facing against.
But man, talk about a team that really has buzzkill when the Emperor's Divide comes out. They're going to find it really hard to fight around that particular cooldown. You feel like the disengage for this supremely short-range lineup is going to be premium. And you have to think it's, at this point, they need to get the damage out there. Which AD carry will they look to? It looks like it's probably going to be in the 2v2. They're flashing the Tristana. This is actually our favorite of Mikau, who actually played a really impressive Tristana in the finals of the CBLOL. But
yeah, he looked great, honestly, and it was his counter pick into Kalista, I believe, at the time. Tristana has received some quality of life change or additional buffs on 5.7, so wouldn't be that surprising to see if they want to take it away. They'll consider their last few picks here, and they do take them away here. Tristana, Sion are their final picks for the draft.
So we've moved on to patch 5.7, so the latest round of Tristana buffs have come through. Basically, the buffs, to simplify for the audience, are all centered around explosive shot and rapid fire. If a target has explosive shot riding on it, Patch 5.5, the big change was the auto attacks to targets marked by that explosive shot decreased the cooldown of rapid fire. But on 5.7, they kind of double dipped in this situation and made it so that auto attacks with rapid fire decrease the cooldown of explosive charge. So those two abilities are scaling with each other. I mean, in simple terms, when you mark a target, you're really priced to go all in on the target that you mark. It makes you a bit more predictable. You're not going to change focus as much, but it means more lane burst. It means in the late game, more rapid fire. So it's just become more relevant, but single target rather than just spreading that rapid fire to multiple tanky members.
Yeah, pretty fiercely single target, but a lot of strength there shown, and we haven't seen Tristana in quite a while since those changes, so nice to see you here. We'll see what INTZ can get done with it, but the last pick here for Japan's Detonation Focus Me is the Vladimir.
I mean, it just makes sense. Add another tank to the lineup, but a consistent damage tank that can beef up the base values that are already high from the likes of Sejuani. Maokai and Morgana also going to be very respectable when it comes to damage, but damage is a team effort for this Detonation lineup. No massive damage sources, and you feel like the Emperor's Divide could really be the trump card if they can separate fights and specifically keep Macau on that Tristana, the hyper carry in the late game, alive.
I mean, Tristana, she still has decent range as well as an AD carry, don't forget. I mean, how many times have we talked about Azir plus a hyper carry here, and it's hard to say exactly where New Trist fits in as far as like late game carry potential goes, but you have to think it's pretty high on the list.
I mean, look, around Worlds time, she was definitely right up there with the best. Probably was the most reliable with the jump reset hyper carry in the game. With the changes, she's certainly not the late game hyper carry the likes of maybe Jinx or Kog'Maw. She's probably in the second string, but her laning's in fact stronger than it was before in some ways, more reliable. The explosive shot does a lot of damage, especially if you get in there with the rocket jump, which you can do so aggressively in a 2v2 situation. And in general, her turret taking is actually even better than it used to be. A little bit more risky and not smashing it down from the 800 plus range that you were once before. But you can use that explosive shot on the turret and really DPS it down fast. So she has flexible options. In general, in terms of the laning phase against Urgot, still going to be a painful lane. But the burst trades, honestly, might actually go with Tristana, if she can avoid those awkward early trades. The same damage trades with the range advantage, going to go to Urgot, but all-in trades, I actually think Tristana has a realistic shot.
And that'd be super interesting to see that 2v2 lane play out, so I wonder if that's what we'll get here. I mean, they did pick it away, probably figured that Urgot was going to go to the AD carry position, so you have to think in some ways might have been a counter pick.
You know, they already flashed the Vladimir previously. It did feel like it was going to be a 2v2 Urgot. There is always the potential they're going to look for a lane swap, because any Urgot lane, honestly, is very painful to navigate. The level 1 will be fascinating, but I'm really interested to see as we load into a pause, unfortunately.
Yep, not quite interesting yet, unfortunately, as we do have a quick pause to start this game off, your fingers crossed. But I agree, I think the 2v2 is highly interesting between these two teams here, especially in that bottom side of the map. So I wonder where we'll go next. In general, I love the draft from INTZ, Azir, Gragas. I mean, they just seem to have so many good tools for 5.7.
And look, one of the best champions at punishing melee champions is the Azir. Fits the comp because you can peel for the hyper carry, but in general, you're going to have to get in Sand Soldier range when you're any of these champions, honestly, on the side of Detonation. You've got such short range in general from these members. They're all going to be taking Sand Soldier damage. You feel like if the Azir in particular gets big, it unsettles a lot of the team fight advantages that Detonation are looking to cause. In terms of laning phase, Vladimir's actually a pretty decent matchup against the Azir. It's one of the matchups that really come through as Azir's shot up to prominence with the buffs on patch 5.6, returning him to some of his former glory. Doesn't necessarily explode turrets like he used to, but in a lot of other ways, it's still the reliable disengage but high damage teamfight control mage. I said a lot of words there, but all of them relevant to Azir. And they're going to try and pitch. The Tristana's the big question mark, though, Patreon. That's why I'm so interested to see the eventual 2v2, whether it's from the start of the game, whether it's with a few levels, a few items in. Can Tristana actually opt into damage trades with an Urgot? Because that's information that I feel could influence other scenes and other tiers of play.
Absolutely. And the thing about Urgot, I guess, is that as far as early power goes, he does have a trough, weirdly enough, in the very early levels. But we are onto the Rift now. Finally, the pause has finished. And our last game of the day here, INTZ from Brazil versus Detonation Focus Me from Japan. And again, both teams coming from a loss, wanting to pick up their first win.
Yeah, only one appearance apiece on the Rift. So both these teams trying to launch their fortunes for day 2 with an end-of-day victory. Multiple members and CC has piled into this brush. Astero has to be really careful.
Yes, and one, he does not want to face check a whole team here, but they will invade as 5 will INTZ now. Going to try and get some vision down as well. Gonna, again, look for some of those trinkets going down. We'll see how deep they place the vision. Trinket goes down, they will take it out, so good reflexes there, identifying the ward and being able to clear it, and just some vision around the area. Going to get very good view of the red buff and the Krug area.
And interestingly, that even though multiple members went into the red side jungle of INTZ from Detonation Focus Me, no deep vision coming through, only the very shallow vision at the gank brush towards the outer turret of the outer turret of INTZ, so they don't have any real information or scouting. You'd have to think INTZ, with all their vision being committed to this red side, is looking for vertical jungling. And with the likes of Thresh and Tristana in the top lane, seems to be confirmed. They don't necessarily have to start at the enemy red buff, but you feel like Gragas is going to naturally path up there.
It seems like we won't get the answer maybe then about what does that 2v2 lane look like unless we already have movement actually from Detonation Focus Me wanting to come into the top side. They'll actually be 2v2 at level 1. Flayback there as well. Yudaponga a little too low, but good damage there from the Asset Hunter. Kiting back wonderfully is forced to flash away, but now Kazu may be caught out of position as well. Again, still level 1, and Doxter might back away. Has to be careful. He's going to get low. Asset Hunter comes in, does tag him, but not quite enough for the kill, and it's very close as Sion dies, but it'll be fine. It's just taking a camp.
So much crazy 2v2 action before the minion lines even break. Urgot level 1. You mentioned it just at the tail end of that champ. That does struggle at level 1 when he can't really control waves, where he's really prone to being pushed in. And it was just the burst damage coming through from the explosive shot at level 1. Fully charged. That's the flash.
Oh my god, Gragas up here as well. Revolta wants to try and make something happen, but gank goes amiss. Flashes are burnt, and very early level 2 pressure comes through. Gragas, I think, took one small camp and then ganked.
Somehow the framing of that actually made it even more intense as Gragas flew into the shot. Flashed in, cancelled the auto, didn't have enough damage. I feel like Udapon was actually healthier than we might have expected after using both a couple of potions. Of course, went for the longsword, so didn't necessarily have the high level 1 base health, but probably had more regen than INTZ expected.
Yeah, looking fine right now, and I'm pretty sure Gragas ganked without having a single buff, so hyper-aggressive level 2 gank there from Gragas, and you can see teams want to try and keep this star AD carry down, because there's a reason he was named the MVP for this season of the LGL.
I mean, he's a playmaker, and from level 2, we already saw that. It looks like they're going to make the late invade to the enemy red, but going to be completely taken by the Scuttle Crab until he does.
Yeah, in the mid lane now as well, Seras versus Tockers is good trade there coming through for Seras, who again has shown very strong prowess in lane in particular in a lot of these matchups. And right now on Vlad, bullying Azir actually is kind of out of mana.
Exactly, he's committed too much of his mana already, so he's just looking to push the wave in and look for a chance to back. That's the big thing that Azir was looking for there. No need to opt into any trades. He's in the top lane.
First blood does come through for Trist. They were able to finally get the kill, and Urgot, who was looking a little low there, finally succumbs to Tristana.
I mean, the 2v2, it seems to work. It seems like the Tristana, specifically with all the changes, you can see 2 points in explosive shot, 1 point in rocket jump, so nothing's changed in terms of skill order. But the burst damage coming through, remember, you do 20% more damage if you explode the explosive shot with the rocket jump. So that the damage can be just surprising, and with heal down, with no potions, that's the result.
Let's see it again here as well. Kazu has to be careful. Macau might fancy himself diving in, but does not commit right now. And that was through some early summoner's burn. Meant that first blood was able to be lined up quite easily there. And impressive stuff from the Tristana early on.
And a really awkward first buy is just the Sapphire Crystal. So no combat sets, not even building towards that Mana Moon in terms of stacking up the tier. Just offering nothing in the trades apart from a little bit of extra mana sustain. You feel like with Explosive Shot being the max both for pushing and for harassment reasons, as in the bot lane.
Yeah, Bond's in trouble. Going to get dove here. Yang actually taking up the turret, and Revolta, level 3, is going to dive in. Yang will fall to the turret there, so Sion gets credit for the kill. And Revolta might go down as well. Just got health from Happy Hour.
Oh, close to being a misfire coming through. INTZ need to take this game a little bit more calmly as they went for the huge overextension on the turret dive. Lucky that the Maokai didn't have Twisted Advance available to drop aggro or just get any sort of CC onto either of the members, because there was a potential double kill lined up there.
Yeah, almost took it away there, did Bonzin, but we'll just be happy with the trade now instead as we look in the mid lane. Lots of double items coming through. Double Dorans actually for Tockers, and double Ampto moving into Hextech Revolver for Seros. So this game, it's already pretty aggressive. 3 kills in almost 6 minutes as Tockers forced to flush away. A good bit of pressure from Sejuani.
He just tried to use the mobility in his kit and actually interrupted that with the Sejuani being in melee range as he looked to hop over. So forced to use the flash. Suddenly this laning phase gets that much more tricky. Against Sejuani, we often see these Azirs and the control mages in general opting for the summon spell cleanse, but it's only the heal. Suddenly looking like a pretty tasty target for Asta Raw on the Sejuani.
Yeah, he's level 5 now as well, been jungling quite nicely, just farming up a storm basically. You can see just that in the CS difference between the junglers so far. So going to be 6 fairly soon. We'll maybe look to mid lane for that gank, just like you mentioned, and Seros getting ahead in this lane, 10 CS up already on the Vladimir.
I mean, the big concern that Tristana went back, didn't even need to buy a potion, just went straight for the BF sword. You worry for Urgot. I mean, we predicted, we forecast just with what we know about the kits that Tristana might start to win these all-in trades, and honestly, they're looking pretty tasty for Mikau, and the lane's pushing against Udapon.
Yeah, it's just going from bad to worse, unfortunately, for the Detonation Focus Me duo lane here. But Mikau going to keep clearing away, going to explosive shot the way there just to AoE it down a little bit more. And again, strong CS so far from the Trist, and that early Snowball BF sword, if she can keep going here, this little Buccaneer, the Snowball can get out of control on the top side.
Udapon should actually tab over to the item, see no sustain, and look for some harassment, because that damage will be sticky. No sustain coming through from the Thresh, but it looks like he doesn't want to open himself up to a death sentence. Already respecting the burst potential from Mikau because of the item disadvantage. Has only built up mana with his subsequent purchases after the level 1. So trade stats definitely not working in his advantage.
Morgana actually going to eat a hook there, and a teleport will get cancelled there. And Maokai, who might have suspected a dive there, so very defensive, and Ints will back away as a result. But unfortunately now for Maokai, no teleport if they do it again.
Yeah, I mean, Revolta was actually spotted by a ward, so it probably wasn't the worst channel of the teleport, but punished just from the lack of engage coming through. A wasted cooldown, but doesn't look like it's going to be punished just yet.
No, and as we look through here, 1,000 gold almost up now. The Ints built up.
There's the Gragas.
Yeah, good binding coming through. Gragas now moving in as well. The Black Shield that's good enough, but Mikau diving in aggressively. Actually takes the turret in. Ku moves in there as well, but now Silencer going to dive in towards the turret. Pongo in trouble now. Revolta flashes forward, finally gets the kill. Jockster tanking turret aggro, but he'll get out as well. And it's all out aggression from the Brazilians, and they've gotten 3 kills already.
I was going to say, it feels like we're learning about the aggression of the Brazilian scene. Then they really disregard those turret shots. Multiple people fall into within 1 turret shot of death. Vladimir actually ghosted towards top, trying to become involvement in any of the kills. Binding hits.
Good binding there. Lantern available. Revolta can't quite make it. No. Does get there in the end, unable to get to safety.
It goes for the Dark Passage ride. So Ghost is down for no particular advantage. The lane is pushed in, so the Vladimir is punished in more ways than one. And it's only really a bit of CS and some minion waves being pushed in for Maokai, which are now going to be hoovered up by the Tristana.
Yeah, Trist happily taking away the waves. And you mentioned aggression. We're almost literally doubling down here for Mikau, because that BF soul was not enough. Boots one, and now double Doran's Blade on top of it as well.
And the only reason to opt into Doran's is for more fighting. You're going for early game stats rather than building into, say, a longsword for late game items like the Last Whisper, like the Bloodthirster, all items that this Tristana eventually will opt into. Instead goes the ultimate aggressive early game item build. Even against a Maokai who's just going for sustain, going to be building up the Catalyst before too long. This is looking for early kills and early snowball.
And that's, again, so aggressive from the Tristana, so we'll see if the early purchases pay off with those Dorans. Yang now in the top side of the map as well on the side, looking fine on CS, but Maokai doing well as well here in Urgot. I mean, maybe happy, honestly, to get out of the Tristana lane.
I mean, to some degree, but opting into a Scion who always has so much ranged wave clear, has the sights on this. A swap.
Yeah, they are going to swap him back in. Yang now going to get aggressed on. Sejuani was waiting in the brush. No ultimate needed, and Pongo picks up the kill.
It was actually very smart positioning from Detonation. They all stood on top of the model, ensuring there was no safe passage for the Scion, who would have instantly just collapsed into one of the members of Detonation Focus Me. Into trying to answer this with a dragon, not the world's fastest dragon, but with the minion damage cap increased on the Drunken Rage, I believe, during patch 5.5 or 5.6. Gonna eventually come down through the Gragas.
Yeah, pretty safe as well for Gragas, who's quite tanky there with the Drunken Rage active, and First Dragon does indeed go over to Ints.
They pick up that advantage. Looks like it's going to be a swap for the enemy blue buff, which, you know, Vladimir or Sejuani picking up the blue buff. Vladimir in particular picking up not really a big advantage. Sejuani maybe just picking up for a bit of power clearing, but not really a big thing to consider. And Mikhail, with the BF sword, I guess one thing we mentioned, not going to have a lot of kill pressure onto Maokai, especially without the Death Sentence landing, but throw on that bomb onto the turret, and suddenly the explosive shot's going to do just power down this turret.
Not thrown on there quite yet, but you can see Tristana working on that bottom turret quite hard here. It's almost down, as Tristana looks to continue her aggression now, swapping back to the bottom side. Back here in the mid lane, Sarah still looking good. 10 CS ahead there on the Vlad with his Fiendish Codex and a Hextech Revolver completed. But Tok is sitting just fine there with his double Doran's Charles, not really wanting anything other than to farm up with the Vladimir.
Exactly. Just happy to build towards the Athenes. I already mentioned, would build this in the Urgot matchup. Just very core to the kit with the 30% mana restore that came through in recent patches. Actually forces out the teleport. Does Yang hard pushing this top lane on the Scion, trying to force the rotation back is a bit curious to me. I mean, rushing into a lane where you already were struggling against the Tristana after Dragon's gone down. There's no objective to fight down bottom. But I guess maybe it was just a timing situation as the trades, the tank battles go on.
Yeah, I mean, Scion, decent damage in trades, good skills that are AoE down the wave, but Revolta going to clear out some of the creeps as well. Dragon not quite back yet. The first one was taken a few minutes ago, so not able to look for that one either. Right now, just a lot of farming, but Tristana, you have to think's winning that war. Pickaxe now completed as well at 101, starting to get towards what could be quite a quick Infinity Edge.
Absolutely, and it already has all the peel from the likes of Gragas, Azir. The kit's really suiting the Tristana, so the Tristana snowballing just makes you very happy if you're an INTZ fan. Coming back actually for a moment to the Maokai, it's worth considering one change we didn't mention on 5.7 is that Sap Magic passive has been hit, so staying a little bit lower in lane, but once you have a Catalyst, a Doran Ring, and you start scaling up in levels, not really a relevant statistic to talk about.
No, it looks like Righteous Glory going to be the build here for Bonzen, giving for the Crystal Embraces in the inventory there as well. Cinderhawk's completed for both junglers now as well to fit into their Trailblazers, so then enchantment completed there as well. A Brutalizer now for Urgot, going to make things a little bit better, but unfortunately just horribly behind in CS as well. That's almost 50 up for the Trist.
Yeah. 41 CS already. Now the turret's taken down as well. First turret of the game to go along with the first dragon they'd already claimed. And Detonation also have these scattered scalings where obviously Vladimir and Sejuani mostly opting into the late game to stack up health. So ability power and health respectively. Urgot erring towards the early game. Happy with the Hemo Plague, but definitely has a lower item ceiling. Will start building tanky at a point. And the Urgot in particular, their early game champion, is the one that's furthest behind, which is perhaps unsettles a lot of what this team comp does together.
Yeah, you have to think so. There is the blue buff get stolen away as well. Revolta able to take that one away. Yang with the Frozen Heart done now as well. Getting quite tanky quite quickly on the Scion, you have to think. And Athene's not quite done yet for Tokka's still farming away. Vlad, same story actually, as neither mid lane has been back for a while. And Saros again, very strong early landing phase. He's pretty far ahead already. And you can see this mid lane is about 1,600, 1,800 gold apiece to go and spend. And I've been impressed once again by Saros' laning.
And you can see this Vladimir comp differs greatly from the one we saw in the previous game coming through from the Chiefs. They've got a very proactive CCing jungler in Sejuani. You've got CC from basically every other member of the team. We talked about how Nunu Vladimir, no pick potential. Basically everyone other than Vladimir has a massive pick potential. The Urgot being behind, though, that's the big question mark, is can Urgot still be relevant despite not even having a mana moon completed? Just the Brutalizer and a tier 14 minutes into the game.
Well, we'll have to see here as the mid laners do finally go back and spend some money on new items. Athenes is picked up now for Tokka's. Kindle Gem and the Will of the Ancients finished there for Vlad, plus an extra Ruby Crystal. So going to be going for Spirit Visage second, it looks like.
And that's a very defensive pickup. In this case, does he? I feel like with the Urgot being behind, you don't really have the luxury of opting into the Spirit Visage just because your own damage is going to go down, and you're already doing well in trades against the Azir, so it doesn't seem necessary. Turret dive, though.
Yeah, actually, Bonzen could be in trouble. Revolta and Yang here in the top side. Good CC chain. Great ultimate there by the Gragas and Maokai. Even with the ult ticking, very tanky. Not dead, though, and Yang. That's one turret hit too many. No, it's not.
Those turrets do so much damage, but not quite enough as Morgana's run.
Oh, that Black Shield was sick. Tokka's does flash out of the way, though, but dodges the Emperor's Divide. Astarola here in the mid as well, but Azir just escapes near death.
That was a really impressive Black Shield. I guess not that hard an ability to self-cast, but really on point. Saros is ghosted.
Rediving, though. Macau's, though, come in as well. hook there, just missing from Jockster. And
look at Trist, though. Already has the Infinity Edge. Had to just get away from the potential crit that would actually take his life to go along with the explosive charge damage. And if you got that, yep, you've used the thing.
Yeah, they are going to go in. Bowler thrown out, though. Does hit for the slow there onto Trist. Tokka's going to get Hemoplagued over. He'll back away. Buster shot used there as Jockster gets caught out. Boxes and is forced to flash away. And Detonation Focus Me still up against that turret, but Ints, again, just almost reckless aggression at this point.
Exactly, that was a 3v5 coming through. Sion eventually teleports onto the turret. Gragas still hasn't got there. Their siege is definitely pretty good. The wave clear, not wonderful from Detonation Focus Me, but you have to respect all the engage options.
Yeah, wave clear coming through means they have to reset the wave and push back again, and Dragon back in 15 seconds means this is a good area for Ints to be hanging around, and that Tristana at this stage of the game is just impossible to fight, you have to think.
I mean, the Tristana, exactly. She's the one that if she just gets free reign, whether it's on a single target or on a turret, you're going to explode them very, very quickly. Lucky crit means that even the tanky members, like the likes of the Maokai, have to respect the Tristana damage, and it will only get worse as this game goes on and she starts to scale up in terms of items. Vladimir returning to the mid lane. The other thing is that with Spirit Visage, it's usually in a situation where maybe you're against a Morellonomicon coming through, which was a very possible option coming through from Tokka's on the Azir, has gone for the Athenes for comp, just for the selfish mana regen. It means they don't have that healing reduction that he could have easily itemized into.
Yeah, Mikhail, though, going to clear out the Scuttle Crab here. We see Detonation Focus Me trying to get position on the Dragon as they clear out a ward in the side as well. But Mikhail actually maybe caught out of position, does juke the binding, so good move there, but the Scuttle Crab down goes to Detonation Focus Me, but Yang going to dive in. Saros looks to be the target. Macau pops an explosive shot on, but that's the Roy now going to get turned around. And Revolta looking good there. Saros jumps in massively, but gets hooked by Jockster. Revolta forced to flash away though, and Tokka's trying to fight, but he's so low on health around the side, and no one dead yet. Miraculously here as they'll keep fighting in, but good cues there coming out from the Urgot. Yang now has to run as well. Tokka's too low, going to poke from the side, and again, nobody dead, but Detonation Focus Me might have forced them out.
But actually we saw Astaroth flash ultimate and miss. It went completely sideways. The slow, now only the 30%. If you don't hit that Glacial Prison square on, doesn't really affect the fight. So that's the flash and the ultimate down. Still, no one's healthy enough to actually start this Dragon. You feel like Detonation Focus Me, that would have been a one-team fight if they had the better item timings, but just not enough damage coming out from the lineup.
And pretty much everyone races back to shop except Revolta, who takes his red and now runs back, and everyone's going to make a beeline straight for the Dragon, it looks like here as well. Big minion wave in top lane, though, been prepped by Detonation Focus Me, and if they can buy some time and get the objective, they might get a tower as well.
So Sion looks like he's pressured, it's going to top. Doesn't have teleport either. So this should be the moment Sion shows a free Dragon coming through for Detonation Focus Me.
They're going to take away the blue buff as well. You have to think it's going to go over to the Urgot, the star 80 carry player for the team, and it does indeed. No Dragon going to get taken out right now, though. Yang, though, in the top lane, they might reconsider. Turret goes down, and Saros going to get aggressed on, but Jockster going to get too low here, but now Azir going to come through. Good damage there with the auto attacks. Revolta now going to come. It does get the knockup. Massive cask in there as well. Flayed back into the team, and Macau claims it. Hemoplague's on top of him, though. The heal comes through and he lives.
Yeah, the heal comes through. Remember, they've traded objectives despite the fact that Sion was hopelessly split towards the top of the map without a teleport. Detonation could have just gone straight onto the Dragon. They would have traded it for the outer turret, but would have been an unanswered Dragon, but it looks like they're going to lose both.
Yeah, we'll have to see now as the Dragon is going to get looked at by Ints, and again, kind of trapped behind their tier 2 in mid means that Ints will have position, but don't want to pull the trigger. Have a couple wards in the pit, so have vision of it, but not content to really aggressively pick up the second Dragon, which is against how they've been playing for the last 20 minutes, I have to say.
Yeah, it's a very strange move, but again, I keep shaking my head at this Spirit Visage. There's no damage potential from Detonation Focus Me, despite all the excellent CC and the Hemoplague likely to hit onto 5 members with all their initiation options in the Glacial Prison. You just have so much potential of the damage not being there. You usually only see a single target take damage from the Urgot in particular. Auto attacks not really respected on that champion. You need this Vlad to do damage. Maybe you go for the Rylai's for a bit more early utility, or the Abyssal Scepter to big up the damage from the likes of Sejuani and Maokai. But very curious for me to see him go such a defensive build in this particular situation. There's not even that much magic damage, and he's already been able to navigate the Azir with the Spell Vamp for him to really get through.
Yeah, interesting as well, but Ints do get the Dragon as a result. of some regrouping there and some good control around the area. Now looking to rotate down towards the bottom side of the map and take away some towers for themselves. And we've definitely slowed things down a little bit after the massive amount of kills in the first 10 minutes or so. But Detonation Focus Me right now is a good pull from Vlad, protects him from the hook. Asteroid going to dive in there, but the turret, actually that's a Sun turret, never mind. Asteroid though, taking too much damage. The Hemoplague's good though. Ultimate almost completed for Morgana as Jockster is forced to flash away. Yang as well has to be careful. The hook lands in onto Bonza, but Yang trapped in the enemy team now, probably going to go down here, trying to fight there as Macau gets grabbed as well. The Buster shot comes through, but he will die to Morgana. Yang now dead as well. Will get the trade kill actually with his passive, but it's a 2-for-1 win for Detonation Focus Me.
And we saw this same situation in Bangkok Titans versus Besiktas. If you have such a strong front line and your escape on your AD carry is gated around a first kill, if the first kill never comes, you never get that jump reset. You can't open up the mobility to navigate these fights. The Tristana falls down. So it's a good team fight for Detonation Focus Me. They just need to pick up the minion waves and start fighting when the objective is actually there to be fought for. Remember, those were team fight wins or just an even team fight after the objective had already gone down for INTZ.
Yeah, Jockster going back now as well. Going to do a bit of shopping. Everyone regrouping actually as Bonzen just reaped a ton of gold in the top side of the map with, again, some good side wave control there from INTZ. They seem to be adept at pushing out these side waves in particular. It's been a hallmark of their play so far in the tournament from the few games we've seen. But again, the gold lead pretty slim here. A couple thousand up here for INTZ coming through, and more items are on the way here. But right now, Detonation Focus Me holding on well. I think the Dragon deficit might be the biggest thing to look for here in the next few minutes.
Yeah, I mean, this is a team comp coming from Detonation Focus Me with the likes of the Urgot in the marksman role to actually expect them to opt into early Dragon control with all their CC, with the Hemoplague being super relevant when you've got set up CC from every other member of the team, but instead finding themselves in a Dragon hole, find themselves a situation which Stan are still able to cultivate what is now only a 25 CS lead. But any AD carry in a CS lead against an Urgot is already doing better than expected.
Yeah, and still looking good for Trist, level 11 now, so building up now, does have the rank 2 ultimate to kind of look through the rest of the items. Need to see Large Rod to join the Stinger and the Athenes there for Tokas, and a Warmog's almost completed there for Revolta, so I think a carry choice in some ways here. Obviously very selfish, looking for pure health, and not the traditional carry item we think of, but certainly one that means Revolta can just dive more and make more plays.
When you're in a game like this, Warmogs makes so much sense when you're not really against any big steroids like attack speed and critical strike that demand the likes of Randuins. I think going for flat health deals with the two sustained damage options of the Acid Hunters and the Vladimir Harass. So in most situations against a true AD carry, I wouldn't really be a big fan of the early Warmogs, but it's cost-effective, really interacts well with the Cinderhulk, which is basically a death cap for health at this point. And again, you'll have it very soon. And when you're rotating around the map as much as Gragas has been in this game, that passive that comes through when you're out of combat is very relevant to keep yourself topped up on health.
Yeah, helps with Happy Hour there, as well as Yang applying a little bit of pressure here in the top side of the map up against Bonzin, but 20 CS ahead on the side, looking good, building some more tank items there as well. And just a matter of what else can they get. The turret actually going to go down in the bottom there, so INTZ rotating nicely now, starting to pick up the pace of the game.
But even though there's only a 4,800 gold lead coming close, 5,000 in 24 minutes, look at this mini-map in terms of pink wards. Huge pink ward line around the Dragon Pit and the enemy blue. The amount of safe places Detonation Focus Me can go on this map is literally just the creeps hitting their inner turrets. They don't really feel any control on either side of their jungle. Even the Raptors seem like a bridge too far. With their mid-game power spikes and the Vladimir for a bit of late-game insurance, both those factors seem to be irrelevant as the CS holes they're in are only going to get larger.
Yeah, and they're just growing their lead here. Again, it's a fairly slow snowball, but once it starts rolling out of control, very hard to stop. So almost 5k up now for INTZ with the Dragon coming back in a minute 35. You can see a bit of unspent gold there in the mid lane, so want to make sure Tokas can get his shop in before that next Dragon does roll around. But kind of popping down there for Trist, I see quite the item there in Macau's inventory. He has a fairly fast Quicksilver Sash.
Maybe he's been looking over to those Japanese scene VODs. Sin the QSS rushes that come with the swap is negated by the QSS we just speak of. But I mean, Udapon, of course, famous for Blade the Ruin King into QSS. We mentioned that on the likes of Callista. In this game, there's so many different CCs for Tristana to respect that with that rapid fire, you just can't auto-attack in a fight when you have to worry about 4 different types of CC. Hell, even the Death Mark when it comes to split pushing against the likes of Vladimir. It's probably a very smart pickup to go for that QSS. It's still fairly cheap.
Actually, a box down there as well. Empress Divide going to push them out. Jockster, though, taking too much damage. Bonzen gets credit for the kill, but Sion flanking around the top side as well. Bonzen getting low. Massive damage coming in for Azir, but the Hemo play comes down on top of the Sejuani ult now as well. And Detonation Focus Me, a great team fight.
I mean, the big issue here is that Mikal hasn't done any damage in this team fight, was completely zoned, and will just continue to be.
Yeah, trying to be damaged with the Dark Binding almost hitting in there as well. And Detonation Focus Me fighting back wonderfully here in this game. Might even push in for some turret damage.
It was just a really poor use of the teleport into the unstoppable onslaught coming through from the Sion. Teleported behind, we've already seen the likes of Hecarim really pull off those teleport flank engages. But the issue was that the Tristana wasn't in position. It was still walking to the team fight. Another member of the team died. I believe it was Tokas. Before Tristana even grouped, did so little damage in that fight. The communication certainly not on point between the Brazilian team.
And again, we've seen their strong landing. They've certainly looked good, with maybe the mid lane being the big one for Detonation Focus Me as far as strong players go. But yeah, these team fights have been honestly all in Detonation Focus Me's favor. They've team fought well, they've skirmished well, they've played very well around the AD carry, which I guess is no surprise. And if it continues in this vein, you have to think with the tanky team comp scaling up here for the Japanese side that they have a very good shot of another upset here.
I can understand what you're saying, but I feel like look, the power spikes definitely err towards the earlier game outside of the Vladimir. In terms of their vision control, the vision control has been the big hole. Vision control and minion wave control has been the hallmarks of INTZ's play in previous weeks and even in just their loss to the Chiefs. In this situation, there's been so few resources for Detonation Focus Me to pick up that they're behind in item timings to a team comp that will eventually outscale them. I mean, INTZ can still have these scattered team fights where, I mean, despite the fact that they have item advantages, they're losing. So there's always the potential that you misfire, but you only misfire enough times as a late game team comp if you're not really punished. And there's always that potential that Detonation Focus Me takes a big objective like the Baron. I mean, starts to get on the Dragon Hunt, starts to push in some turrets, but their Siege's not very strong. And you just feel like certain item timings, maybe the Phantom Dancer towards the last whistle will be hit on the Tristana, and they just have no way to really lock her down now that QSS has already been completed.
And that QSS, you could see it in just the exchange before the pause, honestly, saved her life from the Urgot ultimate pretty much as soon as it was bought. So a very, very good cost-efficient purchase there from the Tristan. If Macau keeps going, and it seems like the snowball's pushing in that direction for INTZ, Tristana could get out of control once again. It's been a while.
I mean, Tristana's not quite that late game force, but she's still very similar, has a little bit less range, so does a lot of damage. We're loading in once again, though. And I feel like the game's still definitely theirs to win, unless Detonation can really start to arrest what has been such a strong Vision Stranglehold. They're backing at this point, even though there's 3 pink wards in a triangle around the 4 members.
That might see Dragon here, but INTZ look like they might want to fight. Revolta is backing, though, does complete the recall, so Detonation Focus Me straight onto the Dragon, and they will be able to get it. You have to think the hook going to come through. They're going to try for a steal, but the smite comes through, and Japan claim their first Dragon.
Even with all the ward coverage, still able to pick up the Dragon. Macau, crucially, hadn't come back from the store and in time to be able to compete for that objective. Get onto the ladder. Suddenly 6% stats for the likes of Vladimir, especially very relevant. Did commit fully to this Spirit Visage build that I can't get behind with the lack of damage. Maokai, Sejuani, and Morgana support all decent support acts, but all of them do magic damage. If you're going to go for a defensive option, go for a magic resist option, go for Abyssal Scepter, so at least those base values from the aforementioned 3 champions are increased. Going for the Spirit Visage, just super curious to me.
I mean, it's just maybe overly defensive is the best way to characterize it. Is INTZ getting aggressive. Azir can't really do that much damage to the Spirit Visage Vlad right now, but does have a Zhonya's completed now as well, so playmaking potential there, and you can see when the squishy people are there, Azir does a good amount of damage, and Kazu forced to flash away. Macau getting aggressive in the middle there as well, over to the flank, but Seros gets the first kill onto the support, and Jockster going down.
You just can't even see Tristana. It was just grouped too far back. Felt like she was once again zoned from doing damage despite having all her abilities and ultimate up. INTZ coming through a choke.
Good ulti there coming through. Seros now getting aggressed on. Does pull just at the last second after throwing on Hemo Plague, but a great double kill there for Trist after the double knockup from Sion. Gonna get in for a reset as well. Doesn't quite finish off the next kill as Bonzen's forced to flash away, but a 2-for-1 win there for INTZ.
China was looking for a really optimistic critical strike there. Would have picked up the kill, then got the reset on the rocket jump. Doesn't get it this time, but you feel like that might be a preview for those late game team fights. They had no way to gap close onto China. Just use the QSS to cleanse away or QSS away the big Vladimir ultimate, the Hemo Plague. They're doing this all in true vision, though. Yeah, and Unipon still has his ultimate.
Yeah, nice big ward there in the back, but Tokka's maybe going to bait them in. A good ulti back, gets swapped in though, but does not complete, gets knocked up, and Macau gets himself another kill. Now Bonzen going to get hooked up there. The box down as well. Dark Binding going to come through for Kazuma almost, but Azir doing ridiculous damage. Going to look to slay the tree. Can't quite get it done, but INTZ might yet get the Baron.
INTZ already returned to Baron a couple of seconds. It goes down to 2,000 health. Not really going to be a contest.
Yeah, Asterore coming in. Maybe fancied himself for a steal, but couldn't get in range for the smite. And the Baron does indeed go over to the Brazilians.
And as is fitting for INTZ, look at that minion wave pushing down the bottom lane. It was already crashing onto the inhibitor turret. Their minion wave control has been a highlight of their play, absolutely. But their team fighting and Tokka's, we think of him more for maybe some of the passive play we saw in the earlier game, but the engage play coming through that is possible with the Emperor's Divide was massive in securing them enough pressure to pick up that Baron.
Yeah, good stuff there, and kind of carrying their aggression from the early stages of the landing phase to now around the objectives as well. Did lose the Dragon, which is going to cut off a bit of that snowball now as well, but do have the Baron and a very strong Tristana that now that Phantom Manta, Infinity Edge, Pickaxe and the QSS are completed, so look for INTZ to move around some of these lanes and start to really siege some of these tier 2 turrets.
And honestly, Macau has multiple options for his third item. You can understand him opting for the Last Whisper because it looks on paper like a very tanky lineup, and certainly there's health that has been built up. There's not a lot of armor picked up just yet by Detonation. Honestly, a Vamp Scepter into a Bloodthirster probably is more damage and will help him navigate fights. Macau on the Tristana a little bit easier than the Last Whisper, but Last Whisper not a bad purchase, and of course a bit of as Kazu dies.
Good catch there, taking out the Morgana in the top side. Asterore gonna get hooked away. He will move in for the flay. Tower getting low, will fall down as well. Sejuani already dead to Revolta, and that's 2 kills with a Baron buff. INTZ are not stopping.
Yeah, there's 3 tanky members that can already just completely ignore turret damage. If they register a pick, they're gonna go in.
Yeah, they are looking to maybe go in. Azir looking aggressive, and Jiang is so tanky at this stage of the game, just zoning people off left, right, and center. Base will be broken in 30.5 minutes, and they're going to lose an inhibitor top side as well.
Yeah, the turret damage from the Tristana is so high. That's the one thing that's new with the changes on explosive shot. You can just throw it onto a turret, build it up, it'll explode just like it's on a champion, and just explode down turrets. It's one thing she used to do from very safe range with attack speed, but now it's all around her E ability.
And that free hitting just insane there as well. You can see a good wave there in the bottom side. Going to be in Macau. Will run down there to take it out. Dragon back in a minute 20 INTZ. Maybe going to look for that. As you can see, there's a massive minion wave looking in with so many caster creeps hanging out.
Exactly. It's all caster creeps exclusively now that the turret has taken down the tank. They're going to DPS it down. Another minion wave comes out. Probably not going to be enough damage for Last Whisper, but not going to be far away.
No, and that Dragon up soon. In a minute, actually, so good timing now for INTZ to go back, spend some of their gold, take that third Dragon away, and then look to rotate between the mid and bottom side and keep pushing because they do have some Baron buff left. In fact, if I'm looking at that right, that's either almost running out or halfway through.
And look, everybody has a bit of armor, but suddenly Tristana, 3 items and a QSS, now can really get an auto attack range, doesn't have to respect any of the CCs with the QSS, or at least the first CC that comes away. Look for Macau to really pop off in the last fight. That's a scary proposition given that she's already got a double kill and been the big and her team's been the big benefactor of her pushing advantage when they broke that top lane inhibitor.
Yeah, 5-1-3 already for the Tristana. And just to inform you that Baron buff was in fact running out as Kazu might look to face check here. Asterore here as well. Seros also looking, but there's a hook on to Sejuani. Good ult from Revolta, but it's flashed away there from the rest of Detonation. Focus me. Kazu though going to go down as Macau's now on a rampage, and this Tristana, the train is not stopping.
That's the first pick. Some of the minion waves, they're not quite pushed up to start sieging, but they're definitely getting there. Tristana bringing up a wave in the bottom lane to push in. Azir pushing in mid. all the global pressure pushing towards Detonation Focus.
Yeah, and even without the Baron buff, with that dropping away, they're still able to apply plenty of pressure around the map here. They've already got the top inhib down. They're working on the other two now as well, and Detonation Focus Me, they're running out of structures to defend.
Absolutely, and our Brazilian representatives INTZ are really applying the full court press. That's the way I really looked at this game. They spent so much time camped in the enemy jungle. If I could track just how many Raptor camps, how many golems Detonation Focus Me actually picked up, it'd be really minimal. Macau, though.
He gets out of the way. They're binding with a rocket jump there, but it looks like Yang dived deep into the enemy team now as well. Himmelblake does go down, does hit onto Macau, but he's going to QSS it away. Sarah's going to be the next target. He's forced to pull now as well, and Macau getting low, but everyone else is flashing away. It's a very weird fight on two fronts as Tokka's going to get low there. Pops is Johnny is forced to flash, but down the bottom still, Macau pushing in, Yang taking up the turret, and they'll break the bottom side as well.
And Macau crucially had to QSS a non-CC effect against a Morgana, Sejuani, Maokai lineup, Urgot notwithstanding, because she doesn't have any lifesteal. She has to respect the damage coming through from the Hemoplague, so has to use that QSS preemptively. That's not going to be the case for much longer. They'll pick up the Dragon, and then she'll be able to go back, get at least a Vampiric Scepter with the Tristana. Suddenly able to hold that QSS more judiciously. I expect the Tristana to go off massively in the next fight.
Yeah, Dragon does go down, so that's the third coming to for INTZ. I have to think it probably should have been the fourth here, but at this stage of the game, probably doesn't matter too much. Baron back in a minute 40. So much pressure being applied to lanes from pretty much all fronts here. And INTZ, this is sort of more of what we expected here. Couldn't do it in their last encounter with the Chiefs today, but had a great showing as far as objective and side wave control goes. This, when their game plan gets going, a much more streamlined version, and the reason why so many teams are scared to play them.
And you can see that the CS advantages, they're both reflective of mechanical advantages, but also just the game plan of INTZ pushing out all the lanes, causing all the map pressure. Every lane winning in CS, 50 CS, 50 CS in top and mid, and the 80 carry all about 60, all about the same. Honestly, all three carries super ahead of their lane opponents. Macau's going to go bring up another minion wave. Of course they've got a minion wave pushing in top, because it's still a super minion wave. There's just been so little time for Detonation to just pick up what they've got and just pick up some resources and farm, reset from what has been relentless pressure from the Brazilian team.
Yeah, and it's not letting up here. 12,000 gold and counting now the lead for INTZ. They're not closing out this game in any quiet fashion, getting so aggressive here. Revolta's got about 4,000 health on the Gragas. Sion is ridiculously tanky as well, sitting about 3,500. This inhibitor is going to get defended admirably by Detonation Focus Me, but it will just not last here. And Seros won't last either. It's just started attacking him.
Well, the Sand Soldiers set up, but this could be the fight.
Are going to go in potentially. Sand Soldier's going to move out of the way. Bonson diving into the back there, but Revolta going to peel off. There's the ulti coming through onto Tokka there with Urgot, but the first kill comes through from Macau. Double kill there coming through as well. Unipongo might be jumped in. There's a triple for the Trist. Maybe make it a quadra. Did she get it? Does get it, but Azir took the other one. Pent it a 9, but that might be game.
Still a massive quadra kill. 10-1-4 is no slouch of a scoreline. The inhibitor respawns in top, but it's not even a footnote on this game, and INTZ, they roll over Detonation Focus Me and get that first victory.
Yeah,
they so crave.
Pick up their win 1-1 on the day here. Detonation Focus Me. No victories yet today, unfortunately 0-2 for the record, but a strong performance there from the Brazilians, and I have to say, that sort of very clean play, they ended that game swiftly once they had control of it. And other teams take note, that is the scary team we thought was showing up to this tournament.
I guess they've had their mulligan game against the Chiefs because they definitely picked themselves up from that, had a team talk, and came out and played the clean, aggressive League of Legends that we expected. Honestly, at the early game, there were a couple of signs of that kind of rust, of that kind of over-aggressive play. Some of those turret dives were just plain nutty from me, Pastry Time. But they adapted, they evolved, and they took the game out and never looked like losers.
Yeah, strong stuff, and great to see Tristana making an appearance after a rework. Quite a while ago, you have to think, but we talked about it. Into a team that do play it, usually into Kalista, but look just fine into the Urgot as well.
I mean, the burst trades you were seeing, even in the 2v2 they tried to navigate away from, were significant. I'm not sure if we'll see a consistent trend of bringing Tristana into what has been an Urgot threatening meta, but in the 2v2 lane, was able to navigate it quite impressively.
Yeah, looked great there. But with the day done, we will have a check-in with the standings and see where our 7 teams ended up on the day. As you can see, the only undefeated team for the day, Bangkok Titans at 2-0, but not far behind are the Chiefs from Oceania at 2-1, and Besiktas tied as well from Turkey.
Not sure how many of you at home tipped Bangkok Titans to be the only undefeated team, but they ride the roost to the top. Couple of teams at 1-1 in the middle, Hard Random and now INTZ Esports in that last game. Detonation Focus Me and Chaos Latin Gaming still struggling to get their first victory.
But again, only day one. It's a round robin for the 7 teams, so plenty of time to catch up and get those wins.
Absolutely, and it's going to be another full day of action tomorrow. I mean, the big winners today, it's probably the Chiefs next to the likes of the first place team, of course, Bangkok Titans. They played well.
Yeah, and a great day here. But we are done, of course, for day one. But join us tomorrow for more action for the International Wildcard Invitation. For myself, Papa Smidley, at the Spawn, and our entire live production crew, we will see you tomorrow for more games.